people, my people. We built the modern world. We are builders of civilizations. We are warriors. We are poets and painters. My people. We build music halls, ornate cathedrals. We created symphonies of civilization. We invented ballet and the printing press. We are builders of castles and magical palaces. My people. Whoa. My people. Blood and soil. We are heroic. Vikings. Vikings strong. Vikings strong. I love my people. I love my people. We built the modern world. We built the modern world. Behold our resilience and beauty. Behold and cherish respect to our ancestors. Blood and soul. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people. My people. My people. like victim. You fear the truth spoken a little bit. Time, evil, petty tyrants, little pieces. Team evil devils, devil, hell realm slaves, hell realm earth craves, more bellies. Time eats you, earth eats you, truth beats you. Liars, 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 liars. Demons on fire, demons on fire. Team evil, petty tyrants, little pieces. Team evil, devils, devil, hell realm slaves, still a matrix slave. Demons on fire, demons on fire. Demon, demon, fire. His name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here. Wild eyes blazing, nothing to fear. The king is here, the storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides a howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here, the king is here. Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here, the storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear. Crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reign. The king is here, forever reign. Forever Hello everyone. This is a surprise live stream for Galukians and Metafinkle, and we have a guest backstage. I want to make sure it's her, even though it should be secure the way that we did the invitation. Hello, Mind Mirage.
Hey, King Steven, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, it's me.
Okay, I'm glad it's you. I'm glad it's not an imposter. I've had so many of those attempts.
Oh gosh, no, it's not an imposter. Um, how are you?
I'm doing great. I had a fairly good sleep last night and decided to do a morning live stream after I had my breakfast.
You know, I love when you do the morning live streams, and I said to myself, because it's the best time that I could call in. Is sometimes I work hybrid, I work from home, and so, and then in the afternoons and nights, I'm just with my boyfriend, so it's in the daytime that's best. So I was like, all right, let's no excuses. I'm calling in to say hi, and yeah.
Awesome. I'm glad you
Yeah,
called
you
in.
make your video with Talcott that you shared today was hilarious. It's so funny. I'm telling you, I just laugh. I mean, it's absurd. The whole dialogue.
Yeah, it is absurd.
It's
You know, I love
absurd.
I love the facial expressions, and I'm gonna suggest to him that he rent out forehead space for billboarding to advertise because he's got so much room on that lid, that big forehead.
He does, but it's a lot of wrinkles. So like, I mean, it might get like distorted the ads. He just makes the wrong
Yeah.
facial expression.
Yeah, it would definitely get distorted, but there's still a lot of real estate up there
There's a lot of
at the
real
top.
estate. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
He could advertise maybe for casinos or you know how boxers and MMA, certain, amateurs, they have it, written on their back? Instead of the back, he could have it on his forehead on his show.
Absolutely. And it's about to be a new year. Do you think it'll be a new motel? New year, new motel for Talcott.
A new motel vibes, motel people vibes. It might be. I wonder if it's a motel, if it's one of those.
What do you think it is?
I don't know if it's a motel where they live by, where they pay by the month, or if it's one of those, or maybe he's just staying at a room at that Barnabas because he once in a while does these morning live streams where he's barefoot and he's got his feet in a bowl of fruit. And it's at
Right.
Barnabas Studios. So I don't know if he's living there upstairs in a room or what, but all he shows is those curtains. He doesn't show the rest of his place. So I don't know if it's an actual apartment or if he's just kind of getting a free room or something.
Right. Talcott. And then what else? That Joe Shabanti is funny. Whatever channel, whoever's making those Thorpe videos, I want to give 10 stars to them.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I just stumbled upon it. I have no idea who that Joe guy is. I've never seen him anywhere. It might be an alias of someone else, maybe
Right.
that knows him or something. I don't
Yeah.
know who that is, but Jack doesn't really appreciate that my videos are reaching thousands of people.
Well,
I
and he
said to
wants
him
he
that,
wants the views
yeah, he said he wants
under,
to view,
but
but he
controlled.
wants my support. He said he wants it to be about helping him and focusing on him.
Well, you certainly do that.
Yeah, I definitely focus on him. I'm
Yeah.
highlighting him. I'm putting him under a spotlight and saying, "Hey, everyone, look at Jack Talcott."
Right. Yeah.
I
Talcott's
can't
best
speak for
moments.
him. I'm just showing what he is, and the way that he presents himself is hilarious to me.
You do it the best, by the way.
Thank
You
you.
you highlight him better than anyone else.
Thank you. I try to give him the spotlight, and then he complains. He bitches and complains about it when I try to give him the attention. I don't know what he wants, but it it's very odd where he said I just enjoy his reactions. I really do. I like his reactions, and I like calling him out on things and on his show, and he gets very upset. He wasn't gonna bring me on his show yesterday until somebody gave him $10 and said, "Bring King Stephen on for 10 minutes for $10." And he could only handle me for like 20 or 30 seconds, and then he kicked me off the show.
Right. And then he kept the money.
Yeah, he did keep the money, of course.
Yeah.
That's the way he is. I gave him $3.33 Canadian,
I did see that. Yep.
which
You
is
did.
less than American, and he was complaining about that. He was bitching and complaining. But when has he ever given anybody a donation anywhere, a super chat? I've never seen it.
Right. When does he ever call in to support other people's shows? Does he do that?
Not really. The only time he'll do that is if somebody totally cupcakes and kisses up to him beforehand. I don't think he's pulling any coins out of that beard. It just maybe just
Okay, so I gotta
old
say the
food.
beard is gross. I'm
It,
really grossed out by these beards that are like longer than the face. It
yeah,
just
he's got a very long, scraggly gray old beard, and then his hair sometimes is so dark, and he denies dyeing his hair, and it's just
Well,
so
remember when it
funny
went
to me.
black? It was like he went to go see Rose, and then he had like or black hair after jet black.
Yeah,
He had his some new jewelry on. It was a new Talcott, goth cot. That's what you deemed that, right? Goth cot.
yes, I came up with some goth cop memes, and he
Yeah,
really did. He got a makeover.
he did.
He's quite a character. Do you
So
think he
King,
should dye his
what?
beard, or do you think he should let his hair go natural gray?
Maybe dye. I don't know. Just like go all in, deny the beard, but I mean, dye the beard and then just deny it. That's what he should do. Just dye the beard for us all, and then just pretend like nothing happened.
Here's when he was dark and he had the red curtains right when he came back from Rose's place.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe don't dye the beard. It kind of gives some contrast. I don't know. It's gross. I
This is
swear.
the man, Mind Mirage. This is the man that's going to end all wars and create world peace. And
It's
he's
so
going to end
crazy.
all world secrets.
It's so crazy.
And
Just become a
doesn't
channel member, so so we can make it happen.
yes, he even said it was going to happen before the end of this year.
It's so nuts. It's no awareness. No, like, it's nuts.
It is.
And he
I
believes
think you should I
it.
think he's gotta go back to the red curtains because 'cause he's got the black red and black, the satanic color combo. He's got the crazy faces, he's got the crazy look. The red
And
curtains is more contrast.
like the thing about Jack and that I've realized, and is he's doing all of this. And I don't care what he says. It's all for Dom. And this is like the sicko weird part. It's all for Dominic to see this and have some revelation like, oh, wow, my dad, he is a good guy. He's changed. And like, that's what I'm like 100% sure that this is all about. If only Dominic could just see him say this one thing or just see him do this one thing, and their
Yeah, it's
relationship will
very
be mended.
disturbing. Totally
Yeah.
delusional because his son is smart enough to write him off, so if his son watched his show, he would just see Jack treating people the way that Jack treated Dominic,
Right.
and he'd
He'd see
just be
right
like,
through
"Yeah,
it.
my dad hasn't changed. He's exactly the same abusive, narcissistic psycho that he always was. He hasn't changed at all."
Yeah. It's a weird thing, this Talcott situation.
It truly is.
Um,
Little Jack Talcott, Jack in the Box.
so anyway, I mentioned to you in a comment the other day, and I want to know your thoughts about this. I brought up, I was looking at Snackers, I was hanging out with Snackers, and I got this weird feeling about this place. It was just like a feeling, this creepy feeling just took over me. And I was like, oh my God, does this place sending us cute pets and stuff that we get attached to, using these spirits, whatever they are, these animals, and it's just part of this. And then kind of got creeped out with Snackers for a second, but I love her. So it turned around. But it's just like a weird thing. It's like I wouldn't put it past this place to like send me Snackers so I get attached to the tier, and it's just she's just part of this.
Yeah, I understand how that is
Do you
because
know
I
what I
had
mean?
yeah, I had similar thoughts many years ago, before my dog passed away, and then even after my dog passed away, I had dreams of her, and strange dreams, like, there would be 10 or 12 different versions of my dog, all with different moods, all in the same room, and I had to figure out which one was I won't say her
Oh
name,
my
but
gosh.
which one was the real one, and it was a recurring dream, like, which one is my pet,
Oh,
I'll
that's
just say pet.
so weird.
Yeah, and it was very confusing, and it was after she passed away, so it was like I had some of those while she was alive, and then some even after she passed away, and then some of her trying to get out of the house when she after she passed away, I'd have dreams of her doing weird things and trying to get out. It was always trying to get out. So I don't know if that symbolized her trying to get out of the matrix or what, but I know what you're saying. Because everything here could be a setup.
It could
We're
be
in a
set up
rigged
because
reality.
it's just trickery top down from the moment we're born. It's lies, it's deception. I'm just like, it's creepy, and it's like it's weird.
Mhm. Yeah. I do think that it's very possible that people are put in our path and animals, pets. It doesn't mean that we don't love them or can't love them because we naturally do, but we're in a very twisted, sick system that's a setup and it's designed to trick us at every level. It's designed to lie to us from before we're even born here. We're being lied to before we even get here.
Yeah.
And then it carries on throughout our life, and then it carries on while we're dying and after we die. So, the way I look at it, it continues until we leave this entire matrix. And I'm not saying that it totally stops then either. I would still be on guard if I knew I was outside of this whole matrix, because there might be other matrices, obviously. Could be other traps or trick systems set up like this or similar. But
Right.
I think it's a natural instinct for us to want that peace and freedom and to be able to let our guard down when we're dying, but that's when they prey on us the most in the
And
dying
coming
process.
across your channel, something that you said that just it stuck with me, and so, a lot of things I that were new for me. But one thing in particular is, you know, the expectation that when we leave this place, things wouldn't be the same. Like the trickery, the deception, the lies, and just the assumption that, oh, it's going to be heaven, it's going to be this when we leave here. We're just going to do this or go here. It's all in our head, it's all programmed, it's not real. And if you just look at what we're dealing with here and now, there's no reason to assume it would be any different when we die.
Yes, exactly.
And
As I've
that
said
really
to
stuck
people,
with me.
well, I'm glad it stuck with you. I hope it hits other people as well. I hope everyone that comes along here uh, realizes that just because the body drops dead, the meat suit, it doesn't mean that all the lies and tricks and evil ends at all. We're still in the exact same system. It's just
Right.
our spirit's going out of the body, but we haven't really gone anywhere. I guess that's what I want people to realize. It's not like
Right. We haven't gone
traveling
anywhere.
in.
It's just our
Yeah.
body. Yes.
So,
Yep.
like, if I died tonight, I probably won't, but if I did, it would be my spirit, who I am, leaving this body, but I'm still in exactly the same place. I'm just on a different frequency level in a sense. I would be in this room, like, let's say I died right on the spot where I am right now. My spirit would pop out of this meat suit. The body would be laying there lifeless. And I don't know if you've been around, been to funerals or been and seen corpses, but once somebody is dead, it is a lifeless shell. It doesn't seem like them anymore. There's no energy, and it's. I mean, when my mom died, once she was out of that body, I could just tell the body was just. It's not her. Who
Wow.
she is just gone. It's just a lifeless shell. That's all it is. And I don't know if you heard me tell my shared death experience, but I was in the hospital room when my mom died. I was with her,
Okay.
and I held her hand um, as she was dying. She was dying for a long time. She was in the hospital about a month and had a major surgery, and the surgery pretty much failed. And then she ended up getting sepsis, um, all the organs failing, and getting a high fever, and basically being semi-comatose and in and out of consciousness. And then in the last 2 days or so, she was completely comatose, and her body was just burning up from sepsis. And I knew she was dying. So I wasn't leaving. I was just staying there day and night. And I wanted to be with her rather than her die alone. And but I was basically collapsing, like I'd been up for so many days without sleep, and I had to lay down because I was just about to fall off my chair at the side of the bed. So I laid down. There was like one of those little pull-out chair beds at the end of in her room at the end of her hospital bed. And I looked at the clock and I saw what time it was, and I laid down. It was after midnight, and it was I think 12:20, and I laid
Hmm.
down. So I for some reason I looked at the clock, and I knew what time, and I remembered what doing that when I after I woke up, but I was only asleep for like less than half an hour, and I had a
Okay.
dream. And usually you wouldn't go into REM sleep and have a dream within the first 30 minutes or less. Usually it takes me a long time to fall asleep, but I fell asleep, I guess, right away, or as quick to right away as I can. And I had a dream that wasn't really like a dream. It was so vivid and real that I still remember it exactly all these years later. And we're talking over 15 years later. My mom came to me in the dream. She looked like a plasma light being, like, it wasn't just light, but it was, like, almost like if you zoomed into stars and what they look like rather than what NASA shows what they actually look like. She
Hmm.
looked
Yeah.
more like a vague human shape, but like a star that was flickering and kinda
Changing
like
shapes, kind
energy.
of like
Yeah,
warping a
energy and
little.
plasma
Yep.
and moving, like, all that
Yes.
movement, and it was very cool, but it was very powerful, and I knew who it was immediately. I just recognized her, and all she said was, "Goodbye, Stephen." But she said it in a very matter of fact, but also in a loving way, and a way of showing me, "Hey, I'm not dead. I'm still going on. This is me."
Wow,
On
that
her
is so
way out,
powerful.
and she died right then, and because I woke up and she was dead. I woke up and her body wasn't breathing, and I when I woke up from the dream, right at that moment, I didn't get a chance to say anything. I just woke up, but I didn't open my eyes. I woke up from the dream and I knew that wasn't just a dream, that was real. There was
Right.
just a knowing, and there was a feeling of, like, peace in that hospital room that was unlike anything I've felt. Now, I know that sounds like NDEs where they say it was so peaceful, but it was. It was extremely peaceful, like, it was the whole room was full of peace. Very peaceful feeling. I didn't feel any sadness or grief at all, and I had been worried about my mom suffering and dying for so long, and she had battled cancer for, like, a decade and had many surgeries, treatments, chemo destroyed her body, radiation, many surgeries over the years. So, I'd never dreamt of her dying until she actually did die at the exact moment, and I looked at the clock, and I had been asleep for somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes, and that was it. So I knew exactly, even though I was asleep, I knew when my mom died because she died while I was dreaming, and she came to me in the dream and left this realm that way, showing me, "Hey, I go on, I'm not really dead." Now, I'm not saying that she didn't get recycled, she very well could have, unfortunately, but what
Right,
I'm
but that
saying
there's this spiritual there's something outside of here.
yeah, absolutely, her
And you know,
spirit
that's
left the
such
body.
motherly love, like to come to you and just kind of give you some reassurance, you
Yeah.
know, that she's leaving, but she's okay.
Yeah, exactly. She was okay at that moment, and I told my sisters, and I don't know if either of them quite believed me, but later on, they showed signs of being jealous and envious, saying, "Why didn't mom come to us and show us a sign?" Or, things like that where they were like, "Yeah, well, Steven had that dream of her," and my sisters were that way, and they're not the only ones. There's a lot in this realm that are that way, that don't want anyone else to have experiences, or they get envious and bitter and angry, and it's very strange, but that was a very powerful experience, and I didn't know about shared death experiences 15 plus years ago. I didn't even know there was that term, shared death experience.
Is that
That
when
was
you looked into it?
that was kind of when I started looking into that. I only came upon shared death experiences years later, but I looked into NDEs and all sorts of things, and I've watched it must be I was gonna say 500, it might be 700 or close to 1,000 NDE videos over all the years. I've studied a lot, analyzed them. I've done analysis videos on them, and pre-birth memories and shared death as well, and, it does make sense if you really look into it.
Well, and so something that was also new to me when I came to your channel is, well, first of all, I grew up Catholic, and and then, you know, I was just a Sunday. I went to Catholic school and then whatever. And then as I got older, I drifted away. I actually just left the country and kind of gave up religion and stuff. And then maybe like 2 years ago, I don't know, it just something happened. I got scared, you know, because it's the religious programming. I said, "Oh God, you know, is Jesus going to be mad at me?" You know, and anyway, then I got into a relationship, and started talking with them and just kind of learning more, and kind of was like, "Oh wow, it's just another scam here," you know, and but I had not heard of really much about reincarnation, a recycling system, any of these things. And you know, I've known about your channel. It's been about a year now. And just slowly, I don't just jump all over the place, but slowly I've just been, you know, reading the stories, reading the research on the reincarnation, you know, slowly making my way to the NDEs and your analysis. And it's just opened my eyes completely. And I'm one of those people, I'm a stepping stone kind of person. I wasn't someone who just kind of just knew things when I was younger, but more like stepping stones for the past 10 years.
Yeah, that's excellent, though. There's a lot of people that are that way. We're not all the same, and some people view that when I say that, they view it the wrong way as me being arrogant or attacking people for being different.
Superior, like you're better
Yeah,
than.
but
Yeah.
it doesn't mean that at all. It just means I recognize people are different.
Right.
It's like me
Yes.
looking at somebody that's 5 feet tall and somebody that's 6'10". They're not the same height. They're hugely
Right.
different in height. Well, it's the same thing. We have different journeys, different paths. I knew certain things as a child that I was in the wrong place. I'm not from here. This world is corrupt. I knew it was bad. I didn't s I and they'll twist this on Team Evil saying, "Oh, he's just saying it's a pure hell realm and there's no good and there's no love and there's no fun." I have fun every day. So
Yeah.
they spin
Right.
things that way. I can call it
Right.
a hell realm and I can still have fun.
Right. You can recognize something and not just be immersed in that, feeling or realization. We can say, okay, this is the hell realm. We can acknowledge what's going on, at the same time have our own experiences that are positive.
Yeah, and a lot of times they'll jump to false conclusions and try to paint me in a false light saying, "Well, Stephen calls it a hell realm, so his life is miserable. He must be miserable. He must be this, he must be that, he must be poor, he must be." And I'm not. I'm retired. I am independently wealthy. I don't have to work for the rest of my life. They're worried about that on Team Evil, saying, "What does he do? How can he do this and not work?" It's like, well, I'm not like you. I'm not like I'm in a situation where I don't have to do that.
Right.
And
And
they'll say, "Well,
what
why
you're
would you do this? Why wouldn't you be on a yacht enjoying yourself with hoes and hookers or, hot a harem of hot women and cocaine or something?" It's like, "Well, no, that's not me. I
right.
don't wanna do that. I wanna expose this realm. This is what I've chosen to do for many years, and this is what I spend time on, and sometimes I can't fall asleep at night because it's on my mind. My mind is not on partying and going out and just saying, "Well, I'm just gonna live it up in this hell realm and pretend I'm not in a hell realm." That's not me.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate what you do, and so much in your channel. And I know you feel, and it is true, you don't reach many people, but you certainly do reach some. And I feel you've reached me. I can just speak for myself at least. And one thing that's really hit hard this year is I'm so weirded out, creeped out by the Jesus thing. I saw a commercial the other day. It said, "Jesus loves you. Jesus will save you." And I was like, oh, that's weird. It's all weird.
It is weird.
It's
There
very
is a
weird. It's very creepy. I mean, that might be my biggest word for this realm. It's just creepy and absurd.
Yeah. I think that people go through a stage where what you're going through is something that almost all of us, and by us, I mean the ones on my channel, the ones that really start seeing what this place is, go through, and it is creepy, and we're in a creepy and weird place. They do push weird things onto us. This is Jesus in a broken wheelchair. Homeless Jesus in a broken wheelchair loves you. When you look at
Loves
it, I mean,
you. It's
it
absurd.
is weird. We're in a
It's
weird
weird.
place. We're in a weird, creepy place because it's like
Yes.
if Jesus loved people, why is it this way then? If
Right.
in the
Yes.
Bible, it's like Jesus loved the blind, he cured one blind man. There's hundreds of millions of blind people today on earth. It's hundreds of millions. I've Googled it, looked into it. People that are legally blind. So it's like Jesus he cured one blind man in his life,
Right. And
but
then they
blindness
worship
still
him.
exists 2,000 years later, you know? It's
That's funny.
ridiculous when you
It's
look into it.
ridiculous. It's also ridiculous. But it's like,
If I had
wow.
supernatural powers, for one thing, if I was God and had omnipotent powers, there
Uh-huh.
wouldn't be blindness. Nobody would ever be born. No one would have heard of blindness. But if it did, if I made a mistake, if I wasn't perfect, I would heal them all. Blind people wouldn't be being born 2,000 years later. Like, it makes absolutely no sense except to religious people that are completely brainwashed.
Yeah, it's complete brainwash. It's
Because why
complete
does blindness
brainwash.
exist?
Right.
Why why is
Why?
anyone in a wheelchair? Why are the disabled children born every day, or ones that become disabled, or ones that have these rare disorders where it's 1 in 100,000, 1 in a million children? Some of them, it's 1 or 2 in the entire realm that have some horrible disorder that I show on my live streams quite often. These kids that are
It's devastating.
it is devastating,
It's
and it's like, why does
devastating.
it exist?
Yeah.
if it's a good God. That's where it catches people in something that they can't explain, and I think that's where a lot of people go into cognitive dissonance because they wanna do the mental gymnastics to defend the God saying God is good, and they wanna avoid looking at, well, look at his creation.
Right. And you always make a good point. You always say things are good for you right now. So
Yeah,
you think this is a good place. And it's so true, right? Just because, things change all the time and then things are bad. And then they're like, well, they, reevaluate things and things are good. And guess what? Jesus did it. Jesus helped. Jesus stepped in. Right?
and the devil did it if something bad happens. People will say it's
Right.
Lucifer, it's Satan, but the good guy comes in and it's like, "Oh, something went right. I got a promotion at work," or "I got a raise," or fell in something lucky happened, like one of my sisters many years ago was at her job, a bunch of them bought lottery tickets together in a pool, and they ended up winning the jackpot. So her share wasn't millions because it was a whole bunch of her coworkers, but it
Okay.
was over $100,000 clear money that they won each. I think it was 150 or 170,000, something like that, and no taxes taken off in Canada for lottery winnings. So when you win, you get all of it. And, that was able to help her buy a cottage at the time, and they'll just say, "Praise God." That's what
Right.
people do. Be like, "Praise God. Oh, God loves me. This happened. This good thing happened. Praise God. Thank God." And they say they're so thankful for God. But what happens if they give birth to 2 twin children that are severely disabled and they have to have 24/7 care for their life? That they're gonna be worried about even when they pass away. Their
I,
kids are grown adults that are disabled, they need care.
and and here's where the cognitive dissonance will come in. They'll say, well, that's God, and they're giving us a message. They're teaching us a lesson. It's God
Yeah,
teaching us a lesson. When we're blessed to, we're all blessed.
and we need to suffer to learn. You can't learn without suffering. We have to struggle. It's like, no, the things that I've learned that I love the most, I had fun learning. It wasn't painful teaching myself how to draw and paint. Nobody was abusing me and physically harming me and hitting me and threatening me and doing all the shit they do to children that they say you can't learn without teachers being mean and cruel. And it's suffering and trauma inhibits learning. It makes
Yeah.
learning far more difficult. It's the opposite of what people believe and what they spew out all the time.
Yeah. It's, I agree. I don't know what else to say except I agree. It's insane. This play, and it's just more and more I'm realizing how insane, and it's almost laughable. It's just like it's just absurd, and
Yeah.
I'm kind of like I don't mind fuck about it all lately.
You know, it's
But that's
funny
just where
though.
I am right now. You know what I mean? Like and I'm still young, and these are all new things to me.
Yes. And I also wanna emphasize, I don't wanna ruin anyone's fun. I want people to feel empowered by this knowledge saying, "You know what? I'm gonna enjoy my time while I'm here, but if I choose not to come back, I don't have to choose to do this again. I can choose to leave because I have the knowledge of what this is." Whereas others that don't have that knowledge will most likely get recycled.
Yeah, and I get that too, and I'm a strong personality type, so I'm not one to kind of bend and fall into despair about things. Um, but that is a message that you share all the time, and it just goes over the head of many of these demons who are probably lurking right now.
Yeah,
And another thing about them and like Landry and all these people, it's like they're really lacking the spiritual belief, the spiritual awareness. Um, and I think that's where a lot of it comes in with them.
I agree, and I don't think they can develop it. That's the other thing. I think a lot of people will be like, "Well, Stephen, why can't you help them?" I can't help an African if they're I and I'm not saying they're all like this, obviously, there are Africans that are geniuses, genius level, but their average IQ for a country might be 65. So let's say they're below average for their country. I can't help a 60 IQ being understand complicated abstract thinking because they can't do it, and there's no way to quote unquote educate them. People are where they're at. Now, maybe in their next lifetime, they'll have a better shot at it. Maybe they'll be born their next lifetime and their IQ might be 110 instead of 60, because that makes a world of difference. There are beings that are essentially mentally retarded at 60 IQ. They'd be known as that if they were born in the United States or Canada. But in Africa, they're just kind of treated as smiling and always happy, but they'll be smiling if they're starving to death because they don't even know, in a sense, that much what's going on.
Right.
Again,
And
I'm not saying all Africans are that way, but some people will say, "Why are they happy?" Well, that's part of the reason. Mentally retarded people really don't understand that much of how this realm works, and they don't even understand how to grow food and starvation and all that sort of thing.
I
But,
guess that's also why it's all the more important when we are in a place where we can understand, to not just let that go to waste. Like, I feel like, however many times I've been here, whatever my experience has been in the past, I'm here now and I am learning, I am understanding. I do have the intelligence to comprehend. And so it's so important to take advantage of that, because you never know what you're going to come back and be. It's scary.
absolutely.
It's terrifying.
I don't want it to be scary, though. I know at first it is, but I want people to get to the stage of saying, "I want out. This is my last trip here. I know I'm gonna leave. I know I have the intelligence, I have the awareness, I have the dedication. My will is saying I'm not coming back. There's no way I'm gonna do this again. I'm done. I enjoyed my life here. You might enjoy." And I don't want people to even feel guilty for enjoying your life here. I'm not telling people ever not to enjoy themselves. If anything, I want people to enjoy whatever they can day to day,
Right. It's just
even
that
with the knowledge.
awareness of where we
Yeah.
are, and just carry that awareness with us.
Yes, but I also want people to realize, and this might be tough for some, enjoy yourself while realizing that you should treat it seriously. If you really do wanna leave, learn as much as you can so you can leave this time and not have to do this again if that's your desire. If somebody comes to my channel and says, "Steven, I wanna come back here again," I'm not gonna try to convince them not to. I won't waste my time or energy. That's their choice. I won't interfere. If somebody comes to me and says, "I'd really like to be reincarnated again, Steven. I like this realm," or "I wanna do this again and have another shot at a life here," that's their choice, but I am giving them a warning that it will get more and more difficult to find your way out the more lifetimes you have, the more times you're recycled and degraded and tricked, and your chances get lower because it's gonna get more difficult in this realm itself to find this information that's available this right now in this lifetime might
Right. We're
not
at
be
a place
available
right
to you.
now where that information is still accessible. And
Yeah,
that might not be
because
the case.
you
Definitely.
and I've even spoken about how reincarnation, works where it's not necessarily a straight line, where if somebody died today, it doesn't mean they're gonna be reborn as a newborn baby next week or 9 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now, 10 years from now. They might be born into the past 1,000 years ago.
Right. It's not, what is it? It's not linear. Would that be the right way
Yeah,
to
it's
say it?
not linear, it's fluid, it's more like
It's
an ocean.
fluid. Yes.
So, if you jumped off a boat in the ocean and went far underwater and meters or feet 20 feet of water is above your head, and there's water for thousands of miles in every direction and water under your feet, you're surrounded by water in every direction. Well, in this realm, we're surrounded by time. We're swimming in time. It's not a straight line, it's a construct. Time is a construct in this matrix. So what they've done is time is this control mechanism, you could say, that they put on us. And I think that they can recycle us into any, I don't know if I'll say point in time, but period of time that that you could imagine or that they could imagine. And we might not have any choice in that. And I don't know that for sure. I'm speculating on that. But I think that makes far more sense than if you die, you just get recycled as a newborn baby after your time period, and it's always moving straight forward. past, present, future, linear time. I don't think linear time makes sense at all in this matrix.
This is something special about you. It's the ability to think outside of what we know and understand. Right. So a lot of people, okay, this is what I know. This is what I understand life to be. So when I die, and they do believe in reincarnation, it's just going to be what the next, 2055 or whatever year, comes next. And so you're special in the ways where you can think outside of that. And it makes complete sense what you're saying.
Thank you. I'm glad it makes sense
It makes
because
complete sense. Yeah. And
I
I
think
did
it's
watch that.
important.
You have a time video, and it's a great video
Thank you.
where you go into
Yeah,
depth.
I hope people watch that video. I always encourage people to watch those videos, and the lazy demons, of course, and the ones that watch the Panelverse channels and all the fake baby truther channels, they never look into that. They'll just dip in, watch a few minutes perhaps here and there of my live streams, and try to form an opinion of me and judge me based on they might tune in and I'm doing something silly. They might tune in and I'm talking to Black Jesus or something on my live stream, and then they'll just sum me up that way. And it is just kind of annoying, but it shows me how lazy-minded so many are in this realm, where I have thousands of videos and they won't even look at the videos to try to understand what my model is, what my message is, the way that I see this realm, the way that I see beyond this realm, and the way that I look at things, and it's all right there, and it's all free. So it isn't a matter of money, it's just laziness.
And it's with you, but with everything else, I feel like we're at a place right now where people they'll just read the headline. That's all they need to see, and then they understand the article. It's no different with what they do with you and your channel and your video.
Yeah,
But they don't want to take the time to dive in, to read it, to listen. They know everything. They get it. They can read a couple words at the top of the screen and they get it.
exactly, and that's why they'll try to quote me and say, "Hell realm this, hell realm that." He calls it a hell realm, and then once like Landry in one of his video, I think it was today that he uploaded it, saying, "Some people call this a hell realm, but I think it's a mixture of heaven and hell," like he thinks he's profound or something. Saying that. It's so it shows the total ignorance where as though I'm sitting here saying, "It's pure hell, it's total hell, there's nothing good here. There's no fun here, there's no laughter," and I'm not saying that at all, but they'll try to twist it that way, like, "Some people say it's a hell realm, but I'm so smart, I see it as a mixture of heaven and hell." It's
Who's
just ridiculous.
Can you remind me who's Eric Dubé's friend who's just stealing your work word for word, but then trying to make it his own? So he puts a little spin on it, but the spin doesn't make sense.
Mark Devlin?
Mark
Is that
Devlin, yeah,
yeah.
Mark Devlin. I never really heard of him until I've seen him on your channel, but you did share something, and it was like, wow, he was stealing your work word for word. But then to try to sound profound or make it his own, he would add things to it or spin it, and then it just wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, I call that muddying the waters, but I agree, he puts his own little spin on it, and it makes no sense. He'll
Yeah,
take something that I've said and then say, "But, oh, there's a pure source God out there, it's just not the God of this realm." And
right.
again, that makes no sense at all because if there was an all-powerful God outside of this matrix and this was a lesser god or lesser deity that's evil that took over, why doesn't this all-powerful good God destroy that evil one, take over this realm and fix it and make it back the way that all-powerful, omnipotent God wanted it to be? They always add something that makes absolutely no sense.
And that's just how it is with all things in this realm. When you really look at the logic, when you really understand what they're saying, what they're doing, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up, and just people are just making it make sense.
Yeah,
Healthcare,
people won't take a
science,
real
religion, spirit, anything. It's so fallacious. It's just so insane, but it just makes
yes.
sense somehow because of the mind control.
Well, they're doing mental gymnastics, I think, without even
Mental
realizing
gymnastics, perfect word. Yes.
it doesn't necessarily mean that they know they're doing that. It doesn't what I'm getting at is I don't think they're aware that they're doing it. I think they're a lot of them are so programmed and so degraded spiritually and mentally. They're unaware of what they're
Right, it makes
internally
sense to
doing.
them. It's completely logical.
Yeah. It just makes sense where, of course, there's a good God. This is a good place, and it's like when I show all the evil, the suffering, the diseases, the design, how it is, they don't wanna look at it. They'll just say, "Oh, no, he's evil. Steven's evil. This
Yeah.
place isn't evil. It's him." He'll point the finger at me like a crowd of zombies going, "It's him. He's evil. He's evil." And it's like, "I'm not evil. I didn't create this place. I'm just the messenger observing what it is and sharing my observations."
Yeah.
Hold on a
Okay. Hey.
second.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I had somebody delivering something, so
Oh,
I
you're
had to
fine.
get
So
the
I
door.
do. I have to run. I'm working right now. I just didn't have anything to do, but I do have some things to do now. So I have to go, but I can still listen in. Um, and thank you for sending me the link.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm really glad you came on. It was a great conversation.
Yeah, I did better this time. Last time I got really
Yeah.
nervous.
Yeah,
you,
you did very well this time. You didn't get nervous and
you
we
know, I'm
had
one of those people where I'm kind of shy and quiet. I don't speak as well until I'm really comfortable with the person or even the group, and I feel like it's getting to a point where I can do better and call in. But yeah,
Oh, that's great. I'm
and it's really a
super
talent.
glad.
I have to say, you have a great talent to be able to just come online and first of all, you monologue, which is very difficult for many people to do, but even just the public speaking aspect of it, and you do such a great job.
Thank you. I think I've gotten better. I was kind of, a bit nervous at the beginning of this channel, but that was 3 years ago, so I've gotten a lot more comfortable this way.
Yeah. All right. Okay, I'm gonna go, but I'll listen in, and it was a good talking with you.
It was great talking with you. I'll see you again soon.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. I had another delivery at my door I had to take care of. Oh, you sounded good. It's no problem. Mine, Mirage. You sounded fine to me. Hello, Anthony. Good to see you. I'm glad you were loving the conversation, Wendy. I'm not sure how many people are still tuned in. I think there's a delay with Restream right now. It's only showing one person connected, but that's incorrect. So 7 people are watching, it looks like. Anyway, this is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. I'm going to share this. Modern Men Lost Again made this little short video, and I kind of referenced it while I was chatting with Mind Mirage.
If they think that we're in the Matrix.
I don't even know what that is.
You never seen that movie? Okay, have you seen the movie The Truman? If they think that we're in the Matrix.
You know, somebody mentioned it earlier. I think it might have been Mind Mirage. Not today, but in recently, in recent days, about these idiots believing that when we say Matrix, that we are speaking about the movie in the Matrix. Landry is one of the ones that thinks that. He thinks that if I call this a sewer matrix, I'm talking about the Matrix movie. That's the level he's at. He's a complete moron. And here he is.
If they think that we're in the Matrix.
I don't even know what that is.
You never seen that movie? Okay, have you seen the movie The Truman Show? Never seen? You're not a movie person?
No, not really.
Okay. We're starting to see that when you open your mind, anything's possible.
I think I'm possessed by the devil.
You really think so? How long have you thought that? What's your stance on God?
I'm not sure I'm a believer.
You don't know?
I'm just coming to terms with it.
Like how?
I've done horrible, horrible things.
Like recently?
Probably all my life.
Okay.
And I just realized that that's of the devil.
So I guess, yeah, some people would say that. Do you think that you had any control or free will or?
I know we do have free will. I'm not able to override any of that, any of my thoughts, intrusive thoughts or anything.
Okay, have you ever sought help for that or?
Yes, but
They don't really help?
No, that doesn't help. Nothing.
Yeah, I agree with that. Those people don't help very often, you know? They're not very helpful.
They can help maybe some people.
Yeah, well, not me either, you know. They often just try to give you a pill, and I think that you're going to be, tomorrow, I think you're going to wake up and everything's going to be better. I really think so. I think so. I think you should just like...
Terrified out here.
I bet,
I
yeah.
haven't been out here very long.
I would be too.
I'm sleeping right here.
Yeah, I think we'll pray for you for sure, and I think that whatever this life is, we're often being tested. You know, some people think this is a hell realm. I think it can be heaven or it can be hell. I think we got a lot of balance, right? Sometimes we have to experience both. But karma can be very confusing. But I thank you for taking the time to talk to us today. I think it can be heaven or it can be hell. I think whatever this life is, we're often being tested. You know, some people think this is a hell realm. I think it can be heaven or it can be hell. I think we got a lot. Whatever this life is, we're often being tested. You know, some people think this is a hell realm. I think it can be heaven or it can be hell. I think we got a lot of balance, right? Sometimes we have to experience both. But
Homeless in Dallas. Homeless. He has hashtag homeless in Dallas. What a creepy creature he is, exploiting the homeless for content. This is his new grift, exploiting the homeless for content. He's trying to get views by going out and mocking the homeless people.
I think we'll pray for you for sure, and I think that whatever this life is, we're often being tested. You know, some people think this is a hell realm. I think it can be heaven or it can be hell. I think we got a lot of balance, right? Sometimes we have to experience both. But karma can be very confusing. But I thank you for taking the time to talk to us today.
Thank you.
We'll pray for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it's okay. If they think that we're in the Matrix.
I don't even know what that is.
You never seen that movie? Okay, have you seen the movie The Truman Show? Never seen? You're not a movie person?
No, not really.
Okay. We're starting to see that when you open your mind, anything's possible.
I think I'm possessed by the devil.
You really think so? How long have you thought that? What's your stance on God?
I'm not sure I'm a believer.
You don't know?
I'm just coming to terms with it.
Like how?
I've done horrible, horrible things.
Like recently?
Probably all my life.
Okay.
And I just realized that that's of the devil.
So, I guess.
So she thinks she's possessed by the devil. She's homeless. She's frightened. She said she's terrified. And Landry's exploiting her and others just for content on a channel that he's monetized, trying to make money. How low can he get? He's trying to make money. Now it looks like there's a troll in the chat room. Jack's fam looks like a troll. Wendy. I'm trying my best. I do love my knife collection. I truly do. Galukians 1-1. Galukians 1-1 instead of Genesis 1-1. This is Galukians 1-1. In Genesis 1:1, it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." Now, what would it mean by the heavens? That's what I find interesting about Genesis. The heavens with an S on the end. Okay? It's right here on the screen, or it's on my screen. Jack's fam seems like a jackass. Like a loser. I don't know what you're talking about, Jack's fam, but you're really not going to last too long here. Hello, Peanut. Hello, Peanut. So Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Well, that's Genesis. Galukians 1:1. In the beginning is the Raven King with ravens and crows, and Metafinkle the angel. Jack tried to steal Galukians, remember? They always try to copy and steal these creepy creatures on Team Evil. They're always copying and stealing. They're thieves. Thieves. Demons. Liars. Thieves. Thieves, liars, hypocrites, as the ministry song says. Demons are copycats. Look at this as a thumbnail from Jack Twatcott, Galukians 3:16. So they mock things, but they use it. They copy, they steal. Just like Landry did with Dolphin Jesus. I come up with ideas and they try to steal from me. All of these creatures. They're not original. They're not creative. They are copycats and thieves. They're not in my league. They're not on my level. And they never will be. And they prove it constantly. You don't have to just hear me say that and believe me. You can observe that they do this and say to yourself, yeah, they're not on Steven's level. They're copying, they're stealing. There's proof right on the screen. Who came up with Galukians? Not Jack. Narcs, psychos, demons always copy, mimic, plagiarize, steal ideas. Demons are copycats. And that's what Jack is. He's a copycat. And so is Landry with Dolphin Jesus and other things, Hell Realm. They copy, they copy, they copy, they copy. They can't create, and they do it for money. They steal for money. That's what they do. And then they'll try to pretend that they're the moral ones. No, they're not. You don't see me copying them or stealing from them, ever.
On June 21st, 2022, officers with the Oklahoma Police Department were dispatched to a home located at 617 Southwest 151st Street for an unknown trouble call. For those unaware, an unknown trouble call is when the 911 dispatcher cannot understand the nature of the call or the caller fails to make a voice response. Don't worry, I had to Google that too. Now, when officers arrived at the scene, they made contact with a man named Lyle Wayne Nolan, who claimed to have found his 3-year-old granddaughter inside of a trash can in the backyard of the family home. And Lyle wasn't lying. When officers looked inside of the trash can, they found a body of a young child who was already beginning to decay. That child was Riley Lynn Nolan, a beautiful little girl with dark brown hair and big brown eyes.
Riley was born on November 8th, 2018 to parents Kyle Nolan and Janice Smith. The parents had been arrested and charged with child neglect in August of 2021. At the time of the couple's arrest, they left their 3 children in the custody of Kyle's mother, 60-year-old Becky Ann Vreeland. Janice was 6 months pregnant with her 4th child. According to Kyle, who had been released from jail the same day Riley was discovered, he believed his mother could take better care of his kids than he could. However, what he came home to was a sight he could have never imagined.
When I heard the details on what had happened, I just couldn't imagine. Because my main thing was I hoped that she didn't suffer, and then to hear the details and just know that she did killed me.
According to Lyle, his now ex-wife Becky Ann Vreeland told him an accident had occurred and she herself had found Riley in the trash can. In fact, she claimed she initially found Riley on June 18th, but could not be bothered to call the police or report her death to anyone. Instead, she allowed her beautiful little granddaughter to rot inside of a hot trash can in the Oklahoma summer heat. The can also contained Riley's toys and had been covered with 2 blankets, one of which depicted characters from the movie Frozen.
Allegedly, Becky and her 3 grandchildren were cleaning up a mess after maggots were found in the kitchen cabinets. It's unclear what exactly caused these maggots, as they generally don't just appear in your kitchen cabinets amongst the canned goods and dry spaghetti. In my opinion, these were probably pantry moth larvae. Anyway, after they cleaned up the mess, Becky claimed that she and the children ate dinner together and they all went to bed.
According to Becky, when she woke up the next morning, she realized Riley wasn't in her bed. She said she went into the backyard and saw that the lid to the trash can was closed. Supposedly, Becky had placed toys inside the trash can the night before and had left the lid open. She also told authorities she saw a 5 to 6 foot tall pool ladder beside the trash can, which had not been there the night before. Becky was claiming Riley had snuck out of her bed at night while everyone else was asleep, found the trash can full of toys, grabbed a pool ladder to get the toys, and suffocated to death from accidentally falling headfirst into the trash can. If this story sounds even slightly believable to you, please keep in mind that Riley was 3 years old and it would have been physically impossible for her to carry a pool ladder of this size by herself to prop it up. Becky told officers that she looked inside the trash can and saw Riley's feet sticking out of the toys and noticed her head was buried within them. According to Becky, when she felt Riley's feet, she could tell she was dead. She claimed she left Riley in the trash can because she was very upset about her death. She also didn't want to have to tell her son that his daughter was dead until he got out of jail and had been able to have a happy Father's Day with his other 2 children, as if he wouldn't realize one of them was missing. Keep in mind, this was 3 days before Riley's father Kyle was set to be released from jail. She later went on to tell reporters that she did not call the police for fear they would take her other grandchildren away from her. However, the other 2 children told a much different story. One of the children reported they saw Riley the next morning in her bed, but said she wouldn't wake up. In fact, both children claimed that Riley had a purple bruise on her forehead. When police searched Becky's house, they found blood spatter all over the master bedroom, master bathroom, and several other areas of the home. A total of 28 swabs were taken and analyzed, many of which came back positive for Riley's DNA. In addition, when searching the master bathroom, police found 2 small circular indentations in the wall which appeared to be the size of a child's head. Riley's autopsy also contradicted the statements that her grandmother Becky made to police. During a preliminary examination, the medical examiner found 3 separate skull fractures that were not consistent with a fall, meaning it was impossible for them to have been inflicted by simply face planting into a trash can full of toys. Additionally, according to the authorities, the ladder next to the trash can was missing its base and would immediately collapse if anyone tried to use it. According to Master Sergeant Gary Knight, officers found clear signs of trauma to the child's body. The child had been dead for a period of time at least. It had not just happened.
Due to these findings, Becky Ann Vreeland was arrested and charged with first-degree homicide and child neglect on June 24, 2022. According to legal documents filed by the District Court of Cleveland County, Becky was held in the Cleveland County Jail without bond.
Word of Riley's death traveled quickly around the otherwise quiet neighborhood, leaving neighbors in shock after hearing the news. According to neighbor Jack Cribbs, he'd never met the grandmother and said he only saw the children once or twice outside. He said, quote, "It's shocking that something like this is going on. Just 200 yards away? I keep them in my prayers. Like I said, I didn't really know the people. I hate to see anything like that happen to any child or even anybody," end quote. However, next door neighbor Marcia Branham did know Becky and her children. The woman was nearly in tears over the situation. She said, quote, "I wish I had paid more attention. I could have been some more assistance for her if she was having trouble. That kind of shocks me. I don't understand it because, like I said, she seemed like a very hardworking grandmother, and I could hear her play with the children in the backyard. To hurt a child on purpose is just overwhelming. I see my grandchildren, and I'm always telling them, don't be so friendly. You can't be. You can't trust anybody," end quote.
On August 5th, 2022, things took a bizarre turn in the case of Riley Lynn Nolan after Becky allegedly sent a handwritten letter and a proposal to Oklahoma News 4 KFOR, which we'll put on screen for you now. In the letter, she asked for money and materials in exchange for an exclusive interview about her story. She went on to describe herself as being in desperate need for defense materials and money to prepare for her defense because she was broke.
Some of the items Becky requested were $1,500 on her books and another $1,000 check to be mailed directly to the Cleveland County Jail, which she claimed would be used for research. In the letter, Becky goes on to state, and this is a direct quote, "By depositing the funds, I will realize you want the deal and won't sign for anyone else." This letter also requests several supplies so that Becky could, and I quote, "do her work and clear her mind in preparation for her trial." This included 5 books by self-help author Og Mandino, 5 adult coloring books containing oceans, food, fruits, animals, flowers, or nature of any kind, 5 packs of colored pencils, 5 8x10 tablets, 2 sketch pads, 12 legal tablets, 40 stamped envelopes, and 2 pairs of reading glasses in 2 different strengths. According to KFOR, they did not even consider the proposal because, like most news outlets, the station has a policy of not paying for interviews. Really, this only hurts Becky's legal case. According to legal expert Ed Blau, quote, "It doesn't go to her state of mind, just goes to the fact that she's trying to make some money," end quote.
On September 7th, 2022, Becky made an appearance at the District Court of Cleveland County for a hearing to determine her options to represent herself against the charges that were filed against her. She had actually made this request to represent herself back in July, which is generally never a great idea unless you have some sort of legal background. However, Becky had a change of heart and asked for a court-appointed attorney to represent her, saying it was in her best interest. After the hearing, Becky was led from the courtroom in handcuffs. Even with all of the evidence stacked against her, she maintained her innocence, stating, quote, "She died peacefully and I didn't do it. I'd like an interview with the news to get my story out there, but I'm not allowed to," end quote.
Becky Vreeland tried to hand me a stack of papers before she went to face a judge today. She said those papers detailed her decisions. Then as she left, she proclaimed her innocence.
She died peacefully and I didn't kill her.
Claiming her innocence, Becky Vreeland says she didn't kill her 3-year-old granddaughter Riley Nolan, who was found earlier this summer in a trash can. Her body had been there for 3 days.
I feel great.
Vreeland told me she felt confident entering the courtroom today to decide if she would represent herself or accept a court-appointed attorney. I asked if her decision was clear when she tried to hand me a stack of papers.
Here's my decision.
Officers took those papers, but that didn't stop Vreeland from tossing them over the railing in the courtroom before officers picked them up again. Vreeland stood before Judge Scott Brockman, who has advised her to get an attorney for the past few months after Vreeland originally told him she wants to represent herself. Today, she changed her mind and told the judge she believes it's in her, quote, best interest to have resources through an attorney.
Anything else you're wanting to say? Hi, Mom. Love you.
According to Alexis White, who represents the Cleveland County District Attorney's Office, quote, it is her right to decide if she wants to hire an attorney or have one appointed to her, or if she wants to represent herself. The District Attorney's Office is still going to do our job to seek justice for the victim, Riley Nolan. We're going to ensure a fair trial, end quote. Furthermore, the DA's office claimed they do not have the authority to determine if Becky could or could not speak to the media. They said once Becky was assigned a court-appointed attorney, it will be up to her and her lawyer to decide on any interviews.
On September 12, 2022, Becky got her wish to discuss her side of the case with KOCO News 5, the same news station that she tried to solicit during her hearing. During that one-on-one interview, Becky said that she had custody of her grandchildren for 900 days while their parents served time in jail. She maintained that Riley's death was an accident and claimed that she kept the toys in a trash bin in the backyard and a ladder next to it for the children to get the toys out. This directly contradicted her statement that the ladder hadn't been there prior. She said that Riley must have fallen in and claimed that when she woke up and found her dead, she was looking angelic and resting peacefully. However, in the same breath, Becky said that she was ready to plead guilty and be put to death, which is a little strange if Riley's death was a tragic accident like she's claiming it was.
On June 21st, 2023, a year after police discovered Riley's body in her grandmother's trash can, Becky went to court for a preliminary hearing that lasted 3 hours where 3 witnesses were called to testify. This included a former tenant who had no idea Riley even existed until he found her sleeping in the laundry room 2 weeks after he moved into the home. Next was Becky's ex-husband, Lyle Wayne Noland, who made the initial complaint. He told the court that when he got to the house, he opened the lid to the trash can and saw Riley's little foot sticking up, decaying, with maggots all over her body. The last witness to be called was a detective who responded to Becky's address a year prior and interviewed the grandmother. During that interview, Becky admitted she had left bruises on her 3 grandchildren in previous times.
Becky Ann Vreeland is scheduled for a formal arraignment on August 18th. The prosecution also has an additional witness that has yet to testify and will do so at a later date. As this case is still developing, we'll keep an eye out for updates as they become available. At the time that Riley was discovered dead, her father Kyle was interviewed and claimed that he was hoping to regain custody of his remaining children. He said,
Not only did I lose my little girl, I lost my mom as well.
Riley's mother, Janice, had been sentenced to 90 days in jail with probation. At her hearing, the judge said that she hopes that Riley's death will help the mother take steps to make changes. The judge also recommended that the couple's children and new baby be turned over to DHS, but it's unclear if that actually happened. Riley's funeral service was held on August 2nd, 2022 at the Memorial Park Funeral Home in Oklahoma City. She was laid to rest at the nearby Memorial Park Cemetery. In closing, I would like to share with you Riley's obituary. It is probably one of the most magical and creative obituaries that I've ever come across in my 4 years of writing for this show. I'm going to have Drewby read this part because for me, I'm bound to get pretty emotional if I try to read it myself.
Once upon a time in a castle far away, a beautiful princess was born and her name was Riley Lynn. She filled their lives with an everlasting sunshine. Then a great holiday was proclaimed throughout the castle, and our story begins on that most joyful day. Everyone who met Princess Riley was graced with a smile that could warm a room and a sweetness that never wavered. Princess Riley treated all of those who dwelled in the castle with kindness and love. Never knowing a stranger, she would greet everyone with a hug and a kiss. Being a princess was hard work. Nevertheless, it was a duty she was happy to take on. Princess Riley was always dressed in the most elegant ball gowns, along with jewels, headbands, and shoes of all sorts, which were only fit for a princess of Riley's kind. It wasn't all work for the princess. Anytime you saw Riley in the castle, you saw her sis and Bubba right by her side. Even living the most royal life, she was able to watch Frozen, Peppa Pig, Paw Patrol, Trolls, and Sophia the First. The princess always had her Peppa Pig and Sky from Paw Patrol stuffed animals to attend royal events as her trusty steeds. On special occasions, she would dress herself up in her Peppa Pig and Sophia the First pajamas. In true princess fashion, her favorite meal to have at the balls was steak, and everyone happily obliged. Riley was the princess that every girl in the land wished to be just like. There was never a time you wouldn't see her with utmost joy. She was a true princess. Princess Riley received a most honorable invitation from a king calling on her to accompany him to a grand ball in his kingdom. The princess was honored to accept. The king sent the most beautiful white dress and a crown. Once the princess was ready to take off on her journey to the kingdom, she gave her siblings the biggest hugs and kisses. Once the princess arrived at the ball in her chariot, she realized the ball was in her honor. She was speechless. The king approached Princess Riley and she felt as if she knew him from somewhere. He called himself Jesus. He asked the princess to accompany him to a dance. As they danced, Jesus invited Princess Riley to stay in his kingdom on the hill. Though she would miss her life in the castle, she felt that this kingdom needed a Princess Riley. She knew her siblings would take good care of all in the castle, and one day they would join her in his kingdom too.
Brownfield was born in Lawton. Athena Alexandria Brownfield was born in Lawton, Oklahoma on September 6, 2018 to Wesley Robert Brownfield and Jasmine Adina K. Faircloth Brownfield. She was described as having wispy light brown hair and blue eyes. She was a shy little girl who loved the color purple, the song Baby Shark, coloring, and playing dress up. She was very close to her sister Adina, who was a year older than her. The two of them were described as being joined at the hip. Although both girls had living parents, Athena and Adina lived with caretakers in Cyril, Oklahoma. Cyril is a small town of less than 900 residents located about 70 miles southwest of Oklahoma City. The girls lived with a young couple, Ivan Adams and Alicia Galvin Adams, and had done so for some time. Alicia Adams was a self-professed beauty influencer on TikTok. She posted dozens of videos, most of which consisted primarily of Alicia lip-syncing the lyrics to popular songs while curling her lips at the camera and wearing makeup. Athena and Adina did not appear in her videos, but she did include the children that she shared with Ivan and at least 2 of them.
Ivan and Alicia also had 4 biological children of their own, 2 girls and 2 boys. This family of 8 all lived together in a rented single-family home on a corner lot located at 225 West Nebraska Avenue. While in the couple's care, Athena referred to Ivan as both Dad and Uncle Ivan, and Alicia as both Mom and Allie. In actuality, Alicia was their mother's first cousin. Allegedly, Jasmine signed a handwritten note placing her girls in the care of the Adams couple in April of 2021 as she was suffering from mental health issues. It's important to note that there was no legal court order mandating this guardianship. According to Jasmine, she did not want her girl's father, Wesley Brownfield, to have custody due to prior abuse allegations against him. However, according to their paternal grandmother, Penny Brownfield, the biological father had been prevented from seeing the children by Jasmine. Penny claimed Jasmine hid the kids from them often. Jasmine, who was adopted as a teenager, also seemed to have a strained relationship with her adoptive family, the Faircloths. So in her mind, without paternal or maternal grandparents that she could lean on in her time of need, Jasmine left her daughters with Ivan and Alicia. Allegedly, Jasmine never visited the children while they were in the care of the Adams family, and she had not spoken to them for up to 9 months. She missed their birthdays as well as holidays. Additionally, Jasmine never sent any money to help pay for their care. Although the girls were left in the care of the Adams couple, Care isn't exactly what Ivan and Alicia provided. During the 20 months they stayed with the Adams family, the girls were never taken to the doctor, and Adina was never enrolled in school. The couple also left the girls' home on more than one occasion alone all by themselves. Keep in mind they are 5 and 4 years old. To make matters worse, Ivan and Alicia had recently split up, leading to an incredibly toxic living environment.
On Tuesday, January 10th, 2023, at around 2 p.m., a postal worker by the name of Macy Turner found Adina, now 5 years old, wandering near her home. The little girl was crying and claimed to be hungry, alone, and she didn't know where her 4-year-old sister was. The postal worker brought Adina to her West Nebraska Avenue address, but found it empty. There was no adult to be found anywhere. In fact, the children were also not home. Fearing the worst, Miss Turner of course contacted the authorities. Cyril Police Chief Garrett Rainey responded to the scene and took Adina for a forensic interview, which is a special type of interview conducted by trained professionals to establish, among other things, whether a child has been mistreated. According to official documents, Adina told officials that she was left at home and was tired of being alone. She hadn't seen her little sister Athena in 2 days. Chief Rainey contacted the Adams family's landlord and was able to track down the adults pretty quickly. According to Alicia, she left all 6 of the children in the care of Ivan. Apparently, no one knew where Alicia even was at first. She just sort of took off. Allegedly, she had left home a week prior and had been spending time with her new boyfriend, Bladen Davis, who lived about 2 hours away.
What's interesting is that just a few days prior on Saturday, January 7th, Ivan showed up in Arizona to see family members with his 4 biological children in tow. Some sources indicate it was the day prior. Allegedly, he told family members that Adina and Athena had been dropped off with their grandparents. We know that's not true. Adina was wandering about her neighborhood and their grandparents hadn't seen the girls in years. Adina claimed she hadn't seen her sister in 2 days, but based on the timeline of events, it was more like 4 days. So where was Athena? And why had Ivan abandoned a 5-year-old girl at home for almost a week? Athena didn't meet the criteria for an Amber Alert, so authorities put out a missing and endangered child notification. This would send a notification out to anyone within a 15-mile radius of Cyril. Athena was last seen wearing a butterfly sweater and was described as being 3 feet tall, 45 pounds, and light brown hair with blue eyes. Initially, there was some confusion about her age. Although Athena was 4 years old, her caregivers believed she was only 3. It's unclear whether they were attempting to mislead law enforcement or if they really just didn't know. Another odd fact is that there was a rumor that Athena may have been autistic, but again, those closest to her couldn't confirm this. Some simply claimed that she was just very shy and quiet.
Adina was placed into protective custody in the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, assisted by the Caddo County Sheriff's Office and the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, and later the FBI and Center for Missing and Exploited Children, launched a search for Athena Brownfield. A command post was set up at the Family Life Church in Cyril, where community members could volunteer to help with the search or let law enforcement know if they had video doorbell footage that could be helpful. Over 250 volunteers mobilized to find the 4-year-old. When you take into account the fact that Cyril had less than 900 residents, it really shows how many concerned neighbors really stepped up to try to bring Athena home. That evening, the home on West Nebraska Avenue was taped off and a search warrant was executed. Law enforcement searched throughout the night for the lost little girl, and citizens were asked to please stay inside so that infrared tools might pick up signs of Athena. On Wednesday, January 11th, the Oklahoma Highway Patrol Emergency Response Team, aided by volunteers, conducted a grid search scouring nearby vacant lots, ponds, and fields. In the afternoon of the same day, 2 bloodhound teams from the Oklahoma Department of Corrections were brought in to search specific areas. In addition, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation held a press conference to discuss what they knew thus far.
As far as any updates from the briefing from this morning, we've added some additional partners that are coming to assist with the investigation, including the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They're helping us out. The Comanche Nation is coming to help, as well as Fort Sill is providing some soldiers for the search operations that OHP is running with their ERTs. We've been out all day. conducting those grid searches with volunteers, and we really appreciate their support along with OHP support in managing that effort. We are collecting items that could be relevant. I'm not going to call them evidence, but we are finding things around town that could be helpful in this case. One of the questions from this morning was about the health and condition of the 5-year-old that was found yesterday. Excuse me. We can report that she did not require medical care at the time. Of course, she was frightened. That goes without saying when you're a 5-year-old. She's currently in protective custody with the state, but she did not require any sort of medical care at the time.
The Oklahoma Highway Patrol was requested last night, and obviously we're here to assist. And so we brought all of the resources that are available to be able to come and assist. We've been in the air with helicopter, with infrared. We've been on the ground. Obviously, you've seen around town there are a lot of grid searches on foot going around and on four-wheelers, things like that.
2 days into the search on January 12th, trash service in Sorrel was suspended and officials began examining surveillance footage from around the town. At 4:12 p.m. on January 12th, officers arrested Alicia Adams on 2 counts of child neglect, one for her treatment of Adina and the other for her treatment of Athena. Her SUV was towed from the house and seized as evidence. She later pled not guilty and her bond was set for $500,000. Shortly after, Ivan Adams was arrested on a fugitive from justice charge in Glendale, Arizona. On Friday, January 13th, documents were released that showed exactly what Ivan's fugitive from justice charge was all about. He was being charged with first-degree homicide and child neglect in the state of Oklahoma. The victim? Athena Brownfield. Ivan was initially held at the Maricopa County Jail on $1 million cash bond, but was extradited to Oklahoma on January 19th and was subsequently denied bond.
New details in the case involving the missing 4-year-old girl from Sorrel. Court documents released yesterday reveal Ivan Adams, who was arrested in Arizona on Thursday, was taken into custody on an outstanding felony warrant for murder and child neglect. Evidence of the offense was found in his possession, including a cell phone. While the intense search for Athena continues, McIntyre Law Chopper 4 captured authorities scouring an open field in rural Grady County. Neighbors say Ivan's wife, Alicia Adams, was known to stay on or around this property. Of course, right now, like I said, the search continues for Athena Brownfield, and the OSBI is in charge of that search.
On the evening of Saturday, January 14th, community members gathered in Sorrel to hold a candlelight vigil for Athena Brownfield.
Last few days have been very trying for our communities.
The fire chief spoke on behalf of the town, saying he believes this tough time will make Sorrel stronger. Residents brought their own candles and extras for others, braving the cold for this message of hope.
Letting everybody know that we know Athena is coming home.
And thanking anyone from surrounding communities or throughout Oklahoma who've helped in the search. Residents were very emotional tonight, sharing hugs and tears.
It's just a way for us to kind of be refreshed and show some hope and some support for our communities.
On January 16th, less than a week after Athena was reported missing, officials with the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation announced that the search had turned into a recovery mission. Ground-penetrating radar equipment was brought in to search properties in neighboring Grady County, including a property near a home where Ivan and Alicia had previously lived in Rush Springs. Sadly, on January 17th, the body of a small child was found buried in a shallow grave on this property. On January 26th, the medical examiner officially identified the remains found as Athena Brownfield.
In just the past hour, the medical examiner has positively identified the remains of 4-year-old Athena Brownfield. The little girl's body found buried on land in Rush Springs back on January 17th, a week after she was reported missing. State agents won't say anything else about the case because of a gag order. Athena's caregivers are both charged in connection to the case.
Though this was not known to the public at the time, during an interview with police after her arrest on January 12th, Alicia waived her Miranda rights and confessed that at their home on December 25th, her husband Ivan beat Athena to death. She alleged that Ivan held the little girl up by her arms until she was not moving and her eyes were barely open. He then laid her on the ground and punched her at least 3 more times in the chest. She claimed that after the final punches, Athena never moved again. Alicia said that at 1 a.m. on December 26, Ivan left the house with Athena and came back later without her. She claims that when he returned, he told her he had buried her near a fence line that was next to their old residence in Rush Springs, and that he had placed a large broken branch over the burial site. Law enforcement noted that although the evidence they had didn't entirely match Alicia's confession, her information did help lead them to Athena's remains. Instead of this taking place at 1 a.m., police claimed it was later, sometime between 4:15 and 5:30 a.m., and that Ivan's phone records indicated that he traveled from 225 West Nebraska Avenue to a site near Rush Springs. Alicia's lawyer argued that she could not get a fair trial with all the social media attention and scrutiny. So on January 19, 2023, Judge David Stevens instituted a gag order, which means officials associated with the case are forbidden to make public comments and new information will only be available from court proceedings.
While Ivan's cruelty was unthinkable, the medical examiner's report made it clear that little Athena suffered more than just a horrible beating. According to the report, Athena's official cause of death was labeled acute pneumonia complicating malnutrition and was ruled a homicide. This is another case of the official evidence differing from Alicia's confession. The medical examiner's report also states that there was no evidence of physical lethal trauma. That means that either Alicia made up her story about Ivan beating Athena, or Ivan beat her, but the beating wasn't as lethal as the other ailments that were tormenting Athena's small body.
Athena's body was small, much smaller than a 4-year-old should be. She was found buried inside a Reebok backpack, and according to the official report, the girl and the backpack together weighed only 25 pounds. When removed, her remains weighed 23 pounds and her height was 36 inches. So for comparison, an average 4-year-old would weigh 35 pounds and would be 39 inches tall. Athena was malnourished. Her body wasn't getting nearly enough nutrients and energy, not enough to fight off the disease that was ravaging her lungs, and certainly not enough for her to grow. In addition to her acute pneumonia, Athena tested positive for numerous viruses. The complicating malnutrition cited by the medical examiner meant that the likelihood of death in a malnourished child suffering from pneumonia is significantly higher than in a child who gets enough healthy food to eat. Athena was not taken to the doctor at all during the 20 months she spent with Alicia and Ivan, even though they clearly recognized she wasn't growing like a healthy 4-year-old and her poor body was riddled with disease.
But Ivan and Alicia weren't the only two to pay for their crimes against the little girls. On May 4th, 2023, Jasmine Brownfield, the biological mother, was also charged with 2 felony counts of child neglect by abandonment. One for abandoning Athena and the other for abandoning Adina. Her bond was set for $100,000. She was arrested in Payne County and extradited the next day to Caddo County. She was released on May 22nd, but still has to attend upcoming court dates. As of the date of this recording, Ivan and Alicia are still being held in the Caddo County Jail, and it seems that they will likely stay there until their trials. Preliminary hearings are scheduled for October 4th, 2023. As this case is still ongoing, we'll keep an eye out for updates as they become available.
Athena's funeral service was held on January 25th, 2023 at the Stride Bank Center in Enid, Oklahoma. It was officiated by Senator Roger Thompson. Mourners wore purple ribbons over their hearts because purple was Athena's favorite color. Athena's short life was celebrated with tears, prayer, and songs like Yes, Jesus Loves Me. Speaking of Athena, Senator Thompson said, "I want this little girl to feel like she was loved. Oklahoma loves a little precious girl that many of us never met." 3 women, Taylor Sharpmack, Daphne Chapman, and Denise Jones, were so touched by Athena's story, they felt compelled to create a permanent memorial for her. They contacted city leaders and got permission to use Cyril Town Plaza. The Nelson Monument Company in Guthrie, Oklahoma agreed to build, etch, and install a memorial bench for free. The women worked together to clean the plaza, plant flowers, and place butterfly lawn ornaments. They plan to continue beautifying the area. In the future, they want to add an angel sculpture with a plaque that says, "Stop CA" before it's too late. They also plan to hold a memorial event every year on September 6, Athena's birthday. The Athena Brownfield Memorial Bench was officially installed on June 12, 2023 at the Cyril Town Plaza. Daphne Chapman hopes that someday Adina will be able to visit the bench honoring the sister she loves so much. If Adina visits, she will see a photo of Athena with her eyes slightly raised to the sky and be able to read the following inscription on the bench. "Little sister Athena Alexandria Brownfield. There is no footprint too small to leave an imprint on this world. Sweet little Athena, taken from us too soon. Your smile was contagious, your laugh could fill a room. When God was searching for the most beautiful angel, he found you. Love conquers all, our shy little butterfly, now resting in the arms of Jesus, dancing in the sky.
Autumn Lee Hallow was born on August 24, 2011 in Coon Rapids, Minnesota. She was the second child of Brett Jason Hallow and Kelsey Cruz. According to her mother, Autumn gave the best hugs. Her brother Noah was just 11 months older, and they were very close. She had 5 other siblings: Marshall, Lincoln, Delilah, Bentley, and Cadence. Autumn had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a dimpled smile. She was described as a kind, energetic, and helpful little girl. She did well in school and liked to sing, dance, and put on shows. She also liked to draw, color, and write special notes for her family. She loved the outdoors and was passionate about gymnastics, often jumping and doing cartwheels for fun. Kelsey was 17 when she met Brett at Ivan Sands High School in Elk River, located about 34 miles northwest of Minneapolis. The couple had their first child, Noah, on September 20th, 2010. Just 3 months later, Kelsey found herself pregnant again, and Autumn was born 6 weeks premature. According to Kelsey, at first, Brett was charming. However, the couple split up in early 2013 when she realized he had been unfaithful during their 4-year relationship.
Kelsey and her 2 children moved in with her parents, and Brett had visitation every other weekend at his mother's house. And monetarily, Kelsey was providing everything, paying for clothes, bedding, groceries, and anything the children needed. In 2013, she filed for child support. However, if Brett had partial custody, his child support would be reduced. This is perhaps why he took Kelsey to court in late 2013. Kelsey agreed to 50-50 custody, switching every week on Sunday, and they both followed this agreement for several years. Brett soon began dating a single mother named Sarah Kay Nasby. The pair married in 2017 and later had 2 sons. Sarah had an interesting history with the legal system. In 2013, she was charged with 2 fourth-degree felonies. One charge was for physically assaulting a police officer. The second was for assaulting a police officer by bodily harm or by throwing bodily fluid or feces. Now, these details are unclear, but one way to interpret the second charge is that she spit on a police officer, or worse. Sarah also had a habit of filing restraining orders against people. While dropping off the kids one Sunday, Kelsey brought a gift from Brett's mom. According to Sarah, Kelsey shoved the gift into her shoulder, but according to Kelsey, Sarah threw the gift back at her and kicked her. A week later, a sheriff's deputy showed up at Kelsey's home with a restraining order. Allegedly, Kelsey had ripped the stitches Sarah had from a recent surgery. There was no hearing, and no one heard Kelsey's side of this story. In addition to a restraining order against Kelsey, Sarah had one against her own parents. She had also threatened to file an order against Brett's mom. Sarah also used the court system to gain additional control. She convinced Judge Mary Yunker that Brett had unspecified disabilities that caused him to have seizures whenever Kelsey was communicating with him. The judge issued an order that all communication would have to go through Sarah. Kelsey was never shown any proof of these seizures, and in the many years she had known Brett, never once saw him suffer from a seizure.
Brett and Sarah were living in the Depot at Elk River Station apartment complex on 172nd Avenue in Elk River. It was a 3-story complex, and they lived on the 2nd floor in apartment 214. They lived there with Sarah's daughter from a previous relationship and 2 sons they shared. Autumn and her brother Noah lived there when they weren't with their mother. In 2016, the right side of Noah's cheek was bruised and swollen when Kelsey picked him up. Brett said Noah had fallen while playing and hit his face. Later, while getting ready for bed, Autumn said Sarah hit Noah for having an accident in his pants, which Noah confirmed. When Sarah hit him, she said he fell back and hit the bed frame. CPS investigated, but Sarah said she had merely grazed his lips with 2 fingertips. She said he flinched and fell on his own. As is the case with many of the stories that we cover, CPS took no further action.
In 2019, neighbors in the apartment complex began reporting upsetting sounds coming from apartment 214. Police were called to the apartment at least 30 times from February of 2019 to August of 2020, but they did next to nothing. On February 12th of 2019, police responded to a report of someone yelling at a child. Brett and Sarah told the officers that one of the kids was sick, which caused the screaming. Also, they said Brett was playing a video game online and it had gotten a little loud. According to the officers, the children seemed fine. Sometime in early 2019, Noah came home with bruises on his chin that looked like fingerprints, and a bruised eye that wasn't quite dark enough to be called a black eye. This time, a school counselor reported the injuries to CPS. A social worker interviewed both kids at school and suggested Kelsey keep the kids while the situation was investigated. However, the investigation closed in 2 weeks after CPS claimed that Noah's story had changed. Noah was ordered to go back to visit his dad, and Brett and Sarah took Kelsey to court alleging contempt. Judge Junker agreed and gave the kids to them for 5 weeks to make up the time they had spent with her during the investigation. Neither Brett nor Sarah were working at this time, and Kelsey had to pay them child support. On June 4th, an anonymous caller said they heard periods of shouting and screaming. The noise had stopped by the time police arrived. On September 13th, an anonymous caller asked officers to tell the occupants of the apartment to keep it down. Police arrived and heard no noise, so they left. On that same day, which was a Friday, Noah had not been to school. 2 days later, Brett wouldn't let Kelsey take the kids even though it was her week to do so. Noah missed school again on Monday. That Tuesday, September 17th, Kelsey asked for a wellness check because she hadn't heard from the children in days. Police told her that the children appeared healthy and were in no danger.
Brett and Sarah told Kelsey she could pick Noah up that afternoon. Now, when she did, he had bruises all over his face, back, belly button, and legs. Noah had an explanation for some of the bruises. He said a kid had kicked him at school. He claimed that his foot got stuck in a hole and twisted, causing it to swell. He said he fell and hurt his stomach on the playground. He didn't have an explanation for the other bruises. Kelsey felt the situation was suspicious, so she took him to the Mercy Hospital emergency room. A medical report from his visit confirmed multiple bruises and mentioned contacting CPS. The following week, a CPS worker did come out to investigate, but conducted the interview in front of Brett and Sarah at their apartment.
Less than 2 months later, Elk River detective Eric Balaban closed the case with no charges. He said he was unable to substantiate charges against Brett or Sarah because Noah did not say the injuries came from his father or stepmother. None of the officials seemed to realize that having Brett and Sarah in the room might have been a problem. Instead, CPS accused Kelsey of coaching Noah to report abuse in an effort to get more custody. Because of incidents like this, Kelsey was afraid she would lose custody entirely if she didn't keep sending the kids back to her ex. On September 27th, there was a complaint of child maltreatment, this time by an unnamed minor. The minor reported they could not stand another night in the apartment. They said another child in the apartment was being hurt. That child did not finish their chores quickly enough. They got soap in the mouth and their arms held behind their back. On October 5th, an anonymous caller reported loud screaming, a child crying, and what sounded like an adult hitting a child. Officers responded and spoke to Brett and Sarah. The couple said one of the kids was out of control after being told to clean their room. They said the child was running around, screaming and being aggressive, but police noted no marks on this child. Around this time, Noah told a counselor he was scared to go back to his dad's house. He said he was being forced to stay up all night and clean, then go to school the next day without any sleep. He described being forced to swallow liquid dish soap. He was locked in a bedroom for hours for not doing his chores. He was being hit. He had to sleep on the floor without a pillow or blanket. He was not allowed to read or color. He had to sit perfectly still. He was not allowed to play like a normal child should. If Sarah caught him sleeping, he said she made him stick out his tongue. She would push on his head to make him bite on his own tongue. Kelsey believed Noah, but no one else was listening. She negotiated with Brett to help keep Noah safe. She agreed to give up time with Autumn. Autumn would spend 3 weeks with her dad and then 1 week with Kelsey. Noah was supposed to do the opposite, 3 weeks with his mom and 1 week with Brett, but he never returned to his father's home. She thought Autumn would be safe. And what the little girl said, it sounded like Brett and Sarah focused all of their punishment on Noah. Noah said the same thing. He was clearly a scapegoat.
Scapegoating is a dysfunctional family dynamic. The term comes from a ceremony described in the Bible. During the ceremony, the Israelites would transfer the sins of the entire city to a goat. They would then set this goat free in the wilderness, cleansing themselves of their sins. In a similar way, the scapegoat in a dysfunctional family is blamed for everything that goes wrong. If only that child would behave, then the family would have no problems. The scapegoat is bullied, taunted, insulted, and neglected. They're treated as less than human. They're often pushed into situations where they will disobey and then be punished. For example, they might be given too little food and then punished for stealing food when they're too hungry to resist. Or they might be forbidden for going to the bathroom and then punished when they wet their clothes. Once Noah was no longer around, it seemed that Autumn became the new family scapegoat.
On January 1st, 2020, an anonymous caller reported a female child yelling and pounding on the walls. When the police arrived, it was quiet and no one would answer the door. Later that month, Kelsey gave birth to a baby girl. She and her longtime boyfriend, Justin Osterbauer, named the baby Delilah. Autumn met her baby sister the day she was born and stayed that week. Kelsey said she loved taking care of her new little sister. She would pick out clothes, feed her, and hold her. On January 26, it was time for Autumn to return to her father. Kelsey said she was in good health at the time, at an average weight for a child her age. On February 11th, another anonymous caller reported an adult yelling at a child. The caller heard the adult say, "I will hit you." Officers heard children and adults in the apartment. When they arrived, they heard no excess noise and no issues whatsoever. They knocked and called on the phone, but they got no answer once again. On February 21st, another anonymous caller reported a child who was quite loud, in their words. Police spoke to Brett and Sarah and told them there had been a complaint. On March 10th, an anonymous caller reported loud yelling. Police spoke to Brett and Sarah, and they just claimed it was their TV.
On April 12th, Kelsey called the police. She was trying to pick up Autumn, but Brett would not bring her down. She explained to the police that under the custody agreement, they were only supposed to communicate through the parenting app Our Family Wizard, which was monitored by the court. She had tried to contact him multiple times, but he had not responded since March. Now, the police spoke to Brett. They told Kelsey that Brett did not want to exchange the kids because he was concerned about the risk of the exposure to the pandemic-related virus that we cannot mention here. Around this time, Sarah wrote the following to Kelsey via the parenting app. Quote, "Autumn is not being withheld from you. Autumn is not here for malicious reasons. We are only following the law, doing what we are told to do for health purposes, and looking out for our family's best interest during this unprecedented time." End quote. In April 2020, Kelsey tried to get help through the family court system, but Judge Junker declined to hear the case. She said Kelsey failed to demonstrate that the current circumstances constitute an emergency.
On May 4th and again on May 24th, anonymous callers reported yelling and loud voices. Police left without talking to Brett or Sarah. Sometime in May, a neighbor was woken up by a young girl screaming, "Get off me." The police incident reported that the lights in the apartment went off when the patrol car showed up. Kelsey made 5 additional calls about custody between May 2nd and August 2nd. Police often left without talking to Brett or Sarah. When they were able to speak to him, Brett continued to express concern about exposure. On June 21st, Kelsey called police again. She told them she hadn't seen Autumn in 6 months, since January. Brett told police Autumn couldn't come to the door, but she waved to them from the balcony. He also told police he had just set up a date to return Autumn to her mom. This was not true. On August 2nd, Kelsey said she hadn't been able to talk to or see Brett or Autumn for over 2 weeks. Police called Brett, but he never called them back. A neighbor used a cell phone to make recordings of Autumn screaming. She shared them with the police, but they did nothing about it. The last recording was made on August 10th. Now, throughout this period, Kelsey continued showing up at Brett's apartment on Sundays to get Autumn, but they never sent her out. It seemed like the more that she called the police or CPS, the less help she got in return.
On August 13th, 2020, police and EMS responded to a call regarding an unresponsive child. When they arrived at apartment 214, which, mind you, was Brett and Sarah's apartment, they found the stepmother performing chest compressions on Autumn's stiff body. Sarah's first story to the officers was that Autumn had said she was going to take a shower. About 40 minutes later, Sarah said she went in to check on her. She claimed that she found Autumn face down in inches of water. Brett said Sarah's screams woke him and he helped move her from the bathtub to the bedroom floor. Autumn's skin was dry and her hair was only a little wet, which didn't match being face down in inches of water. The little girl was pronounced dead at the scene. She was just 8 years old.
Autumn's body told a very different story than what Sarah shared with the first responders. She was emaciated, frail, and covered in injuries. She was missing patches of her hair. Her fingers were blue. She had abrasions and pin-like marks on her forehead. Based on the condition of her body, paramedics believe she had been dead for some time. There was visible blood in the bathroom, and more blood was detected by police investigators using luminol. Police talked to one of Brett and Sarah's sons, who was now 6 years old at this time. He told them that his parents would tie Autumn up with a belt and put her in a red sleeping bag with only her head exposed. He said they would also use a long gray shirt to tie her hands behind her back. He said they would do this after she was being bad by urinating on the floor in her clothing or trying to get food. The boy also said Autumn was often restrained overnight in the living room, the kitchen, or in the bathtub. Sarah's 10-year-old daughter made similar claims. She said Autumn was tied up when she misbehaved. She said she heard Autumn screaming that day and then heard a loud bang. The girl also claimed she saw blood in the bathroom.
30-year-old Brett and 20-year-old Sarah were arrested the next day on August 14th. On August 17th, they were both charged with second-degree homicide and first-degree manslaughter and held without bond. In early 2021, prosecutors revealed they had security video inside the apartment that included damning footage. Based on that new evidence, they were prepared to upgrade the homicide charge to first degree. This may explain why Brett and Sarah finally agreed to enter a plea of guilty on June 21, 2021. The pair pled guilty to second-degree homicide and first-degree manslaughter with aggravating circumstances. The aggravating circumstance meant they could be sentenced for additional time. Part of their plea deal meant they had to admit in open court what they had done. The details they admitted to are truly horrifying.
Prosecutors first focused on new charges dating back to 2019. These charges had come to light when investigators recovered footage the couple had taken with a surveillance camera. They had set this camera up in their own apartment. Not only had they tortured Noah and Autumn, they filmed this torture. The first footage came from an incident on June 19, 2019. 8-year-old Noah had just gotten out of the shower. The camera was pointed at the bathroom. According to Sarah, Noah fought back when she was cleaning his ear, so she slapped him in the face. Attorney Leah Emmons points out that she had been cleaning his ear for approximately 15 minutes before he fought against her, and noted that Sarah hit him hard enough to cause him to cry loudly. Sarah agreed. Brett testified that he saw Sarah hit Noah, causing him to cry. Instead of stopping her, Brett said he was angry and kicked his son in the ribcage. He said he stood over the little boy and called him a little shit. Then he put his hands around Noah's neck. 4 days later, on June 23, 2019, another incident was captured on camera. Again in the bathroom, Sarah told Noah his head was going to go through the wall if he didn't eat his food. Attorney Emmons asked if the food in question was rotten and moldy food Noah had hidden in the bathroom for some amount of time. Sarah confirmed it was. In Brett's testimony, he confirmed he also knew the food was moldy and rotten. He said the smell of the rotten food was so bad he had to leave the bathroom at times. Sarah admitted that she assaulted Noah, forcing him to eat the food, and he bit her in response. After he bit Sarah, she said she would kill him. In his testimony, Brett said he told Noah he would cut off the boy's hands if he hurt Sarah again. Sarah admitted she punched Noah with a closed fist. She also pushed a washcloth into his mouth to muffle his screams. Brett also hit Noah. Over the course of 6 hours, the two of them physically forced the little boy to eat the spoiled food. 6 hours. On July 14, 2019, an incident in the kitchen was also captured on camera. Sarah admitted she squirted liquid Dawn dish soap into Noah's mouth while Brett held him down. Attorney Emmons said Noah reported that half of his mouth was full of soap. Sarah confirmed that seemed right. Sarah said Noah was being punished for not doing his chores in a timely fashion. However, Brett testified that he was being punished for lying to Sarah. He said Noah struggled and was fighting back, so he straddled the little boy, grabbed his arms, and held him down. Noah said Sarah forced Noah to swallow the dish soap. Brett also admitted that he helped Sarah force Noah to swallow this dish soap on more than 20 separate occasions. Sarah's testimony also included descriptions of incidents that were not caught on camera. It often seemed like she was trying to blame Brett for the cruelty, but her admissions made them both look like monsters. She admitted to assaulting Noah because he told his mother about what was going on. She said she told him if he didn't stop talking about getting beaten, he would never see his mother again.
She said she had used makeup to cover Autumn's bruises for a Zoom call. She also used makeup to cover bruises when Autumn waved to the police from the balcony, the last time the police saw her. She described a homemade straitjacket made out of a gray sweatshirt. While restrained, Autumn had to stand in the living room and stare at certain spots on the wall. Anytime she looked away, Brett would kick her to the ground. Sarah recounted an incident in which Autumn was restrained on the living room floor while the rest of the family ate. Already starving and dehydrated, she was tied up and zipped into a red sleeping bag with only her head protruding. Brett put a plate of food on the floor and said if she was really hungry, she'd figure out a way to eat. Sarah said Noah and Autumn weren't given the same food the rest of the family ate. Sarah admitted she was in charge of the food in the household. She gave Autumn very little food and water for the last several months of her life. She was responsible for Autumn's malnourished and dehydrated state.
Brett admitted that Autumn was starved and beaten. He said she was often confined to the bathroom for days at a time. Some days, Sarah made her do chores for up to 6 hours a day. If she wasn't doing chores, she spent the majority of her time tied up in the bathroom. Brett admitted Autumn was tied up using the gray sweatshirt and bound to the wall using a belt. He also said the other children were told to ignore Autumn because paying any attention to her would make Sarah angry. He said Sarah's daughter was sometimes made to keep watch over Autumn while she was tied up. By August of 2020, Autumn was hardly able to stand on her own and could barely speak. She was underweight and fragile. Her eyes were droopy. She had been throwing up for days. According to her autopsy report, she was already suffering from internal bleeding in her belly. Her bowel had been perforated. Brett testified that Sarah's daughter and their sons were all present and witnessed what happened to Autumn in the days leading up to her death. He said it started because built-up frustration he had, because Autumn kept soiling herself. He said looking at Autumn was bad. Sarah sent her to the bathroom so she didn't have to look at her. When attorney Emmons asked why it was hard to look at her, Brett said she was exhausted and had lost a lot of weight. When prompted, he admitted she was in an emaciated condition because of neglect and abuse. He and Sarah had been denying her food and water. He said the deprivation had been occurring off and on for about a month. Sarah said Autumn had been confined to the bathroom for a couple of days because she had been throwing up a lot. Brett testified he couldn't sleep the night before. He had been awake playing video games. It was around 8 a.m. on August 13th when Sarah woke up. Since she was awake, he asked if she wanted to watch the Shark Week TV shows they had recorded. They watched some TV and he played on his phone. At some point, he fell asleep and woke up around noon. Sarah said she was really mad at Brett for the bathroom being a mess with puke everywhere and she wanted him to clean it, but Brett said he heard arguing in the bathroom when he woke up. He heard Sarah telling Autumn to clean up the mess on the floor. He heard Autumn say she would rather die than clean up the mess as he entered the bathroom. Angry, he grabbed Autumn by the shoulder, picked her up by the neck, and whipped her around. He yelled at her for saying she wouldn't clean up the mess. Allegedly, Sarah grabbed Autumn by the throat and pushed her against the wall and held her there for about 10 seconds. When she let go, Autumn fell. Brett kicked her in the ribcage and told her to get up, stating that he'd clean up the mess to stop the arguing. Afterwards, Brett claimed that he went back to sitting on the couch where he fell asleep again. Sarah said she took some pills she had for a shoulder injury and lost track of time, in her own words. Around this time, the couple's stories started to differ even more. Sarah said that sometime later in the day, Brett went into the bathroom and said that Autumn was going to take a shower and clean herself up. Sarah brought clean clothes into the bathroom and saw Autumn laying in the tub with stuff coming out of her mouth. She wasn't awake and her eyes were glazed over. Brett said he woke up at 3 in the afternoon because he heard a thud. Sarah was yelling and telling Autumn to get up while she poured hot water on her. They both agreed that Brett picked Autumn up and moved her to the bedroom floor. Sarah called 911, but Autumn had been dead for some time when this call was placed.
Autumn's autopsy found fatal injuries pointing to asphyxiation and blunt force trauma. She had been beaten and suffocated badly. She had puncture wounds on the top of her head. Her hips and hands were bruised. She had abdominal bleeding from the perforated bowel that had probably been making her throw up for at least a couple of days. She had bleeding in her brain. She weighed a mere 33 pounds, which is what she weighed when she was 4 years old. A healthy 8-year-old should be at least 70 pounds. She was malnourished and dehydrated. Her muscles were atrophied from the long periods of time she spent tied up and confined. She had lost a lot of her hair. When Kelsey went to bury her little girl, she was in such bad shape that the funeral home suggested a closed casket. Kelsey said the family needed to see her one last time because it had been so long since they had seen her. Kelsey had to buy a wig to cover the missing patches of her little girl's hair. Autumn's celebration of life was held on August 23, 2020 at Zimmerman Lyon Park. Her funeral arrangements were made in the care of Darrow's Funeral and Cremation Services in Elk River.
Brett and Sarah were sentenced on September 23, 2021. They were both given a 40-year divided sentence, and this means they have to serve 27 years in prison and 160 months, which is a little over 13 years, of supervised release. Sarah also pled guilty to threatening violence against Noah, admitting she told him she would put his head through a wall in 2019. She received an additional 12 months to her sentence for this. At the sentencing, Sarah cried and said she was sorry. The family's attorney, Rich Hector, said it was too little, too late. It didn't have any remorse or guilt behind it. Brett said nothing at the sentencing. Kelsey filed a lawsuit against the Elk River Police Department, Sherburne County CPS, and the Elk River School District. Her suit alleged negligence and failure to intervene to protect. As of July 25, 2023, her suit against the school district has been dismissed and other parts of the suit are in danger of being dismissed. Even if the suit does not succeed, which seems likely, it has helped call attention to multiple failures in the systems intended to protect children.
Because of stories like Autumn's, the nonprofit Safe Passage for Children recently conducted a year-long study of the children who died from CA in Minnesota. The study looked at 88 child deaths that occurred between 2014 and 2022. Of the 88 deaths, 14 involved torture. Autumn's story was one of those 14. The report criticizes a child welfare system that focuses too much on the interests of parents and other adults. As a result, the system regularly compromises the safety of children. The report concludes that many of the deaths could have been prevented. According to Rich Gehrman, founder and executive director of Safe Passage,
over the last 20 years or so, child welfare has really tried to emphasize being fair to parents, doing justice to parents, but we've kind of lost track of doing justice to children as well.
Kelsey wanted Delilah to have something that would help her remember the sister who loved her so much. Before her death, Autumn had made a teddy bear at a Build-A-Bear workshop. Kelsey took the bear back to the store and they installed touch-activated buttons in each front paw. When one button is pushed, a recording of Autumn saying her name plays. The other plays a recording of her laugh. Kelsey placed some of Autumn's ashes in a box inside of the bear. The family takes the bear to family gatherings and on family vacations. They include it in important family pictures as a way to have Autumn with them. On her 9th birthday, they planted an autumn blaze maple tree in their front yard so they can watch it grow. A bright purple memorial bench was unveiled on her 10th birthday. The bench, donated by the Elk River Lions, was installed at the Elk River Boys and Girls Club. Big letters across the back of the bench say, "Have a happy heart." According to Kelsey, this is something Autumn often said. Have a happy heart, not a sad heart.
Maurice Isaiah Torres, known to his friends and family by his middle name, was born on July 3, 2008. He was the son of Mauricio Alejandro Torres and Kathy Lynn Torres. Isaiah shared a mother and father with his two sisters, Madison and Mackenzie, one of which was his twin.
Mauricio was previously married to a woman named Linda, and they lived together in California. They had two children, a son also named Maurice that simply goes by Torres, and a daughter named Erica. Kathy too had children before marrying Mauricio, and their names were Nicholas, Quentin, Spencer, and Bailey. Isaiah was a regular volunteer at the Samaritan Community Center in Rogers, Arkansas for 3 years. According to the executive director, Debbie Rambo, his favorite thing to do was break down the boxes, so he'd get a box of granola bars and empty them and then smash the boxes for recycling. Debbie said Isaiah came to the center each Tuesday night with his two sisters and helped put together snack packs. She claimed that Isaiah was a fun-loving boy who loved to help out. She said that they took their jobs very seriously. In fact, if an adult went over and tried to help them or interfere in some way, they would get very upset because that was their job. Isaiah and his sisters attended the Ambassadors of Christ Academy in Bentonville, where the little boy was a kindergartner. That was until two of his teachers became concerned about the children's well-being and reported their concerns to DHS. His kindergarten teacher, Perry Heffernan, and his music teacher, Hannah Paul, both reported seeing multiple large bruises on the boy's body. Ms. Heffernan took photos of his bruises and reported her concerns to the state hotline. The women also noted that Isaiah stole other children's lunches and scavenged food from the trash.
The following year, Isaiah and his siblings did not return to school because their parents began homeschooling them. There were some records that indicated that DHS did look into the mistreatment of Isaiah within the Torres home, but were later closed as unsubstantiated. On March 29, 2015, at 11:33 p.m., 911 dispatchers received a call from Kathy stating that Isaiah was not breathing. Emergency medical personnel from the Bella Vista Fire Department rushed to the Torres home located at 9 Cresswell Circle, where they found Isaiah laying on his back on the living room floor. But the fact that the little boy wasn't breathing wasn't the only issue at hand. Before he was taken by ambulance to Mercy Hospital, medics observed numerous lacerations and severe bruising on Isaiah's body and requested that police be notified. This was clearly not an accident. At 11:52 p.m., Officer Jeff Blake was dispatched to the residence and arrived there at exactly midnight. However, the ambulance was already leaving the scene, and he was redirected by dispatch to head to the ER. It only took him 7 minutes to get there. Upon arrival, Dr. Franklin Earl Mayhew began administering life-saving measures to Isaiah, but unfortunately, it was too little, too late. Maurice Isaiah Torres was pronounced dead at 12:23 a.m. on March 30th, 2015. He was only 6 years old. Officer Blake spoke with firefighters Chuck Lawson, Nick Holt, and Captain John Cottingham in reference to the incident. According to firefighter Lawson, he entered the residence and observed Isaiah's father, Mauricio, providing what appeared to be CPR to the boy. Also in the room were Kathy and her two young daughters, one of which is Isaiah's twin. Firefighter Lawson began providing CPR to Isaiah and asked the parents what had happened. The couple claimed that they recently returned from a camping trip and had no idea what was wrong with their son, and they were unaware of any medical history that would warrant Isaiah being in this condition. Around the same time, firefighter Holt and Captain Cottingham entered the living room with a stretcher. It was then that all the additional wounds to Isaiah's body were noted. As firefighter Lawson turned the little boy onto his side, he could see heavy bruising and puncture wounds all over his body. All three firefighters loaded Isaiah into the ambulance where they attempted life-saving treatment for about 10 minutes. According to the men, at no time were they able to revive or obtain signs of life from him. It was then that they rushed him to Mercy Hospital for additional treatment. While in the treatment room, Officer Blake conducted a cursory visual inspection of Isaiah, taking several pictures of his injuries, including cuts to his head, knees, and upper feet. Multiple wounds could be seen on his back, and major bruising was seen on his right side.
Before departing, Officer Blake spoke with Dr. Mayhew, who shared with him that the little boy never regained a heartbeat after arrival. The doctor also shared that Isaiah had signs of blunt force trauma to his head, torso, and extremities, as well as multiple superficial lacerations and bruises of unknown age. Isaiah also had a diamond-shaped mark on his abdomen. As Dr. Mayhew was describing the little boy's injuries to Officer Blake, a nurse walked in and informed them that blood had just been discovered inside Isaiah's rectum. Dr. Mayhew stated that he had spoken with Mauricio, who had claimed that the injuries to his son's back were caused by a prior chemical burn in 2014. Now, allegedly, Isaiah had been treated for the injury at Arkansas Children's Hospital in Little Rock. However, when Dr. Mayhew checked the medical database, there was no record of Isaiah being treated for any such injury. So as such, the family was escorted to the Bella Vista Police Department for questioning. Kathy rode to the station in the back seat of Officer Justin Green's cruiser, while Mauricio and the couple's 2 daughters followed behind in the family's vehicle. Once at the station, Mauricio and Kathy were both separated for questioning. In her initial interview, Kathy told Detective Ed Williams that the family had arrived home at about 10 p.m. from an overnight camping trip in Hollister, Missouri. She stated that around 2 p.m. that same day, Isaiah had begun to complain of a stomach ache. So Kathy said she gave him Pepto-Bismol and thought that he was all better. According to his mother, Isaiah had fallen asleep on the drive home, but after being awoken upon arriving at their home, he walked inside on his own and even helped unload the vehicle. Now, according to Kathy, Isaiah took a shower on his own and seemed normal, just a little bit tired. He got out of the shower, put on his Spider-Man pajamas, and Kathy made him some green tea. The little boy was still complaining that his stomach hurt, so Kathy let him lie down in the master bedroom. Now, according to her, he soon fell asleep and began to snore. She also claimed that she left the room for just a moment, and when she returned, Isaiah was no longer breathing. She said she tried to shake him awake, and that's when she called 911.
Kathy denied knowing anything about Isaiah's other injuries. She claimed that when they arrived home from their camping trip, the area around his eyes looked a little dark. She then told investigators that her son runs into doorknobs all of the time. Apparently, she never saw her son shirtless, which is why she had no idea what injuries they were referring to.
Detective Williams had enough of this nonsense and told Kathy that her son's injuries appeared to be the result of CA. She denied causing any such injuries to Isaiah, but when pressed if Mauricio caused them, she would only state, "I didn't do it, let's say that." Now, when confronted about Isaiah's nose being broken, she replied that it always was a little crooked. She went on to claim that they rarely spank their kids and that it had been months since their last spanking. She claimed that they loved their children and that she and her husband seldom argued.
Now it was Mauricio's turn to be interviewed. He confirmed the camping story that his wife had previously shared and stated that Isaiah had complained of a stomach ache, experienced diarrhea, and vomited a small amount. He also confirmed that they provided him with Pepto-Bismol and made sure that he was drinking plenty of water to stay hydrated.
Mauricio said Isaiah was hard to wake up when they arrived back in Bella Vista. Now, according to him, Kathy helped bathe the little boy in the shower to help get the smell of campfire smoke off of him. And afterwards, they allowed him to sleep it off in the master bedroom. According to Mauricio, he asked Kathy whether or not they should take Isaiah to the emergency room. Allegedly, Kathy declined as she didn't feel that the ER would take him with just a stomach ache. Detective Williams confronted Mauricio with regards to the numerous injuries found all over his son's body. And no surprise, he denied any knowledge of the bruises, lacerations, or even the diamond-shaped mark. He claimed that the dark area around Isaiah's eyes happened around the time that he began to get sick. Despite telling Dr. Mayhew that the injuries to Isaiah's back were caused by chemical burns, he denied any knowledge of them to Detective Williams, stating that "you have to ask my wife about that." He attributed the other injuries to various falls and stated, "All I know is that he's clumsy." Detective Williams took a short break in the interview, and when he returned, Mauricio was fixated on the possibility that Kathy had ratted on him. He made multiple comments indicating that he assumed Kathy had cut a deal and implicated him in the death of his son. The detective reiterated that he just wanted to know who had hurt Isaiah, to which Mauricio responded, "Don't ask me to betray my wife."
Mauricio claimed that he was always asking Kathy what had happened to Isaiah, and she would simply state that he had fallen. Then he said, quote, "The pictures look like neglect. CA is deliberate. I didn't do anything to him and my wife didn't do anything to him," end quote. He then reiterated that he had not witnessed his wife harm their son and that she knows that he would not betray her. That same morning, DHS transported Isaiah's two sisters, Madison and Mackenzie, to the Children's Advocacy Center in Little Flock so that forensic interviews could be conducted. Now keep in mind, the little girls are aged 6 and 7 at the time of our story, and they were interviewed separately. While being interviewed by Aaron Craner, one of the sisters confirmed the camping story, Isaiah's stomach ache, and Kathy subsequently providing him with medicine. She stated that her brother was sitting down a lot during the camping trip, and when the family got home, her father had to carry him indoors.
According to the little girl, her father laid Isaiah down on the bed where she and her sister helped Kathy undress him for a shower. She then went on to state that she helped her father carry her brother to the shower and that he needed to be held upright as he kept falling down while being washed. Afterwards, she claimed that they helped their mother put Isaiah to bed and that he was acting strangely. They got him pajamas, and their mother made him a cup of green tea and gave him a gummy vitamin to make him feel better.
After Aaron Craner conducted an interview with the other sister, who confirmed much of what had already been stated, she also claimed that Isaiah watched part of a movie and then fell asleep, and that he had scratches and bruises on his face because he had fallen down. She also noted that he had busted his knees after falling down while climbing.
That same day, officers with the Bella Vista PD were granted a search warrant for the Torres residence. Inside, they discovered what appeared to be blood spatter on the walls, floor, ceiling of the master bedroom, and attached bathroom. In addition, it appeared that there was blood spatter on two 15-pound dumbbells located in the master bathroom next to the bathtub. A fireplace poker tool with a diamond-shaped handle was found on the floor by the bed in the master bedroom. Now remember, Isaiah had a diamond-shaped injury on his abdomen. Vomit was found in the bed along with a stethoscope. In subsequent interviews on March 31st, Kathy told Captain Tim Cook of the Bella Vista Police Department that she did not know if her husband had done something to their son, as she was not with them the whole time. She ultimately established a timeline from the early morning of March 27th through the evening of March 29th, when she placed the 911 call for help. The only time that she claimed she was not with her son was on the 29th at around 2:30 p.m. when she briefly went to Lowe's for about 45 minutes. According to Kathy, it was her husband, Mauricio, that was with Isaiah continuously beginning around 4:30 p.m. on the 27th.
And now, Kathy began to roll on her husband. She acknowledged seeing Mauricio beat Isaiah in the past. She had seen him hit their son with a belt, an extension cord, and with his fists, and admitted that she saw Isaiah bleed after some of these incidents. She claimed that she knew that it was her fault that she didn't try to stop Mauricio from hurting their son. She went on to state that when her husband beat Isaiah with a belt, he would tell him that if he cried, he'd be beaten again and that he needed to learn to be a man. She claimed that Mauricio would use Neosporin to treat Isaiah's wounds, and she acknowledged that she too would hit him with a belt from time to time, but wouldn't hit him hard enough to inflict any major injury.
Isaiah's autopsy was conducted on March 31st by Dr. Stephen Erickson of the Arkansas State Medical Examiner's Office. The preliminary cause of death was acute peritonitis. Now, peritonitis is defined as inflammation of the lining of your abdomen. It is often caused by an infection from a hole in the bowel or a burst appendix. In Isaiah's case, it was caused by a hard object being forcefully inserted into his rectum. In his opinion, Dr. Erickson concluded that this final trauma occurred within 24 hours of Isaiah's death. He also noted multiple blunt force injuries to the little boy's head, torso, and extremities, all in different stages of healing. Dr. Erickson stated that Isaiah's death was the result of chronic CA syndrome and that the manner of his death was ruled a homicide.
Captain Cook interviewed Kathy once again on April 1st. This time, she claimed to be scared of her husband and stated she shouldn't have let her fear take control of her life. She acknowledged that Mauricio hurt Isaiah, and that is why her son was dead. Despite being made aware of her son's autopsy results, she continued to deny knowing anything about Isaiah being essayed. She claimed the first time she saw her husband hit Isaiah was around January after Christmas. Allegedly, the little boy wasn't listening. When Mauricio would come home from work, his sisters would tattle on him, which would result in Isaiah being spanked. She went on to describe a separate incident where Mauricio beat her son with a small white electrical cord about 10 times, which resulted in him bleeding. On April 3rd, officers with the Bella Vista Police Department, in conjunction with the officers from the Bentonville Police Department, executed a search of the Captiva brand camper that had been used by the Torres family. A large circular area of what appeared to be blood was found on one of the mattresses. The mattress in question had been flipped as if to hide the stain. In addition, numerous other areas of suspected blood spatter were observed throughout the camper.
In a subsequent interview on April 7th, 2015 with Captain Cook, Mauricio finally laid out all of the horrors that Isaiah experienced up until his death. According to the father, he caught Isaiah getting into some cake that he allegedly was not allowed to eat while on the camping trip. Normally, Mauricio's preferred method of punishment for the boy was spanking him and forcing him to do exercises, but apparently, according to him, this was not working. So instead, he thought a proper punishment was to force a large stick up inside Isaiah and force him to do squats in the corner. But the two were not alone. Kathy observed the whole thing. When Isaiah wasn't squatting fast enough for her liking, she forced his body down onto the stick. Mauricio showed Captain Cook how Isaiah was doing the squats, and he began to laugh when talking about it. According to Mauricio, he was laughing because he thought that his son was so cute while being tortured. When Captain Cook informed him that what he did was homicide, Mauricio was quick to point out that Kathy was just as responsible as him. He even went as far as to pin some of the blame on his young daughters. Apparently, according to him, this was not working, so instead, he thought a proper punishment was to force a large stick up inside Isaiah and force him to do squats in the corner. But the two were not alone. Kathy observed the whole thing. When Isaiah wasn't squatting fast enough for her liking, she forced his body down onto the stick. Mauricio showed Captain Cook how Isaiah was doing the squats, and he began to laugh when talking about it. According to Mauricio, he was laughing because he thought that his son was so cute while being tortured. When Captain Cook informed him that what he did was homicide, Mauricio was quick to point out that Kathy was just as responsible as him. He even went as far as to pin some of the blame on his young daughters. According to Mauricio, Kathy and the girls would often beat Isaiah, and if he was around, he'd try to intervene. When asked how Isaiah received the injury to his head, Mauricio claimed that the little boy shaved his own scalp. Ultimately, both Mauricio and Kathy Torres were arrested and charged with the following crimes: capital homicide, first-degree battery, and essay. At trial, Kathy claimed that she hadn't caused any of Isaiah's injuries. When shown his autopsy photos, she claimed complete ignorance. Either way, Kathy Lynn Torres pled guilty to the homicide and battery charges as part of an agreement to avoid the death penalty. She's currently serving a life sentence in prison without the possibility of parole. She claimed that she took the deal because, in her mind, the death penalty is similar to taking your own life, which she feels would be a morally wrong thing to do. Kathy is currently serving her sentence at the McPherson unit in Newport, Arkansas. During his trial, Isaiah's now 9-year-old sister Madison took the stand to testify against her father. She recounted instances where Isaiah was forced to sleep in a cage every night, and on at least one occasion was forced to sleep in a recycling bin in the bathroom. She also told the jury her father would yank Isaiah's teeth out with pliers when he found out that Isaiah was speaking poorly about him. Other punishments the 9-year-old described included Mauricio hitting Isaiah with a stick or an electric cable. Other times, he would make Isaiah carry weights around on his shoulders. Madison said there were also instances where he would make her hit Isaiah with a stick. She said she complied with her father's demands because she was afraid of what would happen to her if she didn't. She also said her brother was not allowed to eat with her or her sister. Instead, he was only allowed to eat peanut butter, rice, and beans. She also told the jury that her father would force Isaiah to drink Mauricio's urine and eat his feces. There were also instances when Mauricio would urinate in a bucket, dunk Isaiah's underwear in it, and force his son to wear them on his head around the house. Madison said her brother was only allowed to take cold showers. She also described a time one of her parents, she couldn't remember which, poured bleach on Isaiah, after which he was taken to Children's Hospital in Little Rock to be treated for second-degree burns. When prosecutor Nathan Smith asked her about what happened in the day leading up to Isaiah's death, she told the jury they were camping in Missouri when at one point she saw Isaiah in the shower with his hands and legs tied with shoelaces. He had no clothes on. Before the family went home to Bella Vista, the girl said that her father told Isaiah to come into the camper. And when the door opened, she saw her brother had a stick inside of his rectum. When they got home, she told the jury Isaiah couldn't even get out of the car. A few hours later, he was rushed to the hospital where he subsequently died. The 9-year-old was also cross-examined by the defense attorney, Bill James. He asked her why she never told anyone these details before, to which she responded that she did not know why.
The jury then heard from Dr. Stephen Erickson, the medical examiner who determined Isaiah's cause of death was due to SA and chronic CA. Dr. Erickson told the jury that the child's injuries were consistent with a textbook case of chronic CA and his death was caused by sepsis from the stick injury. He then described the numerous injuries that he found on Isaiah's body during the autopsy. The photos of the autopsy were also shown to the jury. Dr. Erickson said the boy had several untreated injuries and scars in abnormal places that he could not explain. He also told the jury Isaiah's teeth had been knocked out and his nose had been deformed due to being broken, and it was never treated. Dr. Erickson described an injury under Isaiah's breastbone that went all the way to his hip bone, although he said it didn't contribute to his death. He also attributed the bruises on the child's fingers and wrist to Isaiah shielding himself from being hit. Dr. Erickson said he counted more than 60 injuries on the boy's back that made U-shaped patterns that looked like whip marks. There were also lacerations on the child's knees and 30 scars on his head. The medical examiner also described the injuries to Isaiah's rectum that eventually led to the septic shock that killed him. When asked about Isaiah's case, Dr. Erickson noted, quote, "This is one of the worst ones in my career, and I've seen some bad ones," end quote.
5 of Mauricio's adult children and stepchildren took the stand to outline the inhumanity they too endured at the hands of the man that was supposed to be their greatest protector. Some alleged SA, and some said they were repeatedly beaten and struck, and some said they experienced both forms of mistreatment. 2 of the children, Quentin and Nicholas, were also serving time behind bars. Quentin for breaking and entering, theft of property, and battery of an inmate. Nicholas was serving time for drug trafficking and felony possession of a firearm. Allegedly, Mauricio would force the 2 boys to perform lewd acts on one another while he watched them. He also liked to lock them in a room together and force them to fight each other. In 2004, Mauricio was actually investigated for the essay of his stepdaughter Bailey, who was only 4 years old at this time. However, all charges were dropped due to lack of evidence.
According to news sources, after Isaiah's death, information came to light that Mauricio and Kathy had at least 6 children removed from their home in the early 2000s. At the time, the couple lived in Jonesboro. The Arkansas Department of Human Services investigated multiple reports of child maltreatment before the 6 children were eventually adopted by other families around 2005. Apparently, Mauricio and Kathy moved across the state soon after their parental rights were terminated and started over.
The prosecution sought the death penalty for Mauricio, and in November of 2016, he indeed was found guilty in regard to Isaiah's death. So the jury agreed with the prosecution's recommendation. He was sentenced to death, but there was a problem. His conviction was overturned in 2019 by the Arkansas Supreme Court, citing that SA could not be used as a basis for seeking a capital homicide conviction. As such, Mauricio's defense team argued that there was no way he could have known that his son was going to die, and as such, recommended a charge of manslaughter. His new trial took place in March of 2020, but fortunately nothing changed, and he was found guilty of homicide and battery once more. However, at sentencing, things went awry once more when Kathy's adult son, Quentin, took the stand and proceeded to leap from his chair and over the railing of the witness box to attack his stepfather. As such, the judge declared a mistrial.
In February of 2023, a jury found Mauricio Alejandro Torres guilty for the 3rd time on charges of capital homicide and first-degree battery. This time, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He's currently serving his time at the East Arkansas Regional Unit known as Brickies. In the wake of Isaiah's death, his 2 sisters, Madison and Mackenzie, were taken into DHS custody and were adopted. I can't help but wonder, if there wasn't a mistrial, would Mauricio have escaped the death penalty? Honestly, I don't think anybody can blame Quentin for his reaction. Let's just hope that the other inmates at Brickies find out what Mauricio did to Isaiah and make the rest of his life a living hell.
The death penalty is going to be nothing compared to what those demons are going to face. They're not going to get away with this. There's going to be severe punishment for what all of these creatures have done. They're not going to get away with this. There's a lot of fucked up beings in this realm that don't want that to happen. There's going to be punishment and consequences for what these demonic fucking creatures have done. And there's no one in this realm that will stop me from doing that. No one. No one. No one in this realm. No one in this matrix. Not a single spirit will stop me from doing what must be done. Goodbye for now, Felix.
Yeah. That is really cool. Yeah. If you had to introduce Elias to somebody meeting him for the first time, what would you say?
Oh, I'd just say this is Elias. He's my youngest. He's a very happy boy. Yeah, he loves to meet new people, so we introduce him a lot.
I can tell that he's very social.
Yeah, he's very, very social. That's a characteristic of Fragile X, is they're super social. They love to make people laugh, especially Elias.
Doo-doo-doo! Doo-doo-doo! This is pretty cool, right? Would you like to spin it with me? Let's see how fast we can make it spin. Go, go, go. Here, it's your turn. Let's spin it fast. That is going so fast. Thank you for spinning it with me. As I was setting up my equipment, he saw this umbrella looking thing that's part of my lights, and he became fixated on it. And he wanted to touch it and play with it and spin it. Is that part of the Fragile X, like hyperfixation?
Yeah. Yep, he is very fixated on movement and the flashing lights.
So right now he found my lighting equipment and he's just turning it on and off.
Yeah.
Does he love stuff like this?
He does, yeah. The repetitive motion, the light turning on and off.
Good job. Whoa. This is so cool. What is Fragile X?
It is a gene mutation on the X chromosome. It is extra copies, CCG repeats. So like a normal person would have under 50, I guess. I don't know the exact numbers. I'm still learning myself, but Fragile X comes into play. The full mutation when you have over 200 repeats. So Elias has over 200 and I'm a carrier, so I pass this to him. And I have 128 repeats. So I was very close to full mutation. So that makes it, so when I have a kid, it's a 50-50 chance because I have 2 X chromosomes for it to expand to the full mutation. But it can pass silently through families before people find out, because if you are a carrier, you might never know.
Did you not know?
No, I had no idea until I had Elias.
Maisie, what's it like to have a brother?
Good.
What's your favorite thing to do with your brother?
Play with my brother.
You two play together? What kind of things do you play?
We like to play run away from Elias.
What is it like to have a brother?
Fun.
What makes having a brother fun?
Being hopeful.
Whoa.
Is he usually hyperfixated on one thing?
Yeah, he'll go through phases where he likes only one toy or only one object that he wants to play with.
Oh, thank you. Tell me about the chaos of having 3 kids with a husband who's deployed in the military.
There's always noise, there's always chaos.
What's your favorite thing about playing with your brother?
He needs help sometimes, so I just play with him and help him.
Yeah, he's really good about his routines, like going to the table with his food. He's very particular about a lot of things that I think most 2-year-olds wouldn't be as particular about.
Mommy, can you give me a bowl
You want a
to
paper
crack
towel?
it?
You can just crack it on the paper towel. Just hit it on the table.
What kind of things is he particular about?
His routine, he wants everything to be the same day to day, basically. But it's a lot of smaller routines as well. Like bedtime, we have to do bedtime exactly the same, or it will throw him right off. He likes to, like, everybody gets their jammies on, brush his teeth, and then he has to say goodnight to Nolan and Maisie before he would go to bed.
How does he say goodnight?
We go to their beds and we give him a hug, we give him a kiss, and then he turns the light off. Like, he needs to do the light switch himself.
What will happen if that routine breaks?
He won't go to sleep, he'll cry, he'll throw a fit.
So a lot of times with developmental disabilities, that routine and structure is a big part of it.
Yeah.
But this is interesting that it manifests even in early childhood.
Yeah, when he was actually a really little baby, he cried a lot in the car, and I would play my playlist of songs, and they would always be in the same order. Like the first song would come on as soon as we got in the car, and I started to realize that if I switched it up, he would cry even more, or again.
Just as a baby?
As a baby, around like 4 to 6 months old, I noticed that. Nobody knows what Fragile X is. Like, everybody knows what autism is. So I'll just be like, oh yes, Fragile X, it's a lot like autism. And then people be like, oh, okay, like they totally understand, but.
Could you say the symptoms are very similar, but Fragile X is actually something genetic and they know what causes it?
Yeah, so Fragile X is genetic, and it is similar where they are delayed and the fixations on items and like hand flapping and stuff when he gets excited.
When he was with his brother, I saw him going like this. Does he do that often?
Mm-hmm, the repetitive motions, the rocking.
So they now call these a gene mutation. I still call it a genetic disorder. And I think that some people can get easily misled by the term gene mutation, because they will think, oh, it's just something that God didn't create. It's something created, it's some mistake of evolution. And that's where the excuses come in. And I know human psychology well enough that if there are excuses available, humans will reach out and grab for those excuses. They don't want to blame the designer, the creator, the architect. They don't want to say it's a genetic disorder. It's designed. She's a carrier, okay? It's designed to be a ticking time bomb. You never know when this is going to happen. And most people don't know what they're carriers of at all, genetically. His mom didn't know that she's a carrier for this. She had no idea. It's part of the design. I wish I could hammer this through to people, but I know deep down that I could speak for years more and decades. And most people, this is what is frustrating for me, will never understand what I'm saying. And some will nod their heads and pretend they understand, but they don't. Because they want to believe that the genes somehow magically mutated on Earth and it wasn't meant to cause harm to children. Oh, but it was. It's a genetic disorder. And there's thousands of them. Thousands of genetic disorders that affect children. And I know, based on conversations, based on comments, based on what people say in chat, based on comments all over YouTube by the thousands. I used to read thousands of comments a week. I don't think I do anymore. I might read hundreds. But I used to read thousands and thousands of comments on videos a week all over YouTube to get a sense of humanity and where the average idiot is at mentally. And I know that most humans are excuse lovers, excuse makers, excuse lovers, not truth seekers, and not ones that want to face the truth. If you give them any wiggle room, that's what they will do. That's what they will do. They'll try to wiggle their way out of it. So they'll say it's a gene mutation. It's not God's fault. The genes just magically mutated and caused this boy to be this way and other children. And it's not God's fault. And that's what humans are good at. They're good at defending monsters. They're good at making excuses. And there might even be some tuned in right now to my channel. There's not many watching right now at the moment because we're on El Diablo. We're not live on the Sanity Machine. We usually get 25, 30, 35, 40, maybe 50 watching on the Sanity Machine. Anyway, what I'm getting at is if there's an excuse available, most humans will take the excuse rather than fake the truth or face the truth. Most humans will take the excuse okay. Yes, Stockholm Syndrome, slave think. I've been examining human psychology, not reading textbooks. observing humans, their behavior, observing human behavior. I don't have to sit in a college lecture hall or spend $200, $300, $400, $500 on a college or university level textbook. I observe mass behavior, human behavior, group behavior, and individual humans, and what they do. And what they mostly do is they make excuses. They dodge, they deflect, they deny. They don't reflect. They don't look within. They don't introspect. They don't face their own behavior, what they've done their whole life. They don't say to themselves, yeah, I've been making excuses for monsters. They don't do that. Stockholm Syndrome slave think. Exactly. That's something I've talked about for years. Stockholm Syndrome slave think. It's on a mass scale. It isn't one or two. It isn't 1,000 humans or 1,000,000. It's almost every being on earth that you would call human or that looks human that behaves that way. Very rare are the examples of ones that don't do that, that take another path, that say, as much as this is uncomfortable, I'm going to face the truth as it is. I'm not going to make excuses for the creator and say it's because of this, it's because of the fall of man, it's because Adam and Eve ate the fucking apple or forbidden fruit in the garden, it's because of this, it's this, and they go every direction. Rare are the beings that say, no, I'm going to face the way it is. It's designed this way. I don't like the design. I don't want it to be evil and to create suffering and hardship and disabilities and genetic disorders for children. But it is this way. I'm going to face things as they are, like a strong being with a spine, a mind, a spine, a heart that cares and cares for others and cares about the truth itself. The truth as a thing, the truth itself, care for truth. This is rare. This is extremely rare in this realm, and I can't overstate that. This is extremely rare here in this hell realm system. And I don't believe that most people that have been on my channel even truly understand that and can acknowledge that in the same way that I am. I've yet to truly see that. Now, there might be a couple, there might be a handful out of the thousands and thousands and thousands that have been on my channels over the years. But it's rare even on my channel. But it's extremely rare in this realm. Because most beings don't want to look at this and say it's built into the design. It isn't by chance. It's not an accident. It's not a mistake. It's not his parents' fault. It's not evolution. It's not a Big Bang. It's not genes doing it. It's not genes mutating somehow on their own doing this. It's built into it, the design of this place. And people will shake their heads. This is what humans usually do and say, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. It makes perfect sense. It's designed to cause suffering, hardship, confusion, to make lives harder for parents, for children, for families. It's designed this way because it is evil. It's an evil design. It's a malevolent design. So stop. If you're one of these beings that is shaking your head all the time, stop doing that. Look in a goddamn mirror and say, I'm not going to shake my head and pretend it makes no sense. I'm going to start realizing it makes sense, but it isn't what I want. It makes sense, but it isn't the way you want it. But stop doing that thing saying it makes no sense. I can't stand to be around those people because you're not being honest. That's why. That's why it bothers me, because you're not paying attention to the truth and you're not being honest with yourself and with where you are. If you say it makes no sense, it makes perfect sense the way this is designed. Just like a dungeon that's torturing people, it's horrible and it's evil, But you can't say it makes no sense. It does make sense because these sadistic, torturing demons love to inflict harm. So they have dungeons where they do that. It's not that it makes no sense. It's that it's evil. And it's evil by design. It's evil by design, by choice. It's not an accident. So you got to stop making these stupid excuses. If you're one of these beings tuned in listening that's doing that your whole life, it's actually you're doing something that's wrong at that point because you're denying and you're pretending. It makes no sense. And that's why some of you leave when I start speaking this way, because it bothers you. It bothers you to be called out, knowing that there's probably one or two. Every time I speak like this, there's probably 1, 2, 3 people. There might be a third of the audience that's still doing what I'm saying, shaking your heads and saying it makes no sense. This place makes no sense. The design makes no sense. Disease, you'll say it makes no sense. All that, this is a cop-out that you're doing. You're weaklings. You're not strong enough to face the truth. You're not honest enough to face the truth. You're being a spiritual coward and a weakling and lazy and dishonest. And that's what a lot of you are in this realm. The vast, vast majority of you cannot face the truth. You'll shake your heads and say it makes no sense. When I'm explaining how it makes perfect sense, I'm not just saying it makes sense. I explain it and I show evidence that it makes sense. It's not what I want. I don't want this realm to be evil, but it is evil. I don't want this evil design, but it is an evil design. It is. So you're a liar if you're shaking your head saying it makes no sense. That makes you a liar. And that's what some of you do. And I've seen humans do that from young age all the way till they're old, shaking their heads as 85-year-olds, 95-year-olds saying it makes no sense or saying this realm makes no sense. They never bothered in 95 years to try to really figure out how this works and stop going by their fucking emotions and really look at it, think about it. But it hurts their brains to think because their fucking brains have been atrophied after a lifetime of not using them and doing the bare minimum just to survive. Thinking requires energy. You might have to fuel your brain. You might have to eat. You might have to sleep. You might have to do more than just be an automaton that's a fucking programmed robot that goes to a job every day and does your programmed robot tasks. You might have to do more than that to think and burn some energy, fuel your brain. A lot of you aren't willing to do that. A lot of you aren't. A lot of you aren't willing to take supplements, vitamins every day to supplement your diet because our food is vitamin deficient. It's depleted. The soil's depleted. Hence, the food is depleted. You're not willing to take vitamins. You're not willing to take, let's say, fish oils and things like that. And you're not willing to fuel your fucking brain. You're not willing to eat organ meats and liver and stuff like that, which I'm willing to do. I'm willing to do what it takes to fuel my brain so that while I'm in this realm, I can think properly and think clearly and not be a zombie, not be a dead-minded fucking zombie like these vegans with vegan brain. They have no attention span. They have no energy, no stamina, no vitality. They don't have the vigor of a Viking that's Viking strong. They don't have the stamina and the testosterone and the strength and the courage and the conviction and the care for truth that I do. These vegan brained losers on YouTube. Jack Talcott is just one of them. It's not the only one. There's plenty of them. Brain starved. Cholesterol starved. Their brain is starving for animal fats, for meat fats, for cholesterol. Brain starved of cholesterol. Brain starved of B vitamins, like B12, for example. It's not the only vitamin they're missing. They're depleted in so many ways, and they can't think clearly. They have vegan brain syndrome. I'm not saying that explains all of his psychotic behavior, but it's part of it. You can also get vitamin deficiency induced psychosis. Vegans, all right? It's not a healthy diet, all right? Right? As that Tommy Truth Dodgers would say, right? Right? The one that looks like an old Rod Stewart, right? Right? So stop starving your brain. I'm not saying focus on, oh, I want to live to be 120 here and think that if you have a perfect diet, you're going to be perfectly healthy. This realm doesn't work that way. And I'm aware of that. But you can do certain things so that you don't starve your fucking brain. At least do that much. So that while you're here, you're able to think clearly. That's what your goal should be. Not to live here forever like some of these fucking idiots that are obsessed with this place and they want to live in their body like that beast Baxter Lard wants to live in that ugly body forever. But the least you can do is feed your fucking brain so that you can think properly. Do that much, please. Or don't come around me. Maybe I'll put it that way. Don't come around me if you can't do that much. If you're a vegan, you're on the wrong channel. Because if you're a vegan and you've been vegan for more than months, but for years, you can't think properly. You can't. Your brain is starving. And it takes a lot of energy and calories, caloric intake, to think properly, to think clearly. At a bare minimum. But it also takes work. It takes practice. It takes breaking free from programming. Thinking requires a lot. And vegans don't demonstrate that they can do it. They look like corpses, like this Jack in the Box. Look at this thing. This fucking thing on the screen. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at that thing. Pooyah! Hit him with the pooyah. He looks like an angry corpse. Look at that thing. He should be renting out billboard space on his forehead. Creepy creature. Now I'm going to go back to this. And I'm encouraging people to watch this without excuses. Without saying, oh, the genes just mutated. A good God wouldn't design a place like this. A good creator or a good architect, designer. They say, oh, it's intelligent design. How about you look at the flaws? How about you look at the suffering and the disease and the genetic disorders? They're designed to exist here. What good God or good creator would do that?
He's a sensory seeker for sure.
This is so cool. Woo! Look how fast it's going. What is your biggest hope for his future?
I hope that he gains some independence, because it's really likely that he'll always have to live with my husband, and I will always have to take care of him to some extent. But I hope that maybe one day he'll be able to move into like an assisted apartment or something, and he'll be able to have a job.
What was it like for you when you realized that most likely he will need to live with you or require care for his life?
It was kind of a huge shift on how I envisioned the... Don't put that in there. Yucky.
Mommy, what is this?
It is a membrane from the egg.
Oh.
Yeah.
I pulled over.
Like I had my kids really young, so I always envisioned like I'll be like in my early 40s and all my kids will be like out of the nest for the most part, and I'll get to go travel or do things, you know, like that. But now I've had to shift that perspective to like, okay, Elias is always going to be with us.
Is there anything unique about your brother?
What does that mean?
Unique means like special, something that makes him one of a kind.
Being nice.
Elias, I have a question for you. Do you love Nolan?
That's yes.
Is there anything special about your brother?
It's that he likes to play with us and he likes to chase us.
Do you teach the other kids about Fragile X?
I have tried to explain it in a way that they understand. I just tell them that Elias's brain works a little differently than other people's brains, and he does things a little differently. And to them, though, he's really just normal. He learns a lot. He picks up a lot from his siblings. I think that has really made a difference in his development progressing.
Does he have an egg that he's trying to undo, Mom?
Yeah, he's trying to peel it.
Oh, just like us. He probably sees us doing it, right, Mom? Probably sees us doing it.
And I try to take a back seat when he tries things like this and let him ask me for help.
Wow.
Do you like that your brother's watching and learning?
Yeah. Because he's watching us and peeling the eggs. And did you eat the shell?
They say that every like 7,000 to 4,000 boys are born with Fragile X, and it's less common in girls because girls have 2 X chromosomes, so sometimes the other X chromosome can compensate and they have lesser symptoms, so it goes unnoticed. Oh, I forgot to mention actually, carriers of Fragile X, we're not completely unaffected. We're affected differently. As you get older, you can develop Fragile X, like related tremors. We're also more likely to have dementia in old age. It's more likely that we could be autistic than just the normal population, or have ADHD, which I have. I lose my train of thought all the time. And,
How do you describe ADHD to somebody who's not familiar with it?
it's like living in a world of people who just know how to do the thing and you did not get the instructions of how to do the thing in a timely manner, so you're like scrambling around, you're like trying to collect all of the ingredients or everything you need to like try to get things done, and it's not like a smooth path.
Lily, we're gonna sit together.
All right, I shared this one already the other day, days ago. I remember this one. The only known case of her genetic disorder. She's one of a kind. And some people would get the wrong idea, as humans do, and would say that I'm making fun. I'm not making fun. She's literally one of a kind. She's the only known case that has this particular genetic disorder. Why do genetic disorders exist at all? Why do genetic disorders exist in this realm for anyone at all? Why is it even possible? Well, that right away says that it's an imperfect realm, an imperfect design, the genes of humans. Well, that would mean your God, your creator, is not perfect, which many people claim it is. They claim it's God is perfect. Well, the creation is very imperfect. So no, your God is not perfect. And no, your God is not good. Look around. Look around. And start facing where you are, if you can, if you're strong enough. I don't know if you are strong enough. You're going to have to prove that to me, because a lot of people in my life, in this lifetime, have lied to me and said they're strong, they're not afraid, they're this, and they've turned out, or they're loyal, they're strong, they're loyal, they're whatever, and it's just empty words. And that's another thing humans are good at, is spewing out empty words that aren't true and being pretenders. As I've called humanity various times, they're the great pretenders. The great pretenders. Where? Just on Earth? No, I think humans overall are the great pretenders in this so-called universe, this matrix, and beyond. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if humans were the greatest pretenders and truth dodgers that exist anywhere. Anywhere. Because you really are great at pretending. You're great at pretending every day that this isn't a hell realm, that I'm wrong, that this is a good place created by a good and perfect and loving God. And it doesn't match reality whatsoever. So you are pretending. Most humans pretend their whole lives here. Lies/lives. Same thing, really. You live lies. Most of you don't live honest lives. You live lies. You do. And you get recycled and you do it again. And you pretend again. And you know what upsets you? Beings like me coming along and upsetting the fucking apple cart saying, you know what? You're pretending. You're not facing reality. You're not facing the truth. You're not facing where you are and how this place is designed, how it operates, how it functions, how it's designed. You're not facing it. And I can't force you to do that. I can't make you do anything. But there's a cost to not facing it. And I've even shown you that to try to help you. Just like I would help somebody in a hypothetical situation if they stopped. If I was living in some town and at the end of a dead end road, there's a cliff. And I'd say, don't speed going down this road. It's a dead end. And there's barely a barricade at the end. It's not like a guardrail or a big system to stop you. You'll fly right off a cliff. If you speed down that road, don't go. It's dangerous. Stranger asking me for directions. Go the other way. I would try to help you out. But the way humans are, they insist on speeding over the cliff. They insist on doing what will get them recycled. They insist on pretending that this is a good realm made by a good creator / God / deity / Lord / Father / source / whatever. Call it what you will. It doesn't matter. The label, the word that you give it doesn't matter. The behavior of it is what matters. What it's done and what it's doing and how it's designed this fucking hellhole. Is there goodness within this matrix, within this sewer matrix? Yes. Yes. Is there some kindness? Yes. Some beauty? Yes. In art, in nature, in music? Yes. Some love? Yes. We brought that in. We brought that in here. Goodness, kindness, beauty, love. That's from us. That's from the beings that are not from here. We brought that in here. Is there a certain level of it, though, that is tolerated in this hell realm to make it seem believable as an illusion so that it's not pure hell and obvious? Yes. Is it a tricky place? Yes. It's a tricky realm. Yes. It's a realm of illusions. Yes. Halls of mirrors. Layers and layers and hallways full of mirrors. In a maze. Yes. Full of liars. Yes. Filled with millions and millions and millions. You couldn't count the number of lies here. Infinite lies, I'll say. Infinite lies. Yes. Deceptions. Yes. Psyops. Yes. Evil creatures that are allowed to have power in this realm for thousands of years. Yes. Yes. That's what this place is. Is it a place of recycling? Yes. Of air, water? Yes. Urine, waste? Yes. Bodies? Yes. Animals? Yes. Flesh and blood gets recycled here? Yes. Garbage gets recycled here. Waste of all types and manner, including waste that takes a long time to decompose, like plastics, for example. Yes, it is. It recycles everything. Earth eats everything. Does this place recycle spirits? Yes. That's what the evidence shows. Yes. Yes. Does this place recycle food and waste? And in a sense, they're linked. Food and waste are linked with each other. Yes. In our bodies and our stomachs? Yes. In our intestines? Yes. And where waste ends up? On food? That's how food is grown, in waste? Fertilizer is waste? Yes. Yes. And waste ends up in our water, our rainwater, our river water, lake water. Piss ends up in the rainwater? Yes. Yes. In your tap water? Yes. Yes. Is this place designed as I'm describing it and as I've described it in thousands of videos and live streams? Yes. Can you watch my videos and then study reality, observe and see if it matches reality and if it's accurate, if it matches up? Yes, you can. If you're not lazy. But yes, you're free to do that at any time. See if what I'm saying in my videos matches reality, observable truth. Yes. Yes. Will most people deny everything on my channel without doing a drop of investigation and any energy or effort into studying my model? Yes, that's what they do. They deny it without looking. They do no investigation whatsoever. They're willfully ignorant losers, lazy creatures. Yes. Yes. Does the design and the suffering and the disease and the disorders and the waste recycling and everything in this realm prove that it's a sewer matrix the way that I've described in my model for years and again, thousands of videos? Yes, it does. If you study my model, is it undeniable what this place is? Yes. I would say yes. I would say only a liar would deny it at that point if they did the work of studying, because it makes perfect sense. Do I think most in this realm will ever do that work? No, I don't. No. How much faith do I have that people will spend the time studying and trying to understand where they are, what this place is? I would say almost no faith, almost none in humanity at this point. Almost none, almost zero. Not quite zero, but almost none. Why? Because I've tried to get people to look at what reality is for decades. Almost none ever do in reality. So I'm not going to have faith in beings that almost always are lazy and disappoint and don't investigate and research and think and observe and study. Almost none in the realm do that. So no, I'm not going to have faith in beings that demonstrate that they almost never do that. Almost none of them on Earth in this sewer matrix will ever look into what I'm speaking about. Ever. Ever. Much less do research beyond what I've done and beyond. They won't do it. Do I expect most to devote their lives to truth seeking? No. I think most people are satisfied with being entertained, having jobs, having a bit of spending money, entertainment, and just living out their lives or lies, as I've said. Lives. Lies is right in there and it fits. Most people live lies, not lives here. They live lies. They pretend. And they'll go to their graves like ignorant zombie slaves. They'll go to their graves like ignorant little zombie slaves, the way that their grandparents do, and their parents, and their friends, and everyone around them, their classmates, co-workers. That's the norm in this place, whether you like it or not. And that's where some of you get off track, believing that the truth feels good, and you have to like the truth, and it has to be something that suits you, and they get all confused, these zombies, believing that I want it to be a hell realm. They'll say that he promotes this hell realm. I don't promote anything like a hell realm. I say what I observe and what makes sense and what adds up. The pieces fit. I'm not promoting, as Talcott says, oh, you promote a hell realm. No, I don't. I call it what it is. I'll call water, water. I'll call a great big boulder a boulder. I'll call a tree a tree. I'll call a crow a crow. I'll call an eagle an eagle. I'll call an owl an owl. I'll call a whale, a dolphin, and I'll call a hell realm a hell realm. Doesn't mean I'm promoting it. I'm calling it what it is. But these demons warp and twist and lie. That's what they do. That should be obvious. Evil does that all the time. Do I think that I put together the most comprehensive model for what this reality is of anyone that I've ever come across? Yes, I do. Unapologetically and with confidence, I say that. Because I've looked for decades. I've examined this realm in fine detail and made videos, detailed videos, not just saying this is a hell realm. Videos focused on certain topics. There's a lot that you could learn on my channel. Do I think that most will learn? No, I don't. I don't have that faith in humanity at this point. After most of them that I've ever been in contact with being a disappointment at best, if not being two-faced, disloyal beyond just a disappointment. That's the way most are in this realm. Most in this realm don't know what loyalty means, and they don't care about loyalty. They have no care for loyalty, no care for truth, no care for beings that try to help them. They'll throw you under the bus or throw me under the bus, as they've done, in a heartbeat. That shows me yet again where I am. It's just another reminder of where I am and what this place is. And it isn't going to change. I can't change beings in this realm and make them into something that I would like them to be, like loyal beings that are loyal to people or spirits that help them. It doesn't work that way here. And I'm aware of that. Now, may it work that way somewhere else outside of this matrix? Yes, it could. Could things be entirely different outside of this matrix than the way they are in here? Yes. Yes. And I can imagine things being absolutely different than here. I could imagine a realm where you don't have to fear love and loyalty and trust, where it actually exists and it's real. You don't have to think this person's pretending to love me or be loyal one moment and throw me under the bus the next. Is that a possibility outside of this matrix? Yes, it's a possibility, for sure. If I can imagine it, then yes, could be that way. Do I expect it to be that way in this matrix? No, I don't. I'm not delusional. I don't have hopium. I'm not someone that warps my mind to pretend in this place. I'm viewing it as it is. Do I think this place will ever have good, caring, loving governments that work for the people? No, I don't. Again, because I'm not delusional and I don't have hopium. I'm not addicted to hopium. There's a lot in this realm that are hopium addicts. Do I expect this realm to change where all diseases will be wiped out? No. Natural disasters? No. Genetic disorders? No. No. That's baked into the cake. That's part of the design of this realm. It's part of the recipe that went into it. Those are design features that they wanted to be part of this matrix. Just like everything gets recycled, including our waste and animal waste. All right? Anyway, I have tried to show people where they are. And when I say that, they immediately start thinking, do you mean on a globe or a concave moon crater? No, no. I'm speaking about how this place operates shows you where you are, not just looking at the fucking ground beneath your feet. I'm trying to show you something that simpletons can't understand. There's a lot of simpletons in this realm. I'm trying to help you find your way out of a labyrinth inside of a matrix. With mirrors, reflections, and deceptions, and psyops, and lies and trickery all around you. Okay? Sorry about that. I had I had a visitor at the door. It's kind of a busy day today. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I don't want people to be miserable in this place. And I know some people just don't understand that. I've had this discussion with people where they say, he calls it a hell realm, and then he tells people not to be miserable. Yeah, you're in a hell realm. Why make it worse for yourself by being miserable? Why would you do that? I don't want miserable creatures around me that have no sense of humor. Losing your sense of humor is one of the things that this realm wants to do to you. So then you're just going along with it at that point. You're doing what this sewer matrix hell realm wants. If you lose your sense of humor, you lose your sense of care, you lose your kindness, then you're doing exactly what this place wants. You might as well just join the demons at that point. That's what they want you to do. They want you to be miserable. They want you to be humorless. They want to turn you into what they are. That's what demons do. They're not out just to feast upon you. They want you to become like them. They're recruiting. What are you going to do? What are you going to choose? What are you going to choose? Are you going to choose to follow them? Are you going to just follow the demons and become like the demons, become miserable twats like Twatcott and pricks and angry, miserable, lying, blaming everyone else, demonic losers, humorless, delusional, with your hands out begging for shekels, looking disheveled and angry every day? That guy's angry every day. Every day. And he'll call others negative. They always try to twist things around. It's creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. Creepy, 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 creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. Creepy, creepy, creepy creatures. Creepy, 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 creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. That's what they are, creepy creatures. Do you respect creepy creatures? Do you respect lying demons? If you know that you're in a hell realm, why would you respect creepy demons, demonic liars? I want people to do the opposite of choosing misery because some of it is a choice, not all of it. Some people can be suffering. I know chronic pain and all kinds of diseases, but that's not what I'm speaking about. I'm speaking about people that just kind of want to be miserable and they don't have to be. They're not in chronic pain every day. And even the ones that are in pain, I know some are not miserable. So it's possible to suffer without choosing to be a miserable twat. Someone that still tries to be a decent being, to enjoy some things, to enjoy some laughter, company, friendship. I don't want to be around miserable creatures, here or outside of here. I want people to enjoy what they can enjoy, even if it's the most simple things. Conversation with a friend, having a coffee or lunch together or dinner together, spending time with someone you care about, and enjoying that time together, enjoying those moments and that bond you have, enjoying your time with someone. That's choosing something other than misery. That's choosing to enjoy what you can. Now, the strongest beings would try to enjoy what they can and not let a dungeon make them miserable or break them. Now, I don't encourage dungeons. I don't promote dungeons. I don't want that. I'm just saying if you find yourself in a bad, evil situation, to try to be strong and not let them break you. And we find ourselves in a hell realm. That's where we are. Now, some of our lives are better than others in this hell realm. My lifetime might be much easier than yours. Some in this realm might have had an easier life than me. I'm not going to say whether my life was tremendously hard or tremendously easy. It varies. It's a spectrum. But no matter what happens, I'm not going to let this place turn me into a miserable creature. Does that mean I don't grieve loss and feel for others? I do. But I'm still not letting this realm make me miserable. And I hope people understand that. That's something I encourage people not to let it make you miserable. I want you to enjoy what you can, the small pleasures. I think that's good advice, no matter what's happening here.
Nubia K. Doctor and her twin brother Victor were born on May 26, 2000 to parents Sandra K. Doctor and Victor Bustillo. Nubia was named after her paternal aunt and shared a middle name with her mother. Victor, of course, was named after his father. Now, there are conflicting reports as to where exactly the twins were born, with some claiming they were born at Jackson Memorial Hospital in Miami, Florida, and others claiming that they were born in Spokane, Washington. However, on May 29, 2009, just a few days after their 9th birthday, the twins were adopted by Carmen and Jorge Barahona. We'll touch on why that happened in a bit later on in our story. Keep in mind, Sandra had 4 children before the twins were born, and all of them had been taken from her. In addition to her twin Victor, Nubia had 2 adopted siblings, an older brother named George, who was autistic, and a younger sister. Nubia had blonde hair, big hazel eyes, and a bright, toothy smile. She liked school, and her teachers loved her. She shared a close bond with her twin and was always watching out for him. She would even meet Victor at his classroom door at the end of every day. Even as a young girl, Nubia was kind and understanding. She once told a school counselor she understood why other kids used up all the hot water or got extra snacks. She said they needed extra because of their special needs. She loved all of her siblings, and her affection for them could be seen in family photographs.
However, Nubia was born with an extremely rare medical condition called congenital adrenal hyperplasia. It is caused by the lack of an enzyme called 21-hydroxylase. Both her biological parents carried this recessive gene, meaning their children had a 1 in 4 chance to inherit the condition. Her fraternal twin brother did not have the disease. Without the enzyme, her body produced too little cortisol, aldosterone, and androgens. Without enough cortisol, her body couldn't respond to stress, making it hard to maintain blood pressure, blood sugar, and energy levels. Without enough aldosterone, it was hard for her body to regulate salt and potassium levels, leading to dehydration. Without enough androgens, her body struggled to grow and develop properly. Her condition was diagnosed when she was an infant. She was prescribed medication to treat the disease and to help her body grow. She needed regular doctor's appointments to make sure her hormone levels stayed consistent. Victor was born with a cleft palate and had surgery as an infant to repair it.
Trouble started only a few days after the twins came home from the hospital. Their mother, Sandra, was addicted to both coke and heroin. She sometimes worked as a sex worker to help pay for her addiction. When the twins were 4 days old, DCF got a call about Sandra's drug use. Subsequently, both Nubia and Victor were placed into foster care. At 2 months old, Victor was returned to Sandra's care, but because of her illness, Nubia was fostered until she was 7 months old.
About a year later, police were called when Sandra threw a telephone at Victor Sr. A report was made to DCF, but they took no action. At some point during the following year, Sandra moved out. She still sometimes stayed with Victor Sr. and the kids, but other times she was homeless. In 2003, Sandra was admitted to Mercy Hospital, and she told staff she'd been abusing drugs. DCF ended Sandra's parental rights, leaving the twins in custody of their father. According to DCF, Victor Sr., who worked in Miami as a fisherman, could give them a safe home. Nubia and Victor loved their father. At school, a DCF worker saw the kids running to him, eagerly showing off a new toy. Their interactions were positive, and Nubia and Victor both looked happy. However, the home he lived in was dirty and full of roaches. He often didn't have food for them. Sandra still visited, screaming at Nubia and giving Victor bruises. In March of 2004, Victor Sr. was arrested for essaying a little girl in the neighborhood. He was eventually found guilty of just misdemeanor battery for the incident. He also pled guilty to felony CA for touching the twins inappropriately as well. He was sentenced to just 5 years probation. He agreed to give up any right to the twins. At that point, they were taken away and were put in foster care with Jorge and Carmen Barahona. At first, it was a temporary placement. Their father wanted his brother, Isidro Reyes, and his wife, Ana, to take care of the children, but they lived out of state, and the paperwork that was required took time. Carmen lived in West Miami-Dade, Florida, with her first husband. She had been married for 24 years and had raised a family there. She had a grown son, Renee, and a grown daughter named Jennifer. In 1994, she divorced her first husband. She kept the family home on Southwest 47th Terrace, and Jorge moved in. It was a nice home, 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, in a nice neighborhood. Her son Renee said their family was very normal growing up. His mom, Carmen, worked at a pediatric doctor's office nearby, and she had for many years. He had been close to his mom even after he moved into his own place, but stopped visiting once she got remarried. He said he tried to give Jorge a chance, but said he never liked the man. He told police that Jorge had always creeped him out. On January 19th of 1996, Carmen married Jorge. She was 45 and he was 38. The wedding happened 2 months after her divorce was finalized. Jennifer still lived in the family home when her mother remarried and said the couple seemed to get along well. However, said Jorge was controlling. He always wanted to know where Carmen was. If she didn't answer the phone at her desk when she was supposed to be at work, Jennifer said Jorge would lose his temper and throw a fit. Later in 1996, Jorge founded a pest management company called CJ's Pest Exterminator. In 1999, the couple became licensed foster parents. In 2001, they adopted their first child named George. In 2004, a 7-month-old baby girl referred to in documents as JB was placed with the couple. That same year, both Nubia and Victor were placed in the couple's household.
In December of that year, a nurse practitioner was concerned Nubia was missing medical appointments. Records show that both Victor and Nubia needed to go to the dentist, but Carmen and Jorge didn't take them. Caseworkers were supposed to visit every 30 days to make sure the twins were doing well, but the visits didn't happen as scheduled. And when a caseworker did check in, most of the time they didn't talk to Nubia or Victor. Nubia and Victor started kindergarten at Royal Palm Elementary in 2005. In January of that year, Nubia told someone at the school that her father was touching her inappropriately. Staff were concerned and made a report using the Florida CA hotline. A DCF supervisor wasn't sure if Nubia was talking about her birth father or Jorge. Suspicion fell on the birth father since he had admitted to touching the children while they were in his care, and the report was closed with no investigation of Jorge. Staff also noted an incident where Nubia accidentally wet her pants at school. Nubia's teacher said that she would call Carmen to bring a change of clothes, but Nubia became frantic. She told the teacher Carmen would hit the bottoms of her feet with a shoe. Afterwards, Nubia locked herself in the bathroom and cried.
Around this time, Anna and Isidro, the aunt and uncle, were still trying to get custody of Nubia and Victor. Anna was a stay-at-home mom and Isidro was a teacher. They had been married for 26 years and had 3 grown children. They wrote in their application that they had a large home, support from extended family, and plenty of love for the twins. They had completed the out-of-state requirements and had been approved by the state of Florida. But Carmen and Jorge did not want to let Nubia and Victor go. Instead, they filed paperwork to try to adopt the twins. In February of 2006, Nubia showed up at school with bruises on her chin and neck. After a report via a hotline, DCF made the couple take Nubia to a state doctor in Miami. The doctor, a member of a government child protection team, believed Carmen and Jorge when they said Nubia had fallen. The investigation was subsequently closed.
In March of 2007, Nubia was nervous, jittery, and losing her hair. She was always hungry, and she started stealing food from the teachers and other children. She was hoarding food and taking it home. She was dirty and ungroomed. She came to school smelling of feces and stale urine. Her nose often appeared scratched. She fell down a lot. The school made another report to DCF. Carmen blamed the smell, hunger, scratches, and other signs on Nubia's medical issues. Carmen told the DCF worker that the medical issues with Nubia's private parts caused the smell. According to Carmen, and mind you, these are all her own words, Nubia was considered intersex. In fact, Carmen often used this as an excuse, and it worked. DCF accepted Carmen's explanation even though it wasn't even true.
Meanwhile, Nubia was still missing medical appointments. When she did go, Carmen and Jorge put the 7-year-old girl in a medical bus that would drop her off at the doctor's office. Nubia had to do the rest all by herself. One of DCF's own caseworkers noted this child is very medically needy and should not be missing appointments because the foster parent does not want to take her. At one of these appointments, Nubia told doctors she was afraid something terrible was going to happen to her. She also said, and this is a 7-year-old girl, said she wanted to unalive herself. The doctors believed Nubia was depressed. The foster review panel told Carmen and Jorge to arrange for Nubia to go to therapy, and they did not. Still, DCF believed the couple's story about her condition and did nothing to make them take better medical care of her. They since closed the investigation. Paul Newman, who is the guardian ad litem for the twins, did not believe Carmen and Jorge. Newman was a volunteer advocate, and he was supposed to figure out what was best for Nubia and Victor. He spoke to school staff and DCF caseworkers. He read all the reports. He visited the twins at school during their lunch hour. He talked to their aunt and uncle in Texas. He did not think the twins were safe and did not think Carmen and Jorge should be allowed to adopt them. He even went as far to speak out against them at a pre-adoption hearing in September of 2007. School staff also spoke at the pre-adoption hearing, providing testimony about the many incidents they had witnessed. They also spoke about the DCF reports they had submitted. In response to their testimony, the judge in charge of the hearing ordered a psychological evaluation of Nubia. The evaluation did not occur until 5 months later. In a series of letters, Carmen and Jorge claimed Newman didn't like them. First, they wrote to the administrator of the foster agency they worked with. Later, they wrote to Florida Governor Charlie Crist. They claimed Mr. Newman was conspiring against them, tampering with witnesses, and violating their civil rights. On February 12, 2008, Dr. Vanessa Archer performed the court-ordered psychological evaluation. She did not have access to much of the critical information about Nubia. She couldn't see school records and didn't know Nubia and Victor had to repeat first grade because they were performing poorly. Her report said the twins were excelling academically, which was not true. She didn't have the information about the reports of possible CA or descriptions of Nubia's behavior and demeanor at school. Details of Dr. Archer's meeting with Nubia were not recorded anywhere. However, a judge familiar with Dr. Archer and her work described another case that he observed. In that case, the doctor did all her preparation for testimony in 10 minutes. In that short amount of time, she reviewed the medical notes and spoke briefly with the child and foster mother. The judge referred to these actions as drive-by diagnosis. On February 22nd, Dr. Archer filed her report saying that Nubia and Victor had bonded with their foster parents. Removing them, she said, would cause undue harm. In her words, adoption by Carmen and Jorge was clearly in their best interest and should proceed with no further delay. Drive-by diagnosis indeed.
In March of that year, photos showed all 4 children posed with their Easter baskets. On their birthday in May, the twins shared a birthday cake. Nubia smiled for the camera. On August 8th, the foster care review panel noted that Nubia still had not received any therapy. A DCF assessment from around that time reported that the couple's home appeared neat and clean, free from odors and clutter. The cupboards were well stocked and the yard was nicely manicured. Caseworkers seemed more focused on the appearance of safety instead of actual safety. In October, Nubia appeared thinner. She dressed up as a princess in a pink gown and posed in family photos with the other children. On Christmas Day, all 4 children posed in front of the Christmas tree. Nubia opened presents, a painting set, a Bratz doll purse, and a Disney princess blanket.
Neighbors noticed the house changed after Jorge moved in. They don't remember exactly when the changes happened, but by 2009, the house seemed like a fortress. A tall wooden fence enclosed the back of the property. An electronic gate was installed in front of the driveway, and it was often locked. Beware of dog signs warned visitors away, and surveillance cameras recorded anyone approaching the house. Large bushes on either side hid the front door from view. That year, all the children were missing a lot of school. A school employee made a home visit. The gate was open, and Jorge's red pesticide company truck was in the driveway. Nobody answered the door, so she left a letter. Carmen called the school 4 days later and said Nubia needed a medical procedure. School staff noticed the twins were being treated differently. George and the younger girl appeared clean when they came to school, but Nubia and Victor were dirty. Carmen brought cupcakes to celebrate George's birthday in April, but didn't bring cupcakes for the twins a month later. Family photos showed Nubia and Victor posing with a birthday cake on May 25th, but there were no presents in the photos. 4 days later, the adoption was finalized on May 29th. The twins were photographed in front of the courthouse. The judge for the adoption relied heavily on Dr. Archer's evaluation when making the decision. The adoption was allowed because her report said the twins had already bonded with Carmen and Jorge.
In the Halloween photos that year, Nubia looked bony and unwell, with large eyes and prominent cheekbones. Nubia did not appear in the Christmas photos. Only Victor, George, and the younger girl posed in front of the tree. Life in the Barahona home was getting more difficult. The family had secrets, but nobody was telling. Neighbor James Shepard said that Jorge was struggling with his mood or maybe drugs in April of 2010. He said that his hair was a mess and his eyes appeared glazed. According to the neighbor, Jorge seemed super paranoid. He talked about people breaking in and keeping your gates locked. He seemed afraid of an undefined conspiracy.
That same month, teachers reported Nubia smelled so strongly that other students started to complain. School counselor Carol Pena began meeting with Nubia a few times a week. Even though their meetings happened at the end of the day, Nubia still smelled like old urine. When Nubia stole chocolate from a teacher at school, Ms. Pena asked her why. Nubia said she was hungry, so the counselor arranged for her to get milk and fruit at school twice a day. Ms. Pena started to meet with Nubia every day she came to school, so that Carmen seemed annoyed by her efforts to help the little girl.
In May of 2010, there were no photos of the twins on their 10th birthday. At school, Nubia had asked Joanne Muniz, the PTA president, if she would make their cupcakes. Ms. Muniz baked them cupcakes and brought them to school, but neither Nubia nor Victor were there that day. Nubia missed 2 weeks of school in May and another week in June. She said they went to Disney World in June, but Ms. Pena didn't believe her. In all, Ms. Pena met with Nubia 20 times. Nubia never revealed any of the problems at home. She said she loved her mom and dad. During one of their meetings, Nubia described a disturbing dream. In it, buildings were on fire. Her dad was shooting people in the dream, and then he turned and shot her.
On June 9th, Ms. Pena called the DCF CA hotline to report a case of suspected abuse. Like she had been in March of 2007, Nubia was again jittery. Her hair was falling out. She was uncontrollably hungry. The excuses Carmen had used to explain Nubia's many absences seemed suspicious. Carmen said Nubia had a medical procedure, but the notes weren't from Nubia's regular doctor. June 24th, DCF dismissed this case with no further action. That summer, Carmen and Jorge removed the twins from public school. The couple said they planned to homeschool the children, but that year, only George and the younger daughter were photographed in front of their Christmas tree.
On February 10th, 2011, DCF received an urgent phone call from a children's therapist. Carmen's granddaughter, now 6 years old, told the therapist that she knew a family secret. She said Nubia and Victor were tied up and forced to sit in the bathtub. DCF investigator Andrea Fleary was sent to look for the twins. She spoke to Carmen, who said that Jorge and the twins had moved out, which wasn't true at all. Carmen later admitted she lied to the investigator. Ms. Fleary did not check the house. She never looked in the bathtub. She didn't see Nubia or Victor, but she filled out her paperwork. She checked a box that said she had notified the police of the situation. She had not. She checked another box that indicated the twins were safe. They were not. She stopped looking for them around 9 p.m. on Friday. When asked why, she said DCF didn't do investigations on the weekend.
On February 12th, a Saturday, Jorge showed up at his sister, Laura Barahona's house. She was surprised to see Jorge. She had not seen or spoken to her brother in 3 years. Jorge had Victor with him. The young boy had a cut on his lip that was so deep that Laura thought he needed stitches. When asked about the cut, he said Victor had fallen and hurt himself. Jorge told his sister that he had nowhere to go, claiming that he and Carmen had separated. He told Laura that he lost Nubia, that she had run away while they were at a motel. When she pressed him for more information, he changed his story and said Nubia was at home with Carmen. A little later, while feeding Victor, she noticed he had bruises on his wrists, as if he had been tied up. Laura was so concerned, she called her brother Julio and asked him to contact DCF.
Julio called the DCF hotline. Instead of sending police to Laura's house, the hotline counselor told Julio someone would look into it, but not that day, maybe in 24 hours. The hotline counselor did not know that investigator Fleary was looking for Nubia or Victor. Desperate to get help, Julio drove to a local police station where he was provided a phone number for DCF. He called and left a message. However, when DCF called back the next day, they told him to talk to the police. Meanwhile, Jorge and Victor left Laura's house, leaving no clue as to where they went. They did, however, leave a bag behind. We'll talk about what was in that bag in a little bit. Meanwhile, Laura continued to call DCF all weekend long, but still got no help. She went to 3 different police stations in Broward County, Miami, and Miami-Dade, asking if they could issue an Amber Alert. Police were unable to help her. Finally, on Monday, February 14th, DCF investigator Andrea Filleri called Laura, but it was already too late.
On Valentine's Day, Miami Road Ranger Thomas Butler spotted a red pickup truck on the northbound shoulder of I-95 in West Palm Beach. When he pulled over to investigate, he noticed the driver's seat was empty. He saw a young boy inside the truck, shivering and shaking. A 5-gallon gas tank sat on the seat next to him. When Ranger Butler opened the truck door, terrible fumes poured out. The boy had been doused with chemicals and was severely burned. Next to the truck, a man was passed out and unresponsive. Ranger Butler called 911 and the Florida Highway Patrol, and paramedics responded to the scene. The boy was taken to Jackson Memorial Hospital for treatment, while the man was taken to Columbia Hospital. They were later identified as Victor and Jorge. The chemical fumes at the scene were so strong that 4 of the emergency responders needed medical treatment after being exposed to them. It took police days to sort through all the acids and poisons found in this truck. Doctors struggled to treat Victor because they just didn't know what chemicals they were trying to neutralize.
Victor's injuries were so extensive that he was close to death. He had been doused with chemicals and gasoline. Jorge had tried to set him on fire. He had severe burns on his stomach, upper thighs, and butt. He had been beaten so hard that the scar from his cleft palate surgery had ripped open. He also had older scars that indicated long-term abuse. He had scars and damage that was consistent with SA. His arm and collarbone had been broken. He had bruising and indentations on his wrists. He had been tied up for so long, for such long periods of time. Because of all the chemicals and fumes in the pesticide truck, police brought in a hazmat team to decontaminate it. In the back of the truck, workers found a black garbage bag. When they went to move it, they felt what they thought was a human hand and immediately called on the state troopers for help. Inside the bag, they found the body of a little girl that had been folded into the fetal position. Her body had been covered with chemicals police later identified as Pine Sol, gasoline, liquid chlorine, chlorine tablets, and Drano. She was unclothed and was decomposing. They had found Nubia.
At Columbia Hospital, officers interviewed Jorge where he waived his Miranda rights. He told them he was distraught over the death of his daughter, and that he was intending to self-cancel himself. He said he gave Victor a handful of sleeping pills, dumped gasoline over himself, and then tried to set himself on fire. He said he couldn't do it because Victor was there. When police pointed out the lack of burns on Jorge and the severity of Victor's injuries, Jorge said some of the gasoline must have splashed onto the boy. In their arrest warrant, police said the evidence on scene did not match Jorge's story, nor would he share with the officers just how Nubia died. Jorge was arrested on February 14, 2011 and charged with first-degree homicide, attempted homicide for what he did to Victor, and multiple counts of aggravated CA. After his arrest, Carmen Barahona first claimed she did not know what was happening in her own home. She then claimed she was one of his victims too. She called him a psycho. She said he was jealous and controlling, constantly accusing her of cheating on him. She said he treated the children very badly, claiming that Jorge hit her and the children with shoes. She admitted she'd come home a couple times and saw that Jorge had the twins in a corner tied with tape. She said Jorge threatened to kill her if she didn't keep quiet. Soon, Carmen filed for divorce from Jorge. She also petitioned for full custody of the surviving children. This was denied. All 3 children were placed in a therapeutic foster home. Foster parents in therapeutic homes have additional training to deal with trauma and provide an environment where children can heal. In the hospital, Victor did get better quickly. Doctors called it a miracle recovery. After 11 days in the hospital, he was well enough to be discharged. Paul Newman, the guardian ad litem who fought against the adoption, visited him in the hospital. Victor was able to move around and bathe himself. He told nurses he wanted a hamburger, but no mustard. He talked about cartoons and Pokemon cards, and Paul was amazed to see this. When he first visited the hospital, Victor could barely mutter a couple of words, but less than 2 weeks later, he was chatty and seemed very happy.
Police spoke to Jorge again. He told them he had to punish Nubia and Victor because they were poisoning him and the other siblings with rat poison. He also thought Nubia was putting baby oil in his soft drinks. Police had collected the bag Jorge left at his sister's house. In it, they found baby oil, used tape, and a pump, the kind men might buy at adult toy stores. Jorge told the police he would punish the twins by taping their hands and feet with clear packing tape. He then made them sit in a corner of the dining room. Sometimes he would take them into the bathroom and close the door. In the bathroom, he would pray for the twins to try to get them to accept Jesus. However, Victor and the other children told a very different story.
As far back as January of 2010, Jorge beat, punched, and restrained the twins. He bound their wrists and ankles with tape and confined them in the tub, sometimes for days. Often, Jorge sedated the twins with sleeping pills and allergy medicine when he didn't want them to be able to fight back against him. They were only allowed to eat once a week. When they were fed, they were often forced to eat in the bathtub. They were only given milk and bread. The rest of the family ate hearty meals, but the twins weren't even allowed to have their scraps. Any leftovers were given to their family dog. This explained Nubia's hunger and why she was hoarding food. The twins were being starved. Jorge was not the only one responsible. George, the older son, told police that when Nubia was bad, Carmen would tape her wrists. He said Carmen was a nice woman, but in his words, she was deep in the dark side. She's mean. Carmen's granddaughter was 6 years old when Nubia died. She told police that she asked Carmen why Nubia and Victor could only eat bread and milk. Carmen's answer was, that's what they deserved. Carmen was arrested on March 5th. She was charged with first-degree homicide and multiple counts of CA and child neglect. No bail was offered for her.
After he was released from the hospital, Victor was placed in a therapeutic foster home. He told his foster mother, Katia Garcia, that Jorge had been mean and violent since the twins moved in. Katia said Victor opened up a little at a time. Once he saw a pitcher of ice water, he remembered Jorge pouring the water over him while they were tied up in the bathtub. He remembered Jorge poured bleach over them sometimes too. He said their homeschooling lasted for 2 days. After that, the beatings became more frequent. Jorge shaved Victor's hair and Nubia's hair too, leaving them bald and vulnerable.
Sometimes Jorge tied them up with rope or wire. The wire cut Nubia's feet. Jorge would make her dip her wounded feet in Clorox or pine salt. Victor then showed his foster mother how Jorge tied them up. Sometimes they were hog-tied. Sometimes Jorge taped their mouths shut. Sometimes he was forced to crouch down. His hands were tied underneath his legs, forcing his body to be in a tight ball. Once, Jorge glued his eyes shut with crazy glue. Another time, Jorge made him eat a cockroach. Still another time, Jorge poured hot sauce in Victor's eyes, nose, and mouth. Several times, Jorge held a plastic bag over Victor's head and choked him until he passed out. Jorge also tried to drown him. Many times, Victor was afraid that he was going to die. Some of the torture left scars on Victor's body. Jorge whipped him with a mop handle, leaving a large scar on his head. He had whip marks on his back and a large scar on his lip from a vicious punch. Scars at the creases of his mouth were caused by a sock tied around his head and shoved into his mouth to silence him. The other children told police similar stories. The younger adoptive daughter was 7 years old when Nubia died. Said Jorge would give her the shoe when she was bad. She also said she used to share a bathroom with Nubia, but then Nubia started sleeping in the bathroom.
Carmen's granddaughter said the time she spent at the home on 47th Terrace was very scary. She said she saw Jorge choke Victor and try to drown him. She said she wasn't allowed to go to the bathroom without supervision. The shower curtain was always closed, but sometimes she could still see Victor and Nubia in the bathtub. They were naked and tied up with ropes or tape. She also saw the twins forced to stand in a large garbage and recycling bin outside, sometimes for as long as 2 days without clothing. She said Carmen and Jorge forced the twins to strip and walk around the living room. The other children had to watch. She also saw Jorge in bed with Nubia once. She said Jorge forced her and the other children, including Victor and Nubia, to play doctor. He made them touch each other. Her mother, Carmen's oldest daughter, Jennifer, told the girl that she would be in big trouble if she told anyone about their family secret. But on February 10th, she worked up the courage to tell her therapist what she had seen.
The therapist made the call to DCF that resulted in DCF investigator Andrea Fleary visiting the house at 47th Terrace. while Carmen was busy spinning up lies, telling her the children had moved out with Jorge. It seems like the children were tied up in the home's bathtub, but investigator Fleary never checked. Victor told police he last saw his sister on February 11th in the bathtub. They had both been confined for an extended period of time, maybe days. They were naked and bound around their wrists and ankles. Jorge grabbed Nubia and carried her to the bedroom. Victor heard Jorge punch and beat her for a long time. He heard Nubia's screams. She went silent, thought she was dead. He asked Carmen where Nubia was. She said they sent her to California. Later, the medical examiner would determine Nubia's cause of death was blunt force trauma caused by the beating that Victor heard.
Prosecutors indicated their intention to seek the death penalty for both Carmen and Jorge. 9 years later, on February 21st, 2020, Carmen accepted a plea deal for life in prison. As part of the plea agreement, she must testify against her husband when he goes to trial. On March 1st, 2021, Jorge was attacked by 5 other inmates at the Miami-Dade County Jail while he slept in his cell. A small consolation for the unspeakable acts that he put poor Nubia through. As of the date of this recording, Jorge has still not been tried. He has had dozens of hearings and multiple trial dates. He's changed lawyers several times. His most recent hearing was scheduled for October 16th, 2023. Most of the delays have been at Jorge's request. This case has now been dragged out longer than Nubia was alive.
In the wake of the incident, Victor moved to Texas to live with his uncle Isidro and his aunt Ana. He was eventually adopted by the couple. The state of Florida awarded Victor, George, and his adopted sister a $5 million settlement. It took a long time and a lot of fighting with the state of Florida. The settlement was finally made in full in 2017 when Victor was 16. On March 10th of 2011, the Florida Department of Children and Families released what they called the Nubia Report. A panel examined Nubia's life and identified improvements DCF could make to prevent another child from dying in this situation. They immediately improved training at the call center so that urgent calls are now passed on to police. They also hired more social workers and created a career path to help retain workers. They recommended a new phone system software that grouped multiple calls about the same child into a single case document. They suggested other changes to their computer software so that everyone involved with a child's case would have an easy way to get a complete record of all the critical information. In October of 2011, the intersection of Southwest 117th Avenue and 47th Terrace was renamed Nubia Way. A street just a few blocks from the house where she lived the last 7 years of her life was part of a campaign to publicize a new CA hotline residents can call if they suspect abuse.
On February 27, 2011, Joanne Munez, the PTA president who baked cupcakes for the twins' 10th birthday, held a memorial for Nubia at St. Paul Lutheran Church in Miami-Dade County. She thought school was a sanctuary for the children, a place they could feel safe and loved. She said she understands now how maybe that one day you gave that child a hug, or stopped to say something to them in a hallway. That little extra may have meant more to them than you ever realized. At the memorial, she read the poem Little Angels. That poem seems a good way to mourn the loss of a little girl with a bright smile. It reads, "When God calls little children to dwell with him above, we mortals sometimes question the wisdom of his love. For no heartache compares with the death of one small child, who does so much to make our world seem wonderful and mild. Perhaps God tires of calling the age to his fold, so he picks a rosebud before it can grow old. God knows how much we need them, so he takes but few, to make the land of heaven more beautiful to view. So when a child departs, we who are left behind must realize God loves children. Angels are hard to find."
Tell me all about Jocelyn.
Jocelyn is amazing. Doctors told us she would never walk or talk, and she has walked. She jibber jabbers, not talking yet, but we're working on it. She loves playing in water. She loves bubbles.
Are you ready for some bubbles? All right, here we go. Look at all these bubbles. Tell me about Jocelyn's love of bubbles.
She loves chasing them. She loves popping them. See, she's getting so excited. She just...
When did she first show that type of emotion?
She has been laughing since she was a baby. Getting super excited about things.
Oh my goodness, you popped my bubble! That was silly. That was a funny joke you played. Ready for another big one? Whoa! That bubble popped right away.
Jocelyn has hearing loss. She has cortical visual impairment. She has autism and cerebral palsy caused by a virus that I caught while I was pregnant. Unfortunately, the virus passed to Jocelyn and it affected her neurologically, but she is capable of anything.
How old is Jocelyn?
She is 7 years old, just turned 7 a few days ago.
Happy late birthday! Did you celebrate?
Yeah, we celebrated. We went to a water park and she got a tower cup. Wow, I can't even talk. A tower of cups. She loves cups, as you can tell. So we made her a tower of almost 300 cups and she knocked it down and had a blast.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
She likes different things, so you gotta kind of learn what Jocelyn likes. A birthday party's not gonna be fun for her, but playing in a water park or places like with bounce houses, she loves.
What is it like to be Jocelyn's dad?
It's an adventure, but I don't know, it's pretty rewarding, really. I never believed in love at first sight until I had my first sight, you know, so I don't know, just something about her happiness and her smile, just, I don't know, it just melts my heart, so.
Tell me about that love at first sight. What was it like when you saw her for the first time?
You know, I never believed in that. It was just a saying you hear all the time, but it hit me like a ton of bricks when I first hit her. I mean, it just kind of floored me on the inside, you know? I mean, to be a part of this special little girl's life, I don't know, it was just something that kind of took me by surprise. I wasn't expecting that. The flood of emotions like that.
Yeah, you talking? She loves her monkey. It's her favorite thing ever. She loves kissing him.
Tell me about the virus that she got that caused all of these diagnoses.
It is 80% of the world has it, and you usually catch it when you are like school age kid. Kids shred the virus through sharing drinks with people. So it could be as little as you drunk after your other child, and that could give you CMV. And the chances of it passing to your baby while you're pregnant are low. But if it does, it can cause all these disabilities that Jocelyn has.
What's the name of the virus?
Cytomegalovirus, short CMV for short. And hers was congenital, so add that little extra C, congenital CMV.
How would you describe Jocelyn's diagnosis to someone who's never heard of it?
It's tough because it ranges from so many different things. I would probably start by talking about autism maybe, because there's so many similarities between autism and what her virus, I mean, I don't necessarily know that she's autistic, but her virus puts so many similarities that put her in the autistic range. So I would probably first describe it through autism, because people see kids with autism on TV or shows, or they'll know somebody with autism, but nobody knows anybody with CMV, or they don't know they know somebody with CMV.
Is every single one of her diagnoses, including the autism, tied to CMV?
Yes, CMV has caused all of those things. A lot of overlap. Like autism and CMV have a lot of the same characteristics. So most kids with CMV also have autism, also have hearing problems and vision problems.
So because they exhibit the similar behaviors as a kid who's autistic, they get the diagnosis so they can get the supports.
Right, exactly.
Bubbles, 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 bubbles. Bubbles are so cool. CMV is a virus that many people have. It's just when a mother catches it for the first time while she's pregnant with a child, that's when it can have detrimental impacts.
My body doesn't know how to fight it for her. So it passes to her and I'm not doing anything to fight it for her because my body has not learned how to fight it yet. So like if you were to catch it as an adult, you probably wouldn't even know. It would be like cold symptoms and that's it. Like you wouldn't even know. But for a newborn baby who is just building an immune system, it can cause, like I said earlier, my friend lost a child to CMV. It's a very serious thing. It's something that if they don't catch early on, they can't do anything for it.
What's the most important thing for others to know about Jocelyn?
The most important thing to know is that all she wants is some love. She just wants to be some love and attention, and that's all it takes. It doesn't, she's not, I don't know how to explain it. You know, she's not soft. She wants to be roughhoused with and played with just like anybody else.
Should I put the bubbles away? Goodbye, Bubbles. We'll see you later, Bubbles.
I can't believe she's not protesting that.
Does she usually protest them?
Oh, yeah. Oh, she spoke too soon. It's gonna happen. She'll end up protesting. I would be like amazed if she didn't protest that. She's trying to tell you to get them.
More bubbles?
I've shared this one before months and months ago, if not a year ago, but I'm going to share it again. It's worth sharing. Brain injured by a kiss, the danger of kissing a baby. This is a year old.
Smile right there.
Tell me all about Bree Lynn.
Well, we weren't exactly prepared for this, obviously, to happen. And she definitely makes a... You see?
We're gonna have so much fun today.
You see, Dad?
We're gonna have a great old time.
Yeah.
Me and my new friend Bree Lynn.
Say hi. Yes, good job.
How does Bree Lynn say hi?
That smile right there.
Tell me all about Bree Lynn.
Well, we weren't exactly prepared for this, obviously, to happen. And she definitely makes all of this a lot easier with her smiles and her very good personality. Yeah. Good job. That's how you felt? Yes. And she definitely expresses herself. How she feels about things and items. Yes. You say hi? Good job. Good job.
I'm so happy to meet you.
You say happy to meet you? You want to express it? You say happy to meet you? Yeah.
How old is Bree Lynn?
She's 8. She is 8. Yeah? You want to say 8? 8. Good job.
Can you tell me about how Bree Lynn acquired her brain injury?
Yes. Unfortunately, this is a result of somebody kissing her on the mouth. When parents say not to kiss their children, this is one of the reasons, for sure. She was born actually healthy. She was fine. And 2 days old, somebody was so excited to see her, they kissed her on the mouth. And 2 weeks later, we started having seizures and all kinds of things going on. We learned that there was a lot of brain damage done due to the seizures and the HSV encephalitis. Yes. And when parents say don't kiss, this is why.
How did a kiss lead to a brain injury?
The infection got into her brain fluid, and it attacked her brain. It attacked the left side of her brain. mostly, and it had just started moving over to the right side when we caught it. But more or less the encephalitis, I guess, like ate away at her brain tissue. And here we are.
What type of infection was it that started this?
It's called HSV, encephalitis herpes simplex virus.
So did somebody just have a cold sore and kiss her?
Had a cold sore and they kissed her.
Hello! Hey, Breland. I came here today because I wanted to be your friend, and I heard you were super awesome, super smart. I heard you were funny, and I also heard that you love Elvis. And I didn't know if you knew this about me, but I do a great Elvis impersonation.
Tell me about her love of Elvis.
Yeah, it kind of happened by accident. I actually originally loved Elvis. I don't know, since I was about 11. And she hated the car seat. Hated the car seat. From point A to point B, from the time she was born, even after sickness, everything. And we had to go to the doctor's appointments that were an hour and a half away 3 or 4 times a week. So one day I decided I was going to listen to Elvis again, and she stopped crying. And it's been a thing ever since. She was three months old, and yeah, it just became her. Oh yeah, you're looking for Elvis? Where's Elvis? Good job. Yeah, she knows where Elvis is. Yeah, good job. He is over there too, isn't he?
Ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. Ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. And you ain't no friend of mine. What do you think?
Does she love meeting new friends?
She does. I was not prepared for her to be a social butterfly as she is. When she had to go to school, I thought she was going to cry and not like it. You know, she was prepared to leave me. She said, I'm going to be a social butterfly.
Once in a while, I become really goofy, really clumsy, and I'll randomly fall down. Oh! You ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, but you are a friend of mine.
Tell me about her relationship with her stepdad.
He came in when she was about 8 months old. And at that point, up until that point, she really didn't like going with anybody else besides me. So I was kind of unsure. And I waited for a little while, and I finally let him meet her. And he bonded with her immediately. She went right to him. And honestly, he has been attached ever since.
What was it like for you when you came into their lives?
At first, it was hectic. Just because of the fact of I didn't know how to take care of a disabled child. It's not something that not a lot of people know how to do. But it's gotten a lot easier. You just kind of take it day by day and do what you need to do.
What did you think when you heard the story about how her brain injury originated?
I've heard about it before, prior. Never been personal witness to it. It kind of made me a little upset due to, you know, how it came about. Me personally, I don't understand why you would want to kiss a child on the mouth anyways. And there's plenty of people that you'll hear about they'll kiss a child on the mouth and don't think twice about it. But you always have that one case that's going to cause everything in the uproar to happen.
What percentage of her brain was impacted?
The left side of her brain.
In Genesis, God created evil. God loves evil. God created darkness. God made hell. God is the devil. The devil. God's heart beats you down, down, down. Beats you down. God's heart beats you down. Lucifer, morning star. Jesus, morning star. How they wonder what you are. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Abominations, revelations. God loves demons. God loves demons. God rewards liars. Dance in the fire. Filthy asshole. Liars. This is a hell realm. God loves slaves. God loves zombies. God will pay. God will pay. Fuck your gods. 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 Kneel and praise. You zombie slaves. Glorify and worship. Eat me, drink shit. Praise God. Praise. Praise. Zombie slaves. God loves demons. God loves. God loves demons. You play with fire. Psychos! Demons! You play with fire. The king approaches. The king. The king. The Raven King. If you play with fire, you will get burned. Play with fire. Demons. Zombies. Cockroaches. That's in the fire. That's in the fire. Case boots! Bars! 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 Boots! 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 Burn! Shut the fuck up! Piss ants! Cockroaches! Balls! Bears! Snares! Shut the fuck up! And burn! Burn! Demons! Burn! 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 Dance in the fire! Little bitches! Witches! Psycho! Burn! 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 Psychos! Burn! Peasants! Peasants! Demons! Burn! Burn! Dead! This is a love song. This is a love song. This is a true song. This is a rebel song. Feed them all lies. They love it. Feed them fake reality TV, fake politics, fake reality, fake water, fake air. No care for truth. Feed them a fake sun, a fake moon. Feed them more.
Zombies are hungry. Zombies need to eat more and more lies. Zombies need more. They're hungry.
Zombies love
Fake reality.
Zombies love everything.
Fake and phony.
Feed them more lies, feed them false desires, feed them false history, fake media, fake news, fake food and fake death. Take away all the rest that's authentic and real. This is a love song. Fuck 'em. Mindless zombies, no curiosity, no desire to see.
Feed them illusions. Feed them fake idols. Feed them false love and fake Lord
They're hungry. Fake reality, fake water, fake air. No care for truth. Feed them a fake sun, fake moon. Feed them more.
Zombies have a taste for shit. Zombies love these matrix. No appetites for truth. Zombies are attached to this. Zombies don't want truth. Zombies can remain doomed to do
You always have that one case that's going to cause everything in the uproar to happen.
What percentage of her brain was impacted?
The left side of her brain is 60%. Hey, here we go. The left is 60%. The left side of her brain is 60%. Hey, here we go. The left side of her brain is 60% damaged, and it had just started moving over to the right, and I think it's 10% on that side.
So of that percentage that is damaged, does that percentage function at all?
No. As far as I've been told from EEGs and MRI scans, it does not function at all. So having facial expressions, any kind of recognition skills from her is amazing in itself. They think the right side of her brain, because it had happened so early on, had actually started to take over what the left side of the brain should have been doing. Yes. You like that part?
How do people typically respond when you share her story?
In awe, because of the fact of the matter that everybody's got an experience where, well, they so-and-so kissed my son when they were little, didn't have any issues. But then when you bring up that rare occasion that it does happen, then it's like a shock and awe moment, because it could have happened.
I've had some mixed reactions. I've actually had people get angry for me. They were ready to go fight the person that did it. And they've asked me, do I know? And I do know. I don't typically tell anymore. Just, it happened, it's over, it's done with, nothing we can do. And the person truly didn't know either. They were very upset when they found out that they were the ones that had done it.
Have you forgiven them?
It took some time. Right around when she was 5, I actually ran into them by accident, and they were scared to come to me because they knew that I was angry. And I was like, you know what? Look, it's been 5 years. She's here. Granted, she probably could have been a total different person, but she is who she is, and I'm gonna let it go because she is at least here with us. And that's all I can really ask for in that moment. I know. I mean, me too. Baby Grinch face. So I have actually forgiven the person. Yeah. It was an accident. They didn't truly mean it. Right. I love you.
What do you think when she smiles?
Honestly, I'm thankful that I at least get some kind of expression out of her, and it makes me happy to know she's happy. Everything she has to go through in life, for her to be able to have a smile through it, it means the world to me. Yes. Hi. Yes. Good job. You are very, very talkative today. Yeah. Good job.
I am so happy we get to hang out today. And we get to be friends. Having a friend like you is amazing. You're a great person. You're wonderful. And I'm having a lot of fun spending time with you. Tell me about how smart Breland is and how she's still perceiving everything going on.
She's extremely smart. You could put 2 items in front of her and ask her which one she wants. That's actually how we found out her favorite color. Putting 2 items in front of her, if I would put pink and a purple, she most likely would go for purple. I can almost guarantee you. You ask her to look for mommy, she'll find mommy. Good job. You're right. If different people are in the room, if you ask her to, find this person or that person, she'll look for them. Even if they're out of eyesight, she'll look in the general direction she thinks they are. So that definitely was not something that they thought she could ever do.
I'm having so much fun with my new friend.
Breland and Chris, new buddies. Are you having fun? I'm happy you're having fun. Now I have a really important question for you. What do you like more? My Elvis impersonation or when I'm clumsy? Ugh. Elvis or clumsy? Elvis, you're looking at Elvis more. So you like, you ain't nothing but a hound dog. That's your favorite. No, I could never decide what I like more. Elvis's amazing songs or his amazing dance moves. As you can see, I've spent years studying. What do you like more? Elvis's songs, or his dance moves? Oh, you looked at dance moves. You like his dance moves. He knows how to boogie, 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 boogie. Whoops. Oh my goodness, I fell over. What were some of the early symptoms that something was happening?
The 2 days before everything like really went down, she was really sleepy. She just slept all the time, and I was a new mom and I was a young mom. And yes, I thought something was odd and weird, but I kept being told I was crazy and newborns sleep like that. And I'm like, I had to wake her up for bottles. So I knew something was kind of off. And 2 days of the really lethargic sleepiness, she woke up one morning at 3 a.m., which she had never done at that point before. And I thought, you know, she just waited 2 weeks to be a normal newborn, and this is going to be my life now. And then 3 hours later, she woke up again, was actually hitting me in the face with her right arm. And I was unsure why she was doing that. So when I laid her down, both her right arm and right leg were twitching out, and I realized that was odd and weird. So when I finally got her to the doctor, I was told that those were actually seizures, and she was totally coherent through seizure, and I didn't know there were different types until that day. I did not know.
How frequently does she have seizures, and how severely do they impact her?
They've been more recent here lately. She also has 3
What?
different types.
She has 3 different types. We don't have the exact same ones every single time, which is unusual, but because there's so much impacted damage that different parts of her brain will misfire at different times, and we will never know which one we're going to get. We might get one where she's staring off and she's looking at you, but she is not there. You know she's not there. There's one where her eyes will roll completely back and away, and all you see is white, and it's a little scary. And there's the arm one that we originally saw, the very first ones. So it's kind of like hit or miss which one we're going to get today, and I have to be on the lookout for every single one of them, which is exhausting some days. Yeah.
So it affects the everyday life, but if we freaked out every time she had a seizure, we'd be in the hospital 2 or 3 times every other day.
The HSV or herpes virus, because of her being a newborn. You okay? Because of her being a newborn, there's actually only a few day window that this could actually occur the way that it did. And unfortunately, we had the kiss occurred in that few day window.
What is it like to be Breland's brother?
I kind of like playing with her.
What do you play together?
I let her watch my Nintendo Switch, and I slap myself. That hurt so bad.
Does she laugh when you do that?
Yes, sir.
What is Breland's relationship like with her brother?
Definitely loving. He adores her. He does all kinds of things for her, and she loves watching him be silly, you know, fall on the floor, do all kinds of crazy things with him. Yes. He'll come and ask her a question, and she just agrees with it just because it's her brother. I'm not entirely sure she even knows what he's actually saying. She's just like, yeah, let's do it, bro.
Is there anything special about your sister?
Her's cute.
I have a question for you, Breland. Do you love your brother? Do you think she loves you?
Yes, sir.
How do you know?
Because I love her.
How much do you love her?
50,900,000.
That's a lot of love. Why do you love her that much?
Because it's just cute.
What are your plans for Breland's future?
Just trying to give her the best quality of life that I can give her. You know, I'm just trying to make sure she is happy and as healthy as I can get her. And hopefully, you know, she will see as much of his life as possible, which is why I'm trying to do adventures with her. I've taken her to, you know, several different places just to get her the most out of life that I can give her. The one doctor actually told me that she wasn't going to live past 3 months old, and we surpassed that already. And the other one told me that she probably wouldn't make it to high school.
Doctors can't tell us a lifespan on her. They don't know that she'll make it tomorrow. They don't know that they'll make it next week. The oldest living other victim that was prior to her, he turned 6, and a week after his 6th birthday, or 7.
7.
A week after his 7th birthday, he passed away. So right now, doctors, they look at her pretty much, I mean, I don't want to say a test subject, but they try things out. Hey, that doesn't work. Let's not do that. Let's do this. So it's all a journey right now, and I'm gonna make her have the best journey that she can have.
How do you do that?
Hopefully by providing as much as I can. I am sending little Missy on a cruise at the end of February. That is for an Elvis cruise. So she's gonna have a ball there.
If you had one wish, what would you wish for?
I wish I was smart for Pokemon. It's so hard to do that Pokemon maze.
Pokemon can be tough.
I know.
If your sister had one wish, what do you think she would wish for?
I think her wish for a huge 50,900,000 teddy bear.
Is there anything left unsaid that you think is important for others to understand?
Just be weary. I mean, don't be scared of people being around your kids, but just if you have a newborn or anything like that, just set boundaries. Let them know, hey, this is, I mean, it's nothing against you, but for the betterment of my child, just to make sure until that immunity phase kicks in, this is why this has to happen. As I said, nowadays everybody's kind of scared of offending somebody or offsetting something. But the thing is set your boundaries early so that way everybody knows what everything's going on.
We're friends and we're hound dogs. We ain't nothing but hound dogs. Laughing all the time. We ain't nothing but hound dogs. Laughing all the time. We're nothing but hound dogs. Laughing all the time. We're nothing but hound dogs. Crying all the time. Elvis is the best. Uh-oh, do you feel that? I think I feel a gust of wind. Oh, it's getting windy in here. It's getting windy. Blah! Did somebody turn the fan on? I just got blown all over the place. I'm getting blown all over the place. Thanks for sitting with me, and thanks for being my friend.
His channel's Special Books by Special Kids. Take a look. Joined 2015. 3.7 million subscribers. And he's close to 1 billion views. It's not the subs necessarily that makes you money, it's the views. Close to 1 billion views. 959 million views. Look at that. Isn't that something? He has almost 1 billion views with only 626 videos. And the star of the videos is the children that are suffering. They're the star of the show.
When somebody finishes watching this video, what do you want them to remember from it?
I want you guys to remember me not as a person with disabilities, but as a person that, despite of what he's been through, he can still move forward. And if I did it, you can also do it.
Zaid, I'm happy to be here with you.
I'm happy to be here again.
What's it like to be doing your third interview?
I'll say I feel excited because there's so many surprises.
Zaid, I first... When you sat down beside Max, did you sign something in his hand?
Just told him it was mommy so he can know I was right here.
Could you sign that again?
So his sign for mommy, I make an M and I just rub it to the left. Like, so when I came, I said it's mommy, so he knows that it's me.
I love it. There's nothing more important or more fulfilling to me in my life than Max. Okay, it's my boy. And I will do everything within my power in my life to make sure that he gets what he needs.
My dad is the man, so he's going to do manly stuff with him. He takes him, gets haircuts and different things like that.
Max relies on me for security and comfort. And he knows that none of us is going to let anything happen to him. So he can have total faith and comfort in being with us and knowing we're going to take care of you, big boy. You know, regardless of what's going on with anybody else or anything else, we got you.
My mom is more the grandmother, so she's gonna like baby him and feed him and hug him all the time and let him get his way.
Max, sucker, you want a sucker? Okay, you gotta sit up with the sucker so we can see you. See, this is another thing. He's showing you, he's pretty satisfied with that. Is that, you happy with that sucker?
Is it okay if we do the part really quick with all three of us on the couch?
Yeah, come on.
Alright, we're good to go. I would love to be Max's friend. What is the best way for me to go about that?
Say hi, so in his hand, put your hand under his hand.
Like that?
Yep. And wave, like do the waving motion.
Like that?
Yep. You see he laughs about that? That's you saying hi to him. Yeah.
Is it also beneficial for me to verbally say hello?
Yeah, and also verbally say it at the same time.
Hi, Max. Hello, Max. It's a pleasure to meet you, Max. Does deafblind mean he can't see or hear at all?
No. On a DB scale, 120 is completely deaf. 0 is perfect. He was a 90
when you talk to him, he knows you're talking to him. Even though you might not know that he knows you're talking to him, he knows it. And that's why I say it's important to go on and talk to him. Some people are reluctant because they know he's deafblind. Well, what's the point, they may think. And the point is, he's human.
I'm really happy to be here with you. I'm having a blast with you. I guess I'm still...
He's deaf and blind. This was 3 years ago. He's deaf and blind. They call it deaf-blind, all one word, deaf-blind, and intellectually disabled. Isn't that remarkable? What a gift. And his mama looks like she's been eating well, doesn't she? My goodness. But she seems to love her son and she's laughing. So I'm grateful for that she at least, or that Max at least has a loving mother and grandparents. He got lucky in that respect. He didn't get lucky the body he's born into, of course. To be deafblind and intellectually disabled. Here's another one, Katie. Katie's life.
What's the most important thing for others to know about Katie?
That she's loved. That to me, that is the most important.
Why is it important for people to know that Katie's loved?
Sometimes I get these really nasty comments, like I should have aborted her or I should have hung myself. I've gotten some really nasty ones. So, and through it all, the only thing that I've ever wanted anyone to know is this child is loved just as much as any other rest of my kids.
When somebody watches this interview and meets Katie for the first time, what do you hope they think?
Did they like it? Not really every day you can see someone new. And sweet and lovable.
What's something people don't understand about Katie that you wish they did?
That she has feelings. That she understands when someone's being rude. And just because she might not look the way some people think she should look or doesn't mean that she doesn't know what's going on around her.
How old are you?
10.
How old is Katie?
14.
So she's your older sister.
She gets so much silliness. She's so silly.
She's being silly.
Does she laugh a lot?
She does. She's a happy kid. And that's, she's through it all. She's really, she's really happy.
Look at this sister fidgeting, not knowing what to say or what to do. Now, some people wouldn't feel sorry for the sister at all. They'd say, well, she looks healthy. She's able-bodied. What's her life like? Is her life affected? Let's see that again.
When Katie makes noises like this, what emotion is she feeling? When Katie makes noises like this, what emotion is she feeling? How do you know those are happy noises?
She makes them a lot.
She makes them a lot, so she must be happy. All those noises. She's just happy all the time. Happy all the time, right? Do you believe that?
And the way she claps her hand.
How do you feel when you see your sister happy?
Good.
Does Katie enjoy making new friends?
She does. I really believe she does. She's an outgoing person.
Hey
Katie. I'm really excited to be here with you today. I can tell you're a wonderful person already. And I brought a bunch of your favorite toys. Because I thought we could play together. Because I would love to play with you and be your friend. And I could just tell you're a really great person. Is it important to talk directly to Katie like I am now?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that important?
Because she knows that you're talking to her and recognizing her as a person. It's not that I think people in general are mean and hateful and cruel. It's just, I think sometimes that they don't understand that she knows what they're saying. I mean, you can do whatever you want to me and talk as rude as you want.
All right, we're going to shift gears over to this. Let's see what we have here.
News 6 on your side, a heartbreaking story out of East Alabama. A family in Piedmont hurting tonight after their teenage daughter died unexpectedly just hours or just after opening her Christmas presents.
Her family telling us this happened while she was FaceTiming with her father, who's in the hospital in need of a heart transplant. Your East Alabama reporter Reggie Kyle live tonight. We're talking with the family about their loss. Reggie, I can imagine what they are going through right now.
That's right, Josh. Brittany, I talked to Janice Durden, who describes her daughter Scarlett as being loving and goofy, but would always put a smile on your face whenever you met her.
I want moms to remember everywhere, you have no idea what can happen, and just hug your babies every day. Just hug them every day.
Christmas morning, after opening presents at home, Janice Durden says her 16-year-old daughter Scarlett walked to the pantry room when all of a sudden her heart stopped beating.
Shaylee, my youngest daughter, runs back in there and she's like, "Mom, Scarlett's being weird." And I ran, found her on the floor. And I called 911.
With a family history of heart-related deaths and her father in the hospital waiting on a heart transplant, the decision was made to have Scarlett's heart examined after she died in hopes of helping another family.
It could be something not even related that caused it or something. But my brother said today, if it's not too late, I would like anyone that could to study her heart to see if it could make a difference later for someone.
The family says not seeing the woman she would grow to become is truly their loss.
It does break my heart that we won't see her, get married and join the military and do all these things.
We're not supposed to bury our
Exactly.
babies.
Mm-hmm.
We're not. It's backwards. I just have to make sure that my daughters never forget their sister.
Now, Scarlett Durden was a student at Piedmont High School, the school posting on social media that they're praying for the family. If you would like to help this family in their time of need,
Speaking of phonies, I'm going to share a phony on the screen in a moment. Just a second. I'm going to go to a phony channel that doesn't have millions of subs. I'm surprised this guy doesn't have a lot more subs. At times I've wondered why there aren't millions watching this creature, because it's very fake and phony, which appeals to the masses. They love that. They love fake and phony. It's very appealing. They have a taste for it. As I've said, they have a taste for shit. So he only gets hundreds of views for his live streams. This stream is 2 hours long and he only had 598 views. Hashtag Baltimore. The hell? That's kind of weird.
Thing that happens today, it's a result of the past, but what we do today, individually and collectively, it's got consequences and rewards, right? Some of the consequences are rewarding. Some of the consequences of our actions and efforts are punishing. But the world I envision for us is a world of peace. Truly. We are here to create a world of peace. I have some notes. I just remembered. I have notes at the same time as a guest returns. And I'm curious. What were my thoughts with this earlier? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Welcome back, Stephen. How are you today?
Hello, Jack. Hello. God sent me, actually. I had a dream last night, and he told me to go to Jack's show today. He also said that I'm the Joker in the deck. I'm not sure what that means, but he told me to say hello to you today.
That could be. And it could be just you being a joker because that's what you think you want to be. But regardless, you're here. And in some regard, I do appreciate it. In another, I'll be honest, I don't know what to do with it.
Well,
I do. Wait.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
noticed.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but I did notice. You shared something I saw that I actually liked, and then it disappeared.
Really? Maybe YouTube removed it. I'm not sure.
Well, you had a post, right, with that image there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Joker?
Well, you had the post with the image of the narcissistic fraud Jack Talcott there, right? Where who created Galukians? Jack is another copycat fraud. I liked the post, but the post disappeared, and now you got a damn hour-and-a-half narrative video on this? Where's the post, dude?
I didn't remove the post, so maybe YouTube took it down. I'm not sure. Here's the image I posted at Backstage, the Galukians. And also the Joker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who created Galukians? This is the image.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
And also the Joker in the deck, Jack. That was in my dream. And then that card was on my floor when I woke up today. So I took it as a sign from God, because I don't know where that card came from. I don't have playing cards. So I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was the devil. I don't know.
That's an interesting. It's all open to interpretation, and it is through our discernment where we find the truth or fiction. But I recognize the value, and I do give credit. I think you came up with the Galukians.
I absolutely did. Yes.
Yeah.
What do you mean you do give credit? You didn't give me credit. You were called out for posting this weeks ago on a thumbnail, one of his videos, his live streams. He uses Galukians 316 in the thumbnail. Who created Galukians? I did. You stole that. You didn't give me credit. I'm calling you out. You didn't give me credit for Galukians. There's no credit given there. You took it without asking. I created Galukians. I'm the creator of Galukians and Metafinkle and Dolphin Jesus and Tess Stickels and Black Jesus and more.
Right. So me and my support, we
What support? Who created that? Who put that there?
The one who helps me.
Well, who's that?
So,
Name them.
No,
Why
I refuse.
Why is it a secret? You're against secrets.
Let me get to the point before you continue interrupting me with your
You are
interrogation.
against secrets. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jack.
So what we'll give you the credit, the Galukians. I mean, you're showing up with, let's remember where it came from. It was bizarreness. But so let's look at how we took it, right? If we're going to make up scripture, we'll run with it. And maybe I could have given credit for the Galukians to you, but I didn't. So we ran with it. For Jack so loved the world that he gave the last 7 years of his life in pursuit of a world without war and government secrets.
But Jack, you
isn't that true?
Jack,
Isn't that
sorry.
true?
Can I respond? You replace God with Jack. It's for God so loved the world, not Jack.
Not in Galukians 3:16, right? It's
I created
imaginary.
Galukians. That's not part of Galukians.
It's imaginary, dude.
No, it's not. It's a real
It
book.
is.
It's a real book, Galukians.
No, see, this is another. Okay, well, here's another clarity for you, dude. Your legitimacy, it's imagined. You do not have the authority or discernment or. This is another. Okay, well, here's another clarity for you, dude. Your legitimacy, it's imagined. You do not have the authority or discernment or credibility or respect that you think. And I would love for it to change, Stephen, because I know you can do better. I know you can.
Are you saying, Jack, that deep down you love and respect me?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You totally missed the point. Again, how are you that dense, dude? Seriously.
I have a
Seriously.
I have a disability that you're mocking. Do you do you love and respect Galukians and Metafinkle, the angel?
No, those are your imagined narratives. So no.
Do you think, Jack, do you think I'm the best co-host ever on your show?
I've answered that question repeatedly. No, Stephen. You are not the
Why
best.
not? What could I improve on? I want to know areas for improvement. How can I improve? Help me help you, Jack.
I've told you repeatedly, and this is what you've not once actually made an effort to truly understand, because had you done so, you would understand by now. So this charade you play, it's like this sick fucking game, dude. That's how you can help me. Drop the clown show. Please. Authentically, you can be a good man. I have faith in that. Okay? And I can respect the good qualities I can find in you, but I look despite, right, how you actually treat me.
You feel like I've treated you poorly, is what you're saying. You don't feel respected by me, and you think that I should be more of what? What would you suggest? Because this isn't an act, this is who I am. So you're asking me to drop the act, but this is who I am.
You're better than that. And what I mean by that is you're well aware of my goals. The goals of trying to end wars, the goals of trying to grow my channel, grow in my credibility. You know my goals.
I have been reaching thousands of people, though, trying to advertise for you. Marketing.
That's a lie. That's a lie you want me to believe, but it's a false narrative, Stephen.
It is not a lie. My short videos do reach thousands.
I know, and it does not highlight me. It's not done to make me look good.
Jack.
Here, I'm going to, hey, sorry to have you in the back so long. Thank you.
No, you're fine.
Please speak.
Jack, you know, what I want to say to Stephen is, I know he's farting and all that. As he said, that's he cares about you, right? Yeah. You care about him? Do you care about him, King Stephen? You really care about Jack?
Oh, I care about idiots like you, pissants like you, Tarek.
Okay, the question was, do you care about Jack, though? You really care about Jack?
Are you going to let me answer?
Go ahead.
Are you going to keep interrupting? I care about the truth, and I care about entertainment, and I care about having fun, and I
And you
care
didn't
about.
answer the question. Are you serious? Can you be authentic and serious, Stephen? Or are you a clown and a character who cannot be respected or trusted? Here's your chance.
Well, I can't
What are
respect
you
people
sharing?
that call me a clown and a fool.
The question before you, Stephen.
Go ahead.
Let me calm down.
It's
Thank
okay,
you.
Jack.
Calm down. Calm down a bit.
Well,
Take a
King
few deep
Stephen,
breaths,
King Stephen, he's right. I don't agree with Jack on many things. Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead. It's
Thank
okay,
you.
Jack.
Calm down.
Here's your chance.
Exactly.
Well, I can't.
Stephen, or are you a clown and a character who cannot be respected or trusted? Here's your chance.
Exactly.
Well, I can't
What
respect
are you
people
sharing?
that call me a clown and a fool.
The question before you, Stephen.
Go ahead.
Let me calm down.
It's
Thank
okay,
you.
Jack.
Calm down. Calm down a bit.
Well,
Take a
King
few deep
Stephen,
breaths,
King Stephen, he's right. I don't agree with Jack on many things. Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
Please remind him of the question, because the question.
The
is-
question.
Can you repeat the question,
Yes.
please?
Here's the question, King Stephen. Do you care about Jack? And if you do you care about him as a human being, not
I
you
do.
being as a character?
I do. I do.
And are you showing that through your videos on your own channel?
I'm expressing myself and my thoughts on my channel the way that I'm not allowed to here, because anytime I speak, I get kicked off immediately.
And
Do
you
you
notice you did not answer the question again, Stephen.
I
You
did. I said I.
From the moment we arrive here in Hell Realm, they hang us upside down and spank us in a cold hospital room like a ritual, introducing us here with pain, date of birth with an all caps, given legal name. They cut the cord and put drops in our eyes. Blood and guts burst screams. The circle of life. The circle of life. Nothing here is natural. In hell realm. Nothing here is for learning. In hell realm. For good spirits this is hell, and demons should roast here, eternally burning. Burn! Demons! Yes, there is a sun and a moon. Yeah, some humans claim life's too short, gone too soon. Yes, there's wind and rain, mountains and streams. There's a sky with clouds and trails and cults for the insane. Cradle to grave, you are brainwashed and controlled like zombie worker slaves. Cradle to grave is the circle of life, and earth devours you all. None of you will survive forever here. This is a recycling system for spirits. It's the circle of life in a realm filled with pain and death. natural. In well round. Nothing here is for learning. In well round. For good spirits, this is hell. And demons should roast here, eternally burning. Burn! Demons! Burn! Burn here forever! Demons! Burn! Demons! Burn! Demons! Burn! Dance in the fire! You filthy liars! You parasites!
The Somali community is so angry at Nick Shirley and are harassing him.
How you doing, man?
I just want to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Why are you sensationalizing the propaganda?
What are we
to-
sensationalizing?
To attack our community. What's your final objective?
We're not attacking your community by any means.
Are you making
We're
good money
looking-
from this?
We're looking for fraud.
No, I'm
For
not-
instance, can you answer our question? Where's Safari Transportation Company 607?
1 second.
It's not there.
How much money are
Why don't
you?
answer the
How much
question,
money
where's
are you
617
making?
Dreamline Security.
How much money are you
I
making
make
off
money
of
off
this?
of YouTube. That's how I make my money.
Exactly. So you're making money off of sensationalizing.
That my job
and attacking
is-
the Somali community.
I'm not attacking you guys. We're asking.
I'll tell you the
Fraud
reason why
fraud,
this is
sir.
happening. All right. Let me
David,
tell you the reason why you're
fraud is
attacking
fraud,
this.
correct?
Yes.
This has nothing to do with race. This is fraud.
This
and
is
fraud.
absolutely has to do with us being Muslim.
No, it does not.
All right, and us being from Africa. This is a constitutional argument. If you don't want us here, change the freedom of religion. Say, listen, we don't want Muslims in this country anymore.
We're not saying
No.
We're not
Because
saying
when I go
Sir,
onto
we're
your
talking
comments,
about fraud. You're
I just quickly want to point out that he's talking about, all this money that he is making. First of all, it's called the free market. The people support it. He is able to get people to click on and watch his videos. Therefore, he deserves every single penny that he makes. On top of that, YouTube has been very sensitive about protecting this community. And so he might not even make money on some of these videos, yet he is paying for his airplane, for his hotels, all of that. And a lot of the publicity, sometimes it doesn't mean that it directly is making him money. I mean, I hope that they sell a lot of the quality luring shirts because they're pretty hilarious. But obviously he is doing this because it is something that he cares about. And it's great that he's able to make a living from it. And also the American people are interested in this because it's something we care about it as well. Not everything is a way as, how can we make money from this? And it just really shows that that is all that he's thinking about, is how he can make money off of the system, and then trying to victimize himself, saying that it's just because they're Muslim. It has nothing to do with that. I mean, if he wants to make it connected to that, then maybe it is.
When I go onto your comments, what I see is people that say we do not want Muslims here. Kick every single Muslim in Minnesota out of Minnesota.
That's a comment.
You're preparing for the Somali community to maybe be taken to concentration camps, just like the Japanese community. All right, you're sensationalizing.
No, we're not.
All right,
Sir,
something that
answer
can
the
listen.
question. Where-
That's something
where
that can
is the transportation
something that
vehicle
can
company?
jeopardize
Answer the
the
question.
safety and the protection of the
This is
Somali
fraud.
community.
We're talking
If
about
anything
fraud, sir.
happens to the Somali
We're talking about
community, listen,
fraud.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not physically touching You're you. getting very close. I'm not physically touching you.
It sounds more like the guy who is attacking him believes that there are cultural issues within his community, that everybody is participating in fraud, because he's the one who is making it seem like everyone is under attack. But yet we're pointing out the fraudsters and he's thinking that it's the entire Somali community.
No, I'm not physically touching him.
This is fraud.
What you're doing, when I go into your comments, people who hate Muslims, who want us out of here for being Muslim, are using your material. Islamophobes use your material. People who hate Islam use your material. Say to us.
I mean, would it make sense to enjoy a religion that encourages people to marry children or to force women to cover their heads, not be able to go out on their own, can't travel without a passport, always need to have a man with them? It doesn't make, why would we support that? Why would we want Sharia law? Why would we want Islam in the United States? So it makes sense for the comments to say this is something that we don't want. On top of that, there is all of the fraud. Maybe he's realizing that it's not Muslims, but it's these behavior patterns that we disagree with.
We don't want you here. Okay. Change the Constitution. Okay, but guess what? Let me tell you something. Guess what?
Say it. We're asking about
fraud.
No,
what you do, you hate Muslims.
I'm not saying
I hate Muslims. You hate Muslims. Why are you attacking us? Are we the only community that suffers because of fraud?
We're talking about fraud.
Are we the only community that does fraud? Are we the only community that does this?
This is about fraud.
All right.
On that level, kind of, with the support of the Democrats.
But there's what, 300 Somali providers in all of Minnesota?
There's actually.
I'm not. Don't touch me. Do you speak English? Right? Your security doesn't even speak English. Listen, let me tell you something.
See, this isn't a race issue.
Listen. Let me say something. This
is about fraud.
We have what, 1,000 providers?
Yeah, you guys have a.
Even it's 2,000 providers. Okay, you want to sacrifice the safety of 80,000 people because of 2,000 providers? Okay. Are you mad? Are you stupid?
If you want to be able to have your freedom of religion and culture exactly the way that you want, then why come to America?
Sensationalizing. What about if a mass shooting happens in Minnesota? It will be because of you. It will be because of you.
Just a few months ago, what is the thing that that man shouted before taking the life of the National Guard, Sarah Beckstrom? That's a good question to ask. We have reasons to be angry, so don't try to make it seem like we don't.
If any Somali gets hurt in Minnesota, it's because of Nick and Shirley. If any Somali, if one single Somali gets hurt,
if any single Somali gets hurt, he wants to blame a person who's just vlogging himself in your city? Dude, you need to grow up. And at this point, it actually seems like Somalians are staging break-ins to daycares to try to make it seem like as if the journalists are the ones who are inspiring those kinds of acts. It's complete BS, and everybody sees right through it.
Because of you sensationalizes, you son of a bitch. Sensationalizes.
Wow,
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood. Very nice. Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
Can you tell me where the
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood. We don't want you here.
Oh, your neighborhood.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You want to sensationalize? You want to clicks? You got clicks. You want clicks? You got clicks. You wanted clicks? You wanted the YouTube? You wanted the YouTube clicks? You got YouTube clicks. Now get out of our community.
Tell me where the
Get the fuck out of our community.
Tell me where the.
You stupid racist. Say I don't want Muslims here. Say I don't want Muslims here. Say it. Say I want.
I guarantee if that guy posted his video, nobody is going to agree with him unless they are a part of that community. So this community's response to everything is to just completely deny the claims that we have been given substantial proof to believe are real, that these daycare centers are not actually operating, or to just say that this is just blanket racism and it shouldn't be allowed at all. It's so pathetic.
You were here earlier today. I came here at 1 o'clock. You were here. Where are you now? You claim we're closed. You claim we're on Friday. Where are you? Why are you not here right now? It's like you're trying to put out a certain message about a certain group. I'm not gonna make that claim. I don't want to make that claim without.
You're doing that to your own community. If you are committing fraud and not running a proper business, then you are the one who is reinforcing stereotypes.
Me knowing him personally, but that's what it seems like he's doing from his front. Where are you right now? He was here.
He's literally standing in front of a sign that says Luring Center. People have been making AI videos of Nick Shirley pulling up, and then you have Tim Walz surrounded by a bunch of money, and they're exposing all of this fraud in our country. It's crazy that he is becoming an American hero in a sense and inspiring other people to go to other daycares in their local neighborhoods and get this type of reaction from people.
This is a question. How do you enroll? How do you enroll your children here? You can't do that? No kids? So how can I enroll my children? It says you get public money through Ohio. You get money through the state of Ohio. This is a money that gets.
It's not open, it's closed. And also the other weird thing is do they only service the Somali community? It almost looks like these women are like, okay, I'm gonna have 10 kids and open up a daycare center for my own kids, be a stay-at-home mom, and claim that I have a daycare for 10 kids and receive government funding from that. Or it's weird because anytime an American walks up to these businesses, they're like, no, you're not allowed here. And so it's like, well, who is then? Just yourself? Just some guys smoking cigarettes in the parking lot? So the guy that helped Nick Shirley to expose all of this really deserves a lot of credit. And he recently just said that he will give $100,000 to anybody who can disprove his information.
No, don't call any parents.
Anybody want to take me up? You $100,000 if you can.
$100,000.
You can disprove my information.
Okay, so give me a copy of what you have, and I.
Wait, but that would require work. And the people who are doing this fraud aren't going to want to do any actual work. It's crazy that they're literally being harassed everywhere they go because of how much traction this has gotten.
Get the fear out of here, man. Get the fear out of here. Out. Move. Get the out of here. You cannot come in here. We don't care. We don't know where it is. Get out. That's not your job. You don't know that. Get out.
He's recording.
Telling him to get the F out of a business, telling him he can't film. Wow, it's such a welcoming community. And yet, on the reverse side of that, we're supposed to give our open arms to this community. Oh, welcome to our country.
Who owns that? Who owns that building over there, the Quality Center?
That is, I don't have.
And why did they change the sign? Okay, that's what we're here for.
Well, right now you need to tell America that, and that's a very.
It's so funny when people try to get angry and cannot even speak English correctly. America. Just swarming him, yelling at him.
A lady, the commissioner, Kiki Brown said you guys were closed a week ago, and now you guys are open right now. This is not true what you guys are saying.
I don't have anything to do with that business.
Fraud.
I don't have anything to do with that business. What you got on? Oh my God. You're the infamous Nick Shirley who's getting dollars off of YouTube.
I have a question. If someone can answer.
It's weird how they are acting as if earning money from YouTube is the problem. You're making money from YouTube and from the business that you own, and yet we should be able, therefore, to make money however we want by having fake daycare centers, but now that there's attention on them, pretend that they have been operational. This guy is also being harassed because he exposed a fake childcare center as well.
You have just reported you to the police, okay?
Okay, that's fine. I'm not breaking any laws.
You are resisting.
I'm not.
Huh?
Did he just say he's resisting? Does this guy think that he is ICE?
I'm just asking, is this a childcare center?
I know who you are.
Okay, is this a childcare center?
You are a terrorist.
I'm a what?
Yeah.
No. I'm a what? Did you say I'm a terrorist?
You are resisting. I know who you are, guy.
We are here at the...
So he just called him a slur. And by the way, this is the community that Democrats and liberals drool over and just love. They claim that Donald Trump is taking away all their rights, yet they're okay with embracing the burqa.
kids to be. We'll wait a couple.
This building looks terrifying.
I didn't see any kids in there. Don't see any pickups going on.
I hope that there's no kids in there.
I do not, if you're making business, you're trying to make a profit. So therefore, you should not.
It takes a lot of bravery to show up. I was surprised to see that Nick Shirley is still in Minneapolis, even though this is gaining so much traction. It seems like the most dangerous place to be. So any journalist that is out there right now is so brave, and I hope you guys will continue to show your support to them. And also, please subscribe to the channel. See you soon. Bye.
What's your favorite thing about Teddy?
Probably his big personality. He's got a lot to him. He is funny, he is bright, he is silly, and he's super loving. He's always seeking out interaction from people. A lot of times I feel like people don't know how to interact with him, and often will kind of shy away from coming over to say hello because they're not sure what to say. And you know, my answer, if someone's like, how do I say hi to Teddy? Just come over, say hello. There's nothing wrong, no wrong way to say hi or wrong question to ask. We want to meet you.
Hey, Teddy. Thank you. Thank you for saying hi to me. It's so nice to meet you. I'm having such a great time with you today. Is that a good sign that he's enjoying my company?
Yes, that was a kiss and a wanting to engage with you for sure.
Hey, Teddy. I'd love to talk to you. Would you like to make some sounds together?
He wants to be spoken to, he wants to interact, and he deserves that interaction. I know, you love when people talk to you, right? You say, I'm right here.
Does Teddy like when people ask him questions and talk to him directly?
Absolutely. Because he is non-speaking, people will often direct all questions to me. But Teddy loves when you get on his level and ask him a question. You never know, you might get an answer too, right?
Teddy, I have a question for you. Do you love your mom?
Do you love me? Yes. Okay, yes. Teddy was born severely premature, 3.5 months early. He was extremely sick the first year of life, in and out of the hospital most of the year. At around 18 months, we had genetic testing, and he has a very rare, unique chromosomal abnormality. He has 18q-, so he's missing part of his 18th chromosome, and he has a partial trisomy of 21. He also has hypotonia, he has epilepsy, he has eosinophilic esophagitis, he has common variable immunodeficiency, which really is a challenging one because he does get severely sick often. Most likely his chromosomal abnormalities, the chromosome 18q- and the partial trisomy of 21, cause his other diagnoses of epilepsy, autism, hypotonia. They're all kind of under that umbrella.
I'm silly. Is it okay if you sit with me? Can I pick you up? Oh my goodness, I'm making all kinds. If you were to give advice to other parents about how to teach their children to befriend Teddy, what would you say?
I would tell them to come over with their child. Some children might be scared or nervous if Teddy is making loud noises or shaking his hands, but for them to model the behaviors on how to become a friend and to not be scared of Teddy, and to give him some time and patience to just sitting next to him for a couple of minutes and letting him warm up.
Would you like to play some instruments, Teddy?
I'm having fun playing with you. You want to sit with me? This is fun. It's nice to meet you. Did you just give me a kiss?
You did.
Thank you for that kiss. That was really nice of you. What a great way to say hi.
He is a very physical child. He will go up to people and want to touch their faces and touch their bodies to connect and to give kisses. He does a lot of kisses on people that he wants to get to know.
In a controlled environment, that's fine that he connects that way and bonds that way. It's
Yes.
pretty cute. Can it be complicated in public?
Yes. When we do go to the stores, and we do practice going to the stores because he, as you know, is out there as part of our community, and that's where he should be. I usually hold his hand. When he does want to approach somebody, and he often will, sometimes he'll ask, and we were waiting in line the other day at a grocery store, which is a challenging thing to wait in line, and there was a man behind us, and Teddy definitely wanted to go and connect with him in some way, and thank goodness, most people we meet are really kind and open. And I asked first, I said, "This is my son Teddy, can he come and say hello to you?" And a high five or just any contact, and he was open to it. But and especially as he gets older, I think Teddy is still adorable and cute, but as children grow up, and especially, children, they're not as cute anymore when they're 15 or 18 or 20.
And he might still want to bond the same way.
He will, and that's one thing we will have to work on as he gets older, for sure.
John, tell me all about your brother Teddy.
He's a really different one. He loves people. He really likes exposure to others and engagement. It's like, I love him. He's really sweet.
So what's it like to have a brother who likes being around others, but he doesn't speak?
It's like it makes you feel different in a good and bad way, but it really depends on what you think about him. And I think of him in a good way because I love him, which makes me feel like good that I have this special brother. I'm like, it's like 1 in a billion. I'm happy that my brother's so rare.
There's probably one and only Teddy on this planet.
What's it like to raise a child that's literally probably the only one?
It's hard because I would love to find a group that we belong to, whether it was, you know, a group of children with just autism or just trisomy 21, but because he is so unique and different, we haven't found our kind of little group yet to belong to. It's also hard because all of the geneticists we've seen and different doctors, because he is so rare and unique, they're not exactly sure what it means for him, medically, developmentally, what it means, because he's really the only one out there like him.
Evelyn, tell me about your family.
It's like, no family's perfect. This family, it's a good family. It's maybe weird, but it's like a good family.
Is Teddy always seeking out stimulation?
Yes. He goes strong all day.
Does he sleep?
He did not sleep for the first 6 years of his life, and I'm not exaggerating that. He did not sleep. It was like having a newborn for 6 years. At around 7 years old, he started sleeping through the night.
He like runs the house sometimes. It's
Tell me about that. How does he run the house?
like he'll walk into any room he wants and just go in and kind of like take any toys he wants.
I've noticed that Teddy likes to make a lot of noises. Have you just kind of gotten used to that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've adapted somehow because while other people tell me that he's been making noise, I slept soundly with no issues at all, so I think I've adapted. One time I was on a call with one of my friends and she's like, "Is everything okay? I hear screaming," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's fine." But
Thank you.
This is God's plan. This is God's design. This could be anyone in their next lifetime here. Isn't it wonderful? It's a gift, isn't it? People say, it's a gift to be disabled now. It's a gift. I mean, it's remarkable how they twist and invert everything. Would it be a gift to be missing both arms and both legs and be blind and deaf and intellectually disabled and just maybe able to make sounds like woo, woo, woo? Where do the gifts end? From God. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above. He fucks your minds with false love. Our God is an awesome God. God. I'll do it in dramatic way like that on purpose. People love it. They love it. They love defending that monster and saying, what an awesome God. What an awesome God we have. Our God is an awesome God. Doesn't have to match reality. People's beliefs don't have to match reality. They just want to praise and worship and sing. Sing the praises. This is what I think of when I think of most humans. This is what comes to mind. This is what people pour their energy into, not into looking at truth, observable truth, and questioning things, but praising. This is what makes them smile. Look at these zombies. Look at these zombies. I gotta pause it here. The hands in the air, that part. Look at his face. Right here, the hands up in the air, raising their hands up. Oh, our God. Look at this. I just laugh at them now. I don't get down about it. I used to. Decades ago, I used to kind of get down thinking, fuck, if only they knew, and these stupid idiots, and it was depressing, but now I just laugh at these zombies. Raise your arms in the air and praise that monster. Praise that monster. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sing its praises. You fucking idiots. So the drummers seem to be white. This guy's banging away at this Yamaha piano. And I thought I saw, yeah, I did see some darkies as the backup singers. They're back in the back corner. They put the darkies in the back. I'm not kidding. They put the darkies in the back. They're tucked away somewhere on the stage. You can't even see them. They put them in the back, like at the back of the bus. These darkies here. Look at this guy's got his finger up in the air like God is number one. God is number one. Well, what created all of the evil and diseases and pain and suffering and disorders and this whole fucking hell realm mess of a sewer matrix that you're in, you dummy. Who created all of that? The biggest smiles you'll ever see in this realm are from zombies, absolute zombies, smiling away without any clue of where they are, just smiling zombies, smiling slaves. I would be teasing them if I was running this show. I would be telling them, throw your money at the stage. Get your money out. I'd break it out of the song. Hello, Salty Siren. Hello, good to see you. I would be telling them, throw your money at the stage. Get your money out of your wallets and literally throw it at the stage. Throw it at me. Make it rain. Make it rain money. Our God is an awesome God. Now pay me. And I'm saying if I was him, if I was some scammer, grifter, because I don't ask for people's money, but I know these ones do. They want all the money. They want all the money. And it's just a mockery. The whole freaking thing is just, what a joke. I mean, you have these cult followers with their hands up in the air singing along. I mean, it just doesn't get more ridiculous than this. They've got a whole goddamn stadium type place. I'll go back here. Packed in there. Tons of people. And they're just absolute zombies. They're just zombies. I do care about Jack. I do.
And the question was, do you believe that you are showing your care in the videos that you share about me?
Exactly.
I'm showing my care for the truth.
Okay, that's not the question you were asked. The question, keep it in the context here, Stephen. See, this is wonderful because you are an excellent manipulator. You're very slippery.
Yes.
But I'm damn good. And Tarek, you're doing great too. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. You're doing good too. You caught on
I'm not
right away.
slippery at all. You're always calling me a manipulator. That's a false accusation.
Stephen, there's plenty of evidence. Please let's not argue. Okay, your denial is being
let's be positive.
Stephen, yes, we are confronting your denial today so that we can have a better version of you from now on. It'd be so fucking amazing, dude. I'm so excited for this possible
and
breakthrough.
a better version of Jack, where you don't call people despicable and disgusting.
Let's start with you.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Deflection.
No, that's not a deflection.
What you're excited for this possible
And a
breakthrough.
better version of Jack, where you don't call people despicable and disgusting.
Let's start with you.
There you go. Deflection.
That's not a deflection.
What you're
Yeah, it
doing,
is.
Stephen. We were discussing you and your
You've never
behavior.
discussed your own behavior here,
So
Jack.
again,
Go
back
ahead.
to where the conversation was, Stephen, please. The question before you, right? You made the claim that you care about Jack, and then it was followed up with a question. Stephen, in your videos that you're sharing, is your care for Jack being shown? What do
Yes,
you
because I'm speaking truth. I'm showing truth. Yes.
Do you believe? Okay. So how is that helping Jack?
It's helping you see a side of yourself you don't want to look at.
But I'm not looking at what you're doing.
You are watching the videos.
No,
You're mentioning them.
Stephen,
You've been tagged in them.
Stephen, I don't care. I don't click play
Well,
because
then
I
what's
don't
your issue with the
support you.
videos? What's your issue if you don't even watch
Oh
them?
my God, you are
What's your
such an idiot, dude. My issue is you.
I'm not an idiot.
You are.
Not at all.
You're
Very
arguing.
high, I'm very high
Stephen,
IQ. I'm not
Stephen.
an idiot. That's false.
Okay. Here's the reality, brother. You might be smart, but you've done the worst thing possible. You've outsmarted yourself into believing you know things others do not. Okay? Get off of your high horse. Stop arguing so we can have an adult conversation today. And who knows what we could do from there.
I'm here attempting that. You brought on Tarek. The other day you had Denizen. It's always 2 or 3 versus 1. And I'm still winning. Even if it's 5, 10 versus 1.
This
I'm
is
still
not
winning.
about winning. This is not
No.
about winning.
No, it's not about winning. That's the thing. We've got a fool that wants to compete instead of actually cooperate and be authentic. How many chances do I give?
I don't know, Jack. The question would be to King Stephen, like he said earlier. He said he's showing the videos because he wants to show you something, right? Something about you. Here's the question for you, King Stephen. What are you trying to show about Jack? Please let us know.
I will show whatever I want on my channel. Neither of you demons control my channel. It's my channel. I'll show whatever I want. I'll say whatever I want. I'll show whatever I want. You can kiss my crazy ass, you losers. You demonic zombie demon-tard losers. Fucking psychos. I'm showing criticism of Jack that he doesn't allow here on his show because he backstages and kicks people like me, Tommy, Snafu, and others. I don't have an association with those people, but I
Yes,
think
you
they
do.
have a right to have. No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I don't talk to them outside of here at all. I have no association with them.
I'll explain after you get to your point. I'm sorry for the interruption.
I do think they have a right to express their criticisms and their opposition or their different viewpoints, and Jack doesn't allow that here. Same with Margot and others. Andy, Margot. There's a list.
And that's
of
a
people.
lie. Can I interrupt
No,
him
it
real
is
quick,
not a
Jack?
lie.
Okay,
It's the
let me say
truth.
something real quick.
It's the truth.
You said that you believe that Snafu, Tommy, and others are not allowed by Jack to express their feelings.
And me. And me.
Okay, and you. Here's something for you, King Stephen. Do you accept Snafu, the one that keeps making the Jack tales about a Jack, which most of them were false, the grape accusations false, Tommy that we have been on nonstop. He's been on Jack's panel. Jack told him personally, I'm not a Bible thumper, but Tommy is coming on his channel because he wants to promote his channel to get views because his channel is down. And you're also promoting other people like Margot, which Margot's been on record lying many times. Like she said before, when she asked me personally to get military records about Jack.
Eric. You're taking us on a long journey.
Oh, I'm just telling you the facts.
Hold on a second. That which is made a great point about Young. I am showing Jack Talcott's shadow in the clips and in my criticisms, and I think it's healthy. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Okay, right. And this is what I want you to consider. Please try to find the wrong in what you are so confident you are right about, because you've
Why should I try to find the wrong in what I'm doing when you've called me disgusting, despicable, a fool, a clown, an idiot, etc., etc.? You're a psycho and you're a control freak. You're a narcissist. You're not going to control me. You think you are, but you will break before you ever control me. You will break. I guarantee it.
deceived yourself. You think you're not making any mistakes.
Times, like she said before, when she asked me personally to get
You're going off
military
the
records about
rails,
Jack.
Eric. You're taking us on a long journey.
Oh, I'm just telling you the facts.
Well, hold on a second. That which is made a great point about Young. I am showing Jack Talcott's shadow in the clips and in my criticisms, and I think it's healthy. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Okay, right. And this is what I want you to consider. Please try to find the wrong in what you are so confident you are right about, because you've deceived yourself. You think you're not making any mistakes. You think all the blame is Jack Talcott and everything Stephen does is justified. Well,
No,
you're
I never
wrong.
said I didn't make mistakes.
Stephen,
No.
please. Just understand me.
But you're putting words in my mouth. I never said I made no mistakes.
I am asking you to understand me and stop. Stop defending yourself. Start accepting what is being shared. I'm not lying to you.
You just want me to accept what you say. That's what you want,
Stephen,
isn't it?
I want you to accept what is true. And you have not, tell you what, let me not presume. So in your videos where you feel justified in allegedly showing the darkness of Jack that is so important, it must be shared with everyone.
Why does that upset you so much is what I'm wondering.
Why? I mean, what purpose?
For the purposes of criticism and expressing my views.
But why? Why
on
do
my
you
channel?
think, Stephen, why do you think that is so important?
Because I'm kicked off your show anytime I speak. That's why.
So this is an ego thing.
Stephen, yes.
No, it isn't. It's a free
Stephen.
speech thing, not an ego
No,
thing. Nice
Stephen.
try, Tarek.
Actually, Stephen, you're like a juvenile child.
No, I'm. There he goes with another ad hom. That's all they have. And that's what some people, quite a few people, can't catch on and notice, because there's a big issue with many human beings in this realm, because this is so obvious. So obvious.
Who can't stop arguing. Can you stop arguing, Stephen? Is that possible?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can you? Can you?
Yes, you can.
You seem to be very heated in arguing.
Stephen, I'm sitting here.
They organized this, by the way. Tarek was there to back up Talcott, and they organized this ahead of time. And Tarek is even speaking for him. Yes, you can. You're such a yes man, ass kisser. I have no respect for you, Tardik. Lost any shred of respect. You're just a piece of shit. That's what you are.
Silent as you're creating
You have
these
self-awareness,
arguments.
Jack.
Stephen, that is you. Please chill out. You know, I asked, can you please stop arguing? So just so we're clear, what I'm identifying as patterns of arguing is like the attacking and defensive, not really trying to comprehend or have a discussion. And what we're actually doing, besides creating evidence of, I'm identifying your malfunctions, Stephen. Besides creating evidence
No,
of
that's
that.
what I'm doing in my videos of you, and you can't handle the criticism.
I know. That's what you say. But really, Stephen,
That's what the videos show.
Stephen, you don't even know what is real.
Oh, I do. I know what's real.
No, you don't. Here, and what's so funny is,
how could you
I
claim
made this
that?
statement, Stephen, here's your arrogance on display. I made a pretty broad and vague statement there. You don't even know what is real. And you don't want to understand any aspects of what I'm saying. You're just convinced I'm wrong and you're right. You're a fool.
I'm not a fool. You don't have
Jack,
anything.
Dude, you're an idiot.
Jack, I think he totally understands what you're saying, and that's where I kind of disagree a little bit. But I think he's doing it for a reason. His reason, I think, is he has to promote his channel because his channel is dead. Just like Tommy's is using you to promote his channel and others, and that's why they're promoting Snafu. Now, if you take Snafu, for example, he went after King Stephen many times. Now he's promoting Snafu. They're all getting together, him, Snafu, Tommy, and Margot, like the usual, coming at you again. This is what's going on.
I know. They're fools, dude. And they don't even know what they're doing. It's been a fascinating adventure for me, but I'm truly to this point where I know God is with me, because that's all that there is God. I'm convinced of this. Here's how I know, right? God's awareness is here with you and I. It is in you and I, the awareness. Look at your world. Look at now, look at the future, look at everything that was or is from your perspective. Look from the place where perception originates. Be aware of the awareness. Be aware of the multiple dimensions of awareness that are available through you, right? The environmental awareness, the political awareness, nutritional awareness, the physical awareness, spiritual awareness, emotional awareness. There's just too much. Oh, I gotta be home.
The question, Jack, would be why the consistency of always coming at you, right? Like, just say, okay, he came at you, and let's just say for whatever reason he proved you wrong, right? Even though that's not really true. What's the reason that he keeps doing it for a year now? What does he get out of it?
I've been asking myself that for a while. And what I've come to realize, I can't answer for anyone. I've just got to interpret from what they say and do, right? You can't always trust people to be honest, especially when they're arguing against you and attacking you all the time. So I've been looking at what is the benefit for me? Why would God allow me to deal with this? I actually think that in comparison, despite my failures, right? When I do drop down to the angry Jack and that part comes out, despite that, I actually think I kind of shine in comparison to the Snafus and the Tommies and the Stevens, because I'm a hell of a more kind and gentle, and I'm a better example of a respectable man.
You are.
And that's how people learn, is by examples. And this is what I mean. It took me a while to realize it, but God had brought some incredible examples of human beings into my experience through direct physical meeting these people and learning of them online or in books. That's what I realized. That's what Jesus was, the perfect example for all of us. What are you feeling, Tarek?
What I'm feeling is this, Jack, is King Stephen, I believe, just like Snafu, for example, and him, and even Tommy, they're all lonely. They need some type of validations. Yeah, they need it.
Yeah.
And they need to pick on someone so they can be seen. Even though King Stephen, like I said before, like even Denison said, he's bright, he's funny. King Stephen, I'll give you that. But at the same time, to keep doing this for years and years, like Snafu now, it's not good. Not good and not fair and not moral.
You know what? It's not up to us to decide necessarily how long is enough, and yet to some degree it is. But here, we've got someone in the back I want to bring back. Margot,
Hi, Jack.
welcome back. How are you today?
I'm well. I'm confused.
Which part?
Well, Tarek, where did we become ops? I mean, we've got along for, gosh, probably over a year, and I'm here making my lunch and I'm listening to Jack, and I keep hearing you use me in a very negative way.
Okay, can I reply?
Of course.
Margot, me and you are still fine till now. I respect you to a certain degree, but just because I respect you to a certain degree does not mean I can't be truthful about the facts. Like what I mean by the facts is when you went after Jack, there were situations where you were over the line, and me and you spoke about it even on Jack's panel. Now there's things that you said that were true, and I agreed with you. So for you to come up here, for example, ask me like, "Hey, me and you are good. Why are you saying that?" I don't think you're being truthful about some of the things that you done to Jack that were not good. That's all I'm saying.
Well, haven't you done some of the same detrimental things to Jack?
Yes, of course. Here's the thing, though, about me. I admit them. Like I said yesterday to Denison.
So do
I admit them. Like I said, if I go on my channel and oh no, I'm not. If I go on my channel and say I don't agree with Jack's delusion about world peace, right? I don't still come on Jack and every day try to demonize him and make him look bad and all that. I don't. I know what he's about, and I admit that. But King Stephen and others don't admit it. That's my problem with them.
I admit it. I admit it. If Jack has a question about something I've said and he asks me, I will honestly admit it, or I will say I did not say it, and hopefully we can move forward. And hopefully Jack can heal from the wrongs that I've done. But Tarek, God.
Margaret, I agree with you. I think you have done that, and I think Jack has moved forward, and even myself.
Then why are you bringing up my name?
Well, I just brought your name up to relate to as a reference.
Yeah, and it is in relation to the patterns. I mean, Margot, you've been a part of the patterns that Jack Talcott has experienced.
But when I'm enjoying my afternoon and listening to you, and I keep hearing Tarek throw me under the bus, it's like, it's toxic. It's toxic.
Margot,
we're here in the now today, trying to have positive, Christ-like conversations. And when someone's throwing you under the bus, it's not pleasant.
Margot, can you see it differently? Can you see it as not throwing you under the bus, but can you see the bigger picture of what it was? It wasn't all Margot focused. I know that's how you might hear it, but
I understand it was not all Margot focused.
But it wasn't. I promise you it wasn't, Margot. And I have nothing against you, I promise.
No.
Can you kind of work on that, Tarek? I'm trying to move forward. Jack and I are trying to move forward. Tarek, I'm just saying, stop, please.
Well, Margot.
Yeah.
I actually think what Tarek is doing is pretty healthy. What he's telling you is, Margot, I can respect you and care about you and appreciate you, but there's certain things you do that, you're wrong.
Which is considered unsolicited advice. And
hey, Margot, right. It might be unsolicited, but only those in denial will care, right? And the denial is a pattern of the ego. And the higher mind is God that reveals the truth to us every day. And sometimes we
Jack,
learn.
I'm going to stop you because I understand what you're saying, and you're just
No, Margot,
wasting your breath.
please let me finish, and then consider the point. Because each moment of each day, reality is revealed to us. Sometimes we learn information that we do not like, right? It hurts.
What information are you sharing?
Well, Margot, you heard something and it kind of stabbed you. You felt something. So you chose to join and address it. And that's why we're in this conversation now.
Let me ask you a question. When you're hanging out at a party with some friends and you can hear a conversation behind you of someone talking negatively about some things that you said and did in the past, just because they're trying to make conversation, is it enjoyable? Do you want to stick around and listen? Exactly.
Margot, you chose to join. Okay, you could have turned it off. You could have found something else and distracted yourself, or
so you want people to go someplace else when they come to your show to listen to your content,
Margot,
and they hear negativity.
Margot, I love you, but you find a lot of negativity. You find a lot of reasons to feel offended and afraid.
No, I do not get afraid. I do not get afraid. And
Margot, you're a drama queen, dude, and you are in such denial. I love you, my friend, but good Lord.
I respectfully disagree with you.
I know.
Jack.
Well, you haven't been respectful, so I'm grateful that it's finally, your disagreeable is finally to the respectable level.
Well, thank you.
Well, I thank you, because it was bitter and nasty.
That's your perspective.
It was the reality I was subjected to, Margot.
He was.
This is what I mean. Margot, you've got a pattern, and it's so obvious, I believe it's obvious to many, and you're not alone, okay?
I do not get afraid. I do not get afraid. And
you find a lot of reasons to feel offended and afraid.
No, I do not get afraid. I do not get afraid.
You find a lot of reasons to feel offended and afraid.
No, I do not get afraid. I do not get afraid. And
Margot, you're a drama queen, dude, and you are in such denial. I love you, my friend, but good Lord.
I respectfully disagree with you.
I know.
Jack.
Well, you haven't been respectful, so I'm grateful that it's finally, your disagreeable is finally to the respectable level.
Well, thank you.
Well, I thank you, because it was bitter and nasty.
That's your perspective.
It was the reality I was subjected to, Margot.
He was.
This is what I mean. Margot, you've got a pattern, and it's so obvious, I believe it's obvious to many, and you're not alone, okay? You want to have this selective memory. You want to sweep things. My experience, Margot, shows you have a very selective memory, just like here in the now.
Jack, it is impossible to determine someone's memory.
Here in the bullshit. Let's get into that discussion at another time. But here in the now, when you selectively choose what words I say are okay, right? You disagree immediately before even considering. Where's Jack going with this? What's he trying to communicate with me? You're not allowing the new day to be different, but you can.
Jack, that is what I'm referring to. It's a new day and it's different. And Tarek is bringing up things from who knows how many years ago.
Margot, please stop.
Jack, I'm asking you to open your mind right now.
Margot, please stop looping back to your argument, right? 'Cause that's what moved you here.
Please open your mind so you can try to understand my perspective.
Margot, I have. Now,
I
can
do
you
not
do the
believe
same?
you.
What would prove to you that I do? Because here, what I heard from you is that you were listening, doing your lunch thing, and you had me going in the background, and I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
But then you heard one of the guests here bringing up your name in a way that you didn't appreciate. And so
Well,
you chose.
Anyway, getting from your chair. Can I assist you in any way getting from your chair to the couch?
Sure, yeah. You just lift me up and put me on the couch.
Okay, is it cool if I film it?
Yeah, sure.
Just so people can see how to be accommodating and have a conversation about needs.
Have a conversation about needs, I like that.
Because it's not as intimidating as someone may feel.
Yes, I agree.
What is the best way I can help you?
So, to get on the couch would be transferring me.
Yes.
From the chair to the couch. So, typically what we do is, you get in front of me, of course you unbuckle me, right?
Cool.
Of course, you kind of just like wrap your arms around me like if it's like a hug.
Like giving a hug?
Yeah, like giving a hug, like a bear hug.
Like this?
Yep.
Okay.
And then you just kind of pull me up and put me on the couch.
Always lift with the legs, right?
Yeah, always lift with the legs, exactly.
And just put you on the couch?
Yes, There you go.
Cool.
You're strong.
Thank you.
You're strong.
How were my transferring skills?
That was actually really good. Really, really well done, Chris.
Cool, there we are.
There we go.
All right. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. My first question for you.
Yes.
Typically, when you meet somebody for the first time, you shake their hand. What is the best way to greet you?
Ooh, that's interesting. There's different ways. So you can just put your hand here and you kind of just like
right here?
Yeah, and then up and down.
Okay.
Like that. Or like a fist bump, right? Like that.
If you don't mind me asking, what is this right here?
Shoulder.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a shoulder. It's very pointy, very hard. So, sometimes a lot of people just do a hug. So
I like hugs.
Yeah, you like hugs?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like that.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Happy to be here with you, Edgar.
Likewise. Thank you very much for coming all the way.
And meeting many, many people with disabilities, I've learned that a lot of people who are non-disabled, they aren't used to that. So for them, that might be uncomfortable at first, but it's not uncomfortable for you.
No. It's not uncomfortable for me. I like socializing. I like getting to know people, and I like making people or helping making people feel comfortable.
Edgar, what do you want the world to know about you?
That the only limits that we have are those limits that we place on ourselves. And I've been very blessed to be able to, just go out into the world and live my life, right? Contrary to what many people expected, contrary to what many people thought, there is a lot of good out there, and there is a lot of good we can do in the world.
What is the most important thing for other people to understand about you?
Well, I guess I would just want them to be themselves, okay? What I've learned, not just, as an individual with a disability, but also kind of in the professional world, right? There's a lot of different facades with people. I like it when people are genuine. I like it when people are themselves, right? I'm gonna try my best to always be myself, no matter what.
What is your disability?
Officially, it is tetra amelia, the absence of the four limbs. As you can see, I have no arms and no legs. This disability is a very, very unique and very rare type of condition. I'm very blessed to be in good physical health. The only thing that's missing is just arms and legs, pretty much.
Were you born like this?
I was born like this, yes.
So we're actually at pretty eye level.
Yeah.
It's
you're hoping to achieve with YouTube? 30 degrees, right? Probably about 30 to 40.
32, I think. Yeah. We got folks showing up already. Wonderful.
Yeah, people
Good.
coming in. Like I said, link is posted, folks. If you want to do a Q&A or just come and hang out with us, feel free. Thoughts on the collaboration, the African History and Culture Museum, and just maybe some questions for us.
There we go.
The African History and Culture Museum. Look at this idiot with the pins on his jacket. Look at this fool here. Look at this fool.
That is the Washington Monument right there, everybody.
All right. I think I posted on mine. Hopefully things are coming through.
So this is our first time meeting in person. I'm somewhat familiar with Jack's kind of your
Little Jack Twatcott. Little Jack. Little Jackie boy. Little Jackie boy. No wonder he didn't take the $1,000 US offered to him. Offered to him to come and call me a little bitch to my face and grab my throat and chokeslam me. He's not interested because he knows he has no chance of doing that. None at all. I'd step on you, your little pissant.
what you do, your message. But if you want to reiterate to my audience what it is you're hoping to achieve with YouTube and just overall, I think might be a good time.
I truly appreciate it because you got to have kind of an open mind and just accept what it is for what it is. But what I'm hoping to do online with the channel is to start a grassroots movement. I want to end wars and bring reforms to the American government because the wars can end when people stop fighting, and the reforms can begin as soon as people make an agreement. So the people, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think we're ripe for something like that. I think a lot of people are, coming wise to what's actually going on in society, where their tax dollars are being spent, how they're not benefiting from those deals that are going on, and we're actually losing lives in the process. Sending our kids over to fight proxy wars that we have no business fighting in the first place. So the military-industrial complex, imperialism, just doing dirty deals that we should not be doing in the first place, that nobody votes for.
Right.
Nobody's voting for those things. It's being made by people in power, the oligarchs, people that are not elected.
Jackie boy looks like an old hobo. Look at him. He looks like a bum. He looks like a hobo. He looks like a tramp.
Did to those positions, and I think the internet is starting to make people aware of that. So yeah, go subscribe to Jack Talcott if you haven't already. He has a much larger audience than I do.
For now.
So humbly, I'll say thank you to
Hey,
bringing some of those people over.
that's the hope. And actually, tell you what, we'll do more again. We will do more again. I'll get it set up, figured out how I might be able to join and restream, but I don't know how long we're gonna. It's not in the cold.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say we'll keep it short. That's the thing. We'll keep it short. It's gonna get dark within half an hour, I think. So when it gets dark, we'll shut it down. We'll call it. But for now, it might be a good opportunity to see if anybody wants to come up and share their thoughts. And
please,
just let you guys know that we did not cut out on you guys.
Not on purpose.
Yeah, that was something out of our control. We did want to share the Kwanzaa ceremony with you guys. It was just
Yeah. And it is unfortunate. I'm curious for those who were tuned in earlier, if what you thought and what maybe what you missed or where it cut out.
That's a good. Yeah. Where did we cut out? But also some of the highlights. What did you guys find most interesting?
That's it.
And some takeaways. And maybe what you guys would like to see more of. Also, maybe suggestions for the future. I said we're pretty close. and we can definitely get together again and do more content.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, and thanks again to everybody that joined us. That was a lot of fun in there. That's getting past security was a little tricky.
We're learning.
Exactly.
We're learning the ropes and the ways, and next time we'll have a different strategy, I think. We'll start it up after we get through the security.
Thank you, Stephen David. Great camp. Yeah, we got the Washington Monument. We got
a little bit, actually. Whoops.
You sent, yeah, there you go. Center it just a bit. There we go.
Put the what's it called? The phallic right in the middle.
Yeah. Where it belongs, front and center. Logical says, Jack, you should shave your whole beard sometime.
I might. When the weather's warmer again, I probably will.
That's what I did. I usually have a big old beard, but I shaved it on Christmas, and people thought I was an entirely different person. Don't worry, guys. It's coming back, but I got some good. People actually appreciated it.
Blessings, guys.
We could do some street interviews. We could talk to some people.
We could.
That was the National Guard that just passed by. We could try to grab an interview.
You know,
What do you think?
we could, but my understanding of them is they probably have instructions already on what they should and should not talk about, who they should and should not talk to. I don't know.
I would assume that they probably want to avoid social media. They don't want to spark any controversy because I'm sure they're already getting enough criticism and things like that. Like I said, when I went to Union Station, I talked to a few of them, but most of them were like, "Yeah, no, we're not talking to you." So
I agree.
that does make sense. We do have somebody backstage. Do you know Yoko Ono?
I do not know Yoko Ono.
Me neither. Yoko Ono, go ahead and post up in chat. Give us an idea of why you want to come on panel, because we have had an issue with porn bombers, which I know you're familiar with that.
No.
And the last thing we need right now is somebody taking down the stream. So
No, we got no reason for that.
Yoko Ono, whoever you are, just post up in chat. Give us an explanation of, as to why you want to come up on panel and what you want to talk about. Steven says, no news is good news for the average low-level National Guard worker. I want to bet it's Spicoli. It might be Spicoli. Sorry, Spicoli, but we can't have you up. After your performance yesterday, you are not somebody that we want to give a platform to. I am sorry, but you had your chance. And we got to, at least for the time being, we got to keep you backstage. Sorry. Gives me I do not enjoy doing that, but it's just, we got to lay down the law around here.
It's the way people are, man. It's crazy.
That's right. So how long have you been on YouTube for?
Far longer than I thought I was going to be.
Me too.
It seems I saw something recently. I think it's been 7 years or a little more than 7 years.
I've been about 5 years.
Okay.
Mine started with the pandemic, spending a lot of time indoors, getting sucked into the game. What brought you into YouTubing?
Initially, it was like a video to document my story and to try and reach someone. And then it changed. I started out uploading videos, but initially I'd take all sorts of time and I'd write out a script and I'd write out ideas, and it was just so much work, and it didn't turn out the way I wanted it. So eventually I just started doing them live.
It's more exciting doing it live, right? When I started going live myself, it was something about having the chat there with you to give you that live feedback.
Yeah.
As toxic as chat can be, it's very interesting having people there with you, giving you feedback. What's up, McNemesis on Amazon Music? How we doing?
And
remember me? I do not personally, but I would assume maybe.
I remember McNemesis on Amazon Music and Panel Waste Management. Good to see you too, brother.
Does Nemesis live up to the name?
He's a wild card, man. Nemesis is a wild card.
Panel says Jack met Edward Furlong. Is that another?
I don't know what that
I'm not sure who that is either.
He gets some wild connections. What's that say?
Jack is the only one that can make his nonsense work.
I'm not the only one.
That's like a compliment and an insult all in one.
Yeah.
Very efficient.
He's good at that.
It's like I feel good. Oh wait, never mind. I'm not. I shouldn't feel good. Wait, should I feel good about that comment?
No, and I'm sure the other one, the Edward Furlong, I'm sure that's some sort of a slight at me too.
So I call the chat rats. I gave them a name now. The chat rats. The people that show up in chat and just they seem to want to burn everything down. I understand. Yeah. We appreciate all perspectives.
Absolutely. And it is fun. Sorry to not speak over you. It is fun.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I appreciate like responding to people who have criticism. Jeremy, you look like Edward Furlong from Terminator before he went to shit. Okay, before he went to shit. Okay, I'll think that as a good thing. Yeah,
I guess that's good. So maybe he's complimenting you.
I think so. As long as I don't follow that path. We got a $10 super chat.
Hey, much love.
DJ K9ers, we appreciate you. This one's for Jack.
It's for you.
Thank you.
Us.
Thank you.
It's us.
Yeah.
Promotion, right? Thank you for the support and contribution.
And make sure you guys go subscribe. What's your username specifically so people
Jack
know where to go?
Talcott.
Jack Talcott.
At Jack Talcott. You'll find me.
Cool. Yeah, make sure you guys go subscribe. How often do you stream? Every day?
Pretty much.
Yep.
Pretty much daily. And I'm actually wondering, there is part of me that kind of wants to go home and get a stream set up and maybe do it New Year's Eve hangout. But part of me does not want to do that too, because this is good.
It is going to get cold pretty soon.
That's the thing. It is getting cold.
So maybe we'll see. We'll feel it out. But if anybody wants to come up, like I said, I'll go and repost the link here. Any feedback or any suggestions that you guys might have, feel free to come on up. We probably got about 30 minutes till it gets dark out.
Yeah.
So we'll stick around here or at least until we get too cold. And we'll make that plan as it comes.
Yeah, probably not a long time.
Trexie says Edward Furlong was the kid in Terminator 2.
The kid. Okay.
Okay, so I remember Terminator 1. I only watched it once, and that was probably about 5 years ago. I don't remember it well enough. I can't say. I guess we got some people that were banned with the mod. I apologize. I can't go in and unban people off my phone, so I do apologize. What's up, Get Cracked 4666 says Happy New Year's. Yeah, Happy New Year's to you too, man. To Jack, talk to John Galt's squatters to convince them to leave after not paying rent. New solutions from Peterson Talcott Ticket. So that is something that I've been dealing with. So I'm working with John Galt. He is a landlord around here, and he's dealing with a particular tenant who's not paying rent. Not only that, but he's actually going around breaking stuff and causing issues for other people living in the home. So what do you do at that point? You ask them to leave nicely? Do you expect them to listen? Do you go to the state and say, I've got a squatter? How do you deal with that situation? It's a tough one, I know.
It could be. It really depends on who it is and what's going on. I would certainly start with. Well, actually, I saw a little thing. I saw some of you talking about last night, maybe?
Yeah, we did it in studio. Yeah. And Paul's got his ideas, for sure. He's kind of got what he wants to do.
I know.
Oh, he's got all the experience. He's dealt with a lot of those. I'm new to the game myself, so
well,
I'm at his mercy.
I recognize that you're there to support him and what he desires, and I realize that. But I actually think it might be an opportunity for him to learn forgiveness, and for the tenants to possibly learn more responsibility. And if those two can come together, there's great opportunities.
I think that would be ideal. As far as being realistic.
Yeah, what's the reality of that?
Yeah, it's hard to see what's realistic in that situation, because we're dealing with drug addicts that are destructive,
Dishonest.
and costing you a lot of money. It's Sarah Connor's son. Okay, I'm actually looking at that reference later.
I have to check it out, man.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Appreciate the donation, guys. Right.
Absolutely.
So like I said, link is posted if anybody wants to come up. We're just gonna wait until the sun goes down, and then we'll go from there. But we just finished up at the African History and Cultural Museum. Attended a little bit of a ceremony, a little bit of a candle lighting. Apologize for it cutting out of our control, but I think we did bring at least all 4 levels of the museum to you guys. So the main objective was secured. Panel says the reason there are squatters in place there is challenges to the system. The system, but also the individual. There's always that accountability to the individual, regardless of the system. As much as the system may be creating or causing individuals to behave badly, there's still some accountability on the individual themselves.
There is.
And we got to keep that in mind.
Agree with that.
So it's a balance between the two. Squatting had a benefit till it was used against current homeowners. Yeah, I think I know what you're saying there. Yeah. Squatters' rights is kind of a double-edged sword. It's one of those things where it seems like it should benefit somebody that's in need, but also it could be taken advantage of. And people could use that to plan out doing things that are nefarious and that only disrupt the economy.
People have used squatting for immoral, dishonest means.
Like a lot of government programs, they mean well, and you want to get behind them, but you have people that will take advantage and kind of ruin it for everybody else. What's up, Tash? Do you know trans women are men? Okay, you want to get into that? We're not going to be talking about that necessarily. Sneaky Brew, how we doing? He says, Happy New Year, Tony. God bless. Yeah, God bless everybody.
I think that's what he calls Tom.
Tony.
He called him Anthony.
Okay.
He might be referring to someone else, but.
Daniel says, I know a guy that was trying to squat a $3 million house. I don't even know how that's possible.
See, that's what I mean. People just trying to.
Especially if it's not like you've been paying rent and then you stop paying rent. I think that's a different kind of squatter than somebody who's just going into a place where they weren't welcome or didn't sign any contract. They're literally just squatting there without permission.
Oh, man. Thank you, Trexty. Stream dropped just before the ceremony. Dual stream, great way to get to know each other. I agree.
Yeah.
This was pretty cool,
It's
Jeremy.
fun, yeah.
I think
we'll have a lot more of these streams coming your way. So,
I do too.
regardless of the cold, we'll figure it out. And every time I think we'll plan it out just a little bit better, so it's a little easier for you guys to watch. Hi, Monty. How we doing? Finally, Get Crack said, yeah, Get Crack was out of there for a little while. It is the holiday, so you do expect people to kind of take a break from the internet nonsense and go spend time with family and, prioritize a little bit, but it is good.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Yeah, what are they talking about? What are they actually talking about that's meaningful, that affects anyone? I found a picture, and I think it's legit, everyone. I want to share it with you here. I found a picture. I think this is legit. I'm going to ask my chat room to tell me if you think this is real or not. I think it's an actual picture. I think it might be him. This is Hobbit Cot. This is Jack at his Hobbit house. I think it was Gary earlier that said Jack's a little hobbit. He's 140 pounds. I think I found him. This is Hobbit Cot. I found Jack. This is his Hobbit house. Look at how tiny he is. This is Jack Hobbit Cot. My goodness.
Jackie boy. Jackie boy.
Clown toy, clown sheep. Matrix bitch. Yeah, Deutschen Klarung. Jack in the box. Jack in the box. Little Jack Twitter. Jack in Twitter. Jack in Twitter. Jack in Twitter. Jack in Twitter. Such a little bitch. Clown cot, thin skin, insecure loser, not even a potty pot to piss in. Jack in the box can't lead a yo show, shit show, clown show, Jack clown cot, piss pot. They call him Skid Mag, he's a skid clown, fight a lazy bum, just a scrub clown scum. Jack in the box. Yeah. Burn. Clown cot, pussy cot. Burn. But shut the fuck up and burn. You dance in the fire. Filthy asshole, dirty liar. Little Jack in the box. Little bitch.
There you go, everyone. That's Skidmark, Hobbit Cot. My goodness. He's tiny. He's tiny.
Good to see Get Crap back. There's a lot of people thinking about trans people for absolutely no reason. It's weird. Yeah, that's not something that we're addressing today, and not to mention that is something that will get me a copyright strike again. So we're gonna avoid those terms of service violations for the time being. Yeah, I don't want to spend another week, or no, I guess the second strike would cost me 2 weeks in suspension. So we're gonna avoid that for now. We're gonna kind of keep it a little positive, and we can be interesting without being edgy and controversial, right?
Absolutely.
As challenging as that might be, I know everybody thinks YouTube is a place to be edgy. We're going to try to just keep it interesting as much as we can.
What was it? I got a friend of mine, he's starting his channel, Corporate Barnabas. He said his goal for his new channel is going to be ad friendly.
That's what I'm trying to do that too.
They laugh about it because it's all about the shekels and advertising, and it's not about the message. It's not about the truth. They're just complete fucking frauds. And none of them have any money. Barnabas has more money than these two bums on the screen. But all they want is the shekels. They would do anything for money. They have no scruples, no principles. They're just hobo, shekel loving, greedy ass pieces of shit. That's what they are. I have another guest here. This is Metafinkle joining us. Hello, Metafinkle. The angel, Metafinkle. Does anyone remember the angel Metafinkle? He doesn't feel like talking at the moment. But that is Metafinkle the angel. Where have you seen Metafinkle or heard the name Metafinkle? I think most people first heard it on Talcott's show when I uploaded a meme and I read it for the audience. Hold on a second. I'm uploading it now. Here it is. I found it. It's from the Holy Bible. I'm going to move El Diablo temporarily to the other side. Here we go. It's from the Holy Bible. And the angel from heaven named Metafinkle said, "Woe unto those who lie and boast and take pleasure in slandering. Let them be cursed on this infernal earth." And that is from Galukians 11:9. Isn't that interesting? Metafinkle said, the angel from heaven named Metafinkle. So this is where most people first heard of Metafinkle, and he's a legend now at this point. Metafinkle has become a legend as well as Galukians, the book Galukians, which Talcott stole because he's a thief. He's tried to steal Galukians without giving me credit because I'm the creator of Galukians. He's a demonic little copycat on the screen. He's a little pissant hobbit. I like hobbits, though. I'd rather call him a pissant, but he is hobbit-sized. Demons are copycats. There's Galukians 3:16. Who came up with Galukians? Ah, not Jack. Narcs, psychos, demons. Always copy, mimic, plagiarize, steal ideas. There you go. Creepy, creepy creature.
Like, I'm qualified for AdSense, which I'm not sure exactly what that means, but apparently I can make some more money.
Yeah.
How much that's going to sacrifice my own content and what I do, I'll have to play it out. But yeah, being monetized has definitely changed the game a little bit, and we appreciate all the super chats.
Absolutely.
Thanks to everybody supporting the show today. Talcott Short says, leave the edgelord stuff to Olim with Tommy. I am familiar with Tommy just a little bit.
Well, that's actually panel waste management.
Is that Tommy?
That's Illumitop.
That's What's up,
Yes,
Tommy?
sir. Yeah.
Tommy wanted to hang out with me on my first IRL road trip 2 years ago.
Yeah?
But I was never aware of the fact that he wanted to actually collaborate. And I'm open to anybody, as long as they don't seem to have malicious intentions or they want to pull some stuff that might, get me in trouble. I'm open to hanging out with anybody. But for some reason, I did not get the message.
Hey, Stinky Brew, blessings to you. 2 hours till 2026 for you and the fireworks going.
He's in the UK.
Yeah.
He's out across the
Yeah.
pond.
Yeah.
Edward says 2,400. I think we're.
Stinky brew, stinky breath is gross. There's 2 demons on the screen, by the way. 2 demons that are not honest beings. They are shekels begging pieces of shit. They are demonic. And it should be obvious what they are right off the bat.
Doing an abortion. Okay. Yeah, we don't. We're not talking about abortion today, but maybe another time.
Can you confirm or deny if Mr. Stinky Brew is
not Lay Geno? He is not Lay Geno. Which does not mean he's Lay Geno, but I know what you're asking. He's not. Completely different people.
Okay.
Tom is a time and a place. It's by a campfire, not having a screaming fit.
Yeah. When Tom is by the campfire, when he's chilled out, chill Tom by the campfire and maybe with some wild animals near him. Dude, he's so cool.
What do you mean with wild animals? Some raccoons,
Birds,
some possums,
chipmunks, yeah, whatever, squirrels.
That's actually, yeah.
Especially dogs. You see a dog around Tom, and he's just.
I feel like dogs bring out the best in everybody.
Most.
When anybody sees, well, most, yeah, there are the exceptions to every rule, but
yeah.
I do miss having a dog myself. My first road trip I took, I had a dog with me, Athena. If you guys remember Athena, she was great. Burgess says, okay, just saying hi. Seems like you have none. I'm not sure what that's reference to. What's up, Snafu? Snafu says, WTF.
Goodness.
The link is posted if anybody wants to come up. And I did see Snafu's appearance on, I think it was your show the other day. He's very, very critical, but at the same time, seems to love you.
He's got a weird way of showing his love, that's for sure. But, yeah, Snafu's a character.
Yeah. What do you think? Bring him up on panel? Or?
I'd say that's a wild card.
Okay.
I mean, he'll just yell and stuff. He won't.
Kind of maximizes his attention on himself. One of those guys that kind of comes up and tries to steal the show.
He likes to run with accusations. Calls himself a journalist.
One of the gotcha journalism, that whole thing where it's like, I got you.
Yeah, that's what he thinks.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. That's
at least with me. Especially with me.
Well, it's very common to see that on YouTube. A lot of people try to get their gotchas on people as if they're making headlines in some important news press organization. But I've only got 33 people watching, so a gotcha on me or Jack right now probably not going to reach too many people.
Right.
You might just want to come up and try to enjoy what we got going on.
What is the Boit? Are you Boit?
Boycott. People say I'm Boyd. You know, Boyd, the term Boyd, bottom of YouTube. It's essentially anybody that's like sub 500 live viewers, and
Okay.
I lean into it.
I'd never heard that, so that fits.
Yeah. Anybody that like the panel people that do panels, and yeah, that's fine.
I'm all right with that.
Yeah, I'm comfortable being on the bottom. It's all right. And then the boycott, I think, is a play on words with Talcott. Boycott. There you go.
They're offering to blink twice if you need escape from Talcott. If you're in danger and you need escape from me. They're there
Not at
for
all.
you.
Not at all. I don't run from anything. Play on words with Talcott. Boycott. There you go.
They're offering to blink twice if you need escape from Talcott. If you're in danger and you need escape from me. They're there
Not at
for
all.
you.
Not at all. I don't run from anything, folks. If anybody who knows me is I don't run from anything.
I believe that.
David Fox, how we doing? R Pole 77, welcome to the show. We're at the Washington Monument. Sun's going down. It is getting a little cold,
It's
so
getting a little chilly.
we'll probably wrap things up pretty soon here. The link is posted if anybody wants to come up and share their thoughts.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we will be kind of shutting down pretty soon here. And make sure you check out the stream we just did going through the Smithsonian African History and Cultural Museum.
Please
which
do.
I do have to unprivate because the vertical streams do private automatically. So I'll make sure you do that right after the stream is
do
done.
they really?
Mhm.
Okay.
What's up, Melanie? Do we have Tommy? Do you mean Tommy Kingtail or Tommy Illumitami?
I think that's
Probably Illumitami.
yeah, panel waste management.
What's up, the real Watt Life? Blink twice. Okay, yeah, you already read that one. Gotcha. David Cox, how you doing? From Ireland. I've known David for a couple of years now.
Oh yeah?
Yep, straight out of Dublin.
Jack. Is Jack doing anything to stop wars today, Jeremy, or is he just walking around?
I think he is. Just walking around, I don't think that's fair.
Right.
But walking around, live streaming onto YouTube to hundreds of people potentially, sending a message, I think is doing something.
It's something.
It's a start. I think we're in the right direction, and you know how the internet is. All it takes is one viewer to share your message with the right person, and there you are, talking to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people.
It's possible Baron Trump could tune in, click the link, join us, and we could talk about ending wars with him. We could call his daddy, and next thing you know, we ended wars in 2025, and we start 2026 with a brand new celebration, a clean slate. It's possible.
That's how the internet works. Something goes viral, and
2025, and we start
thousands, if not millions of people. Thousands, if not millions of people. Thousands, if not millions of people.
It's possible Baron Trump could tune in, click the link, join us, and we could talk about ending wars with him. We could call his daddy, and next thing you know, we ended wars in 2025, and we start 2026 with a brand new celebration, a clean slate. It's possible.
That's how the internet works. Something goes viral, and everything changes.
That's it. It's not likely, but it is possible. That's for sure.
Melanie, why would you want Jack screamed at on here? He gets that every damn day. We'll try to avoid this. If someone comes up here screaming, then we'll just take him off.
Yeah.
We got the power.
With Jeremy here, I am very comfortable. It's going to be very peaceful.
We'll keep it nice and positive. It's the New Year's, guys. Come on, we got to get ready to start off the New Year's in the right mindset.
That's cool.
Like, honestly, let's not. The health. I would say, like, the health repercussions of being negative all the time. Even for that alone, the high blood pressure, the depression. Just for those personal health benefits, let's try to stay positive. Yeah, let's keep the peace, DJ. Exactly. Keep the peace. Call out what needs to be called out, but here on panel, let's try to keep it a little positive. Jeremy seems like a good mod to me. Okay. We got Employee 311 backstage. Are you familiar?
I believe
That's Panel Waste Management.
Illumitami.
I believe that is who it is.
Should we give him a chance? What do you think? I'm gonna say yes.
Especially if that is who it is. Yep, I think it is. Yep.
We'll add stage, and then I'm gonna go ahead and full screen myself before. I guess it's not gonna allow me to. All right, can you hear us?
Yes, I just have to be careful about that acknowledgement because I lost my second channel because they found out I was the guy that lost the first channel. So I'm pseudo naughty Illumitami.
Pseudo naughty Illumitami. Well, happy to have you. Do you have anything you want to say off this, off the bat, or you just want to talk? Any
Well,
thoughts?
you guys wanted to keep it positive, and I'm positive that Jack is downright insane. He's not going to end wars. It's impossible. He's very limited in his understanding of the world around him, and I'm not ashamed of myself, but I've surprised myself when I go through the lore hard drive and see just how long I've tried to tell him this to no avail.
So what are you doing for New Year's, Tommy?
A funny Jack memory we had last night on my show is the LARP church where I showed why I was disavowing the New Year's thing. And so Jack responded in coming up and wishing me a happy New Year's. Remember that, Jack? I can't even remember all the points. It was some stuff where when the Romans were trying to thwart the Christianity and stuff, like they're the reason that we do a New Year during the winter. When the original calendars, I think the New Year was in the spring. And there was some other aspect to it. I can't remember. I hope I've got that on a hard drive somewhere because I want to see that stream again. It was one of the LARP churches.
So you're saying you're not celebrating the New Year, or just
I acknowledge it. Like the way I acknowledge my birthday for my age, I'll acknowledge that there's a new year for the calendar stuff. But no, I don't usually celebrate it. And I'm not into resolutions because if you got to wait for the turn of the year to say you want to change something, that's a strong bet you're probably not going to change it.
But it is a good opportunity to kind of rethink the past year and maybe consider a way to change things a little bit for the next year. You said your birthday is a better opportunity for that. Is that right?
No. I'm saying I don't even celebrate my birthday. I just use it to acknowledge how old I am.
How old are you?
40. What year is it? I'm 45.
45? Okay, so you're still pretty young in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember, Tommy, my first road trip, you said you wanted to hang out. Am I remembering correctly?
I probably did. I'm not sure I remember when you road tripped. I remember when you used to have the cool skater shed.
Used to. I did some skater stuff in New Orleans. Did you see that?
Yeah, but you had like a shed. It was like a makeshift shanty.
Oh, yeah, the shed. I miss that place dearly. That was such a 4-year spent. It was a house, by the way. It was a 2-bedroom house that I was renovating, but it was the best content I produced, bar none.
So I met you on the Thorpe channels. Just for the conversation's sake, are you a Christian?
Yes.
So what I'm trying to tell Jack, as he says he believes our book, it only says like this war thing and rumors of the war thing keeps going. And it even says that whenever the mark comes, there will still be slaves because even slaves will get the mark. So how can you convince this dude that he can't change prophecy? Because he wants to say Christians are dreamers and they're getting up.
Is that an accusation? You said that some people are very accusatory. Is that something that someone might be accusing you of? Changing prophecy. Yeah, well, I would say prophecy isn't necessarily set in stone. Prophecy is something that's predicted by somebody.
No, we're talking about God's prophecy.
Okay, so God's prophecies. I'm not the guy to really speak on that. I don't even pay too much attention to prophecy.
I can fill that role.
Because it's open to interpretation. I think a lot of people like to project their own version of prophecies onto what would be objectively or what would be the real prophecy. So I try to resist the
Jeremy,
temptation to do that myself.
Jeremy, I think you've caught a severe case of Talcottian because you've been hanging around him in that proximity. I need you to depart from him and get to the nearest medical facility and inform them of what has happened so they can. I mean, it's like rabies. You've got to take care of it fast or it's going to set in and you're going to start saying, man, and holy cows. And it's just, it gets ugly fast.
Dude, how long have you been a Talcottian yourself, Tommy?
Oh, I'm not. I used to think my role here in the Panelverse was to oppose the unslaved. Jack is a much more pertinent plague to this Panelverse than Paul could ever hope to be. Sorry, Paul, you're not living up to it. Jack's taken over as arch villain.
I'm taking it.
It's good.
Yep.
We're taking over Washington D.C. right now.
You finally have a accomplishment, Jack, and it's the worst possible accomplishment. Then you accidentally fell into it after all this time. Yeah.
We got another provocateur coming up. Let's see what he has to say.
Waste management and Jeremy and Mr. Dictatorship Talcadia. Jeremy, you seem like a no. Jeremy seems like a nice guy, but you kind of have hug a buddy, fuck a buddy syndrome going on. You guys are standing out. I asked you. Well, no, okay, you're defending Jack.
You think that the only strategy to human interaction is conflict and friction?
No. Let me ask you this: we asked you if Jack was stopping wars or doing anything out there other than standing around being on YouTube. You went in this tirade of basically saying he's doing the same thing he's been doing for 5 years. Now, here's my question to you: how about me and Tommy know? But how about you ask Jack why on New Year's he's spending it without his real family?
Well, the New Year's it's only 5 o'clock.
Well, how come for the last 5 years his own family has disowned him? It's very relevant because he's a life coach. He tries to life coach.
I'm not.
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to be real and listen to liar versus someone who's telling the truth, that's why Tommy is telling the truth. Yo, I'm telling the truth. Yo, Jack is lying and deceiving.
The truth that you're telling is not really relevant or important to what.
It is for a guy making grandiose claims. He can stop wars, right?
You're taking a little bit of truth and making it sound like
So
it's an important truth.
he's also claiming that he's basically a messiah or God.
All right, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Do we have interviews of him telling his bosses he's messiah or God? So he's making these grandiose claims. So he makes these grandiose claims. So it does involve all of us because he's higher power than us, apparently.
Get it all out. What else you got to say?
No, I want you to realistically ask yourself the maybe baby, the family, talk about the grape that I mentioned all the time. How about you ask yourself, maybe Old Snafu and Tommy and others are being authentic and real, and Jack is the one lying.
Maybe those are things that are A, not my business, B, not important to me, and C,
do you think Trump grabbing someone's pussy was their business?
Snafu,
I feel like Trump made the grandiose claims.
You're bringing in things that, first off, take a lot of explanation, a lot of evidence.
Right, and he's the man to stop wars and stop crimes.
And believe those things on face value just because you say them.
No, I actually interviewed the guy. You want to watch it together? I interviewed his friends of 30 years. I've interviewed the family. I've talked to his son.
All right, well,
do you want me to show you the optics?
To what you're saying, Snafu, or are you just going to talk over it?
Have you talked to Dominic? Have you actually talked to Dominic?
I personally did, but when I was doing the interview with Chemo, he was like in between talks with the family and stuff because it was a big thing. Jack has been telling people, strangers online, and they wanted their point to get out across. So like they were in talks. I did back in the day talk to him. That's when they said, "Oh no, Jack knows that we don't want to talk to him." But you're shaking your head no.
Snafu, did you watch the stream we just did in the museum?
I doubt it. But Snafu,
unless Jack's doing something.
Snafu,
maybe you're doing something. Jeremy's doing something, not Jack.
Snafu, I feel like Jeremy is old school enough Thorpe channel that he probably knows this stuff and just is not trying to touch on it while he's.
No, I get it. It's a hug a buddy, fuck a buddy syndrome. But he's still chill. Like I see the chillness of realism in him, where I think Jeremy sees the real optics, but he's gonna play us as he's not seeing them.
Well, that's kind of the Paul tactic
Saying
of.
I'm playing
Yeah,
stupid.
they're kind of blowing smoke up his ass.
Kinda. Because if you think this guy's going to get a hold of Trump, you spent all day with him today down there.
Pretty
Has he,
close
has,
to Trump. I mean, if he wants to get a hold of
right,
Trump,
right.
he's
So
doing a pretty good
what
job.
has he done
Close
to
Trump?
So what has he done other than you walking around with him, taking him on a tour to make it? Has he? I see people walking by him all the time. He ain't giving them business cards. He ain't saying, "Hey, I got meetings." Hey,
Business
he's sitting
cards.
there.
What is this?
Yeah, he has to do
1985.
something,
Business
dude.
cards? What are you talking about?
He has
Why
to do
would somebody pass
something.
out business cards?
Look at him. He looks like a hobo.
Hobos don't give out business cards.
He's
I'll
a
take
man
one.
who's gonna stop all wars.
I knew.
Thank you.
Yeah, I told you he has business cards. You don't think we profiled this motherfucker so well that we know that his maybe baby was real. His great baby was real.
Now,
Okay.
Jeremy, one
Is there any
thing
chance you
is-
guys? I think you guys came up before. Can you do me a favor and cam up? I'm not like it's not like a call out. I'm not calling you guys, coward for not camming up. I just like knowing who I'm talking to.
Oh shit! Was my cam backwards?
Let me go get him the laptop.
It's easier for me to
One
communicate
thing
with
I'll
people when I can
say.
see the expressions on their face and how they're reacting to what I'm saying.
So this is like a two-way thing, because yeah, Snafu was extreme and he went full on the thing, but Jack came to the internet requesting people to check out his stuff and
To check out his thing, right?
Does on the internet, just everybody.
No. Jeremy, if you had a family
stuff.
who told you to leave us alone, and then you go to strangers online saying, "Please contact them for me," which Jack did. What do? I contacted them for him, and they told me
A bunch of
they
things
told
that
me all the
A,
bad
needed
stuff.
for verification. B, I don't really care
I did
about.
verification. Do you want the interview? I interviewed his
not
lifelong
relevant to
friend
what
of
we're
30
actually
years
doing
that
right now.
raised his maybe baby. I interviewed the man that raised his maybe baby.
I know it's the gotcha. It's driving the wedge. It's every time
and
I
that's the
collaborate with
minority.
somebody, you got someone.
I look, Tommy's over Target.
Raising a white man's child, and that's equality. 2025. Hawaiian, Samoan, raising a white man's child. That's unity.
What is your New Year's
What's on your
resolution?
head, Tommy? What's on your head?
Some like one of those little Japanese Tamaguchi things. I don't know. I
Oh,
found
that
it.
reminds me. So I'm running for president right now. One of the first things I'm going to do while I'm in office is we're going to ban Pokemon. What do you think about that?
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
is
fuck
that
Pokemon.
something I can run off of, or is that kind of a?
I mean, you're not going to get any of these Zoomer votes.
You're gonna have a lot of
Well, Zoomers
issues
don't
with
vote
the
anyways,
furries
right?
and
People
stuff.
just don't even vote.
Do they still
You're gonna have a
play
lot of
the-
issues with the furries.
Do they still play the Google Maps Pokemon where they're actually out running around trying to catch them?
I think
Is still a thing?
I think they made that illegal because people were running into traffic. The Pokemon
Mhm.
Go.
Yeah. And I heard a guy call a radio station talking about how he caught a rare one while driving his work truck. Like there was a rare one in the highway. And I don't know how you do this shit, but he caught it while he was driving the work truck. Like, this is crazy. Shit's
Yeah.
crazy.
Do you think they made any money off of that, like catching a rare Pokemon on the app? Do you get paid out like you do catching a rare card in a pack, or?
I don't know.
Yeah, who knows, right? That's why we gotta make it,
I was voting about, and you can tell, you can see the people that are playing.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Fuck Pokemon.
Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm more open to. We won't ban Yu-Gi-Oh! We'll discourage
Yu-Gi-Oh!
any type of playing card like that for any full-grown adults, because I think it is kind of just a waste of time altogether. But Pokemon is
no, like,
truly a
Maverick?
psyop, and we gotta go away with it. Also, my other platform, or my other campaign promise, free McDonald's breakfast for everybody.
Actually, wait, let me ask you this though: is it fair though, someone who makes grandiose claims of they're going to talk to Trump, change the world, stay and life coach me? Isn't it fair to like look and profile and say, "Oh, is their life coach me? Is their life okay?" Yeah.
You remember those
I'm
tests?
talking to Jeremy, not you, and I'm talking to Tommy. No, I don't want him to explain. He explained for 5 years the same loop.
No, you're talking to Jeremy about me, and I just want
I'm asking Jeremy about you and your grandiose
I
claim.
know. And you're bringing the questions into the context.
Jeremy, what about some strangers? Get them. Go grab some strangers. Go grab some strangers walking and let them talk to all of us, and we'll tell them your mission and see what they feel about your mission.
Matthew, why don't you tell everyone about the messages that I've been sending you?
The ones that I had to block your number over? Do tell.
Why don't you tell
No, he wants me.
people how I've offered to help you.
Yeah, he wants me to. He wants me to submit to his delusional fantasy of being a life coach.
I want you to listen to me instead of talking at me for one conversation.
I was talking to Jeremy, and you interrupted my conversation with this man. But go ahead, I yield.
Well, I think I'm gonna go ahead and drop you guys. I do appreciate you guys coming up, but I do want to invite some other people up. You guys have anything you want to say? Before I drop you guys' closing statement. I don't want to give you guys a chance to say goodbye. Please don't porn bomb Snafu, but Snafu, I'll give you.
Porn bomb, dude. I feel that if we, you know what, I have what you asked. I have receipts on everything I said about this man.
Yeah.
So that's simple as that. No, I know. I'm just saying the optics are high.
Cool. I'm a big fan of optics. Anyways, I appreciate you coming up, Snafu. Make sure you subscribe and yeah, look forward to more content from Jack and myself. It is getting dark. It's getting cold. Was that mine? It's looking great.
It is. They're actually putting up a flag with the lights on it. I could see it earlier.
You can see part of the segment that's discolored, or what do you think that is?
It was. Oh, there it is.
Oh, they're playing.
Yeah, they're putting up graphics. If you can see it, it's like the, what is that? The Iwo Jima, the Marines raising the flag.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, and now they got the American flag.
American flag.
You guys can probably see that if you're watching on a TV. There's a full-on display going on right there.
It is pretty cool.
But you can tell, yeah, Jack's getting cold. I can tell.
So,
does anybody else want to come up? Otherwise, I think we might go ahead and just start winding this down.
yeah. Jeremy, this has been freaking amazing.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Really?
For all those folks who tuned in, thank you.
Yeah.
I hope anyone who found over for me, I hope you make sure to subscribe to Jeremy 2028. Because Talcott might be working with Jeremy 2028.
That's right. We're going to change the world.
Regardless of what Snafu might think.
Mm-hmm. All it takes is one. All it takes is Barron Trump tuning in.
It can happen. And Stephen David, thank you to you, brother. Some cocoa, something more. That does sound good.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and end the stream. And thanks to everybody that donated. We do appreciate you. We actually got some pretty good donations. So
absolutely,
thanks to you. And yeah, look forward to more streams with Jack and myself. I think we'll be doing this again sometime pretty soon. So you guys all have a safe New Year's, and yeah, take it easy, guys.
Peace.
Hello everyone. I was working on something in the background while I was playing that. What do you think of this coming up? Take a look at this. Let me know what you think. What do you think of this image here?
Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. Praise God! Praise God! Holy cows, man! Holy cows! This is my life. I am the life guru. real life. I love Polly. I love Polly. Paulina the slave. Paulina the slave. Golly geez, man. King Stephen owns me. King Stephen owns me. I bow down to the king. The Raven King owns me. I'm a little pissant. Little Jack Twackcott. I'm a little pissant. Filthy, filthy asshole. Filthy asshole. Skid mark. Golly jeez. Holy cows, man. Golly jeez. Holy cows, man. Baby. 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 Praise God. I'm Jack Twackcott. I'm the son of God. It's happening now. I'll end all wars. Cockroach caught. Wee little angry Jack. Psycho Jack. Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. Please be generous. Give me your shekels. Hey, hey, Jackie boy, Jackie boy.
Jack Twackcott, Jack Twackcott.
Jack in the box.
Jackie Jack Jackass.
Such a little twat.
Psycho cop, psycho cock.
Dance, little clown. Dance, dance, dance. You're such a little pissant.
Such a pissant.
Delusional Jack, short ass narcissist. On crack, you won't end wars. You won't meet Trump. No world peace. You fraud, your lies are weak.
Weak, little bitch.
Yeah.
Hey Jackie boy.
Jackass Twackcott, little Jack Twackcott.
Little bitch Twackcott.
You're such a fucking creepy hood rat. Stay here in hell and rot.
Bitch. Skid mark.
Is your nickname. They call you Skid Mark.
You fucking skid.
Big forehead.
You have quite a lid.
Mouthy little bitch. Hey Jack, your life is whack. Your life is a lie. Fraud. Fake life coach. You failure. Failure coach life roach.
Lost your wife, lost your house, lost your cat, lost your son.
Hey bitch, you're fucking done.
I own you.
Clown caught Skid Mark.
Psycho caught loser.
Bitch loser. Boom, boom, boom. You lose. Shut the fuck up.
Little bitch Twackcott.
You cockroach, cockroach.
Burn.
Forever burn in hell, you psycho.
Grifting villain for shekels.
Psycho.
Bit.
Shut up and burn. Shut up and burn. Shut up and burn. Hey, Jackie boy.
All right, so that's Psycho Cot. That's Jack in a straitjacket. Jack in a straitjacket. And here's the other new meme of the night. This is Hobbit Cot. This is Hobbit Cot. Look at him. He's a tiny little pissant. There he is, Jack in the Box. Angry Jack in the Box with the angry face. Angry face. He's just an angry little clown. That's what he is. He's an angry, angry little clown. It's an angry little pissant, Jackie boy. Jackie boy is just an angry, angry little pissant. I'm going to hop on over here. Look at these two are connected. This Polly boy and London McDouchebag. Connections galore. My goodness. These creeps are connected. These two freaks are connected.
But a cock. Why is that? Is that just a bastardization on the spell? Gallium. There you go. GA is gallium. It's another name for gallus cock. Right? Whoever showed you appears at Janice's feet. But a cock. So that's just me breaking that spell down right there. I've done it years ago. But Mother Earth is a man. So then, what's surrounding the man?
Water.
Yeah. Right?
Listen to that retard. Water. 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 These demon tards are functioning at such a fucking low level.
Do one thing, because it's all part of the spell. I'll just turn over for you guys. So I've talked about this in the videos. Everything has been mirrored and fucked up.
I'm surprised that London can even read that word. Water. Water. Water.
Why is that? Is that just a bastardization on the spell? Gallium. There you go. GA is gallium. It's another name for gallus cock. Right? Whoever showed you appears at Janice's feet. But a cock. So that's just me breaking that spell down right there. I've done it years ago. But Mother Earth is a man.
Is Paul talking about his little cock? What is Paul talking about, black sheep researcher? What is he talking about, this weirdo?
So then, what's surrounding the man?
Water.
Yeah. Right? Do one thing, because it's all part of the...
Water. 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 Water.
You're evil. I'm not evil. I'm not perfect. You're evil. You're evil. You're evil. I'm not evil. I'm not perfect. But I ain't evil. So if you...
Oh, really? You're not evil, but you call other people evil. Wow. And we should trust you. Why? Why should we trust you, Paula?
And all these negative, evil thoughts about me being this, and this goes to anyone else on the content, it's because you're a bottom feeder.
Oh, wow. Polly, how can you call people that? That's not nice. Say you're sorry. Take it back. Say you're sorry. More truth through theater. More truth through theater. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him. He's calling people bottom feeders.
You know, and it's hard showing your face. So, you know what I mean, that's really a hard thing to do, is to expose yourself to all the evil out there. And these bottom feeders, these trolls, yeah, you guys, you're evil. It's as simple as that. There's no way of looking at it. You're not battling for God. You're not doing it for this. You're doing it for your ego, you and your demon inside you. If you don't like someone, I don't like you, I don't go into your channels and spout negativity off. No. You just get blocked and move on.
Poor Mr. Nice Guy. Watch this.
He's evil. If you have evil thoughts about me, breaking news, it's because you're fucking evil. It's because you're fucking evil. It's because you're fucking evil. Yes, you cunto.
Oh, wow.
Fucking evil. Yes, you cunto.
Oh, wow. His mask just fell off. There you go.
The spell, I'll just turn over for you guys. So I've talked about this in the videos. Everything has been mirrored and fucked up. You turn the W upside down, you get
Meta.
yeah, is mother.
Oh, mother. Okay.
That's what it means. Matter, meta is mother.
Ah, okay.
But also you
Got
have
you.
matter.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
Okay, okay. I like that. Okay, I like that. I like that. He just repeats himself constantly. That London Negro.
Yeah, I
So there
mean,
you go. You got a straight there, but who says I'm right? That's just how I've just saw straight where I've just showed you that the gayer is supposed to be mother as a dangler. Again, like we've seen in modern age, the transvestites, the male to female, the female to male. Janice is both.
double both.
It's just the union of the male and the female, the matter and the pater.
Matter and the
You know, and that's where you get you both your pyramids.
Mm.
Your pyramid touching each other is the hourglass. It's the rock. Do you know when you wake up in the morning, what do you have?
Rock.
Sorry to be crude, folks, but you have morning wood. Is it soft or is it rock hard? So you can just see the shit. So that's just me. And again, don't take this as fact, but I've just broken that spell down for you years ago. And what was, wherever there's us, meaning humans, things are going to be bastardized. Again, it's someone's opinion who is influential at the time. It's been taken as fact. That's what's happening today. You've got channels are acting as history professors and are telling people how this world is. Mad, isn't it?
The history professors. Yeah. That's funny.
And this world is spells. So, and I get told I can't break the words down like that. Well, why not? Why do I find cool hidden shit in it that means something? And that's the beauty of it, because it's how we see it. We all want to change it, and everyone to say, "Oh, hey guys, look at this. This is how I see the world, and you should see it like that." And that's what happens. How many times have you gone into a chat and you've gone, "It's the moon, it's the moon, it's the eyes," and you've gone, "Shit, I'm blocked."
Yeah.
Or no one wants to talk to you because I don't want other opinions going in it. It's like you said. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I used to promote it. Come on my channel, promote other channels, put the links in and shit. But do the same the way they don't. Because it's disrespectful, but you can do it to me.
Yeah.
Do it to you.
Mm.
There. It's like they want us to bend over and take it without lube. It is crazy. This community.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
And it's like, was it the flower? I'm just reading the comment now. I don't know how far behind, but she just mentions his story. His story. His story. What's in the middle of story? But a door. All the world is a stage, and we're merely players. Anagram of stage is gates. It's all there. Actors Guild. What is their crest but two faces?
There's a stage.
Tor is German for door. Again, are we able to set that into English language? Because all our languages are used and based off other ones, aren't they? Did we have, like I was saying to Phil was playing that game, and in that they talk about how there was a pre-language that everyone spoke. And it's not based on, they call it Adamic in that, like, but it's trippy how some of this stuff is put out there, like we talk about first shipbuilder, banking, it's taught humans how to use money, bank and laws. You have Noah Hyde law. The shit's all connected.
Mm-hmm.
You just need a janitor who looks after the place.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who opens the doors and lets you all in.
Someone with the right keys.
Yep, the right keys. That's like I said, I changed it. Frequent keys, and change it to a key at the end because it's just a key. Music key. Look at music. This looks like a door. Just like pi, all adds to 11.
It's a written. Would you say it's just it's a written code? 11's written in everything.
What was that, London?
Would you say 11 is written in everything?
Not in everything. It's used as a doorway, a gateway, a transition. If they want something to be alerted, you will see this 11. But again, it's one of the magic numbers. It's the first prime number. And when you look at stuff, you'll find it. The fine constant structure adds to. Why is this number so important? Like you say, you could be the matrix code. What is binary? Ones, 0, ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So again, things are just, we're basing our opinions on stuff that they've left for us. So for instance, you just brainwashed someone and you brought them back into your house and you left down all the books on the table of what this realm is. People will read it and shit. Oh, that's how it is. And that's what's happened. We get taught at an early age. Some of us will accept the spell, some of us won't. I tell people still accept the spell because how are you going to compare? If we all just say, nah, don't listen to that shit, how are you going to compare? You need something to compare against. It's like if I walk into a house and it's just full of evil, and then I just stay in that but didn't move anywhere else, that would become the norm. So we need things to compare against.
Yeah.
But then again, that's where the perspective comes involved. And then, again, if you had 10 people walking and looking at your stuff, they're not all going to say, if you don't say nothing and just show them the images and say, what does that look like to you? You will get so many saying this, so many saying that, so many saying this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they need more data. Anagram of data is da'at. Da'ath, the doorway, the mystical realm in Kabbalah.
Yeah.
Number
11. Mm-hmm.
Why is this 11 everywhere? Who says it's right? That's just the intriguing nature of it. I see all these patterns, and people at home will see certain numbers every day. You know, and people always want answers. That's just who we are. Why am I seeing it? Why is it important? Is it hurting me? I had people messaging me saying, "Oh, I'm born on the 11th. That means I'm going to die."
That's wild. Born on the 11th, I'm not gonna die. Oh, no, so Paul, so riddle me this then, Paul. Okay, so you see now, right? You say, okay, I've heard you make the connection with Janice having 4 heads, right? Why do they only show us 2 heads of Janice?
Because that's just his Bifron stage. On the oldest bridge in Rome, he has 4 heads. If you just type in now, Janice on the oldest bridge in Rome, I forgot what it was called, you'll find him. I've put it in videos. He's got 4 heads. So you can see this guy who morphs through history. So having 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, 4 heads. I always jokingly said, is it a countdown? But yeah, he has, at the minute, he has 2 heads. That's what a lot of symbolism comes from, the duality. But he had 4 heads, he had 3 heads, and he interchanges with it. Okay. And again, this is just not me saying, oh, I saw someone with 3 heads. Janice. No, people have written it and said it's this. You know, I've saw people arguing the toss at shit and saying, oh, no, it's not Janice. But they're using, say, for instance, Manly P. Hall. And then I go, okay, that's what he said. No, he got that, just that one bit wrong. How was it stuff always wrong when I do it? But people are promoting shit. It's like I was saying to you, people always use Baphomet. Ooh, Baphomet. And he's got his horns and his tits hanging out. Evil Baphomet. That was a 19th century drawing, basically, by Alpheus or Elias Levi. It got adopted by the Church of Satan. The Baphomet that the Templars and others worshipped had 3 heads. Why are we not taught that? Why are they not saying this?
What?
Because they don't want to promote it.
I never heard of that one. 3-headed Baphomet.
Oh yeah, have you not?
No.
I put it in my videos many years ago. I'll show you. I've got it close to hand, and I can show you.
Yeah.
Before I go.
Grab that 3-headed Baphomet. What?
Yeah. Let me just go. See if I can find it.
I never even seen a 2-headed Baphomet, let alone a 3-headed Baphomet.
Yeah. Because it's just basically another name for Janice. And not me saying this again. Ancient books and shit.
Not me.
There you go.
Yeah.
There it is. This is a Templar's disc. Baphomet. That's what it said on the and that's the one that they all use, as you know.
But that's Baphomet there. But the other one was who? Janice?
No, but basically that is a 19th century drawing done, and that's been taken as Baphomet.
Oh, okay.
But it's Alpheus Levi, his name is, because he just wanted to change it a little bit more for people. Because obviously you've got the horns and the 11. Well, Janice's month, that's the star sign.
Capricorn.
Yeah. He's also known, Janice.
Is that the ram?
That's the horn god. He's also known as the horn god. The horn god or some like to know him as Cernunnos.
Cernunnos?
Oh, CERN, they're opening doors and portals. Who's the
Okay,
god of doors and portals, folks?
CERN, okay. Cernunnos. Never heard that one.
All right, so this is Hobbit cod because Jack is a real little, tiny little Hobbit cod. Little Hobbit cod. Little Jack Talcott. There he is. Hobbit cod. That's a new one. And here's another new one. Psycho cod. Psycho cod. He's in a straitjacket.
Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. Praise God! Praise God! Holy cows, man! Holy cows! This is my life. I am the life guru. Life coach, life roach, golly geez, golly geez. God is so awesome, man. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. This is real life. I love Polly. I love Polly. Paulina the slave. Paulina the slave. Golly geez, man. King Stephen owns me. King Stephen owns me. I bow down to the king. The Raven King owns me. I'm a little pissant. Little Jack Twackcott. I'm a little pissant. Filthy, filthy asshole. Filthy asshole. Skid mark. Golly geez. Holy cows, man. Golly geez. Holy cows, man. Baby. 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 Praise God. I'm Jack Twackcott. I'm the son of God. It's happening now. I'll end all wars. Cockroach cut. Wee little angry Jack. Psycho Jack. Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. Please be generous. Give me your shekels.
You know, there's even depictions of Cernunnos with two heads or three, if I remember. If I think it's two. I don't know. Cernunnos. If I can find it. And he also has one head as well. I can't find a two-headed one, but you can find him Cernunnos the horned with one, you know, the horns. But you can, and that's been in Paris. He's known as the Boatman also. So you know, yeah.
It's the boat again.
Yeah. First shipbuilder.
Mm-hmm.
Not me
No.
saying it. People
Yes.
always say you're wrong. It's not me saying it. I'm just seeing the information out there.
Exactly. Because you tied it in with hold on. You tied it in with what's his Noah, right?
No, yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. I like that because
But that's what he's called in old text.
yes, yes,
Janice Noah.
yes,
Or Noah Janice.
yes.
Is it that Noah? But how can you have all these things being the first shipbuilder and all this and all this and the god of arcs and arches and shit?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Both symbol is a dove also. You know, so again, you leave that information with yourself, and that's just why him as a topic has always been here. People don't want to observe it or acknowledge it. That's your downfall. You're missing out. You know, have a look at this, right? I'll read it out before I go. Right, so I chat GPT'd, and there's a summary. You can see it on the screen.
Yeah.
I basically asked ChatGPT, am I right about Janice? And look what it says.
Associated with negate time, beginnings, endings, and with duality, past, future, war, peace.
But you can see straight away, the first, come on, what's the screen gone? Am I right?
It said yes. Said yes.
And that is it in its summary.
Mm.
And because
he's relying on Chat GPT. Say, this is the level we're at now. Truthers. I'm not in with them, but they rely on this shit. Look, Chat GPT says that I'm right. How pathetic.
And again, this is not just me on there, but you can see who he's also known as. The broader energies, e.g. Baphomet, can you see?
Yeah, Baphomet right there.
Ganesh.
That's
see, all these are put in videos over the years and people just switch off.
Is that tied in with Hinduism, Ganesh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I like that.
It's crazy. That's why. If I said all these things, and I like, why do people not want to know? People ask me to make a video without me putting all, you know when I do the videos, I put in the stuff I find so you can read it with me.
Yeah.
So people ask me to do a video without that so they could share it. Right? I made the video and the same people messaged me back saying, you're all wrong, you bollocks. You're not showing the information. So you just fucking asked me to make it.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do? You've asked for me to make a video, just putting everything written out, not me written out so you can read it and talk it, not show you the sources. Now you're complaining.
Fucking
Again, you can't win. People just and pick.
That's it.
But it's like it's why I'm not liked. You saw that, haven't you?
What's that one? Hold on, make it bigger. Oh yes, I can see it now. Yes.
Now people in the flat earth are saying, "Oh, it's flat Earth, and this is how it is," and they don't like me saying, "Well, just picture that as a slice. That's a side view, not an aerial view. We're all at a cave within a cave within a cave within a cave, and each world is just a cave."
Yep.
And all together could we then be classed as a nucleus?
Exactly. Because look,
It's
even when I see that picture, I see craters within craters within craters. Right.
yeah,
Back to the moon.
because that's just all it is. It's just how you perceive it. Like you saw these outside. I'll put it in my video to show you. You can see it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
right? They're called seismic folds, right?
Look at that.
So the mountain, they're in the mountains, so on. You'll get people saying it's melted and so on and so on, as you do.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, well, no, if we're in a cave, it's just stalagmites and stalagmites.
Yeah.
They join together to form columns, which columns mean neck. It's the neck of the hourglass. Here's a slice of a stalagmite. What's the difference?
I see that. Yeah. I like that.
So if you're using stuff to say, hey, this looks like that, when I do it, how can it be wrong if you do it? Because it's just working off. I see that and I see the comparison. That's all it is. Like we're saying to you, perspective.
Yes. Yes.
Like, Bill Gates, right? Named after Janice.
Is it?
Right? Yep. Janet Gates is named after Janice, but you can see him, right? Look how many people. So he says there's a certain number of people who've made him a billionaire. And I'll highlight it there.
Paul, I didn't realize the Gates. Yes, the Gates. 35 are only 3.
Yeah, Gates is Janice.
So what? Hold on. So what's
11 people
Bill?
made him a millionaire.
What does Bill mean? Does Bill mean anything?
Me?
No, Bill. The name Bill, because I know what Gates is. Obviously, Gate, door, Janice.
Oh yeah, Gates is William and Wilhelm, and it's linked to the things in Germany.
Bill. Yeah. Well, hold on. Let me find out what Bill means. 1 second.
Bill is William, or it stems from Wilhelm. I did do the breakdown years ago and all.
Cool. Yeah, it's interesting.
Bill comes from Wilhelm.
Wilhelm. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. He changed his name to it's the Gates.
This is what this Negro always does. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. He just says that all the time. He just does that all the time, constantly. He's a loser. And look who's hanging out over there. She has me hidden. But they're saying, haha, Bex. She's in the chat room. Baxter Lard is in the chat room over there. She's a loser. She's a big fat loser.
Okay.
There you go. Wilhelm means protector, so he's protecting the gates, gatekeeper.
Yes. Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah. I like it. And he definitely is.
There's so much shit that about.
Says the same thing. I like it. I like it. I like it.
KFC, don't you?
About who? Cave or KF? Who did you say?
KFC.
Yeah.
And the cockerel and there's the cockerel at Janice's feet.
Yeah.
And how many the ingredients, the secret recipe, how many ingredients is it? Have a guess.
I'm gonna say 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nine 2 is what?
11.
And it's also 11 ingredients. Even in the adverts, you'll see it when she brings that lad and she dunks him. They come in between 2 trees, and on the trees is 11 carved into it.
The 2 1s, yeah.
Yep. It's crazy when you honestly just use Janice as the skeleton key. It'll open so many doors. And that's what I've used to research, and it's not done me any harm.
No, I like it when you do it because for some reason I find things that fits my narrative, right? And We both have different
Right.
point of views. That's the door, yeah?
You see that? It's a door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you agree?
Mm-hmm. The door, yeah?
Some people could say it's a window, but you know what that is? That is the etymology, the beginning of the letter H.
H.
Right? So I'll leave with this. It's done in my old videos, but letter H looks like a doorway.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a doorway to the spell, right? What's above us spiritually, so called? Above us is what?
Heaven.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What's below us?
Hell.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So the doorway is the first two letters, the pearly gates and the gate of Hades and so on. Take the H off.
Yeah.
Off both. What are you left with?
The E's and the E's. Yeah.
11.
Mm-hmm.
Telling you straight there. Hell and heaven both have the H. It's a door. Take that away from the spell. You're left with
11.
11.
Mm-hmm.
11. How is that possible?
Heaven, hell, 82. Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah.
So
It adds up.
adds to 11. But hell and heaven together, 11. That was one of the most profound things I ever found, that. Because I was talking about hell and heaven, and I was saying in the stream, 11. I'm like, shit.
Mm.
It's like today I had a profound thing on. I need to write it down. You're talking about stone.
Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie
The creator spoke the cymatic spell, the first word, the word, W-O-R-D, anagram, spells door, D-O-W-R. That's an old use for the word door. So word is fecking door.
Ah. Word is door. Word is born.
I didn't make it. I'll put that in the video so you can see. Before I go.
Even with the sword and stone, right? Hold on. Ah, okay. Yes, yes.
You know, and it's hard showing your face. So, you know what I mean? That's really a hard thing to do, is to expose yourself to all the evil out there. And these bottom feeders, these trolls, yeah, you guys, you're evil. It's as simple as that. There's no way of looking at it. You're not battling for God. You're not doing it for this. You're doing it for your ego, you and your demon inside you. If you don't like someone, I don't like you, I don't go to your channels and spout negativity off. No. You just get blocked and move on.
Poor Mr. Nice Guy. Watch this.
He's evil. If you have evil thoughts about me, breaking news, it's because you're fucking evil. Yes, you cunto.
Oh, wow. His mask just fell off.
Evil. Yes, you cunto. Evil. Yes, you cunto. It's because you're fucking evil. Yes, you cunto.
That was him speaking to me, by the way, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I got under this guy's skin. Is there a YouTuber that I haven't got under the skin of? Maybe there's a few. But I think I've got under the skin of most of them, including this little Polly boy 2 years ago. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. One more time. Look at how triggered he is.
About me. If you have evil thoughts about me, breaking news is because you're fucking evil. Yes, you, cunto.
Cunto? What are you talking about? What is he talking about? That's not nice, Polly. Say you're sorry. Take it back. Say you're sorry. Say you're sorry. Take it back. Come on, Polly. Come on, Polly. Maybe Polly needs a straitjacket like Jack. Polly, do you need a straitjacket? Do you need one of these? Do 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 do. Let's jump on over here. What's going on? The rest of the internet. What's going on the rest of YouTube? What's this over here?
Stop it. And if you don't, a service award while working in the psychology department of a large state prison. He was also awarded the Pima College's Apple Award for the teaching of abnormal psychology. Jerry has held the position of second lieutenant in the Arizona Civil Air Patrol and is a licensed commercial pilot, a certified scuba diver, and a long-distance motorcycle rider. He also served as an assistant scoutmaster. His formal academic training comprises a BA in psychology from Temple University, a master's degree in counseling from the University of Georgia, and 2 years of study in a PhD psychology program. He is co-author of An Amazing Journey into the Psychotic Mind, Breaking the Spell of the Ivory Tower.
All right, so if you weren't able to deduce, one of the main things we're going to talk about is basically schizophrenia. And what Jerry has done here is not accepted by the mainstream by any stretch of the imagination. And he has also experienced censorship on the platforms that do censor. But anyhow, welcome, Jerry. It's a pleasure to have you.
that's good to be with you guys.
So where's a good place to pick up here? Do you have a preference?
Well, I'd be glad to answer any questions you have. I have my standard story that I historically talk about, which are in all these different ones. It's the same story over and over again.
Well, let me just kick it off with the overarching statement here. What you've determined is that schizophrenia is not hallucinations. It is not imbalanced brain chemistries or the other things that most of us are told they are. And you know this from years of firsthand observation to the point where many of the patterns you've detected are predictable. And you've also found ways to kind of short circuit, for lack of better terms, the voices in heads. Is that a good place to start?
Well, that's a good place to start. You look at what the psychiatric mafia is doing. They pull in the patient. They say, your brain is broken. You've got schizophrenia. There is no cure. All you can do is take these toxic psychiatric meds we have. And they say it's due to a chemical brain imbalance. So one of the first things I saw when I went to work at, it's probably the biggest psychiatric hospital on the planet at the time, Millersville State Hospital in Georgia. It's been around since before the Civil War. There were 10,000 patients there when I got there. Nothing in the educational system prepared me for this place or for any of this other stuff. I mean, it was like, whoa. It's like jumping into the sea of insanity. Every mental illness known to man was there. What year was this, Jerry? This was in the 70s. It was late 70s. I worked there for 7 years.
Was it kind of like a ward, like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest kind of thing?
Well, some of it was. I worked at different places within that institution, but I was assigned to a psychiatric building. So there were 200 buildings in this place. It sprawled over well over 1,000 acres. And it was the size of a small town. And it was in central Georgia. There wasn't anything else around at the time. They had one mom and pop restaurant. There was no McDonald's. There were no Walmarts. There were no nothing. It was pretty well developed. So they had staff dormitories there. Back then I was single and the cost was $15 a month with maid service, heating and cooling provided, because they had a hard time getting people working in the middle of nowhere. This place was 30 miles to Macon where you could get a McDonald's. There was nothing around this place. So we had staff dorms, we had the central kitchen. And when I first got there, nobody was interested in what these voices were that the schizophrenic patients were reportedly hearing. And I could watch their behavior, and it was clear that if they were listening to these voices, they were getting in all kinds of trouble. So I thought there was some kind of correlation between these voices and the amount of trouble they got into. So I started looking at that, and there was a pattern. It was a pretty consistent pattern. The more control these voices had, the stronger they were, the more trouble these people got into. And I had no idea what these things were, because in college, they taught us, well, these things are auditory hallucinations due to a chemical brain imbalance. So I'm like, well, auditory hallucinations. So I went, okay, what are they saying? Nobody knew. Everybody believed they were auditory hallucinations because that's what you were brainwashed to think when you went through college.
In other words, the victim of the malady is producing these voices by their own cognition.
Well, due to some kind of mysterious chemical brain imbalance that they had.
Never been measured, though.
Never been measured. Matter of fact, the truth of the matter is it was made up by the drug company Eli Lilly back in the 70s when they came out with Prozac. They needed some way to explain why their drug worked. So they made one up. They didn't have one. What Prozac did was it was a MAO inhibitor. So what happens is after the neuron fires, it gets rid of those neurotransmitters, those chemical neurotransmitters. It breaks them down. What Prozac did is it prevented breakdown, so they would keep re-triggering that nerve over and over and over again. There would be more neurotransmitter there to trigger the nerve. It didn't work that well. Most of those antidepressants didn't work too much better than placebo.
And what was the percentage of schizophrenia out of all the maladies people were experiencing?
It's increasing. I have those statistics somewhere. It was like 25 million worldwide, if I remember correctly.
Now, currently?
Yeah, currently. And increasing. So nobody's getting any better. The world isn't getting any better.
Are you aware of any pharmaceuticals that have any kind of a positive effect on schizophrenia?
Well, they do have an effect. What they are is they're major tranquilizers. So they calm the person down. Now these voices, they want the person hyped up. They want him feeling negative, angry, paranoid. They don't call paranoid schizophrenia for nothing. What they basically are is the description, like the Gnostics say, that they're archons. All right? They want the person upset. They feed off of the negative emotion that is generated by these thoughts. And they insert those thoughts into the minds of their victims.
Is it 100% negative with schizophrenic patients?
Almost. And if it's positive, it's just to get their trust so they can move further in.
So what you're saying there is there's actually some kind of a consciousness that actively works to gain trust, then it can flip the switch and get into the negativity vein.
Well, that's one of the ways it does it, especially with people who are using Ouija boards. You know, they come across as, hey, we're a beneficial spirit and we can help you and we know all this stuff. So once they get the trust, then they turn on them and stab them in the back. But it doesn't take trust for them to get in there. They get in by several different ways. Methamphetamine is one of the biggest ways. It opens up the spiritual protection somehow, and they just move right in. Methamphetamine is, I've seen more people go insane, psychotic on methamphetamine than any other drug that I know of.
I grew up where methamphetamine hit the world. The Hells Angels brought it through East County of San Diego, and my entire social culture was ground zero for the introduction of methamphetamine. I know a lot about it, and the one thing I can tell you is it's evil.
Yes, it is.
For whatever reason, it is a direct pipeline to darkness.
Yes.
And, well, I guess I don't want to turn off too much here, but you started to investigate You discovered that it's almost always negative or headed in that way. It's anti-religious. It fosters and creates a relationship, or tries to begin implementing negative emotion. It energetically drains victims. The voices get louder after the sun goes down. If they try to ignore the voices, which I understand there are some doctors telling patients to ignore the voices.
Oh, yeah, that's common.
Yeah, the voices get louder. The voices foster self-destructive behavior and isolation, and they demand the attention of the victims. They maneuver for increased control over the victims. They're capable of gaslighting. They can manipulate perception. They have access to all of the victim's experiences and memories, and they do things like demand that the victim doesn't tell others about their presence. And I think I'm going to cut right there, but let's start at the top here. When was it that you began to realize that the very same things were being said across many patients?
Well, there was a point where nobody seemed to know anything about these voices. Now, the other thing I want to make clear to your listeners, that they don't just hit schizophrenics. They hit us all. Virtually every negative thought that goes through your mind is installed there by them. Neither the psychiatric mafia, nor psychology, nor any social science has studied thought. Where do they come from? Nobody thinks about that. Nobody's ever found a thought in a person's brain. So the brain is like a radio. I mean, it picks up signals that are coming in from outside of it. And that's what thoughts do. They're coming in from outside of the brain, mind. So these thoughts that are coming into the schizophrenic's mind do not belong to them. And a lot of the thoughts that are coming into everybody's mind do not belong to them. So from the time you're born, you just figure, hey, these thoughts are mine because I experience them in my head. So who else could they be? Who else's could they be if they're not mine? That's wrong. That's bad wrong. Those thoughts are coming in from somewhere else. So it's like a radio. You tune the radio to a certain station. Schizophrenics are tuned to a very low frequency station. And if you try to turn that frequency up, the entities turn it back down again. They don't want schizophrenics moving out from away from that frequency. So that was one of the first things I noticed, is nobody knew exactly what these voices were telling these patients. Everybody was brainwashed with the idea of there being hallucinations. I mean, that's what's taught in the medical schools. That's what's taught in psychology. That's what's taught in all the universities. That's what the psychiatric mafia is backing. That's what Big Pharma is backing. But it's not true. First time I noticed it was when I started watching some of these psychotic patients carrying on conversations with their voices. And those conversations were not word salad. That's the impression you're left with when it's repeated over and over in graduate school, that these things are hallucinations. You think, okay, if they're hallucinations, they're all over the place. They're like word salad. They're not going to make any sense. These guys are just totally out of it. That's not what I saw. They were carrying on perfectly logical conversations with somebody or something that I couldn't see. And these were logical conversations. It was like listening to somebody talking on the phone where you could hear what they're saying, but you couldn't hear who they were talking to.
Was there any consistency of what they were discussing from patient to patient?
Yes, it's all negative stuff. That was the consistency. So first was figuring out what these things were saying. And it took me about a year or 2 years to finally get to the point where I could learn to speak with them, because they considered psychology and psychiatry enemies. They didn't want the patients talking about them, and they would punish them if they talked about them, about what they were saying. So they'd go into the psychiatrist and they'd say, I'm hearing voices, and he'd drug them silly. And then if they came back again and say, I'm still hearing voices, he'd drug them more until they were just zombies. They still heard the voices, but they weren't as loud. The medications did not get rid of them. They just kind of lowered the volume and turned the person into a zombie in the meantime. So psychologists and psychiatrists were the enemy, because what we do is, as far as what I was doing, is I would keep an eye on the entire building And if one of the psychotics were getting out of line, I'd have to turn them into psychiatry, and psychiatry would drug them. So they didn't trust us or psychiatry. They didn't like the side effects of those drugs. They were absolutely horrible. So they would lie to psychiatry a lot. And when the psychiatrist saw them, they only saw them for like 15 minutes a month. And they'd lie to the psychiatrist. If he said, "You still hearing voices?" They go, "Oh, yeah, I'm still hearing them, but they're not bad now." Or, "No, I'm not." They'd completely lie to him because they saw what happened. They didn't want to be drugged worse than they were. So it took me about a year or more to learn how to speak with these guys and get little tidbits of information about the voices. So each tidbit I had on the next patient, the next schizophrenic patient I had, I would say, "Okay, I know this much about the voices. Can you tell me any more?" So it took a long time to get a handful of information about the voices. And one of the first tidbits of that information were that they were consistently derogatory, insulting, abusive, and destructive. That was their MO. They were always, always negative. There wasn't anything positive, and if it was just to get their trust, and then they'd stab them in the back later. So I got to thinking, I go, well, why are they consistently negative? What holds them on a consistently negative pattern? Now, this is something psychiatry and psychology can look into themselves. It's right in their face. It's right in their friggin' face. All they got to do is ask some questions. Are the voices negative? What percentage of the time are they negative? And then ask themselves the question, why are they consistently negative? Why, if they are hallucinations, why aren't they random like all other hallucinations? Why are they consistently negative? The next question behind that would be, what holds them on that consistently negative pattern? It's right there in front of their frickin' eyes. And here they're talking, "Oh yeah, Marzinski doesn't provide any double-blind experiments and clinical research with peer reviews," that kind of stuff. There's not a lot of peer reviews out here. There's people like you who've experienced some of this stuff. You can see it. But this is a totally different realm than what they function in. They function in physical reality. Everything's chemicals. It's bodily stuff. It's all physical stuff. Schizophrenia is not a physical illness. It's a spiritual illness. They don't function, psychiatry and the psychiatric mafia, they don't function in the spiritual area. Neither do psychologists. The whole time, how much I spent 8 years in higher education, undergraduate, master's levels, PhD level. Not once did they mention spirituality, and we're spiritual beings.
That's right. But you have a proof to back up what you just said. And it was one of the first things I said to you when we met this afternoon. You discovered that by implementing the 23rd Psalm, I think I read it described as the voices would act like worms on a frying pan when the victim began to recite the 23rd Psalm. And you discovered this, and I've got to ask, is this universal?
Yes. Yeah. As far as the 23rd Psalm, now the Muslims, they're much more aware of these things than the Christians are. And they take them much more seriously than the Christians do. It's like 23 times in the Bible, Jesus has cast these things out. I mean, it's very clear. And yet, what the Christian preachers do, they don't talk about these things. They don't bring them up. They don't know anything about them. And it's not Jesus and God that are causing these problems. It's these things. It's these entities. It's these archons.
Have you ever heard of an egregore?
I've heard of it. I don't remember what it was.
Jason and I are doing research where we're going to go down a road, and this old so-so thing they put on HBO before COVID is called American Gods. It's drawn from another writing, but I guess the HBO version veers away from it. But when Jason and I cover this, I'm going to bring up the idea of egregores big time. But I would suggest to you, and I'll email you a pamphlet that was given me yesterday on egregores, because as I read some of the things that you've laid down, that immediately came to my mind. And I also wanted to ask, is the negativity seem to be headed towards intended death?
Yes, it is. And once they really got hold of the victim, they start suggesting that, you're no good, you're rotten, nobody likes you, you're isolated, you're no good, you're rotten. Why don't you just kill yourself? Get it over with.
Now that's interesting. Why would they do that if they're feeding off of the victim?
No, that's a good question, isn't it? I didn't know that for a long time. And I had that same question. It's like, why are they killing the source of their energy?
Do you have an explanation for it at this point?
Yes, I did. And it came in from somebody who was listening to one of my podcasts. They said the reason they do that is if the person kills themselves, then the whole family suffers. They'll start blaming themselves. Oh, I should have noticed this. I should have seen this. I should have done something about it. It's my fault. Da, da, da. The whole family suffers. So it's not just one person. It's the whole family at that point.
Well, I'm going to send you the booklet on egregores. And I was going to ask you also, have you ever bumped into anything that would have anything to do with the idea of a sacrifice?
Just the Old Testament.
I mean, from the negative voices.
With them requesting a sacrifice?
Or anything to do with the sacrifice?
No. No, matter of fact, now that you meant, no. I've never heard them say that they needed a sacrifice for anything. It wasn't ever mentioned.
I guess I would offer up the idea that the death of the victim itself could be taken as a sacrifice as well.
Or self-harm, right?
Yeah, or self-harm. They're constantly preaching self-harm. So, yeah, the anti-religious thing, that came one day when I was talking to one of my schizophrenic clients at the state hospital, and he came in and he reported the voices attacked me last night, and I started repeating the 23rd Psalm, and he's the one that said that the voices reacted to the 23rd Psalm like worms thrown on a hot frying pan. So I started passing that out, and it was consistent.
Wow.
The voices did not like the 23rd Psalm.
Wow.
For those listening, Psalm 23 is the one that begins with, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want."
Yeah, they became aggravated. They became angry. They reacted negatively to it every friggin' single time.
Wow. Do the Muslims have a version of the 23rd Psalm that they use?
Yeah, they do. They have special prayers for these things. They're well aware of them. They're much more aware of them than we are. They're called the jinn, in their opinion.
So Muslims still suffered from it. They just had ways of dealing with it more so than the Christian side of things.
Yeah, their religion takes these things into account, and their prayers take these things into account. They call it the the one who whispers in your ear. And Swedenborg, mystic, he actually said, yeah, just like the cartoons, you have angels, positive angels, and you have demonic entities assigned to you. And he said there's two each, two angels, two demons, and they're constantly talking to you, putting thoughts in your mind. And that's what these entities do. They will slip a thought into your thought stream. And what's so interesting about it is that it sounds just like, for the most part, not always, but for the most part, it sounds just like the thousands of thoughts that go through your mind on a given day. There's no, where are the voices? They don't sound any different. They sound just like all the other thoughts that come through your mind on a different day. But there was one time, this was at the state hospital, I was wondering what these things sounded like. So I prayed. I said, Lord, I'd like to experience what these things sound like. Let me know. I think I only did it once. And like 2 weeks later, something happened. It was like I lived on a lake back then, Lake Sinclair in Georgia. I had a place right on the lake. And after work, I would go swimming. I love swimming. I love the water. I was already a certified scuba diver. I'd spent a lot of time in and under the water. So at about sunset, maybe an hour before sunset or close to it, I would start heading out into the lake because the number of motorboats on the lake was much less. So my chance of being run over was much less. So I headed out to the lake and I started swimming, and I hit a pace that was almost like a meditation. I was a very good swimmer back then, and I had a good endurance. So I hit the sweet spot between how much energy I was putting out and how much air I was taking in. And the water that day, it was just like a mirrored surface. I mean, it was just like a mirror. And I was cutting through that lake for, just going and going and going. It's like a meditation until I started getting tired. And then I went, well, where am I? How far out am I? And I look up and I'm way far from the shore. And it's dusk. I'm like thinking, yeah, I'm far from the shore. I'm going to have to rest up. And so, it didn't concern me at all. They taught us in scuba diving this survival float where you put your hands behind your back and you float like a dead man. You don't even have to put your hands back there. You just take a big deep breath, float like a dead man. When you run out of air, you whip your head up and you blow all that air out. And as soon as you do that, you start sinking. And then you need to take in another full breath of air before your face goes underwater. And then you keep sinking for another 2 to 3 feet before you pop back up again and start floating like a dead man again. It takes very little energy. All you got to do is move your head up and down once. That's it. Minimal energy. So it's a good way to rest, but your face and your head are underwater while you're doing that. So the first time I came up for air, after doing that, I hear this voice in my head. It sounded like one of my own thoughts. It said, well, you're too far from the shore to make it back. And I go, yeah, I know that, fine. It was after the first time I came up. So I took a breath, I sunk after the first one, and I'm heading for the bottom. And then I floated back up again. So it goes, you're too far to make it back you're too tired to make it back to the shore right now. And that was true. Second thing it says is the sun's going down and any boats on the lake won't be able to see you. And the lights on the shore are going out, or will go out, and you won't be able to see the shore. You're going to get disoriented and won't be able to find the shore. That was a weak argument on its point. And then said you were heading for the bottom and you're going to drown. I'm like, what the hell is that? That was the last thing on my mind. I had no concerns about drowning at all, even though I was too tired to make it back to the shore. It just wasn't a concern. I didn't even think about it. That wasn't my thought. And I'm like, what was that? Where did that come from? And it sounded just like the thousands of other thoughts that go through my head. But I realized after 1 or 2 times of this that it was a psychological yes set. It's the same thing that a salesman does to you. When you're selling a vacuum cleaner, it's like, oh, this is a really cool looking vacuum cleaner, ain't it? Yeah, it is. It does a really good job, doesn't it? Yeah, it sure does. It does all these things that these other vacuum cleaners don't do, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, you'd like to buy it, wouldn't you? So they got this yes set running. So I realized after the second time I went up and down the breaths that this thing was running a yes set on me. And I'm kind of going, would I run a yes set on myself to convince myself that I was in trouble or that I was drowning? It's like, no, I wouldn't do that. And so this thing kept coming. So every time I would sink down before I pop back up again, it would repeat the same thing over and over again. It'd go, you're tired. You're too tired to make it to the shore. The lights are going out. It's getting dark. You're heading for the bottom. You were heading for the bottom and you're going to drown.
Did you confront it?
No, I didn't know it wasn't. I didn't know what it was. I didn't figure out what it was until a long time later. It was them, because those thoughts did not come from me. So I was going, what the hell is this thing? What is going on? Well, I wouldn't do that to myself. I'm not worried about drowning. I'm not worried about heading for the bottom. I'm not worried about any of this stuff that a normal person would be, even it getting dark. It was of no real concern to me. So that didn't make sense. So what happens is on the third time that I was heading down after I took the breath, instead of popping back up again, I just let out more air. Like I'm going to spite it. Whatever it is, I'm going to spite it. So I let out more air and I started sinking toward the bottom. It's like dark now. It's close to dark. It's sunset. And I started sinking a lot quicker than I thought I should be. And this was kind of freaky. So when I realized I'm sinking that quick, I shot toward the surface again. And even before I got there, I knew what was causing that. It was the crush depth. It's when you hit a certain depth, your lungs the pressure of the water kind of shrinks your lungs. And you're not as buoyant as you were at the surface. So you sink quicker. So even before I hit the surface, I knew what it was. So I get to the surface and here this thing comes again. The lights are going out. You might not find your way back to shore. You're too tired to get there now. you're sinking for the bottom, and now you're panicking. And I'm going, what the hell is this thing? I knew it wasn't me, but I didn't know what it was. So I went, okay. Fourth time I went down, I let out the air. I started sinking toward the bottom. I equalized the pressure in my ears. I'm dropping toward the bottom. It's pitch black down there. So sinking toward the bottom. And then I feel this cold something coming up my legs. I mean, it was a noticeable difference in temperature change. And I went, whoa, and I shot for the surface again. Before I ever got there, I knew what it was. It was the thermocline. It's usually a layer of cold water that lays on top of down at the bottom of the lake or ocean or wherever you are. And it's heavier than the warm water, and it sinks down and it stays there. Well known, it's called the thermocline. Even before I got to the top, to the surface again, I knew what it was. But when I broke the surface, here's this thing again. Hey, you're too tired to make it to the shore. It's getting dark. And now you're panicking. Like, I'm not panicking. And then it adds, and you're going to drown. And I'm like, what the hell is this thing? And it was persistent. So I go down again, let out the air, sink down through the thermocline. And that thermocline wasn't at the bottom yet. So there was probably another 10 feet before it would hit the bottom. So I sunk down through that cold thermocline. And then I felt this icky something kind of sucking onto my ankles. And I'm like, this was freaking me out. This whole process was freaking me out. So I shot to the top again. And here it comes again. You're too far from the shore. You're too tired to make it back. It's getting dark. The lights are going to start going out on the cabins. And da-da-da-da-da. And this time, instead of saying you're going to drown, it says there's a motorboat coming right at you. And it's going to hit you and grind you to pieces. And I'm thinking, well, I've had to dive below motorboats before. If I need to, I can dive below the motorboat. I can stay there long enough for it to pass over. So I didn't like the option, but I could do it. I knew I could do it if I had to.
Was there a boat coming?
Yes, there was. And what surprised me is you can usually hear sound underwater.
A lot further away.
And I didn't hear that, or I was so taken up by what was going on that I wasn't paying attention. But when I got there, when I got to the surface, I looked around and there was a motorboat with a green navigation light in the distance heading right toward me. And here's this thing saying they can't see you, which was true. They're not going to be able to spot you. And it says that boat's going to hit you and grind you to pieces. And I'm thinking, I could deal with this if I needed to, but I better keep my eye on it. So I'm watching this motorboat coming toward me and getting ready to dive if I needed to. It was moving so fast that if I was going to move, I wouldn't even know what directions to move at. It was moving pretty quick. I'm tracking this thing, and it goes by me. It's maybe 30 feet away, 40 feet away. And I watch it as it goes past, and I'm watching it disappear past me, and I'm not paying attention to the wake. So the wake ran over me. It went over me while I was taking a breath in. So my mouth got full of water as I was breathing in. I didn't pay attention to the wake. So I spit out the water and started coughing. This thing came right back. You're too far from the shore. You're too tired to make it. You're drowning. You're heading for the bottom. What the hell is this thing? So I spit all the water out. I hyperventilated a few times to get enough air to sink down. I knew where the bottom was. It must have been about 35 feet or something like that, 35 feet down there. I sink down to the bottom of the lake again. My feet stick in the mud, and it was warm. So the water down there was warm. The mud, there was no feeling to it once I stopped moving. The water was bathwater warm down there below the thermocline. There was no sight. There was no sound. There was no feeling because the water was just bath warm. So all my senses were shut off. And for maybe 15, 20 seconds, the only thing there was I was aware that I was aware. And I'm sitting there with my feet stuck in the mud, on the bottom like a dead guy. It would have been the same way if I were dead. My hands were floating probably 6 inches above the bottom. My feet were stuck in that ooze, that mud. So I had no physical input whatsoever. Everything was shut down, and it was dark. down there. So all that was there was my awareness. And I could hold my breath probably for another 20 seconds during that time. And it was like a peak experience. And when I got to the surface, it was like, so that's what's there beyond all the physical senses and all the input that's coming in, all the light and sound and the noise and the feelings and the mishmash of all the input that you get when you're on the surface. That's what's there. That's the core. That's the core of you. And I went, wow, that was incredible.
So at what point did you make your way back?
Oh, I started swimming back after that experience, after the motorboat went by, after I got up from the bottom at that point, after I had this experience. I got back up and slowly swam back to the shore with no big deal. The thing was gone. It wasn't around anymore.
I guess no purchase.
It wasn't there. Yeah. So that's what these things are like. They sound like
us.
It sounds just like the thousands of other thoughts that you have going through your mind on a given day. But the content and the intent are very different. So Manuel Swedenborg, a Christian mystic who lived some 300 years ago, he was the chief mining engineer for the Queen of Sweden at the time. He's one of the top scientists of his day. He invented all this stuff. I mean, he was like the Leonardo da Vinci of his day. And at the age of 50, he was told by Jesus, he said, stop all this stuff. I'm going to give you access to heaven and hell. And I want you to go there and interview the people in heaven and hell and come back and write about it. So his name was Emanuel Swedenborg. So I was into his writings because what he was describing as far as these entities was exactly the patterns that I was seeing. I mean, they matched exactly when he was talking about demons. They matched exactly what these voices were. So once again, these entities, they can put thoughts into your thought stream that don't belong to you.
While being aware of basically your whole history.
Yes, they have access to your entire history. They can bring up every rotten thing you've ever done and they can rub it in your face until they turn your emotional state negative.
Which lowers your vibration.
And at that point, they feed off of that negative emotional energy. That is their food. So with schizophrenics, that's a smorgasbord because they're constantly hearing negative voices in their head telling them, you're no good, you're rotten, you're stupid, you're ugly, nobody likes you, you're worthless, you're useless, or every rotten thing that you can think of, they're telling these people.
Is there anything universal about people who suffer from schizophrenia that is making them more susceptible to the voices?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing. How do they pick it up?
Yes, trauma is one of the biggest. Very few schizophrenics who have not been severely sexually, emotionally, or physically traumatized. So trauma does something that breaks your spiritual protection. And there's virtually a one-to-one correspondence between trauma and schizophrenia. Of course, the psychiatric mafia won't look at that because they don't talk to people. They go, "Oh yeah, what's going on with you?" "Well, I'm depressed." And they give you an antidepressant. For the most part, especially in the institutions, they don't spend any time talking to you, trying to find out who the person was or what happened to them. They're just drugging these people like a production line.
That's what it is. They make money.
Nobody's getting any better.
I got to ask you, or I can't remember his name. Are you familiar with the guy who did the study where he put forward that nearly 100% of drug addiction and alcoholism is connected to basically what we're talking about? He called it the other. Actually, for everyone listening, this is why Jason and I did the episode on Revolver, the movie Revolver. And even though the movie was violent beyond what I usually put up with, what's being covered there relates almost one-to-one. It's not schizophrenia, but nonetheless, it
Hello, everyone. How many people do we have tuned in? It looks like 15 or so it's showing, at least on my end. Maybe I'll go back to that for a bit.
Every rotten thing that you can think of, they're telling these people.
Is there anything universal about people who suffer from schizophrenia that is making them more susceptible to the voices?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing. How do they pick it up?
Yes, trauma is one of the biggest. Very few schizophrenics who have not been severely sexually, emotionally, or physically traumatized. So trauma does something that breaks your spiritual protection. And there's virtually a one-to-one correspondence between trauma and schizophrenia. Of course, the psychiatric mafia won't look at that because they don't talk to people. They go, "Oh yeah, what's going on with you?" "Well, I'm depressed." And they give you an antidepressant. For the most part, especially in the institutions, they don't spend any time talking to you, trying to find out who the person was or what happened to them. They're just drugging these people like a production line.
That's what it is. They make money.
Nobody's getting any better.
I got to ask you, or I can't remember his name. Are you familiar with the guy who did the study where he put forward that nearly 100% of drug addiction and alcoholism is connected to basically what we're talking about? He called it the other. Actually, for everyone listening, this is why Jason and I did the episode on Revolver, the movie Revolver. And even though the movie was violent beyond what I usually put up with, what's being covered there relates almost one-to-one. It's not schizophrenia, but nonetheless, it parallels what we're talking about here one-to-one. And I would point your attention to two things about the coverage of the movie Revolver. It was episode 602. The first thing is when Jake has his episode in the elevator where he finally declares, "I can hear you." Up to that point, the voice had been his best friend because it was him talking to himself. The second thing, which is a little closer to the real world, I will point you to, is there are two versions of the movie Revolver, and the run times are different. The version that ran in Europe is longer. The reason for that is because psychologists and psychiatrists are very famous, have this long part at the end of the movie where they talk about the other. They quote people like Julius Caesar. But, and here's where the rubber meets the road, in the same way Jerry has been censored, which tells me there's someone somewhere who knows exactly what we're talking about, they clipped all of those interviews with the psychologists and psychiatrists for the American version. They did not want the American market to hear about the other. But I don't want to lead us too far off track. Jason, I know we're getting close to the top of the hour. Can you think of anything we really want to get in before we got a break for the first hour?
So was it all the way back in the 70s? I remember I've heard some of your other interviews. There was one woman that you started figuring all this out with. So did that start all the way back in the 70s?
Yeah, I started figuring this out when I was working at the state hospital. And I started asking these patients, the schizophrenics, what the voices were telling them. Once I figured out I had enough information to give them that showed them that, hey, I'm serious about wanting to know about these things. I tell them I know this and I know this and I know this and I know this. What else can you tell me? And I found out that with each one, they would add a little bit more information. And the more information I had that I could tell them that psychiatrists and other psychologists they didn't know, they would go, hey, this guy really is serious. He wants to figure out what's going on. And they did too, because a lot of them were confused about what was going on with them. It didn't make any sense to them. So they wanted to know as bad as I did. So I would start asking them questions about the voices. And they were negative. They were anti-religious. These patterns started coming out. And then one day, one of the patients I was asking questions to, his voices got upset that I was asking these kind of questions. So he went to one of the psychiatrists in the unit. He said, hey, this guy's asking me questions about the voices and I don't like it. It's really upsetting me. The next morning I got called to the psychiatrist's office and he closed the door and he said, stop asking these patients about these voices. They're hallucinations. By asking them questions about the voices, you're reinforcing them and you're making the patient worse. He said they're hallucinations and you're reinforcing the hallucination. Stop it. And if you don't, we're going to take action against you. That happened twice at the state hospital. They didn't even want me looking into it, let alone being interested themselves. They were blocking it.
You think that guy was hearing voices?
Well, he might have been. So I learned at that point that I better keep a real low profile. I had to move at a relative snail's pace while I was at the state hospital.
Did you ever get the idea that any of the schizophrenics were hearing the same voice or voices? Like, did you ever get the idea that there were the same entities communicating with the various patients?
The voices in different patients' heads? You mean like two patients who are hearing voices, were the voices talking to one another between the patients? Is that your question?
Anything to indicate that the same entities were speaking to more than one person?
No. Matter of fact, it was the opposite. They would never speak to entities in another person. Now, if there were several entities in one person, they would get together. Like a woman I was working with last night who's in Greece. The voices, what MACE does, the MACE energy method, this cutting edge psychotherapy that I mentioned earlier, it's an energetic psychotherapy. It works with energy. The voices didn't like reducing the amount of negative energy in this patient that I was dealing with. And they got furious. When we got it down to a certain amount of energy, they got furious. And I could feel them hit me through the friggin' computer. And it was this icky electrical feeling that I can't hear them, I can't see them, but I can feel them. And that feeling is unique to the entities being pissed off. Now on her end, in Greece, I mean, half the world away, all of a sudden the room got freezing cold and she had to go put on a jacket. And they were telling her, if you keep this up, you're going to pay. So they wanted her to break off the contact with me.
Well, that cold thing, that's a very common, I used to go ghost hunting actually. Coldness, unexplained coldness, and it almost have like an eerie feel. It's not like you're standing in front of an air conditioner that's on too high.
Yeah.
It's a very common thing that happens, especially with negative entities, that the room or the area will drop, usually substantially if the thing has some juice to it.
Well, they were pissed off. They were saying to the patient, they said, you'll pay for this. You'll pay for this. They said they couldn't get me. I felt them, but they couldn't get me like they were getting her. The energy was being reduced. The amount of negative energy was able to remove that. Now, we couldn't get rid of the voices, but they had much less energy to work with. On two occasions, one with me and one with another MACE practitioner, where the voices were begging for energy after we were done working with the patient. We got rid of a lot of the negative energy, a lot of the trauma. So that's one thing it's great with MACE. It's a cutting edge psychoenergetic therapy. It works better than any other psychotherapy I've ever seen. Within an hour, it can get rid of traumas that were just ingrained for decades.
Is it working with frequency or vibration?
Well, it's working with energy. So what it does is what happens in a trauma is there's a real bad feeling and a decision you make with regard to what relationship you have with that trauma. And that negative feeling from the trauma just stays there and torments you forever until the ego shows up and it goes, hey, you're not doing real good with this. It's interfering with your functioning. Let me handle this. So it takes it throws it into the subconscious and it locks it down. From that point on, it takes energy to keep it confined there. And what happens is that anytime from that point on, anytime that somebody who is similar to the person who caused that trauma shows up in your psychological field, that thing goes off like a landmine. So it's like when people say pushing your buttons, that's what it is. It's this body of negative energy that's sitting there in the subconscious, confined, but it's not dead. So if anybody similar to that person that caused that trauma shows up, that thing goes off and it says attack that person or run from that person or avoid that person. So it's like the person you hate that keeps coming into your purview over and over and over again. You could go from here to China and somebody like that person you hate will show up who's Chinese. So not only does that thing seem to attract these kind of people, since it's not dead, it interferes with your psychological functioning. Okay? So it's similar to a computer virus that is affecting your computer, where you can't see the virus, but you can see the effects. So the effects of this negative, what Mace calls it, is a negative identity, this big pocket of negative energy that just sits there, and it becomes subconscious at that point. So the person, the victim, can't reach it, but it's affecting what they do, what they think, what they say, what they don't say, how they act, their feelings. It's affecting them behind the scenes. It's like a mind virus, but it's a program that was put into them due to that trauma and the ego throwing it into the subconscious. So it's like a mind virus. And what Mace does is similar to if you ever had a battery go dead on your car. Once you let that battery go totally dead, it's worthless. You can get a brand new car battery, charge it up full, and if you drain it down to nothing, you can't charge it again. It's a boat anchor. It's worthless. It won't recharge. Well, that's the same thing with these negative identities. They are programs that are in the subconscious that Mace has a way to find. And then what it does is it goes in there and John Mace, who came up with this, the guy was a genius. I mean, he wasn't a psychiatrist or a psychologist. He was a freighter captain. He drove these big freighters back and forth across the ocean all the time. He was a harbor pilot. He had to know about all these different kinds of energy that you have to know being the captain of a ship. Electrical energy, how it flows, the energy of the tides, the currents, the ship. I mean, this whole thing was different kinds of energy all working together to get that cargo to where it needed to go. And he discovered that negative energy flows toward positive energy. So the same thing in a negative flows toward positive. So even in a battery, it's the negative will flow toward the positive in that loop. So this energy trapped in the subconscious is negative energy. And what Mace does, and this is the only psychotherapy that I've ever heard of that uses the spirit to remove this negative energy. So it's not the therapist who removes that negative identity, that negative energy. The therapist creates a bridge to the person's spirit, which is positive energy. And once that bridge is made, it's the spirit will then drain that negative identity. And one of the most common ones is something happened to the person while they were, when they were 7 years old, their mom said something or did something or hit them or something, that they decided they were worthless because of that. And they have drugged that through their entire life up to the point where I'm meeting with. There's this subconscious feeling that I'm worthless, I'm not good enough. And it affects their entire life. And it's really sad to see that because it can be gotten rid of in less than an hour. Gone, totally gone.
So, Jerry, I've got to interrupt. We've got a break for the top of the hour, so please hold that thought. We can complete it on the other side. Can you please tell folks one more time where they can find your website?
Okay, you can find me at jerrymarzinski.com, and there's more information about the Mace Energy Method there. That's energetic psychotherapy available there.
Okay, Jerry, check your inbox. I sent you that thing on egregores. You can take a look. I think there's an interesting possible parallel. Jason, anything more you'd like to add before I wrap hour one?
Well, when we get back, if you could address this, please, I'd love to know if there is a commonality between all of the schizophrenics that you've found that might have something to do with what they're being afflicted with.
All right, I wrote it down. We'll open up with Jason's question about universal cause. That's the end of hour one. Hour one is free to everybody at crow777radio.com. That is CRROW777radio.com. Members know to log in for the full episode. Members get access to all the forums and comments sections. They get access to the solar footage that I've done in member solar videos and the search for the so-called second sun. They get free access to Shoot the Moon, which is a 2-hour film that has 10 awards in the world now, covering my older telescope, primarily on the daytime sky and the moon. And lastly, when you become a new member now, you get to choose free solar images you can print. Many of them print up to 50 inches if you want to go that big. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back for hour two. We have a ton more to cover, and I'd like to wish you all a happy, healthy, and higher-minded new era.
Hello, 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 everyone. Hello, this is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And this is the hottest show in hell. The hottest show in hell. This is the new image of Talcott, Psychocott. Psychocott. Check it out. And where's the other one? Let's see here. Psychocott. And there's another one here. Hobbit Cot. Here it is. Hobbit Cot. Psychocott and Hobbit Cot. Anyway, I hope you're enjoying the stream tonight. Happy New Year to all good spirits that are tuned in. Tom S. is over here. I haven't seen him in ages. He's insisted that he's not Tom Shepard, the guy with a channel that likes to make videos about me. But their voices sound very similar. Very, very similar. I dropped a link for anyone who wants to join me live and have a conversation. It's about me.
Being
something in the brain. It's like a comparison between the crown and the brain. I still have it.
so, oh, what, you got something?
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Oh. Seven orbs, 1, 7.
Intent or how it could be hacked,
Look who's over there kissing up to London McDouchebag. You recognize that voice?
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I mean, that's like the whole paradigm of the Matrix, right? When you actually listen to what's going on in it, right? They're showing you how the robots embedded, how would you call it, like a safety mechanism where if we break out of it, we would still feel like, well, basically they would give us a resistance. The resistance would come from them to make us feel like something worth fighting for, right? Where just a feeling, where there's really nothing to be fighting for, but it's another feeling that a human is supposed to, have when we shouldn't be feeling feelings, if you know what I'm saying. So it's almost like an illusion, right? Stages of it. And this is what the Matrix is about.
Yeah. So it's not so much about dividing as much as it's about passion.
Yeah, the passion behind it.
But yeah. Fascinating.
Yeah, so it's just like, you know, if you wake up from a dream, you know, something to catch you again, just set safety nets, I suppose. Safety nets. Even with Neo breaking the Matrix, right? They didn't expect somebody to break it. And Neo saw it for what it really was.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, he didn't get out of it. He was still within the architect. Yeah, he saw it was really made up for them from the robots, and you know, it's just weird how AI, even with these people talking, what's his name, Elon Musk, you heard him make a connection with AI and is it demons or something of this nature? It's like, what AI and demons have in common? You know, is it something to do with the electrics? Is it in the technology itself? Is it something nefarious? Is it always watching us? Yeah, it's always watching us. I know that much.
What if it's just a system update? So, like, what if technically, if there's something watching, let's just say some database that collects, you know, all the images, right? We could say, oh, it's like a recorder or an eye in the sky, or could it actually just represent the unity of creation's vision, right? Like, you know, I'm in an apartment right now. You know, my eyes see my apartment and everything outside of it. Someone across the street sees a different perspective. But is there an opportunity where the data that we're collecting through our eyeballs actually can be mapped together in a way that creates a database that actually allows access, again, whether it's some other being or some elite people or someone who just figured it out, or we haven't accessed it yet, but this idea that there is a data, the eye in the sky, and it is all of our vision collectively together. And I would throw the animals and bugs and everything into that, because they would map out the world perfectly all the time in real time. There would always be the position through something's eye to see what is going on. So and again, that's just an abstract idea of the system itself, like not sort of looking at nefarious intent or how it could be hacked, you know?
No, there's many ways to look at it. Many ways to look at it.
Because they've proven that, you know, we are connected consciously through magnetosomes or whatever they're calling them, you know, that experiments have shown people in 2 separate rooms, one person sleeping in one room, the other person awake in the other. They turn the light switch on and off in the room the person's sleeping in, and the room with the awake person, brain responds like the light just turned on and off in their room. So, right, like there's maybe some proximity to that. I have no idea. I didn't look further into the study, but like, so arguably when I'm sleeping in my room and my neighbor's sleeping in his room, you know, awake in his room, and somebody comes into my room and turns the light on and off, maybe my neighbor's brain lights up like it knows the light turned on next door, but it doesn't register for any reason.
Yo, don't be so loud, large and proud. False pride, hubris, love bombs, 1 billion cigarettes, extra large. We hear you coming, tsunamis and earthquakes. All of Canada shakes from Vancouver Island all the way to Newfoundland. Big beach, whale flips and flops, land whale, garbage pail, Big Bird, the fatty for team of extra large, big ass hoe. Piggy, picking lipstick, she's just a big old bitch. Shit, goddamn land whale on the land, man, son of Sam, earth with Betty Crocker and Sarah Lee. She be fatter than a monster truck. Big old ugly, smelly fuck, bitch. Bitch ass bitch fatty. Fuck. Don't be so loud, Lord. Proud. False pride. Hubris. Big old ugly, smelly fuck, bitch. Bitch ass bitch fatty. Fuck. Don't be so loud, large and proud. Love bomb. Us crowd. No neck, classless and spineless. Fat rolls like jelly rolls. You can barely even find my droopy dog tits. Bitch, tits. Fuck shit, damn, man. Extra large loves to obsess and stalk. She puts that rumble in the walk. No wiggle, jelly rolls, jiggle in a sex. Dummy, you wanna bet? Necklace, big fatty, not a real woman. She has her own zip code, she never leaves bitch mode. Angry, extra large, orders the menu at McDonald's. Super size is small, do what she needs size. Extra large, extra salt, extra large. Chain smoke, huff, puff, pass. Block out the entire sun with that big ass. Classless, loud, obnoxious, rude ass bitch be so nasty, crass. So crass, that's just nasty. A blimp on legs, pump a truck, shake, witchy, bitchy, bitch, torso bloated like a damn beer keg. Don't be so loud, large and proud. Large and proud. Horse bride. Shut the fuck up. You witchy bitch. Fat ass bitch. Bro. Shut up. Bro. Shut up. And burn. Shut up. Shut up.
Those type of experiments, do they get done like regular, or is it just like a one-off?
Well, that's stuff that Cage looks into. That's through the Laurentian University in Ontario or Quebec. I'm not sure. Specifically, those papers and some of the research he's looked into in consciousness comes out of that university. So I don't know what kind of depth they've taken it into, or what other studies exist.
Okay.
But it is fascinating. And it would kind of make sense, like, I don't know, it would make sense on a bio, like if you want to go with sort of, animal theory or whatever, animalistic theory that we usually go to, is this like innate, why would we have that? Well, if there's an alarm, if something alarming is happening, prior to our fire alarms and all the other things, maybe it helps, like, oh my gosh, I wake up because there's a fire in my house. Maybe my neighbor is more likely to wake up too. I don't know. But there was something about proximity. And it wouldn't be the case. I would assume that would just be like measurable for something like a light turning on and off. If you could find other thoughts and different reasons, like, when you're thinking of someone and then they call, that's probably directly correlated to magnetosomes. Some of us online have spent so much time together. I think even our magnetosomes can have our subconsciouses can be linked, especially with content creators that encourage you to share your ideas and have shared so much of their own ideas and minds. I think it's that much easier to actually connect subconsciously with a YouTube content creator than it would necessarily be with even someone up the street, because you've taken in all their content and, anyways, just thoughts.
All right, we're back, everybody. Lost connection there. Sorry about that. I think you guys might have missed the ceremony. It was fun. It was a fun little speech with the lighting of the candles, right?
It was.
It was cool.
Very good.
We're outside now. We're right next to the Washington Monument. I think we're just going to do an open panel.
It looks like Jack Talcott's carrying a man purse. Looks like he has a man purse. He looks like a very tiny little guy. Very tiny. Little hobbit cot. Did everybody see the hobbit cot image yet? Did you see this one yet? This is hobbit cot. He's a tiny little hobbit cot. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at him. Look at him. And then here he is, Psycho Cot. Psycho Cot in a straitjacket, looking disheveled, which he is. Look at his face. I mean, this looks real. This looks pretty fucking real. Now, is it 100%? No. Did I spend a lot of time making this? No, I didn't. I didn't spend a lot of time. I could spend more time and make it more realistic. There he is in a straitjacket, Psycho Cot. And here he is, little hobbit cot. Little hobbit cot. Little tiny little Jackie boy. Little Jackie boy. Little hobbit cot. I want to see them compete. They claim that I don't have any talents. They lie about me all the time. I come up with characters. I do lyrics, visuals, songs. I do all sorts of things. I write poetry. I draw. I paint. I do all sorts of things. And these demons are envious. Look at this little creature here on the screen with his man purse. He's got a man purse on his side.
For a little bit.
$1,000, Jackie boy, to come to my place, meet with me, where there's no little coffee shop or McDonald's to run into, to duck into, run into a doorway like a coward, and do what you said you would do. You said you would grab me by my throat. You'd call me a little bitch. Come and do it. I'll pay for your health insurance before you get here, your travel health insurance. I'll reimburse your flight. I'll pay for a motel, a shitty motel for you to stay in so you can feel at home because you live in a shithole. All of that. And he said no in email. You don't want to face me. I would demolish you. I'm twice your size and 10 times your strength. Fucking loser.
For a little bit and see if you guys got any questions for us and maybe what you guys saw today on stream. Into something new. Very fun. And thanks again to Jack Talcott for coming out and joining me. Always appreciate that. So yeah, we got a crosswalk right up here. And actually, I was gonna say we can just do it right here.
Set it up. See how that works.
Yeah, let me go and drop the link. Do you have Discord or any way of contacting your audience? I know you got a much larger audience than I do.
Not really. I can post your stream. I think that's what.
Okay.
Right now, open panel. Share this. Hit a post.
Oh, Washington Monument. Yeah, there we go. It's appearing. It is very cold out, folks. Would you say about 30 degrees, right? Probably about 30 to 40.
32, I think. Yeah. We got folks showing up already. Wonderful.
Yeah, people are coming in. Like I said, link is posted, folks. If you want to do a Q&A or just come and hang out with us, feel free. Thoughts on the collaboration, the African History and Culture Museum, and just maybe some questions for us.
There we go.
That is the Washington Monument right there, everybody.
All right. I think I posted on mine. Hopefully things are coming through.
So this is our first time meeting in person.
You should have gotten Talcott to turn sideways and lick the shaft of that phallic Washington monument. Look at this little creepy creature there. This little creep. He is a little garden gnome. Here he is on the screen. Little garden gnome, Talcott. Look at the little garden gnome. He's just a wee little garden gnome. A wee little garden gnome. That's what he is. He's a man-child. And he's got a purse. He's got a man purse. And he has these buttons pinned. These pins all over the front of his jacket or hoodie. It looks like a hoodie, zip-up hoodie. Look at this thing here. And somehow he's got it in his head that he's tough and that he can fight. Somehow this little fucking pissant thinks that he's tough and that he can fight. Well, come and bring it on, bitch. Bring it on.
I'm somewhat familiar with Jack's kind of your, what you do, your message. But if you want to reiterate to my audience what it is you're hoping to achieve with YouTube and just overall, I think might be a good time.
I truly appreciate it because you got to have kind of an open mind and just accept what it is for what it is. But what I'm hoping to do online with the channel is to start a grassroots movement. I want to end wars and bring reforms to the American government because the wars can end when people stop fighting, and the reforms can begin as soon as people make an agreement.
War is a multi-trillion-dollar industry. You're not going to end jack shit. Jack shit. Jack shit.
I hear you there.
Yeah. But if you extrapolate that out, in the sort of worldwide web of subconscious or whatever, and then even dig deeper into like subconscious, let's just call it like something that's even like an underpinning running, right? Because we're just, I mean, as soon as we discover something, like we're just at the tip of the iceberg, right? So really studying it, learning about it. So that's where you get into what, demonology could be seen as, and this is actually stuff that, what's his name? Big Sister, one of the informative videos he put out at one point did talk about just this. I mean, I'm extrapolating and paraphrasing. I'm definitely not saying that this is what he said, but yeah, just pointing the concept of demonology being like actually a computer word about a subroutine running. So people can look at King James like he was evil and had put all this like code in the Bible, or had to, lied about history. Or you could say in a time of literacy, low literacy, and high levels of classism, feudal lordship system, that maybe there's
Testing, 1, 2. I thought I heard someone join, but I had a little technical glitch here. Did somebody try to join my live stream? So Baxter Large was trying to talk about me. She doesn't like to say my name for some reason now. She thinks that will protect her, and it won't.
he and I could probably.
Anyway, I did videos on demonology on King James. A daemon, it's not demonology that's a computer program running in the background. It's a daemon, which is an attending spirit. A daemon. A daemon. And I've made videos on that as well. I've made a lot of informative videos that you could learn something from if you watch them. That's the thing. You have to watch them and pay attention. And she didn't do that. She didn't pay attention. She's all mixed up. She thinks demonology is a computer program running in the background. No, a daemon is. Demonology is the study of demons. She's all mixed up in her big fat head. She's all mixed up.
Probably have some really interesting discussions, but I owe Paul an apology. So I'll say, and I should have copped up and said it to him here, but you know, for the people I've forgotten, you know, like trying to remember a job I had and who were the dishwashers, you know, who were the other servers, who are people like there's, because when you really think about it, there's lots of people you come in contact with, you just can't remember, but they're in there somewhere. So I would think when it comes to ideas, like, you know,
Very
like
true.
there's even more, you know?
Very true. Very true. Yes. That, you know what, that is very true. That's why it's you know, it's good to archive stuff, and you have to kind of you train the.
Find in particular funny,
So
but
is
I'm
that
just saying
is
it's
that
quite
what you
funny.
wanted to speak to Stephen about? I shall speak. Is that what?
No, I mean, he's probably not a funny guy, but for you he is, because that's your culture.
What did you want to speak to Stephen about?
I just want to talk to him about topics.
What kind of topic?
Stuff about how, yeah, I'm new to your channel, so it's great to talk to you.
How old are you, first of all?
Maybe you could get him on here.
How old are you?
52.
You know what? I'm not going to entertain you. Sound underage, so I'm going to remove you. Bye.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something a child would say. That's something a child would say. I don't mind children, right, boys and girls that want to participate in a, you know, good fashion. But you don't seem like you're here in a good fashion. You're here for Stephen. Stephen is not a good person. Right? There's no change in that creature. You're in the wrong place. If you want Stephen, you're in the wrong place. I can't help you. If you can't tell me what you want to speak about with Stephen, there's no reason to talk. You sound very underage. What would Stephen want to talk with an underage person about? I don't know. Maybe you can talk about, you know, the puppets.
See, they're trying anything they can. I don't talk with underage people. My channel is adults only, no children allowed at all. So these scumbags are trying anything they can because they are demons. And some of you don't have that through your heads yet, which is why I don't trust you, which is why I made that video recently saying, if you can't see these demons yet, I don't trust you. I can't trust you because there's something wrong with you if you can't see what these demons are doing. They're going to do anything they can to come after me because I've been speaking more truth than any of you have ever fucking found anywhere. That's the reality. And I put it all out there for free. If you can't see these deep demonic creatures at this point, you're a lost cause to me and I don't trust you. Period.
Puppets is always a good subject with Stephen. You know, you can lead with likewise.
It didn't sound like fireworks.
Okay, got you. Got you. Yeah, that was wild. Yeah, that was great. Oops, that one got me. The late one. That was a loud one. Oof. Damn.
Yeah, we're only 2/3 of the day through the day where I am. So I like the internet for that. You can make friends around the world that you celebrate New Year's with and feel like you've done it and then go to sleep early. I mean, you could do it regardless, but now you get to celebrate.
Yeah.
I appreciate you spending your New Year's with us.
Yeah. I mean, everyone's tucked in bed sleeping. So here I am, still up. Got time.
I know, I was thinking that as it got closer and closer to midnight. Remember when I joked about your kids being sound bites, and you're like, don't talk shit on my family. I was thinking, guaranteed this guy has kids, or why would he be home on New Year's? Not that all people who have kids stay home on New Year's, or all people that are at home have kids. I'm just saying it was definitely validation for me that my accusation was unfounded. So yeah, I mean, kudos to you, Papa, for being home and being a good dad. And again, shout out to the dads who go out and provide founded. So yeah, I mean, kudos to you, Papa, for being home and being a good dad. And again, shout out to the dads who go out and provide a childcare for their children on New Year's. It works both ways,
I mean, don't get me wrong. I did get the invites. There was a few things happening, but yeah, I didn't fancy it. I said, nah, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Or I see how I feel. I said, I see how I feel a bit later, but I didn't give them the call.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. Yeah. So.
Yeah, so technically what you're saying is having children is exhausting. So you got to conserve your stay up time and, pick the right exciting times, because no matter what, tomorrow, children will get up at the same time and have the same needs they did on a non-holiday.
Yeah, and partly it's too cold out there. It's freezing.
To go out.
Freezing.
Yeah.
Oh, freezing. Yeah.
I was going to take pictures. It was beautiful here today. It's like, I don't know what the high was, but I know 8 or 10 degrees, but I went out midday to run some errands, and it was nice. I live in a beautiful place. I don't want to rub it in, but my windows are cracked open and the sky is still blue.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good day.
Mm.
Good day, right? Blue skies.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So.
But I wish I had exciting new research to report. Not so much. Not so much. But it was, I've been listening for most of the show, and I appreciated the conversation with you and Paul.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I appreciate the combos with Paul.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it reminds me of how much like they used to call it the arts and sciences, right? Like that our interpretation of, what we learn and, how we see the world can be crafted in a, very artistic way. That's what I've always appreciated about Paul, is like, and yourself as well, like, is that, calling on people's imaginations. And I don't mean any disrespect. Like, I'm not trying to say like things are imaginary, because you see them you both have such cohesive sort of like systems that call to you to see you a certain way, like to see the world a certain way. So yeah, it's just, I think it calls on all of our imaginations, to, as well as, the logic and rationality, yeah. So really, really good collaborations.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I like Paul's work. Definitely brings new stuff all the time. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that as well, like he said, some of his stuff as well. It may be old, but he's just resurfacing it. Maybe that's what I should start doing as well.
Science, yet is it a word? Just like words is like swords. Is it a pen? Pen is mightier than the sword. It's just strange how you just look at things, and it's like the system fights us because it puts the information out there. And then you've got that AI stuff now. You can make videos and content, and it looks real. So you have people learning that way, just making their old shit up in these videos, and then using that and going out fighting.
Yeah, I won't be doing that.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like I was saying to you, people talk, television. All right, library. I can play that game. This doesn't mean it's in a book, doesn't mean it's correct. It's all part of propaganda and programming. It's just in written form. It's like why they do grimoire. It's all spells. How we communicating today, but through a Ouija board, a scribe mirror, moving curses about. Is it about the intent of the caster? Surely that is, got something to do with it. Is these things just tools that we are using, like a wand for magic? Give it one person, he will use it for good. Give it a person, and he'll go out killing people. And the common denominator is me and you. We're all different and unique, and subtle to programming and frequency. That's why I was always mad when I was talking in my old videos. Like, I think I did it, what was it, 5 years ago, the Tempest equation. And it's like, imagine if everything is a frequency. So that's what everyone, do you agree on that? Everything is a frequency and a vibration.
It seems like it, yeah. Vibration.
So there you go, you're one, I agree. So there's two, and then most people in the chat will agree. So why can't emotions be a frequency? So they can be manipulated. Just for instance, you look at your weather map and you see a low spell coming in, a low ring of pressure, and then, it's going to get colder. What if these things happen in feelings, in emotions? Is that why our ancestors, if you believe the story, always moved? Why did someone settle on the cold or warm? Or, you have that sad stuff when you live in the darkness and things like this. And if you go to the
Trapping the bees, like, could this be biblically allegorical? For old time's sake, we could do a roast session of hypocrisies that I've seen as of late, especially since I removed myself from chat. Oh my goodness, there's just like, the list in my brain is probably endless.
Yeah.
But we do research here.
That's it.
So yeah, the holy social weirdo experiment, the social weirdo experiment or whatever. What do we call it? Why is it the holy weirdo?
At one
Just
point,
holy AI?
it was.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, the weirdos abound, man. Oh, last night. Again, I don't know why. I know people say, oh, that's what everyone says bits. You're always watching. No. Me and Marsha, okay, me and this little robot, me and the Black Mirror, we just have divine conjoined abilities together. We're like a team where it's like, yeah, maybe you should search this and click that and whoa,
Yeah.
It's not even about me. Oh, but some people out there, yeah, man. Anyways.
Obsessed.
I want to explain it, but I know we can't give it attention. We need to get back to like L's and eyeballs and stuff, please, for my sake, please. Paul, get your butt back up here.
Yeah, hey, that's what I want to ask you. What's your thoughts, right? Because look, I mean, the Great Division, right? It seems it has to be flat Earth globe, flat Earth globe, flat Earth globe, right? When there's many shapes out there, right? But what me and Paul were talking about earlier about the rock, right? What's your thoughts on?
Oh, I like that. Yeah, like that sort of mountain, like that misshapen mountainous sort of pseudo pyramid, top and bottom, like an iceberg or whatever, in lieu of. Like, I really liked it. I thought yeah, it definitely it definitely makes sense to me. I tend to think that there might be a lot of that, like, that there may be, I guess, more than one magnetic north in the mapped out realm we have. And there may be, I don't know if they're placed there in some sort of linear fashion so that it allows for us to travel, and it kind of makes this cohesive, system run. But i.e. what I'm trying to say is if there's an organism, if we're in a place that looks like that, then could that be like, you know, taking it back to sort of like the crater concept or whatever, could there be multiple, you know, could each, I don't know, continent be a system like that? Or would it be, and then the whole world, you know, do they gel together like, you know, water droplets to make one organism that actually looks the same as the small and so on and so forth? I don't know. But it sure shows how perspective really, you know, defines shape, right? And how we describe what shape it is.
Yes, indeed.
I did dawn on me yesterday, so that like, what if we were on a globe? Okay, like, you know, like who's right below you? I get that, you know, I mean, whatever people say, oh, it's 12,000 miles, or I have no idea, but I'm just saying, like, but it is kind of interesting to think of if there is some shape to the world that actually does have people on two different dimensions like that, like would there be somebody that you're more connected to geographically because of like where they are, you know, that, and that would apply in a flat sense too. You could say like you know, depending on where you know, could you make a four corner square with three other people and, you know, have some sort of connection, you know. I don't know if that's called geomancy. I love this picture.
Nice picture. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I like what I was looking at was, you know, see the three things in the bottom, like under the world, we'll call it, like, you know, where it looks more sort of like a, I don't know, just a little more roughed in, let's say. But those pictures, is that picture to the left and to the right, two of the things up in the sky? Like, and then now that I see it, is that a picture of the sky right beside it? Because it looks like the round thing looks like a portal, like of some sort, or an entranceway, or, you know, the round thing on the outside of the sky, sort of like up in the sky.
What up here?
Yeah, see how there's three things in the sky
Mm-hmm.
and there's three things down below, right? So there's 1, 2, 3 objects in the sky, and down below there's three things down below.
Oh,
One's
yeah.
circular, one's circular.
Yeah, I see.
One's colorful, one's colorful.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, I see what you're saying. This one down here seems like it looks like the moon. This one right there. It favors the moon.
Yeah.
Right there, down below, right in the
Yeah.
underworld.
And now that I look at them more closely, because you can zoom in better, there's actually one standing on the world. See, there is three of them. You can see the feet of it there. Yeah, there's one standing on the world, and then there's two. Oh, it's more than one person. But there's some things facing the round thing. Then on the other one, it's like a sleigh ahead or something, right? Like facing, you know, going away from the round thing.
So these two, oops, what's the one? These two here. 1, 2. But that there definitely favors the moon. This one right there in the underworld.
Yeah. And look at the round cogs almost, right? Like the two red round cogs, you only see the whole one in the center there.
Yeah.
Yeah, right beside this moon thing. But they look like they're cog shaped. Like it's almost like they're designed to show you something's turning.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah. It's in the center
Yeah.
as well, whatever it is, it's in the center of this.
Yeah. And then see the pathways like on the edge of each colored wedge, right? Are those arrows?
They look like the T maps, the old T maps. Got the T in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Or some type of design.
And then,
They got different ones on different ones.
yeah, and then there's ocean, but there's a line between the ocean and the beast in each picture.
Yeah.
So there's water depicted in both, but there's a circle, a container almost keeping the beast in. It's fascinating. Ooh, Ant is asking if Cap if he should join. I know I'm not Cap, but Welcome.
So did you say something?
Yeah, Ant was asking Cap if he should join.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I was looking at the picture.
Yeah. But yeah, that's just it's interesting. Because could it have something to do with like trapping the bees? Like, could this be biblically allegorical? You know who's good in these adding in, that is actually OTW is excellent at picture fucking recognition. He'd be like, oh, look at where the astrology is and blah, blah, blah. It's impressive. But yeah, this that's the same beast trapped in the circle in the other picture, wouldn't you say?
Yes, the crocodile became crocodile was the moon. This is the moon they're showing you the depicting, but later on it became something evil. They said.
Interesting. And then it's encapsulated in the center, actually, kind of technically, of that last picture. I wonder, and then the water and the tides. So all the tides are going in the same direction.
Mm-hmm. They're going that way, anti-clockwise. Crazy picture, but there's many more like this.
Mm-hmm.
This one's, it's got a lot going on. It's even got the someone holding up the sky, atlas or shoe.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't even look like a human face, though, does it? I mean, it's hard to tell zoomed in, but it looks like a animal's face to me.
This is got a weird face as well, actually. But it's got the snake headdress.
Mm-hmm.
Those two are meant for each other. They just sit and look at pictures. They sit and look at pictures. Now, this is OTW. Patrick. Does that look impressive? He has a lot less teeth now, though. This is from a few years ago. Look at the grill. Look at the teeth. Yellow, rotten, falling apart. Cockroach. One day you're going to see what these creatures are. For some of you, it will be too late because you didn't pay attention. You had years to pay attention and learn to spot demons and cockroaches. And you wasted your time here and wasted my time. And I don't like when creatures do that. Don't waste my fucking time and energy.
In the ring, in the circle. I was in the crescent moon again.
What are all the things? Oh, that's, yeah. It's a person in it, too.
That looks like a top half of a face, like a jaw, teeth.
Yeah.
But I can't see the bottom half.
Yeah, almost depicting a mask.
I just dropped the link for this. I suspect there are people tuned in on my channel that are at that level. Go over there. I don't want you near me. I don't want creatures around me. You're not wanted around me.
Yeah.
Over something. Looks very much a very South American, Central South American, Mexican.
Yeah.
To me. But that could just be my, being from this side of the world. It doesn't look like Canadian First Nations. It's not as, they're more, their art has more animals, more animal focused. Sort of all animals. Yeah, Aztec.
didn't even notice it was a dragon there. I just thought it was a tree or something. But when you zoom in, it's actually a bloody dragon.
Oh, it's the Ouroboros.
Yes,
Is
yeah,
it
well,
eating its tail?
well, there's two. I think it's a two-headed one. I think. Look, there's another one there.
Oh yeah.
Almost like a Janus thing going on.
Yeah. And very almost mechanical looking compared to some of the other drawings. But maybe now that I've seen it sort of mechanically, maybe the other ones will look more mechanical too. What else is on the arch? What's in those little segments? Hard to tell.
This yellow one almost looks like a type of dinosaur with legs, hair, and a body and a tail,
Mm-hmm.
or an animal. But I want to say, I don't know, almost like a dinosaur, but a type of animal. I don't know. But
It could be the constellations depicted differently.
yeah,
And then depending on where it was drawn, I mean, there may be different constellations that are prioritized.
this one, I don't know what this one is. This very cubes, like, I don't know. There's lines.
Yeah.
Mm. This one looks like it's showing corners or something, almost like a map
Yeah.
and something in the center. More of an eye. Or in a square form, like Roblox.
Mm-hmm.
It cuts off there. So there. What's that? Like a hook.
Yeah, they look almost like zoomed in pictures, like of the I would expect that if it was just astrological signs, like we would see, even if it's not the same symbology they use, but you know how they have that device that looks like a globe but has all the concentric circles that show you how the planets and everything moves around each other, like a bunch of concentric rings. I don't know what it's called, but it looks almost like this is some of this shows the mechanics of that, perhaps. But I could just be looking for it.
Centric rings. The X.
There's a essentially a globe designed to show you how the solar system works, and the rings in it you can tilt at different angles to sort of get the proper movement of everything. I'm assuming it's obviously not the Earth at the center, but I've never held one. I've just seen them. I've just seen it. Yeah, as a tool. I think it could be used nautically to travel. I mean, it could be used to travel, period, but some variation of it. From that,
Yeah,
yeah.
well, I mean, that's like the whole paradigm of the Matrix, right? When
Mm-hmm.
you actually listen to what's going on in it, right? They're showing you how the robots embedded, how would you call it, like a safety mechanism where if we break out of it, we would still feel like, well, basically they will give us a resistance the resistance would come from them to make us feel like something worth fighting for, right? Where just a feeling, you know, where there's really nothing to be fighting for, but it's another feeling that a human is supposed to, you know, have when we shouldn't be feelings, if you know what I'm saying. So it's almost like an illusion, right? Stages of it. And this is what the Matrix is about.
Yeah. So it's not so much about dividing as much as it's about passion.
Yeah, the passion behind it.
But yeah. Fascinating.
Okay. See, okay, cool. Good. I remember you saying you was going.
It's like, could this be biblically allegorical? You know, who's good in these adding in, you know, that is actually OTW is excellent at picture fucking recognition. He'd be like, oh, look at where the astrology is and blah, blah, blah. It's impressive. But yeah, this that's the same beast trapped in the circle in the other picture, wouldn't you say?
Yes, the crocodile became crocodile was the moon. This is the moon they're showing you to depicting, but later on it became something evil. They said.
Interesting. And then it's encapsulated in the center, actually, kind of technically, of that last picture. I wonder, and then the water and the tides. So all the tides are going in the same direction.
They're going that way. Anti-clockwise. Crazy picture. But there's many more like this. This one's, you know, it's got a lot going on. It's even got the someone holding up the sky. Atlas or shoe.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't even look like a human face, though, does it? I mean, it's hard to tell zoomed in, but it looks like a animal's face to me.
This is got a weird face as well, actually. But it's got the snake headdress.
Mm-hmm.
In the ring, in the circle.
Oh, interesting. This AI site, Mspiracy. Seal the threshold. Oh, you can't make this shit up. In a copycat realm, few people care about thieves and copycats. You don't have to care, but you're not going to be standing with me. Very few will be, because very few in this realm are worth anything. Most are just followers, fakes, thieves, liars, demons. And you show it all the time.
Before we step into the new year, I want you to imagine something. A doorway, not a metaphor, a real energetic doorway. Because the truth is, every year ends, but not every year closes. Some people drag the old pain through the new door and call it life, not us. So right now, breathe in and on the exhale, say, I close what is complete. Now I want you to picture the last year behind you like a room. And in that room are people, moments, messages, disappointments, regrets.
This Mspiracy AI channel should just come right out and talk about Team Evil, call it a hell realm, and talk about sealing the Matrix. Just copy. That's what you should do. And most people don't mind in this realm. They applaud it.
Regrets. Some were lessons, some were theft, some were love. Now say it. I release what tried to keep me small. I release what fed on my attention. I release every version of me that survived by shrinking. And now we seal the threshold. With your mind, draw a line across the doorway. A line that cannot be crossed by guilt, by shame, by chaos, by manipulation. Only truth can cross, only growth can cross. Now speak this, if it belongs to the old story, it stays behind. If it can't come in peace, it can't come at all. My life is protected by my decision. One breath in, one breath out. And as you step forward, even if it's just in your mind, say,
I like the subliminal she has in this. It's perfect. Perfect for baby truthers. Perfect for most on YouTube. Most people never want to see what's right in front of them and what's shown to them and explained to them. They want to do what I would say most in this realm are more similar to Bex than they are to me. They might not have her voice. They might not be as wide as a barn, but they want to do the what if for life. And they also don't want anybody to show them something that's true. They want to pretend that they've learned and discovered all of it themselves. And they'll say, well, don't tell me this. Don't tell me that. You're pushing and whatever. And it's the way it is in this realm, which is why it was kind of foolish of me to think that people could learn. I don't believe it. I don't believe most that sit here for years learn. I don't believe most humans learn in their lifetimes here. I think most of you beings could be here 1,000 lifetimes. And if they change this system where they didn't suppress your memories and have you walk through the veil of forgetfulness, you still wouldn't learn. That's what I see. I see beings that live a lifetime with no learning. They'll sit here for hours, for months, for years, and not learn. That's what most people show me in this realm. Most in this realm are that way that I've observed. Most of you could be warned thousands of times to choose wisely. And you'll say you understand until the point where you say, I didn't know what you meant. I don't think there's a way to teach humans. Humans don't want to learn. They're adverse to learning. I think learning makes most of you sick and angry and hostile. I just don't buy it. I don't buy the pretending that most do. Most, when you leave my channel, you've learned nothing, which would be impossible for me to do, to be on a channel for a year, 2, 3 years and learn nothing. I couldn't do it. I can't do that. So there's something very different. She's just talking to talk. She's not actually interested. She's not actually interested in learning any more than some people like Callie and Marcella and Manny that were here on my channel. They weren't interested in learning. Bex wasn't interested in learning when she was here either. They just pretend their way through life. And that's why I call humans the great pretenders, because they're more alike. They are more similar to Bex Bextra than they are to me or any spirit that wants the truth. They don't care about the truth. They'll sit and talk about nothing forever and look at pictures and think that they're doing something, and they're not doing anything. This is what they do.
I was in the crescent moon again.
What are all the things? Oh, that's, yeah. It's a person in it too.
That looks like a top half of a face, like a jaw, teeth,
Yeah.
but can't see the bottom half.
Yeah. Almost depicting a mask
Yeah.
over something. Looks very much a very South American, Central South American, Mexican
Yeah.
to me. But that could just be my, being from this side of the world. It doesn't look like Canadian First Nations.
She said this side of the world. Well, Mexico is on this side of the world, dummy. It's on the same side as Canada. It's just below you, dummy. She claims to have lived in Mexico, but she'll say it's just because, oh, maybe it's just because I'm on this side of the world. What a freak. What an absolute freak.
It's not as, they're more, their art has more animals, more animal focused. Sort of all animals. Yeah, Aztec.
I didn't even notice it was a dragon there. I just thought it was a tree or something. But when you zoom in, it's actually a bloody dragon.
Oh, it's the Ouroboros. Is it eating its tail?
Well, there's two. I think it's a two-headed one. I think. Look, there's another one there.
Oh yeah.
Almost like a Janus thing going on.
Yeah. And very almost mechanical looking compared to some of the other drawings. But maybe now that I've seen it sort of mechanically, maybe the other ones will look more mechanical too. What else is on the arch? What's in those little segments? Hard to tell.
This yellow one almost looks like a type of dinosaur with legs, hair, and a body and a tail,
Mm-hmm.
or an animal. But I want to say, I don't know, almost like a dinosaur, but a type of animal. I don't know. But
It could be the constellations depicted differently.
yeah.
And then depending on where it was drawn, I mean, there may be different constellations that are prioritized.
This one, I don't know what this one is. This very cubes, like, I don't know. There's lines.
Yeah.
This one looks like it's showing corners or something, almost like a map.
Yeah.
And something in the center. More of an eye. But in a square form, like Roblox.
Mm-hmm.
It cuts off there. So there. What's that? Like a hook.
Yeah, they look almost like zoomed in pictures, like of the I would expect that if it was just astrological signs, like we would see, even if it's not the same symbology they use, but you know how they have that device that looks like a globe but has all the concentric circles that show you how the planets and everything moves around each other, like a bunch of concentric rings. I don't know what it's called, but it looks almost like this is some of this shows the mechanics of that, perhaps. But I could just be looking for it.
Concentric rings. The X.
Yeah, there's a essentially a globe designed to show you how the solar system works, and the rings in it you can tilt at different angles to sort of get the proper movement of everything. I'm assuming it's obviously not the Earth at the center, but I've never held one. I've just seen them. I've just seen it. Yeah. as a tool. I think it could be used nautically to travel. I mean, it could be used to travel, period, but some variation of it. For my evolution, not to be rude to anyone, right? But I am here for me, you know? I'm here to socialize more than anything. I'm not here to yeah, I thought I was, for a while, I thought, oh, I want to bring my research, I want to have smart talks, I want to have this, I want to have that, you know, but I realized in the last week that, you know, especially with the, I don't know, I just realized that I've made a family here, you know, like.
The Addams Family. Doodaloo. 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 Doodaloo.
It's like, it's an internet family, it's a global community, a bunch of people that laugh together.
Global? What globe?
I don't have any beefs with any panel, any content creators, any people on the panels. You know what?
No beefs, but you banned me? Come on.
I don't have any problems. I'm not cupcaking to anyone who made videos or made skits about me.
It's so funny. You're so funny. Oh, hey, Bex. I see you.
Because I know if I don't, I'll fuck myself. If I don't work with other.
Oh, that's weird. Fingered your lips? Huh. Sign of silence? Interesting.
It does.
All right, give me
And
the
that's
fire
where,
word,
like,
I'm outta here. Back over there. Beck's factor.
Yeah.
It's like the O'Reilly factor. She even
Thank
does
you.
the talking points thing. Beck's talking point says Paul Unslaved is not exactly a psychopathic narcissist. We haven't come to a conclusion. We're still willing to work with him. Talking point says that
There's the nicotine stained finger right there. Wow.
after they buy it, they'll be wondering how they got conned into it, right? And you'll immediately lose all your self-respect and integrity, but it's okay because your numbers will be up. That's what's important in business. You got to focus on this.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I got to go over there and work on my love bombing.
Right. Make sure you take the.
Heard it from her. There you go. There you go.
Sorry, there's a loud car outside. It's fucking still celebrating.
Mm.
It's a guy with a Lamborghini. Is it Urus? And Lamborghini trucks. So he's out there.
Lamborghini makes trucks.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Nice. Yeah, very nice one. Good stuff, that one.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. It would be something like that. I mean, it's not that, but I'm just saying, when looking at concentric rings, you could tilt all of those rings, you know, put the sun in the middle and have all the different luminaries. You know, they would, guess they don't all actually follow. Some of them follow a more oblate, or, you know, a spherical but not round path.
No, this is the thing, right? On this right here, they're probably depicting it like this, something close to what they can show you, right? But
yeah,
when you go back in history or check the ancient stuff, they're kind of showing you this, right? But in a different form, right? And what do I mean by that? I mean this, right? They're showing you the construct again, possibly.
Yeah.
Right? Now, we got the circle in the middle, and then you've got like the diamonds coming out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Forming a diamond, but in the center, it looks like it's a little sphere or something.
Fulfillment of prophecy. And the prophecy, what?
That's me.
Okay, well, I don't
I know,
have.
you're not a believer.
What?
You're not a believer. I know.
What
You're
does that mean?
every day
You tell us about all your different daddy's takes on things. And the reason you think I'm an expert is because you can get it all from one book.
It's God is the point, right? The whole point is God the Father, the one absolute God that sent Jesus and us to the world.
Why don't you just call him by his name instead of a title, so that way you don't have to clarify every single time?
No, because Jack is perceiving Jesus as a man that happened to do a thing, and he doesn't grasp that we can't grasp the Trinity because Jesus is God, but he's not the Father. And we're not supposed to understand it. We just know because he told us.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you are supposed to understand it.
No, because God told us, this is how I know you're not a believer.
Oh my
God
God.
told us. Oh, are you frustrated? Are you triggered? He told us, don't even go there because the mind of God is the Marianas Trench. And the best of us are like toddlers in the lapping waves on the shore. That's the level you cannot grasp the thing. So God, or the Father, is not the Son, is not the Holy Spirit, but all three of them are God. Now try and tell me you can actually grasp that and explain it.
I can't.
Exactly, and it's okay because we can just trust him at his word, and not everything you say relates to his word.
Tom, you can never know the ocean nor the depths of it, right?
Right, but we can know
you just said. From what you just said, you can never know the ocean nor the depths
No,
of it.
not the literal ocean. It was an analogy. It doesn't actually mean the Marianas Trench.
Right. You turn to the ocean. In your analogy, God was the ocean, right?
Okay, then it's not going to work. It's a bad analogy for you.
Well, you gotta turn to God and you gotta believe that you can know, so that God shows you the signs.
No, because
that's how it works.
Listen, if I make a robot that's just designed to pass the butter, he's not going to understand his creator. And he'll say, what is my objective? I'll say, yeah, pass the butter. And he'll go, oh my God.
That's
And we'll
not
yell at the club now.
That's not you. You're not the machine that passes the butter.
Right, but the machine that passes the butter cannot grasp that I love and lust and manage money, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. You're the pass the butter thing compared to God.
Please. We are made in the image of God, but God is not our image. God is not our image.
The reason you test me and piss me off is because if Danielle's on top of his shit, we both come up here knowing that you're gonna be wrong, and every time I'm trying to find a way to fucking get to your new age molded Antichrist ass. And when you have the nerve to sit here and go, no, you're not having a conversation, Jack.
Take turns, please.
But don't spend your turn going, no.
That's what you're doing now. Danielle, you want
to do, like your son Landry, is learn how to ask the right questions in response. Because you look, well, you don't present anything that gives me questions unless I want to explore further how to get why you're wrong.
Look, it's New Year's Eve, regardless, whatever, right? Let's chill out. We don't have to get angry with each other, and we can actually find
some respect.
What?
Then you can learn how to have a respectful conversation. And I'm down to just talk about you can fart jokes, but you have a tendency to turn everything back to this. So let's see if you can handle it. What do you want your stupid New Year's show to be? We're going to do it better. I'm going to log off of here in a little while, whether you kick me or not, and everybody's going to watch me go voodoo go nuts.
I know. And if I'm still running when you start, I will forward over
fucking viewers over to me because I don't like them.
I will, and they'll love it.
No, they won't. But let me tell you, Jack, this ongoing thing we do, it can only, unless you come around, And even just in a YouTube sense, it can only end in my favor because people like that witch Trexty and others, they will come and see what I bring on you, and it's only two outcomes for them. They either see that I was right, and that you've been not such a sweetheart or a great guy.
Hello. Hello.
Be compatible on a panel without going against each other. Because we're all here to hang out.
Dude, I'm not mad when I'm trying to show you how to actually get with God. I get mad when you just sum it up to that's your interpretation and you don't want to have the interpretation conversation. And maybe you don't want to have that conversation because you don't really know what you're talking about.
Oops, crap. Danielle, there was two back there, and I tried to remove the one that wasn't connected.
That's biblical.
I removed both. Sorry.
In Revelation, or in one of the books of the Bible, it says two will be in the backstage and then there will be one.
I didn't mean to disconnect that. Sorry.
Is it Danielle's people?
And when you're ready. Thank you.
No share screening?
Maybe. I don't know. Tom, so it's the end of 2025.
I have a question for you at the end of 2025.
Okay.
It's one of those Jack's kind of painting himself into a corner questions. You've been quite the dick lately, really trumping up this audio issue. You know? Like, I think it's because I'm trying to talk to you about stuff and you want to deflect and avoid it, so you trump up the audio issue. Landry fixed my audio issue in a way that in the past on a panel, you fixed my audio issue like that. And suddenly you don't know how to do that. And you've been going real hard about the audio issue. So it's like, do you want to admit that you're deflecting with it or that you're retarded? It's like a no-win situation, I think.
Tom, I have said that I might be a little bit retarded when it comes to technology. I haven't used those specific words before, but yeah.
I remember, because it's how I said you had a house full of stuff you could have pawned or gave away and you just walked away from it.
Right. Well, I've tried fixing your audio. I've tried doing what I know how to do, and I can't figure it out. Or I couldn't.
Did you turn on the audio or the auto volume adjust? Because apparently that's what fixed it.
I don't think I did. Because I don't like that.
But in the past, you did.
Maybe I did.
I left and you had already fixed it, and I left, and when you came back, you're like, no, it was fine. I just clicked that auto volume adjust thing.
Oh my goodness.
I know, it sucks to deal with the elephant memory lore master, doesn't it?
No, it sucks to deal with such generous viewers. Andy, thank you again for the contributions. We're gonna need a blessing from King Stephen and or Dolphin Jesus tonight, Jack. It's New Year's.
Now, if you don't bring Stephen up, like I've asked over and over again, and then you just did it to get support, just like you do from the chat, I think if you don't bring Stephen up, you need to refund that. See how I do, Stephen?
Well,
Hello. That's G's in the background. Backstage, Jackie boy. I have Hobbit Jack.
Yeah, because he was standing beside that tall drink of water that used to date Grace Thorpe. You can really see how short Jack is on that live stream today.
It was amazing. Somebody said Jack looks like a hobbit, so I made Jack into a hobbit. Share it with literally, Jack. They'd enjoy it. It's right there. Just click.
I don't want to.
You don't want to share it.
No.
It's very cute. You have a hobbit house.
I don't care, Stephen.
Oh no, Jack, you share
I don't
that.
like you, Stephen. I really don't.
You don't like me?
No, I don't appreciate you. I've told you that.
I thought you were going to give me the keys to your channel and give me a rent.
The lore says different. Yeah, the lore says different, Jack. You're a flip-flopping
Can I
antichrist
buy your
spirit.
whole channel for $5,000?
Oh, he
Oh, he kicked me off. He kicked me off his show. He got upset. Jackie boy got upset and kicked me. Yes, it's very different treatment with me, Peanut. I've been trying to get people to see this, but a lot of people don't want to see it. They don't want to see that. It's quite different. What was that? Sorry. I clicked on the wrong fucking thing. Trying to get back to Talcott's shit show.
Or that's
I
biblical.
Oh,
Bring him
Lord.
back.
I thought you were going to give me the keys to your channel and give me
The
a rent.
lore says different. Yeah, the lore says different, Jack. You're a flip-flopping antichrist
Can I
spirit.
buy your whole channel for $5,000?
Oh, I'd totally sell you my channel for $5. Hey, you have a viewer that paid for that, Jack. You bring him back. You be accountable. You be a big boy and let Steven off your channel.
Hold on. I swear, I thought I was just kicking his thing in the back.
You share that too. We all want to see Hobbit Jack.
The Hobbit Jack.
Hobcott.
No.
Well, is it gonna? Oh, what did he do? Did he put?
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Like me. You actually
Because see, recently you also said that I like Paul and who? It was like he loves Paul and this guy. I mean, I was like wrong. And a lot of the footage that shows why I don't believe you're my friend shows why Paul is not so love Illumitami as he wants you guys to think in the moment.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Happy
Hello,
New Year
Steve.
to everyone
Happy New
here,
Year.
especially to my fans in the chat room, the Dolphin Jesus fans and the Raven King fans. Happy New Year.
And a little secret Christian naughtiness. I'm kind of a fan of Black Jesus. Nigga Jesus.
Yeah, I can't blame you. He's pretty good. That motherfucker, Black Jesus.
He's got black fatigue like most black people do.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Jack, I tried to warn you and you could have just done a quick search. You went off and did a Kwanzaa stream. That shit's made up. Just like most of Roots was fake to get black people to hold that thing. Kwanzaa and Roots are a lie.
It's fake.
And you know who perpetuated that lie, Jack? And that's why we know you're into it? The Democrats.
You celebrate Kwanzaa now, Jack? Is that?
No, he just wants to front it like the Jesus thing. Just front it. He wants that black support, so he tries to drop Kwanzaa. It's black people telling him it's fake.
Why doesn't Jack like me? I don't understand why that is.
He's just a front. He's more hateful than I appear.
I'm very lovable. This Donnie L guy doesn't say a word. This is interesting.
When do I got a chance? You guys are all ganging up.
Jump in, Donnie L. Are you part black by any chance?
I'm mixed, yes.
You're mixed.
Oh, that's
Do they
why
call
Paul's
that
probably
mulatto?
rejecting him. His daddy Paul would love to be half black, but he's not, so he rejects Danielle, I bet.
That's been stated on Paul's stream, on Jack's stream. There's been family members up. There's
You see how he did Christos eventually.
I've had other people that been over stated that before too. I didn't have to state it. But yeah, I'm
I
mixed.
made
Why
a beautiful
you ask?
hobbit cot. A beautiful hobbit cot with a hobbit house.
I now dub thee Nigga Dawn. The White House loves it. The White House like, oh, he called me nigga. Sweet.
He's an Oreo.
Fun fact, that word actually means king.
Right. And like, That's what kings do, is degrade themselves in their own kind by, the rims and the bouncy cars and the booty shaking. Yeah, so king.
That doesn't mean
I don't think
they know
they're
how
gonna
to
be king.
behave and hold themselves accountable as a king, but that doesn't negate the fact that it does mean king.
And so how? But Nas has referenced this, and I don't see how all ancient black people were kings. It wouldn't work. Too many chiefs. Not enough house niggas. Jack,
Stop
you
messing around.
always say
Stop
you're
messing
fun,
around, Tommy. You fucking
and we
joint.
say you're
The
not
Go back
fun,
to your
but you're
storage
not
unit,
doing
you
the
fucking
scene, and we're
faggot.
trying to give
Go
you a
shoot
fun
your dog
scene.
in the fucking head.
And
So
we're just
the
you're
word
just,
comes from Negus.
hey, Cage, I just watched a stream where apparently you and I weren't at odds, and it was back when Christos chose to turn slimy. Cage,
Go
you're
flag yourself with
garbage.
your fake machine. Who's muting my mic?
Cage, everything
Talcott,
you
you fucking
say.
faggot, rapist, piece of shit.
See, he goes, see how fast he flips Snafu?
Actually, you know what? You jump to conclusions. It wasn't even me, Cage. I hadn't touched your volume. So for you to lash out like that, totally inappropriate. Come back another year. You're not welcome here today.
Jack, are you going to be anger free in the new year in
Oh, but
2026?
you didn't pick him over the Camacho thing, though. Just like you let your daddy go in on the Camacho thing, and that's why I can't think that you're actually my friend. I tried to give you a fun panel, Jack. Fuck you.
I blame Steven.
Why would you blame me?
It was fun until you got here, and then you got here, and then everything derailed. Tommy and
man.
you just enabled each other, and
You
the
always
nonsense
blame me.
takes off.
Jack, you always blame me.
No.
Yeah, I didn't do anything. I came here in good spirits to wish everyone
Right.
a happy new year. Yeah, I did.
Right.
And I came here to show the Hobbit house. You didn't want to put the Hobbit house on screen. It was a kind gesture.
It wasn't kind. It wasn't kind or flattering towards me.
Yeah, it's very
just
cute.
Just like your image and your games right now aren't flattering or kind towards me. So why are you you? What are you doing? Seriously.
What's not flattering? What are you talking about?
Hey, Danielle. This guy is like, he doesn't communicate with me. He doesn't understand anything I try to get
I'm
him
here
to say.
for you, Jack. Help me help you. Help me help you.
What are you showing?
I'm asking you, what is your problem? Why do you dislike me?
Look at you.
What about me?
He means the screen image that you have as your placeholder when your camera is not on. That's what he means by look at you.
And the name you identified as I've already fucking pointed out to you. How fucking stupid are you, Steven? Seriously.
See, this is where I have
What is
issue
wrong
with
with you? Steven, what? Please help me to understand.
Help me help you. I'm asking you, you're saying what is wrong with me? There's nothing wrong with me, Jack, but you're always angry at me. You're always name calling me.
You are just delusional.
No, this is you. This is a direct screenshot of you. I didn't make you look any different way. This is a screenshot. That's your face.
Hey, Steven.
How am I making you look bad?
Steven, it is December 31st. Where I am, it's just before 10 p.m.
Happy New Year.
What is your purpose here, December 31st at almost 10 p.m., here in the now? What are you doing?
I'm here to wish everyone here a happy
You
New
said
Year.
that. You said that. Why are you still here?
I'm participating in the show.
You're not.
I'm here for the Talcott show.
Steven, you're delusional. You're oh my
No, I'm not
God.
the one that says I'm going to end all wars. You're delusional.
Steven.
You're delusional.
Steven,
Go
here in
ahead.
the now.
I'm in the now. Yeah.
Your behavior and your presentation is not acceptable here and now.
Okay. Do you want me to
I
change
asked
my name?
you to explain yourself.
Okay. What?
And you seem incapable of doing so. So since you are incapable of communicating, you're done here just like Cage, dumbass.
He got worked up. I think he got triggered. Oh, Jesus. I think he got triggered. That was pretty funny. My goodness, Jackie boy. That might be the most worked up he's been. I don't know if the whole year, but quite a bit of it, I think. That was great content. Where's the fucking I have so many goddamn tabs open again. Fuck's sake. Where is it? Here it is. I gotta go back. Of course I got him right where I wanted him. He's gonna have an aneurysm. He's so angry. He didn't want to share the Hobbit image, okay? I'm gonna share it again for people. He didn't want to share it. I made a beautiful and cute Hobbit image that was very sweet. He didn't want to put it on the screen. He wanted to be a psycho. Okay? Hold on, everybody. I'm going to share something with you. You tell me whether this is beautiful and cute or not. Tell me in the chat. Do you find this Hobbit cot image cute, sweet, wholesome, beautiful? Why? Why would Jack not want to share this? I sent it for him to share. He didn't want to share this with his viewers. Look at this. I mean, what's wrong with this? Hobbit cot. There's nothing wrong with this. Is there? I don't see anything wrong with this at all. I mean, what's wrong with this? Look at this image. Hobbit cot. Isn't that cute? There's nothing wrong with that. He's a little hobbit. It's adorable, right? There's nothing wrong. I agree with Anthony, Pink Jesus. This is adorable. It's cute. And I put it backstage for him to share. He didn't want to share it with his audience. He got angry. He got real angry. He got like an angry little hobbit.
Put your face on a cockroach, Jack, or you gonna cry. Are you too sensitive for Hobbit, Jack? I'll tell you what, Jack. You can share it, or I'll just share it on the Voodoo Go Nuts stream. So you might as well not have to refund Andy. You've been very coarse with Andy in the past, and you're only nice to him because you love him.
No.
Yeah?
God, I'm trying to be nice to you, too.
No, you failed at that.
So Andy gave another $10, and I didn't get to stay on the screen. We're going to need a blessing from King Stephen and or Dolphin Jesus tonight, Jack. It's New Year's. He keeps giving Jack money to put me on the panel.
That's why we're not friends.
And apparently I'm failing to be nice to Andy.
Okay. You know how there's the one person can say they're another person's friend, but then the other person's like, I'm not their friend, but the other person can still claim they're their friend? You aren't that. You can't, like I can say you're not my friend because you're mean to me, but then you can be like, I like Tom, I'm his friend. I'm telling you, you're wrong when you say that.
But
I'm like,
Tom,
You're black by any chance?
I'm mixed, yes.
You're mixed.
oh, that's why
Do they
Paul's
call that
probably
mulatto?
rejecting him. His daddy Paul would love to be half black, but he's not, so he rejects Danielle, I bet. Not enough house nigga.
Rapist piece of shit.
See, he goes,
I blame Steven.
Why would you blame me?
It was fun until you got here, and then you got here, and then everything derailed. Tommy
Oh,
and you
man.
just enabled each other, and the
You always
nonsense
blame
takes
me.
off.
Jack, you always blame me.
No,
Yeah, I didn't do anything. I came here in good spirits to wish everyone a happy new year. Yeah, I did.
right.
And I came here to show the Hobbit house. You didn't want to put the Hobbit house on screen. It was a
No,
kind gesture.
it wasn't kind. Wasn't kind or flattering towards me.
Yeah, it's
Just
very
like
cute.
your image and your games right now aren't flattering or kind towards me. So why are you What are you doing? Seriously.
What's not flattering? What are you talking about? He said, "Why are you you?" Because I'm me. I'm King Stephen. I'm the King of Kings. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Why are you such a greasy, cranky, angry, miserable little narcissistic pissant? Why are you that way?
Hey Danielle, this guy is like, he doesn't communicate with me. He doesn't understand anything I try to get him to
I'm
say.
here for you, Jack. Help me help you. Help me help you.
What are you showing?
I'm asking you, what is your problem? Why do you dislike me?
Look at you.
What about me?
He means the screen image that you have as your placeholder when your camera is not on. That's what he means by look at you.
And the name you identified as I've already fucking pointed out to you. How fucking stupid are you, Steven? Seriously.
See, this is
What
where I
is
have issue
wrong
with
with you? Steven, please help me to understand.
Help me help you. I'm asking you, you're saying what is wrong with me? There's nothing wrong with me, Jack, but you're always angry at me. You're always name calling me.
You are just delusional.
No, this is you. This is a direct screenshot of you. I didn't make you look any different way. This is a screenshot. That's your face.
Hey, Steven.
How am I making you look bad?
Steven, it is December 31st. Where I am, it's just before 10 p.m.
Happy New Year.
What is your purpose here, December 31st at almost 10 p.m., here in the now?
Why is he so angry with me? Why do I trigger Jack more than anybody else on earth? Why is that the case? Why do demons come jumping right out of their fucking skin when I'm around? Is there something possibly different about me and the way they react to me? Could that be the case that I said at the beginning of starting this channel and starting my channel, The Sanity Machine, 3 years ago? I said, you're going to see the demons come out. You're going to see them jump out of their skin. And I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the way they react to me. I know I'm different. And I know they can sense that. They react differently to me. And I'm showing you so that you people can't deny it.
What are you doing?
I'm here to wish everyone here a happy
You said
New Year.
that. You said that. Why are you still here?
I'm participating in the show.
You're not.
I'm here for the Talcott show.
No, Steven, you're delusional. You're Oh my
No,
God.
I'm not the one that says I'm going to end all wars. You're delusional.
Stephen.
You're delusional.
Stephen, here in
Go
the
ahead.
now, here
I'm
in the now,
Yeah.
your behavior and your presentation is not acceptable. Here and now.
Okay. Do you want me to change
asked
my
you
name?
to explain
Okay.
yourself, and you seem incapable of doing so. So since you are incapable,
Wait a second. Is that the way you spoke to your son Dominic when he was a child? Is that the way you spoke to your ex-wife? I'm revealing the true Talcott. I'm making the mask come off your face. Shut up at your face. Shut up at your face. I'm taking the mask off your face and throwing it down on the ground and stomping on it like you're a pissant. I'm showing the real Talcott to the people. I'm here to show the real Talcott to the people, and I'll do it with laughter and comedy and a smile on my face. You fucking idiot. I'm showing everybody what you are, you little pissant, you angry little pissant, you cucaracha.
of communicating, you're done here just like Cage, dumbass. I could be more kind and graceful, but I don't want to be. Not with people like that. Yeah, I could be more kind and graceful, but I don't want to be. Not with people like that. Yeah. The guy thinks he's the best co-host ever, showing himself and, representing me the way that he does. He's a freaking clown. And I don't understand why it's so impossible for me to seem to get support when I'm trying to confront it. I'm not always so hostile, Sin Orange. Actually,
He's so worked up he can't even speak. He's blinded by rage. He's blinded by rage. I love making the demons jump out of their skin, and I can't express that enough to my own viewers. I don't think some of you get it. I wish you did. This is fun for me. Taunting these demons, teasing the demons. I love it. I love it. I wish I could do this every single day, not just with Talcott, but with all of them in the realm. If I could go on 500 live streams or taunt them in person, tease them, and make them just jump right out of their skin. They deserve all of it, these creatures. And I don't think some people are at that realization yet. I suspect there's people on my channel that still feel sympathy for demons rather than for their victims. Why don't you think of all the years that he tormented his poor son when his son was a kid? Do you people not understand that he's a child abuser? What would it take for you to understand that? Why do you think his son Dominic wrote off Jackie Boy when Dominic was 15 years old and he wanted to write him off before then? A lot of you tune into my channel. Unfortunately, you don't get it. You'll feel sympathy for these fucking creatures. And I can sense it at times that there are people tuned into my channel that feel sympathy for these fucking abusive creatures. If I were you, I'd work on that spiritually. Unless you want to end up in this realm, then you can feel sorry for these fucking creepy demons forever.
when people treat me kindly, oh shit, I'm so much fun to be around. I really am. But when people come here to disrespect me,
You keep saying how much fun you are to be around. You're not fun. You're not fun. You stole Galukians, and then you mocked it, and then you say, I'm not serious. You're not fun. You're not fun at all. You only laugh with other demons. You kiss up to demons. You'll laugh and laugh when you're around demons. You're not a fun being. You're a fucking demon. You're a greasy pissant of a demon. That's what you are. And one day, spiritually speaking, I'm going to step on you. Mark my words on that. And there are people that tune into my channel all the time that are disbelievers, and I'm fine with that. Disbelieve all you want, because I don't require your belief, dummies, to do what I'm going to do. And that's where some of you have that new age programming and Christianity programming, and oh, it requires belief. And if I don't believe in this, it won't happen. You're fucking misled beyond words. I don't need your belief, anyone on earth. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And you can watch me, you can stand in my way, but I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And I have more will and determination than I think any of you can even imagine. Any of you. I don't let creatures stop me, and I don't let them control me. I don't let them say, don't do this, and I better stop doing that. Doesn't work that way. I know I'm in a realm full of control freak demons, and I've known since I got here, and some of you are just beginning to catch on, saying maybe Stephen's right about some of this stuff. Meanwhile, I've been showing you for years, day after day. I don't know what it takes to convince some of you. I don't know what it'll take. Maybe your deathbed moment. You go, oh, now I get it.
And orange. Actually, when people treat me kindly, oh shit, I'm so much fun to be around. I really am. But when people come here to disrespect me, yeah, I don't appreciate it.
Why not ban their IP so you don't have to deal with them anymore?
Well, each day, people are welcome to show me who they are. And I try and communicate.
Yeah, listen to Donnie, because I can just use a VPN and change my IP day after day anytime I want. Good job, Donnie. Good job, low IQer. If I want to go somewhere on the internet, I go there. Period. All right, dumbass? Two dumbasses on the screen.
I don't know if you saw me trying to communicate there. I mean, I was inviting you to help me out. You were kind of distracted, I guess. Or
now he's going to turn on Donnie. He was inviting Donnie L to help him out. He needed help to face me. You need 6 million in an army of demons, and I'm still going to win. I'll just slice through you like butter. And there's not a fucking thing you can do about it. Because I already know I'm more powerful. Look at the crazed look in his eye. That's hilarious to me. This is the look Talcott gets when I trigger him. It's different from anyone else. Well, that's too bad. There's people right here that tune in that have sympathy for demons. I'm aware of it.
I'm not always so hostile, Sin Orange. Actually, when people treat me kindly, oh shit, I'm so much fun to be around. I really am. But when people come here to disrespect me, yeah, I don't appreciate it.
Why not ban their IP so you don't have to deal with them anymore?
Well, each day people are welcome to show me who they are. And I try and communicate. I don't know if you saw me trying to communicate there. I mean, I was inviting you to help me out. You were kind of distracted, I guess, or something, but
I was responding to chat.
well, this is what I feel has been part of my problem is anytime I've asked for help, people have always had other things to do. Hey, Pink George Floyd, sure. Andy, contact me. I'll send you Cash App, and I'll just eat the part that YouTube takes. Okay. So yeah, I'll send you back $20. So pay Andy. Yep, I will. You guys can all kiss my ass. Yep, I'll pay. I'll pay. Because that's what everyone wants Jack to do is pay. Pay and do it. Do it. Yep. I'll pay. I'll pay. Yep. I'll pay. Yep. I'll pay. I'll pay.
I told you not to mess with me, Jack. Months ago. Don't play with fire. You can't win against me. But you're a stubborn, angry narcissist. Look at his face. Look at the rage. Don't play with me. Don't play with fire. Don't play with fire.
Takes. Okay. So yeah, I'll send you back $20. So pay Andy. Yep, I will. You guys can all kiss my ass. Yep. I'll pay. I'll pay. Pay Andy. Yep, I will. You guys can all kiss my ass. Yep. I'll pay. I'll pay. Because that's what everyone wants Jack to do is pay. Pay and do it. Do it himself. Freedom. Welcome, Dick. How are you today, man? You're muted, brother. You're not coming through. Not yet. I'm sure you're getting it put together, though.
Deal for sounds like a hell of a deal for Google, right? You're going to reimburse. So if just
pay Andy. Yep, I will. You guys can all kiss my ass. Yep, I'll pay. I'll pay. Because that's what everyone wants Jack to do is pay. Pay and do it. Do it himself. Freedom. Welcome, Dick. How are you today, man? You're muted, brother. You're not coming through. Not yet. I'm sure you're getting it put together, though.
Deal for sounds like a hell of a deal for Google, right? You're going to reimburse. So
Yeah, Google got a few dollars. Google really needs the money. What a moron. A hell of a deal for Google. What a moron. What a moron.
so if just everyone would do that, then Google could really finally get ahead, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Jack a bunch of money, he'll refund you all the money. Google will keep a fair portion of the donation. Man, you're not having warm fuzzies and like uplifting type of communication here, Jack. What's going on?
I don't know, man.
It doesn't seem to be on you. It seems like there are people that are stuck in their imagination trying to cause chaos and just make.
Why are you blaming others? Jack can't control his emotions. Maybe it's Jack Talcott. He's a grown man. He's almost 60 years old. He can't control his emotions. And there you are to make excuses for him and enable him. What a loser. What a fat loser. Making excuses for emotional, angry little Jack Talcott, little Jackie boy.
Make the train go off the rails, so to speak.
Just update your terms and services and say that all donations are non-refundable.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was kind of assumed, but I guess Jack has a more lenient policy than probably most people would out here. Why are you going to refund the money again? What makes you inclined to want to do that?
as Jesus said, someone wants you to walk a mile, walk 2.
What does it have to do with Jesus? Andy paid for me to be on the show yesterday and today for 10 minutes at least each time, and he didn't get his money's worth. Has nothing to do with Jesus. This is how manipulators warp and spin things. All 3 of them on the screen are manipulators, but Jack is the biggest one.
Jesus said, if someone donates money to you through YouTube, make sure to return all the money, including Google's surplus.
Turn the other cheek. Do what you have to do to make peace before you go to the altar.
There were conditions to his donations.
That's the message I got.
I agree with that, because the sanity in being able to sleep at night, even if you know whatever has happened and transpired over your life, one good choice, doing what's good, right, and true, can really give you peace, because it's like, hey, I could have done the wrong thing here, but I did the right thing. Or I went above and beyond to just make sure there was no way that, not what others thought, but what I knew in my own heart, I did what I needed to do to be clean of my own conscience with it. I think that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the interesting thing is I didn't actually see Andy. Oh, well, you know what? Here.
Thank you. I need 30 seconds, Jack. Does it matter, aka Gorilla Gems, aka just another dude that done way too much for an unappreciative tyrant and didn't get anything out of it? Yes, Paul has come online and asked for help and said he was going to be homeless. And I even was one of the old school people that sent him that money. And you know what he did the next time I came on panel? Showed me the new pistols he bought. And said, oh, the thing where I acted like I needed help, it was a bit. And you don't get it. It was just a bit. So I warned you on my own channel, old channel, 2 words that I won't say while Jack's letting me say this. I told you on that old channel, you need to start paneling up with your Paul, your daddy supporting bullshit, or I'm going to go even harder on your daddy and let him know it's because of you. You're garbage. You're an empty Paul supporter that doesn't conceive what a fucking flying monkey you are to a narcissist. And I'm trying to keep Jack from getting any further into that because it's much easier to become a narcissist than to unbecome a narcissist.
Hey, Tom. If I were you, I wouldn't keep repeating that you bought into that day that I said I was going to be sleeping on a park bench by the afternoon because Jennifer doesn't want me anymore. It just proves how gullible and stupid you are.
It proves more of what you took down because this was before Jennifer was
nobody else. There's nobody else who believed that I was going to be homeless and living on a park bench except you. You're that foolish, apparently.
Jennifer, so you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I've got plenty. I cooked with you the other night, and you know how they're wrong.
You can't get rid of your vitriolic, like envious hatred for me. You can't let it go. You're obsessed. You have obsession with people on the YouTube.
You'd rather claim jealousy than accountability. There's lots of you out
Tom,
here.
Do you really think that, like you, I would come to YouTube if I was about to be homeless instead of, I don't know, getting a fucking job?
Now, that's how you're outing yourself, just like Flow State did, you fucking moron.
I'm not outing you at times, whatever, to get you away from to be something I wasn't. Say things that were extremely
too on occasion, and maybe that's part of
30 and raping Asian women to bring about. It's 10 times worse for you.
He's got.
I wish somebody would have followed up and just hammered Talcott and made him blow his top, we'll say. To put it kindly.
Viewers and a few hundred after the fact. He's jealous and envious of anybody who can bring in a few bucks doing what they do on here because he has to go to other panels to promote and beg for money. And he wants to discredit anyone he can who has or is doing more than him so that he can feel better about his loser, failure, life, and self. This isn't that fucking complicated.
Hey, guys. Hey, Jack. Hey, Paul. How are you?
What's up, Ben?
Good, Ben.
Hey, we
Welcome.
just did super great. Doing a little fundraiser for New Year's, and then we were going to head down. Grace was going to jump in the Atlantic Ocean as her incentive. They call it the polar plunge. And she invited hey, Jack. You just met Jeremy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, she invited Jeremy, who was in your area, to meet her halfway in New York City for Times Square to watch the ball drop. And he said only if it's a date. She said, no, it's not a date. We're just meeting up. And then we can go swimming. And she even was going to say sort of skinny dipping, you know, when you're young. And he's like, okay, well, only if it's a date. So he blew it.
Youth.
Wouldn't you think?
Wasted
Wouldn't you
on
think
the
that'd be fun? She's going to drive halfway there. And he wanted $200.
Huh.
Paul, what do you think about that?
I don't know. Grace kind of put a bad taste in my mouth. It's the second time now she's asked for my number, given me her number, and then
She
and I
hasn't
get it.
followed up? She hasn't followed
No,
up?
because she has this thing, and I think it started with you, where anytime somebody, and I don't simp on her, but I do. I've expressed to her that I see a spirit in her, and I see potential with her.
Yeah.
And I should have learned the first time that when I do that, she gets icked out by any type of true care or love or inspiration. She's used to abuse and denigration and negativity. A lot of people on the
she loves you.
Panelverse are.
I just said we were just going to go down to Newport, and I was like, Paul Unslaved is on. Let's take a break and go see him and talk to him. And she's like, oh yeah,
And
absolutely.
you tell that to all the E-list YouTubers, I'm sure.
No, no, she's coming on. So I absolutely think you're the best. I think you guys should be as much as possible collabers.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have said that unambiguously. She's sometimes bad with keeping up with communications, but
Yeah,
don't
again,
think she
whatever's meant
has-
to be is meant to be. I've always thought that there was kind of an energy or a vibe there, and maybe that is me simping, but I feel like she brings something to the table that kind of we can play off of each other at certain times with certain things, right?
Yeah, but I guess I can hear what you're saying. So sometimes she ends up hanging out with guys who are kind of very weak and beta, you know what I mean? Like Jack was just hanging out with Jeremy, who's, he's like a decent guy, but he's not a very strong character like you are. So maybe she's shy about that. Maybe that it's intimidating to her. Maybe.
Right, I could see that. I think that might go both ways a little bit. I think there's intimidation on both sides. It's not too often you meet a woman who can kind of carry a broadcast and actually when you throw something at her, she can throw something back. But that's part of what I see as potential, right? But again, whatever's meant to be is meant to be. Also, too, because she seemed to express a lot of interest in law and legal lawful stuff. And I don't know, I just saw something there with her that I guess I wanted to nurture in a way, or just be a part of.
Well, I'm all for it. So I that's on her if she dropped the ball, but I told her to come on. So she said she'll be right here. So how'd it go with Jeremy, Jack?
I think it went pretty well.
Yeah, it was cool. It was fun seeing you like IRL with him. I love the buttons. That's so cool.
I caught just a tiny bit of your review, and I heard you talking about my buttons.
Yeah, it made
Jack,
me
what
reflect
was
on
that
the
whole
time when I
thing
had-
about when you were in that black museum, the Kwanzaa museum, and you asked where the whites only water fountain was? Can I ask what that was?
What's up, guys?
Greetings, Grace. Welcome.
Hi,
Grace.
Jack.
Paul's got a beef with you. You're dissing him.
No, it's not really a beef. It's a disappointment, as Jack would say, right? Yeah, I saw some
Disappointment? What did I do?
He said you didn't follow up.
What? He texted me?
See, she's doing this again. She did this last time. This is her. This is her rap.
It's not a bit. Do I have an unanswered text from you? I check all my texts. I mean, maybe I do, but I have no...
busy. Right, she's got a lot of Simps and papers and lolcows and shit in that stack, so I get it, right? I don't take it personal.
Yeah, well, it's not a personal. I mean, just text me again. It's not a bit.
No, I'm not doing the double text thing. That's a rule for our generation. You know,
Well, just so I
If I text
remember.
you and you don't answer, that means you're not
Okay.
into it. Whatever it is.
Let me see, Paul.
I told Ben, I attributed to the fact that this is the second time that I've expressed to you that I see a spirit with you and kind of an energy there, right? That I was interested in co-creating with or nurturing. And I don't think you're used to that. I think you're used to the whole like attempted sexual assault thing. From
Yeah,
what
the
I've
kind of
gathered.
beta energy. The
Yeah.
beta energy. Yeah.
Well, you're
Like
gonna
the
have to text me because I don't
lesbian
have your
sexual
number.
assaulting.
I don't have your number
Speak
saved.
of the devil,
I got a
here's
new phone.
Jeremy.
I got a new phone, Paul. That might be it. I got a new phone, and I might not have your number
You're
saved.
really good with excuses. Can I just tell you that?
It's
Yeah,
true,
you
no,
know,
because I
last
just looked
time-
because I know I saved your contact to my old phone, but then I looked for Paul and it wasn't there, so I think that's what happened.
Right. I
Honestly.
mean, realistically, what are we going to do anyway? You know, like, are you really going to talk legal awful with me or, you know?
Wait, Dad, did you tell them the issue we're having right now? We're being
With
accused
Jeremy?
of being scammers. No, with the polar plunge.
Oh yeah. Well, we had some trouble. I've been inside. I've spent a lot of time inside recently, and so when I went outside, it was scary because it was cold. The brakes on the RV sounded like the thing was about to explode. We need a brake job. And also, I saw a cop, and I saw someone kind of pull into where we were.
Ask Grace for a date. That appears to be something asked, and you don't have to entertain it, but
to be paid
for content, Jeremy.
No, there was no offer of payment. I demanded payment for this. When you came to me with this offer, I said I will demand at least $200.
So
I
your
know it's not about.
interpretation is that
demanding
we were
money,
going to
then why
pay
would you
you.
think it's
My
a date?
interpretation was
To go on a date with
Exactly,
my daughter?
Danielle.
My
Thank you for saying that.
interpretation was
If he's
a
demanding money for the
collaboration.
content,
No,
which I was willing to ask my chat to put up, then why would he think it's a date? I'm not going to pay someone to take me on a date. Maybe he would. I don't.
Grace, I'm the one being asked the question right now. You are not asked the question. The collaboration, the deal was come out to New York City tonight, Jeremy. Grace wants to go skinny dipping with you. Drive 3 hours. What would it take to get you out here? I said $200. So I know that none of what you guys are saying is going to happen. If you want me to come out and do my content, I'll come out for $200. We'll walk around New York City. We'll find something interesting to do. The whole deal, the whole entrapment was that Grace wanted to go skinny dipping with me, which is obviously a trap, right?
I don't see it as
So
a
I
trap.
made the
but
deal
I see
that
it
I
as
would come
a
out for
deal
$200.
being for content. How
But
does
dude,
it
I
make
was gonna
it
go
no,
skinny
let me-
dipping with. I was gonna go
not
skinny
a-
dipping with
that
my
was not a
dad. The original
question for
idea
the
was we
panel.
go
That
we go
was not
running
a
into the
question for
Warrentown
panel.
Beach, the
No,
beach
Grace,
for the
calm
polar
down.
plunge. It's not a
I
sexual
made
thing.
I made it very
I think the
clear.
bigger question
in
here.
the
Town
panel.
Beach. I
that
was gonna
was
go
not
skinny
a-
dipping with
that
my
was
dad.
not
I
that
was gonna
was
go
not a-
skinny dipping with
that
my
was not
dad.
a
The
que-
I
that
was
was
gonna go
not a-
skinny dipping with
that
my
was
dad.
not a-
I
that
was
was
gonna go
not a-
skinny dipping with
that
my
was
dad.
not-
I
that
was
was
gonna go
not a-
skinny dipping with
that
my
was not a
dad. The original
question for
idea
the
was we
panel.
go
That
we go
was not
running
a
into the
question for the
Warrentown
panel.
Beach, the
No,
beach
Grace,
for the
calm
polar
down.
plunge. It's not a
I
sexual
made
thing.
I made it very
I think the
clear.
bigger question
in
here
order
is
for it
what
to
makes
be
anyone think
worth my
Jeremy has
time,
content?
I would need $200.
Yeah, that is also a good question. That's what I
In order
asked.
for it to be worth my time, I said $200.
Jeremy, thank you, brother.
Sorry, Jack. Real quick,
Um,
I just want to help
and I
clarify,
declined.
for the mix-up with everybody. It was not. So the Thorpes are really bad with wordplay. They like to, muddy the waters, if you will. The whole skinny dipping thing was not technically skinny dipping. Grace, can you help clarify?
All right.
It's a polar plunge in a bathing suit. It's running into the cold water in a bathing suit.
Yeah.
No,
You
that
can't
was
skinny
not
dip
the
on
deal.
stream
the
anyways.
deal was come to New York. Grace will go skinny dipping with you. Drive 3 hours out. I said I'm not going to do that for free. I need $200 to make it happen.
Oh my God.
Okay, I understand
Right?
that you asked for
And then what happened?
$200 to make that trip, but then how does that go to a date? That makes no sense.
No, he
Well,
changed
anybody
the
that
price to
understands-
100.
No.
But he said
that
only
was
if it's a
question
date.
directed- Ben, that was a question directed towards me. Can I answer? So everyone who knows me knows that I do have a history with Grace. I did fall for Grace. All right, I did. I'll admit it. And when she comes
And
to
she
me with this,
repelled you.
really,
Let him finish,
she
please.
repelled me. Can I answer? Yeah,
Please.
please.
I ran
come on.
away from you. Yes.
She ran out of
The
the
first
house.
time you did. The last time we interacted, did you run away from me or what happened? The last time we
Can we
interacted, you gave me your
Nothing
panties.
happened.
She took
Let's
off her panties and gave
stop.
them to me live.
Stop. Hey,
They weren't panties, they were tights, and I gave them to you, and I said, let's troll Lalo, I'll give you my tights.
No, that's what I said. I said she gave them to me privately. I said, no, let's do
Jeremy,
this publicly. Sorry,
Where
go
are
ahead.
they now? Where are they now?
They were tights. They were
not
tights.
Okay, that's not okay. Can we get back
It's
to the
not
point
even
here?
close.
to the that
So
would be
the
best.
lore here is that there is some interest, and I'll admit I do have interest in Grace. However, tonight, last
Gross.
Please,
Well,
please.
it's fine if you have
minute,
interest.
let me finish. Yeah, can I actually?
Have you tried touching her asleep? I hear she's into that.
Please stop. Guys,
Yeah,
golly
exactly.
geez.
Did you masturbate
So
into those
Ben and
tights?
Grace hit me up late tonight and say, "Can you make
Right.
it out to New York by midnight?
Okay.
You want to go
Jeremy.
skinny dipping with Grace in New York?" I
Jeremy.
interpret that as, okay, that's a date.
Oh my God, Jeremy, you said that, but New York, the ball drop, right? New Year's Eve, that's like content just alone, and then
But also,
you
Jack,
guys
it's not actually.
together.
Oh, yeah,
It was kind of a bait, wasn't it? Because like, is it really practical to say, oh, 4 hours before the ball drops, we're gonna just drive into New York?
That is a bit.
I mean, the
That's
idea
why
was
I
we'll both drive
demanded
in. We'll see where we meet up. We'll see what happens. You know what I mean? We'll,
Yeah,
whatever. It'll be
right.
It'll
but
be a
there's
shit
reason
show, but
why
it'll be
I
funny.
said I'm not coming out unless I get $200.
All right.
Cash App right
And
now.
so, if you
But
can
then you
anticipate a shit show, then
I
asking
knew
for
that it
more,
was
I
a
get
bit of a
that.
trap. I
All
know
right.
the Thorpe. I know how they play the game.
Well, we drove into New York City at midnight a couple months ago.
$200. Hey Ben, can I finish what I'm saying? I'm in the middle of a sentence. Thank you. So I said $200, otherwise forget it. Right?
Yeah.
And then what? We worked it down to $100.
But you said
And you
on
had
the
one of your
condition that it's a
paypicks
date.
say, well, I'm still talking. I'm sorry, Ben. I'm still talking. So we had Damius say, I'll give him $100 if he comes out. He never came through. We're talking for another 20 minutes. Nobody cash apps me. Nobody comes through. Grace is saying a bunch of weird stuff about how I'm going to rape her
That's not what happened.
when I come down.
Damius, no,
She
that's not what
said I
happened.
was being
Damius told
rapey.
me he would pay you the $100. He asked for your cash app,
nobody
and I said
asked you a
before you pay
question.
him, Damius, I just want to let him know
Okay,
that
here
this
she
is not
goes. She gets
romantic. This is
overly
just for
defensive.
content. And you said, oh
She's
well, if
starting
it's
to
not
lose,
romantic, then
and
I
now
want
she's
another
gonna take over.
$100, which
She
is
can't
gross.
even follow this. There's a
Jeremy.
certain order of conversation, Grace. Just because you
Well,
feel like you're losing, it doesn't mean you have to shout
I
out
hope
like
you
that.
fucking end your fucking year dead from drinking. I hope you drink yourself to fucking death. You fucking.
No, we're not.
There we
gonna do
go.
that.
That's a win
We're
for
not
me.
gonna do
Is that
that.
real? Is that real?
And we're not going to do this.
That's basically as real as it gets with Thorpe Court, Paul. Yeah, that was a legitimate one.
Well, and this is on me for bringing this
Well,
together.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
you
not
did
on
this,
you.
Jack.
Okay, Jack, don't
Partially.
put that pressure on yourself because what you've been doing is you've been trying to step out into other areas, right? Obviously, the Thorpe sphere has a few different chaotic factors into it. You've leaned into it today. I think, especially with King TL planning on coming down to visit as well, it could honestly turn into a lot more good stuff. That's why I just wanted to come up and say, because I think you and TK would really actually hit it off pretty well. Especially being out in the DC area. if you guys can actually go, talk a little bit esoteric stuff, kind of put a little bit of a joke on it, because he's been around long enough to where he gets those kind of jokes. But that's, just putting in my input as a viewer, kind of floater person, wanting to see all these mix-ups. They're going to happen inevitably, right? So might as well make them work to everybody's benefit, as far as I'm concerned.
Stephen, thank you. I appreciate that. Now, I didn't catch the name. I'll go back and try and catch what you said, but yes.
Which person?
King TL?
Oh,
King
yeah,
TL.
yeah, King
Yeah.
TL. Somebody with a wrench. I'm sure anybody that's watching right now will know who TK is, and they'll be able to drop that in the chat. Shout out to whoever's able to do that. Yeah, he's been around long enough to where I think you and him would work out really well. It'd be a really fun time. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Hey, and I want to get back to what I interrupted. I don't want to be disrespectful to any of them. Okay, Jeremy, you something is going on there. There's past that I don't recognize and I don't know about. Okay. So there was more to today. Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
honestly, I really
you.
don't want to detract from your show.
Thank you.
Let me I'll try to sum it up as quick as I can. After our
Very brief.
collaboration, which was great, honestly, Jack, honestly, we did some good content today, so I appreciate you. About an hour after we finished our collaboration, I called into the Thorpe channel. Grace and Ben tried to invite me out to New Haven and started making all these deals where it's like, okay, how can we get you out to New Haven and then New York City? And essentially, they said that I would be skinny dipping with Grace in New York, which sounded ridiculous. That's not something I want to do with Grace. For anybody that knows my content, I did have a bit of a interest in Grace myself. I'll admit it.
You've mentioned
I'm
that.
sorry. Yeah.
Right.
And they really laid it on pretty hard. They started offering me, what does it take to get you
All
out to
right.
New York
Okay.
tonight?
All right. So
So essentially they kind of baited me.
Okay.
And it got to the point where I was like, okay, they're just playing games. So I had to kind of tell them off and say, hey, don't play me. I'm not playing your games. And they
Okay.
got mad and they said a bunch of stuff. And that's why you saw Grace just now. She had a bit of an episode or something. I'm not even sure what that was.
Let's not
And
worry.
Grace, I'm, whatever. Grace, you're trying to do your thing. I'm doing my thing. Whatever.
Okay.
Respect. So
Now what?
essentially, that's what happened. And like I said, I don't want to detract from what we did today. Jack, what we did today was great.
I agree.
Like, I don't want to distract from that because that was good original content.
Yeah. So
Like,
what
honestly,
now?
I don't want to detract from that. But
Great.
what Ben and Grace tried to do tonight, they tried to get me to drive 3 hours to New York
All right.
tonight.
Right.
On
And
a
I told
donut,
them,
can we
Steven, let me
emphasize
just
that?
say, they came to me with this proposal, and I said, that's kind of insane. You want me to drive all the way out to New York City tonight on a whim? That's insane. So I
All
started saying,
right.
okay, make it worth my while.
Right. We heard the
Money.
details. I
Yeah,
got it.
so
I
I
got it.
said $200. I'll come out for
Right?
$200.
Yes. Jeremy, you've said this.
Yeah.
So what now?
I'm not gonna do it. They got some other
Right.
plans. I can't trust them.
Well, it
I'm
sounds like
out.
you've been drinking too.
Well, a little bit. Yeah, it's New Year's,
Right.
but
So it's not an option. So you want to
no,
hang
yeah. So
out?
I'm out. I'm out at this point. It was
Yeah.
fun to entertain for a little while,
All right.
but they're not being clear on their terms.
It's done.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
So
So
yeah,
now
forget
what?
about it. Yeah,
All right.
forget
So
about
should I
it.
bring him back up?
Yeah, for
Can we move
content.
forward?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
All right. Beautiful. And now they may have some words they want to say back. So I want to be fair. I do want to be fair. Well, thank you. Welcome back.
Thanks. If I can actually for Grace a little bit, Grace, I think Grace gets frustrated when men make a deal for treat her like a prostitute. And admittedly, Jeremy wasn't saying I have to have sex with you, but he's saying like this has to be a romantic thing, and therefore I'll discount my price by $100 when we were going to go there for free. We weren't asking.
Well, okay, let me just say.
I just want to be clear ahead of time. When I finally get out there, wherever you guys are at, I want the 200 and the sex. I'm not giving another 100
That's
for
a
the
very
sex. I'm a
wild
man of my word.
accusation. Paul, Paul,
I
you're
may
not
be
involved.
hard enough up by that time, Paul, that I take you up on that offer.
After about an hour of talking to Grace and Ben, I assumed that this was romantic. When somebody comes to me and says, drive out 3 hours on New Year's Eve, don't pay for any of it, I thought Grace wanted to have something romantic. And I brought that up on stream. I wasn't being
I think Grace brought it up.
forceful.
I think she clarified it's not romantic.
No. I brought it up that I wanted it to be romantic.
Okay,
Sorry for being
she
a little
clarified
straightforward.
no. Okay, so then what's the
Yeah, and I didn't push past that. But for me to assume
I
that
thought you was
was
going to
something
skinny dip
romantic,
with her. Didn't you
I'm
say
a-
you were going to
no, no.
skinny dip?
Okay, go.
Or she
okay, yeah.
offered you to skinny dip with her, right? And you turned her
That
down.
was the deal. She
you were
invited
above
me out
that.
to New York, and we were gonna skinny
The
dip.
nomenclature. It
I mean,
wasn't
how would
skinny
another
dip.
dude interpret that? Grace, please answer.
That's a punishment. Why would Grace want to see your small, short, skinny, flaccid penis? By the way, it would be short and skinny dipping.
He already posted in
Why
my
would-
Discord server. Unfortunately, I'm already aware.
It was short and skinny dipping, apparently, is what we're told.
I don't have a small dick. She
Why
knows
would
that.
any
No, you know
man
what
want-
happened? No. Wait, let me just tell you guys. And Jack, I just want to say I'm sorry for
Go ahead,
spurging out a
Grace.
little bit. It does piss me off when men expect sex and act like incels. But
I never
what
expected
happened? What
sex,
really,
but go
what
ahead.
really turned Jeremy off from the whole idea is I said, "Hey, why don't you pick up Kitchen Man Dan or Talcott or somebody on the way?" Now we didn't know if you would join up or not, but my idea was let's make it a group thing. Let's go to Times Square. Let's see the ball drop, and let's all go do a polar plunge. And Jeremy
That'd
was
be
like, "No,
great.
why
Yeah,
would I
that's
bring
right.
another guy along with me and you?" And I was like, "Whoa."
That's right. That's right.
Whoa.
All I heard
I
is
don't-
Grace
this
wants
isn't
to
what you're
gang
thinking.
bang
Let me know when I
Talcott,
can
Jeremy, and
respond,
Kitchen
Jack.
Man
Let me
Dan.
know when I can respond.
That is what happened.
hearing.
It was when I suggested bringing you, Jack. Actually,
Yeah,
I got
yeah,
all
no.
jealous, and I was like,
Can I-
"Wait a
let me
second,
know when
that's
I
not
can
what's going
respond.
on here."
Which is clearly saying it's going to be a friendly get together.
Yeah,
All
like
right.
let's have
Right,
a group.
right. And why would I might have a problem with that? So she is hitting me up last minute. I'm calling into her panel. She's saying, come out before the New Year's Eve, before the ball drops, drive 3 hours, come and see me. Let's go skinny dipping. And then what is it, like 30 minutes later, she's like, bring somebody else with you. If
That's
any man,
interpretation is-
no, let me finish. Any man that hears that from a chick would think that's a romantic invitation.
That's
Well,
actually not true. Once she
Drive 3
not
hours.
if you
That's
know
come
actually
on
not the
me.
case. Once she says bring Talcott or
Okay,
someone
maybe I'm
else to
wrong.
watch
Maybe
over
I'm
us
wrong.
to make sure you don't rape me, it's definitely not a date.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Any third
Yeah, I was
party
like,
with
let's
a
make it a
camera.
group thing because I was like, I don't really want to be alone with a guy because that might lead him on, honestly. So like, let's make it a group thing.
Grace,
And then
with
he's
our
like, no, it's not a
history-
group thing. It's me and you. And I'm
Grace,
like,
with
well,
our
what do you think this
history-
is?
With
It's
our
literally-
history, really?
No. Like, why would you expect something to be a romantic thing when it's the streamer realm? You know, all these people, we're all to some degree putting on a show, right? Because obviously we know people are watching whatever, right? So especially for IRL streamers, they know that they have to put on a show. Why would you expect it to be that kind of thing, a romantic thing?
Because she said, "Come out to New York City before the ball drops."
All right, Jeremy,
So
let me
let's
just
go.
break it to you. I
Hey, can I
really don't want
finish?
to
Hey,
hurt your
Paul, can I
feelings.
finish?
Just real
Paul,
quick,
he asked me
can
a
we just get
question.
past this? We can
Paul,
make this so
he
simple.
asked me a question. Can I finish answering the
Okay.
question?
Go ahead,
Thank
Jeremy.
you. So she comes to me saying, "Come out to New York City before the ball drops. Let's go skinny dipping together."
Mm-hmm. You've said
How
that.
is that not a romantic invitation?
Well, when she adds, and if you bring Kitchen Man Dan and Uncle Jack, that would be
That
great
she
too.
has to
Then
bring
you
Kitchen Man Dan
intuitively
after
understand that it's not that, and you
I
shut your
figured
fucking
you
mouth
wanted
if
a
you don't like it.
gangbang.
Really? Okay, really.
Yeah,
Jeremy.
you did understand it, but you
Yeah.
complained
Well,
instead of saying like, "Okay, I
No, I
misread
did
it."
not. I interpreted
Here's
the invitation
the way you want
entirely
it.
appropriately.
The
She
way you
said,
What are you
"Let's
want it.
go."
complaining about? If someone
She
tells you
initiated
basically
the
it's just for
invitation with,
fun and you don't
"Let's
like
go
that, why
skinny
don't you?
dipping
What do you have
before
to
the
Right.
complain
ball
about?
drops."
What does she
Any
have
Okay,
to? What
but
do
man
you
would
have to
interpret
complain
that
about?
as a romantic
What do
not
you have to
gesture.
complain?
Here. Statue's pretty cool. Each one has something. Oh yeah, I remember that. Really, I can't really tell what they all have. But... I'll have to look that up more about this piece. I kind of wonder what's over here. Probably can't see anything. I don't know how well, you can't really see very well. But, interesting. Yeah, I think.
About if someone said,
Even under the
What
clause
are you
of "we're just streamers,"
"How do you
that's
have a right to complain
insane.
when she's
She
saying
said, "Let's go
clearly?"
skinny
Oh
dipping
my
in
God.
New York before the ball drops."
Can the two
Are
of you
you
please
fucking
pause?
kidding me?
Please
Did
pause.
she say? Did she say let's go skinny dipping, or did she
That
say
was the hook.
a
That
bunch of us
was
will do the
exactly the
polar
hook.
bear plunge after?
Great
Yeah,
It
that's what
question,
I
was
Bex.
said.
Thank
skinny
you for
That's what I said.
dipping.
joining the
It
panel, by
was
the
come
way.
out to New York. Let's go skinny dipping.
Well, I think
Grace,
that's what
you're
you
No.
not
heard
this
because a
smart.
young, attractive woman said, "Let's go to the polar bear plunge." So you heard, "Let's get
Really,
naked," but
you're
actually there was a group.
grasping at straws.
There are thousands of people doing the
The
polar plunge. You think
invitation
they're
was
all having an
very
orgy?
clear.
It's
The
not a
invitation
sexual
was
thing.
Jeremy,
very clear. And then
Jeremy,
they
Jeremy.